wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we'll make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at a convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. You got a fast car. Fast enough so we can fly away. We're gonna make a decision. Live tonight, die this way. So I've been broke, we're driving your car. The streets are fast, but like I was drunk. See the lights lay out before, see the all fun lights wrap around my shoulder. And I got a feeling that I belong. I got a feeling that I be somebody. Got a feeling that I could be somebody. See, my old man's got a problem. Live with the bottle, that's the way it is. Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his mom went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. But said somebody's got to take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. You got a fast car. We go cruising and set ourselves. We still ain't got a job. Not working the market as a Chicago. And all things will get better. You'll find work now, get promoted. We'll move out of the shelter. Buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. You got a fast car. Say fast enough, you can fly away. You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or let die this way. So I've been broke, we're driving your car. The streets so fast, but like I was drunk. See the lights lay out before, see the all fun lights wrap around my shoulder. And I got a feeling that I belong. I got a feeling that I could be somebody. Got a feeling that I could be somebody. Be someone. Got a feeling that I could be someone.
Call the devil, you come, say to the devil, day like Trump, be like cigarettes, I don't know, some say on Sunday, Sunday's Christmas, Sundays, everybody looking friends, now when you get knocking, never hope to keep the thought to get friends, what I thought that they wanted, but they needed it, good friend is happening, don't get anything on friends who is and cheap, so you could have done spirit, no saying, or who they thought was an actress, a reckless, it better than how we both hang with nothing to do. The gravity went like far, this, the gravity went like, you could leave it all behind, leave it the devil, in time to lost time, you could let it all go, you could let it all go, so free fall, free fall. Call the devil say quit, can't be bothered, better handle y'all shit. Keep up out your wrist, man, keep up out your wrist. Now y'all self and who you can't deal with. Can I sit down, listen, I'm dead. I gave you down these souls I made. Off the same deal you wrong. Remember the devil and pray that no one will find true. You can let it all go. You can let it all go. Free fall. Free fall. Time to the devil say, hey, why you been calling this late? It's like 2 a.m. and the bars are closed. He's dead in hell. It's the rule I made.
I hate evil energy, and I don't mix energy. Gabriel is your last warning. Tour don't mix energy. The magic hammer don't mix energy. Justice don't mix energy. And judgment don't mix energy. Rhythm! The flying hammer and the flying mirror. Flying sun and the flying stars don't mix energy. God will be real. God will be real. And your father don't mix energy. You just start to mix energy. You won't have no father. And then that mix energy, I wipe them up. Virgin City. I'm minus mastermind. The Ten Commandments, I don't mix energy. I'm the mighty tour. God of thunder. I'm the mighty tour. God of lightning, hail, brimstone, and fire. I'm the mighty tour. The God of rain. The God of plane and the God of train. No mixed breed. God will be real. I am the mighty tour. God will be real. I am the mighty tour. The mighty magic hammer. Wiper. The magic mighty hammer. Wiper. The magic hammer. Why scruple. With the magic hammer, why paralyze? I don't mix energy. Be real. I don't mix energy. I don't mix sin energy. Sin be real, I hate sin. Virgin City. Master minus 10 commandment. Texas. Water God. With the sun. Fire! Come down from heaven. Fire! An electric wire. Fire! Vampire. Fire! Vampire. Energy stealer, I kill. I murder, I cook, I control, I paralyze. Fire! I'm down to heaven. And the mighty hammer. Kahuna. Kahuna. Rain come down. Kahuna. Wind blow. Fool. Vampire fool. Boom. Vampires boom. Two vampires, two. I'm the mighty magic hammer.
The donkey fact.
I am And the devil in red Prada, sitting next to your dead father, with his head bent over like he's about to drink from his own bladder. The blood drips from scudders when I spill genetic history of forefathers. I use a dead language to express the pain and deep anguish. The light flickers as the hallways goes darker to the appearance of strange figures. I am the anthropomorphical gatekeeper, a seven-headed god-like flame spitter, the undisputed demon slayer, god eater, all high spirit of a wild creature, testament and devil. I wanna believe in God like light seekers. I wanna believe that God exists, but Jesus doesn't. I used to believe in Eve until she befriended the serpent. I don't need both hands, I power punch tense. I am God's right hand, omnipotence. Lucifer's last dance with the stillborns in the fire lakes of evermore. I'm a copper giant and I gyrate the crypto. Now reap my lips slow. I run the jungle like apocalypto with sick flows. I'm deadlier than poison dart toads. Bleeding knives is cutthroats of both tame and wild goats. Dead devil bite the hand and feels the clan. Iron rebel detach heads to see the sand. Throw blood in a pentagram. Voodoo doll pins and fairy godmother spill the pan. Lucky Charms loony bean in the back. You should quit now before the feasting queries hit the fan. Funny how electric sheep dream off the promised land, but never cease to contribute with the heart of sacrificial man. I pillage and around the chain of sickness like the lost children of the damned. Corroded crowd of misfits. The arm weighs hard on my shoulders. Elder chip out your bass. I bench press bulldozers. Why the fuck should I care less as new poses? Centers my universe in million holograms. The light shading my veins, triple carbon. Jigsaw drill sergeant, tears dry blue irons. Fire regarded, time for the harvest. I'm gonna say to your soul's garment. At synagogue, hobgoblins with no body.
Before I ever existed, the war between the sadistic and the realistic had been predicted. The balance of the world's power shifted when artistic control was given to the wicked and lifted from the gifted. When I was born, a female mystic insisted she entered the room, leaned over my forehead and kissed it. Inside me, my assignments were listed. I was never told this till I was older, fearing the risk that I resisted. The first composition I ever composed triggered a conscious thought probe that the mystic had enclosed. I folded in an agonizing pose. When it was over, I would hold the keys to expose the motives of the soul. Meanwhile, on the same side of the globe, a slow-growing entity drove the masses to ignorance overload. I stayed inside my reclusive mode, and although this was strange, I still didn't complain, though I blatantly noticed the change. I started having recollections, nostalgic reflections of things that ignited mental resurrection. Now every audio-visual object we digest contributes to this gradual degenerative process. Nonetheless, I wasn't under stress. I just rested and convalesced, sharpened my talents to soar beyond the best. Fell asleep, it felt like something was being put on my head. I woke up and saw two individuals at the foot of my bed. One said,
"Listen, K, we know you've been chosen to fight the deadly force that germinated and rose in the night. All the knowledge that you'll need I'll expose on this flight.
What's up with this paralysis?
You're frozen in light.
Where can you unfreeze me? And please be quick about telling me the reason why you come to seize me." He said,
"I'm sure you heard of the machine where we convene concerning its destruction, and we've chosen you to lead the team. Folks are going to die. You have no choice, so you better comply."
I said, "I was no one special. I'm just a regular guy." He said,
"That's a lie. You were born for this. Never deny."
I looked in his eyes and said, "Okay, man, whatever, I'll try." 2 seconds later, I went from my room to on the craft, inside the lab where I received training to run the staff. What seemed like one day of training had been a year. The mystic reappeared and said, "No one must interfere." I said, "Lady, I could be wrong, but I feel like I know you." She smiled and said, "You do, and at the proper time I'll show you. And for the masses, there's a fate you have to save them from. Look at the people and how disillusioned they become. The thought streams that this machine is filtering are ill-meaning and bewildering. You have to kill this thing. You'll have to start with all of its compartments and execute mark hits on targets from Earth or orbit. After I listened, I started on my mission with one magician from the spacecraft as my assistant. The first place he brung me, it stunned me when I saw living among me. 85% were already zombies. The schools and the streets and the houses were doused with the venom of lying governments and sick media outlets. All intelligent thoughts that sprout get rerouted and ousted. I had to obliterate the whole outfit, but where was it stationed? We tried to pinpoint its location with extrasensory perceptive navigation. 2 seconds after springing to action, I saw on the caption the giant shadow of a robotic contraption. I turned around and shockingly seen a technologically supreme object that no logic could possibly dream. Everything that it said was obscene, plus its head was a screen. It blasted at me with a red glowing beam. I blasted back with a shot of my own. Medulla oblongata lava fire straight out of my bottomless dome. I heard a voice that made my hair raise. To paraphrase, it said,
"We'll forever convey our wicked ways over the airways. We can't stop the rise. We were put here to deceive the wise. We're the ones who say the truth and make people believe the lies. We made the world slave, so don't defy it.
To say that I would try it, it was modern day David and Goliath. This denial den that we resided in was multiplying. This Leviathan was like trying to escape the Poseidon. So every great phrase that was ever spoken, I quoted, decoded, and overloaded his modem till it exploded. When it blew up, I was glad and released it. Till I seen new machines forming from each of the fragmented pieces. Now I gotta overcome the offspring, the children of them. I went from dealing with just one to a million of them. A whole army in the distance ahead. And prisoners of listeners tapped my assistant and said, I need a G719 skill gun. He said, I never heard of that. I said, I know, I just made it up. Go build one. He left and said, okay, I'll go get it. Just hold him off for a minute. 60 seconds later, he reappeared with it. I snatched it with no time to study or test it. It consisted of just one definite button, so I pressed it. Oh, man. I awoke in a cloud of smoke. I saw people, one of them stepped out of the crowd and spoke. It's so enlightening to be mentally redeemed, he said. I'm like, what happened? He said, look, all the machines are dead. Conscious thinking that the ultimate degree again. No more government, commercial radio, or CNN. The gas released out of your weapon made the cameras fall. Reverse the spell of the machine and deprogrammed us all. I said, but there were millions. How could we persist to live?
After the wisdom, everyone took the initiative.
One by one, they were individually destroyed. By everything with knowledge, all functions deployed. They sparked the process with cerebral brainwashing, narcotics, scientific control, anatomic robotics, melodic hypnotics. The mystic then delivered my fate. Way that erased my memory, sending me back to my original state. You wonder how then was it told of y'all? The thought probe was never taken out. It recorded the whole battle and showed it all. Now future generations can say that they seen the total annihilation of the evil machine.
Yo.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Real talk. No human being should be eating processed shit for the majority of their stay in this motherfucking realm. Peace to you all. Blessings from The Machine Lies, where we talk about how the machine lies on the machine that's lying to you right now. And we're talking about artifice, relations. How do we get to this relations, the relations that we have today? Alienated, afraid. There's more things that we don't understand today than ever before, probably because we know more than we ever have before. Knowledge is a double-edged sword. Knowledge is something that you possess, something that you take under your possession, but it's a possession that nobody can take from you. Knowledge has to do with desire. It has to do with possession, and the side of it that has to do with desire and possession is the side of passion, the thumos. It's a Greek word related to eros, logos. There's also the thumos, which is the spiritedness, the spirited quality. Love of one's own is called thumos. Defense of country, lifestyle, culture. Well, we're dealing with the Anglosphere culture. Now, we're dealing with a culture of universal values, a system of universal values that was imparted to us. Okay. Where did this system of universal values first arise? Well, it arose in European society. Okay. And we're talking about the democratic system, the liberal system. Okay. It arose in European society. It's not from Rome or Greece. This is what we just spent time talking about in our previous presentations. It's not from Rome or Greece that this system is originating from. Okay. Rome and Greece, those are not Europeans. Okay. Aristotle said that, the Europeans were the stupidest and freest people on the face of the earth. He says this in Politics, Book 7. Okay. He said that they were indelibly free of any customs, arrangements. They didn't have culture, but what they did have, we got our brother joining us today. What's up, Neural?
Hello. I just wanted to join in and listen.
For sure. Yeah. But as you know, you're one of the top contributors of the show. So, feel free to jump in anytime you want, for sure. But yeah, I'm dealing with the subject of Christianity's spread to Europe and how that changed a lot of things. Well, first of all, it unified the European tribes. Now, there was different European tribes at the time. There's the Saxons, the Goths, the Angles, the Picts, the Gauls. They had many different groups of white people that were all engaged in tribalism, just like you had Arabs. Many different Arab tribes engaged in tribal warfare. Okay. So what unified the Arab tribes? Well, that would happen to be Islam. What unified the European tribes? Well, that would happen to be Christianity. The modern countries that we see, they weren't formed until they formed the church, until they formed, the Arab, people. The Arab people were many different tribes, all factions, all going to war with each other, just as the Jews came from a Semitic people. Okay, so the category Arab is much broader than just people who speak Arabic. It applies to many different types of people. All types of Semitic people are basically Arabs. Just like those nations or countries that existed at the time of Moses and all that time, the Amaleks and the Edomites and all these people that were not Semitic, that were not that were not Jewish people. Some of them were still Semitic people. Okay, so that's a confusion. Now 80% of the world's Arabs are Muslims. Okay, but most of the world's population is not Muslims. Okay, there's another point of confusion. Okay, now when you go to the Christian world, so to speak, almost nobody's quote unquote Christian. Most people are secular. That's the same thing in the Muslim world. People are not following religious values. They're not looking at religious values as a guide, as a moral compass. So anybody who's intellectually lazy enough to say Islam is retarded, Muslims are retarded, Christianity is retarded, Christians are retarded because of their belief system, doesn't realize that there's over 1 billion people who practice that belief system. It's kind of undue. It's kind of intellectually lazy to just say, well, everybody's just fucking stupid. Everybody's just crazy. Well, that can't be the case. Something that organized societies for 1,500 years isn't going to promote rape or incest or murder or wholesale violence or excommunicate this person from the community. No, No, that's not what they advocated. If you think that that's what Christianity or Islam or Judaism or Hinduism or any of these things mean, or Confucianism or any of these things mean, then you're a fucking stooge. You're a fucking stooge. Okay. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, there's people who dismiss things outright without understanding their origin, where they came from. Okay, so we can talk about the origins of Christianity. Okay, we could talk about the origins of Islam, and that's precisely what we're here to do. And anybody who feels, any kind of way about it, go ahead and click the link and jump on the panel and have a disagreement with us. You're welcome to have a disagreement with us about these issues. You can click the link, talk to us about your version of Islam, your version of Christianity, where you think that the origins of these things came from. Ask questions about these things, okay? Because I'll tell you right now, most of the Muslims and the Christians around the world, okay, they're puppets of Jews and occultists, okay? Most of the occult comes out of the Kabbalah, especially the Lurianic Kabbalah. Okay, most of the misinterpretations of Christianity and Islam come out of the Talmud. Okay, where it's claimed that the Jewish mysticism that's in the Talmud is a real explanation for the Christian mystery. Unfortunately, this is 100% false, because the Talmud was discovered or organized after Christianity, way after the establishment of the church. So how could the Talmud influence Christianity? Okay. Now, one thing about Islam that you may or may not know is that Islam 100% rejects Judaism. Now, it has a strange relationship with Christian teaching because it accepts Jesus Christ as the Messiah, but it 100% rejects Judaism. Christianity 100% rejects Judaism. So how do we get to where we are today with Muslims fighting a war, okay, against Christians and Jews? Christians fighting with Jews against Muslims. Jews saying that at the same time that Christianity and Islam is completely 100% illegitimate as a form of practice, because it is a copy, a plagiarism off Judaism, which was formed after Christianity was formed. See, that doesn't make sense. Because the Babylonian Talmud is formed around the 500s. The Jerusalem Talmud is formed around the 700s. And these are interpretations of the Old Testament. Okay? They're Old Testaments that insult Jesus Christ.
I find it interesting what Mars Life said, talking about the Irish said that Christianity destroyed their original culture, and then he said it goes back to the Egypt area. And I don't know exactly what he's saying, but it seems that that's an interesting take as far as all roads seem to go back to Egypt and Mesopotamia and all that, and also the Eurasian steppe. Hello, Denise.
Hi.
Greetings, Denise. Hey, how you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. Of course, I missed a couple of seconds as it transferred me up here, but you were asking, I was coming up in reaction to your comments, Machine Lies, about how we got to the point where Christian and Jew appear to be aligned against Islam or vice versa. And there's, how did this come about? And I've been discovering some interesting things lately as well as some other stuff that I've always known about the history of it.
Oh yeah, of course. Thank you so much for joining this panel. I have to say, I saw you on the Truther Cop show, and I immediately became a huge fan of yours because of you were talking about trolling and some of the things that I had been facing online as well. So I was immediately interested because many people have trolled this show as well, talking about my personal life and that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
they love to go personal, because they got nothing else.
Well, and regarding that, I also had a similar experience watching that episode of Truther Cop, and just out of curiosity, and then I would love to hear your opinion on what we were just talking about. But did you notice that once you started talking about these subjects, that the trolling increased upon you?
Oh yes, that's that. There's a whole long history with that I need not go into here. If you just new to my channel, it might take you a little while to see it happen. And right now, I'm not streaming because I used up my freebie budget with StreamYard, so I have to wait another week. But yeah, the trolling is crazy. But that there are a lot of these people that think I'm going to freak out because they hate me, and it's like it's an honor to be hated by some people, certain people.
But do you think it's related to your opinions on these specific subjects as well, to some degree?
No, only partly. A lot of it is directed because I have a real world conflict with some of the ringleaders in this, which brings me around to what brought me up here. There's a lot of stuff being exposed right now, but it's being exposed in a niche, a limited pocket that you guys might not be aware of. And it dates back to it has to do with this thing, because Christians in general are not aligned against Islam. In the United States, there's a form of Protestantism which is not even the original Lutheran form. Like if you go back to the Reformation historically with, Martin Luther and the 95 Theses and all that stuff, that's an extremely different theology than this modern Pentecostal voodoo, false Pentecostal stuff. And, it's really Christian voodoo, televangelist stuff. They are the ones that are putting the Israeli flag next to the cross in their churches. They are not most Christians. And I'm Catholic, and historically, to veer from what's going on today with this crazy stuff, historically, I was looking at some stuff about the Spanish Inquisition, which was different from the rest of the European Inquisition in many ways. And part of it was that the inquisitors in Spain, because they were fighting again, there was a three-way fight between Jews, the Moors or Muslims, and Christians, Catholics. The Catholic Inquisition was calling the heretics Judaizers, and it was never really explained. And then as I began to dig more and more into the Christian cults that are connected to American Satanism, which is what's really going on, there are certain groups that came after the Reformation that Judaizer means they were really trying to re-Hebrew, because Catholicism took the teachings of Jesus and kind of made them that unifying overlay without attacking all the various indigenous pagan situations, like by putting a Church of Mary over a local female deity. They were actually honoring the people's beliefs and simply allowing them to restate them with the universal mother of God, the Holy Virgin Mary. So it wasn't really like, well, they want to tell you today that it was an act of dominance, but actually it was an act of accommodation. And in Spain, that word Judaizer struck out at me when I was looking at that history. And now looking at this weird alignment between this particular American style thing that aligns with Israel, with the Zionists, and confuses everyone about Islam. Like, for example, by telling people that the word Allah means they're not worshiping the same God. But if you pick up a Bible translated, the regular Old and New Testament, translated into Aramaic instead of into English, it's going to say in Genesis, it's going to say Allah, where we say God, because that's the language.
And
but
Jesus
people are being lied to by being told it's a different figure.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
and Jesus
definitely.
spoke Aramaic. That's the funniest part about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. He
that's
says
what
Eli
I mean.
Eli
It's
Eli
pure
Lama.
undergraduate
Yeah, go ahead.
ignorance is what it is.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Yes, because he says Eli Lama Sabachthani. You know, so he says Allah. You know, the word Allah in Aramaic is written right there in the Bible. You know, and it's the only verse that really appears in Hebrew. It's fascinating that they would just that they translated the entire book, but they left that in Hebrew. Eli Lama Sabachthani. You know. Oh God, why have you forsaken me? It says, and of course,
Yes,
Paul
and they always
calls.
say, well, they know they try to tell people he said Abba, which was a kind of a family way of saying daddy. They don't even want to admit that they actually had left that in, and that it is actually the two B's are actually two L's because of the way we pronounce things.
Yes.
They don't even want to admit that. But anyway, that was what was on my mind.
What were you just saying about how? And hey, Jesse, how are you? Welcome. What were you just saying about how all these satanic groups are involved in something else? What can you speak about that a little bit? Because that sounds very.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I got the shock of my life, and I'm 70 years old this week. Because I'm originally from Massachusetts, and I left for Texas at the turn of the century. So I've been here 23 years now. And just after I left, this guy, Mitt Romney, was elected governor. I didn't know anything about him because I had left. But it never,
he's here from my
it never
from my home
occurred
state
to
of
me that he's
Michigan.
Mormon, number one. Yeah. No, he's in Utah now. But he was the governor of Massachusetts because he owns Bain Capital, which is in Boston. Its headquarters is in Boston. And I didn't think much about it because, like I said, I left that behind. And a friend of mine was asking me what I thought of him, and I said nothing. But then it turns out he was actually not just Mormon, but a Mormon bishop. And he's a LeBaron Mormon. And right now, the Mormon church is all over the place. He just resigned as senator because of the scandals that are coming out about the organized torture ring, organized torture of children being done as therapy. And the Mormon channels that are talking about this are the only ones. They're not being picked up outside of their circles, but it's really huge. There's this guy, Abraham Giuliardi, who wrote a book that's been used as practically as a new scripture by this cult. And it's extremely terroristic. It's like Mormon jihad. And it's, there are several people that are being charged with murders related to it. And the Mormon mainstreamers who are trying to come to grips with what just happened, their attorney general is being brought up on charges in relation to this. And I went in and started listening to this guy, Abraham Giuliardi. Well, guess what? He was in a kibbutz. He had converted to be Jewish from being a secular European and moved to a kibbutz in Israel. And while he was living at the kibbutz and learning everything about being Jewish, he came across the book of, somebody in the library handed him the Book of Mormon. He then had this Damascus experience and became Mormon. and came to the United States and wrote this book, Visions of Glory, which is basically a jihadi manual in terms of what Americans think jihad is, Islamic people running around beheading everyone. Well, this is the Mormon form of that idea. And he is actually, they're freaking out because they're connecting him and that book to a series of murders that just happened in East Idaho and Arizona. They're connecting them to a series of doomsday Christian identity channels in social media. And Mitt Romney just stepped down from his Senate seat because it turns out he owns the schools, or a string of schools at which they were doing radical torture of the students. And this has been going on for at least 20 years, longer than that. But I mean, that was going on before he became governor of Massachusetts. And the Mormons have such incredible control over the media in terms of they control their own image. So nobody outside of Mormon circles is talking about it. But this has all happened in the past month.
Yeah, and I think that people would be surprised by just how big of a network a lot of these cults are. I haven't heard about this one specifically, but I have certainly heard rumors about Mormons being in certain positions of power. And, if you look at this whole, I've always been fascinated by the Skinwalker Ranch thing. And now a very high level Mormon bought that property and is producing that show. And they're basically doing soft disclosure through that. And I don't think it's an accident that he's both high level Mormon and he has like high level, quote unquote, ex-military intelligence people all over that shit. And again, I'm not saying I believe everything they're saying. What I'm saying is, I know people from East Idaho and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that statement down there about blood libel. Okay, I know I was accused by a Jew of the fact that there's so-called blood libel because Catholics believe abortion to be sacrificing babies. But blood atonement is the actual Mormon word for what they do. There was a serial killer in Houston named Herzl LeBaron. The LeBaron cult is a cult that was excommunicated from the Mormons. Mitt Romney's parents were part of the LeBaron cult. They have a compound in Mexico, as well as they tried to set one up. They do have it, actually. It's still here in Texas. And so those are like, they're like, if you look at I'm looking at the Mideast through Western propaganda eyes, okay? If you look at Taliban through the propaganda eyes, based on, I'm not really going to argue what it is because I don't know, but taking the propaganda image of the Taliban as being horrible, well, the LeBarons are the Mormon form of that, but they mix with the Christianity through what's his name? Pompeo, the Secretary of State of President Trump. He is fully involved with that because they've got this third temple cult among the Jews who are mixing with the Mormons and other people for this apocalyptic stuff. I'm sure they're all really up to their eyeballs in the war. And other. Excuse me?
He was just removing his clone self.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, I know I'm going to get accused of hate speech because I'm kind of blunt, but
no, Gam, let it
I don't
fly,
hate.
right.
It's just the way it is.
I'm going to back you up.
There's no worries with that here. This is
in Utah, there
pretty
are
much
Mormon
a very
compound.
Here, hold on a second, Tommy. But yeah, nobody has to worry about censorship here. But yeah, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
In Utah itself, there's Mormon groups that if there's been some girls, even in Colorado, that when they tried to leave, the state police would find them. But in the Utah State Police, they'd take them back to the Mormon place. And then the Romney compound down in Mexico, they are the ones that have been in crossfires with cartel just because of location and shit happens, But
Yeah, no,
as far
it's
as
a mess. But the thing is, the Romney connection is important. And this is where some of the personal history comes in. Okay, back in the late 1990s, when I decided I just had to leave Massachusetts, I was part of a group of people who were trying to address the problems of the satanic panic, because what was going on was the police began to realize that you could get away with murder if you just sprinkle a few pentagrams around, because we had this whole public confusion happening. So I was part of a group of people who were working with a state police captain who was developing forensic training on that subject. And he began to look into something. And he told me, because I was facing cult issues within my family, but they were Catholic. Okay, it had to do with a Catholic problem. And it was political. And he, at one point, said to me he had just gone into Vermont to look into something to do with this Mormon cult. And he wanted to talk to me about my family. And I said, what? We're not Mormon. I don't even know any Mormons. That was my last conversation with him before he died. I never found out what he was talking about. And it was only recently that I found out that Mitt Romney owned the schools, that one of my relatives was actually on the staff of a school where a student was found dead. And she was then promoted. She was a psychologist on that staff. She's not Mormon. She's Jewish. She had converted from Catholic to Jew when she married a Jewish guy. So she's not, so Mormon never even entered my mind. And I really didn't follow her career anyway. I didn't know where she worked at the time. But he never got the chance to tell me he was looking at that school. And now what's happened in the last few weeks with these murders that are involving this fringe group, to be fair, I'm not trying to hate on Mormons. It's a fringe cult. Okay. But the mainstream Mormon church has covered up its crimes. And they have a network of therapies that were going through the schools that it turns out there's Mitt Romney himself owned some of these schools, and he owned the school where my niece was on the staff. She was then promoted to be on the board of directors of the entire group of schools known as Aspen Education Institute. And Mitt Romney owned it lock, stock, and barrel. And this state police captain, Captain Thomas White, was looking into that stuff on his own when he spoke to me about it. And we never finished the conversation. But that would have been the few years before Mitt Romney ran for governor. So Romney was already a financial power in Massachusetts because he owned Bain Capital, but in Boston, but he was also apparently playing around with politics, and he was a Mormon bishop. And Mormon bishop has a very special meaning. It's not like a Catholic bishop. A Catholic bishop does nothing but administer the land around the churches in his area. But a Mormon bishop is like a prophet, especially a LeBaron Mormon bishop. And nobody, I mean, I still am mind-boggled that a man could become the governor of Massachusetts, of all places, while being a Mormon bishop. But nobody ever paid attention to it. And I only found out that what really happened to Captain White, because we all know his death was suspicious. It was declared an accident. He had fallen down the stairs. He was alone. He was found unconscious at the bottom of his cellar stairs, and he never regained consciousness. He died. So that everyone was suspicious about it, but it was declared an accident. And nobody knew about him going to that area to talk about my niece. I knew it, but I didn't know that it was connected to anything. And I didn't know that this guy, Mitt Romney, I never even had heard of him till after I had moved to Texas and someone asked me about it. And I only now, all these years later, but the thing is, it's exploding inside the Mormon church, but it's being contained. The media is still so compartmentalized. So I'm just asking everybody, look up 8, you can remember this, 8 passengers, the number 8 and the word passengers. That'll open the door to the scandal, because that was a mommy blogger, reality parenting channel that is connected to the therapy torture. And then from there you go to Tim Ballard, who's connected to Mitt Romney. And there's also, then the whole scandal will open up. You'll be going channel to channel inside the Mormon groups. But then you'll be seeing all these threads that come out of the Mormon church and come into our political culture outside of it, as well as this, the Christian thread is with the Antichrist thing. This Visions of Glory has something they call the Davidic servant. When a Mormon, a LeBaron Mormon particularly, declares himself to be a prophet, he declares himself to be the Davidic servant, which is actually, when you listen to the Visions of Glory, I went into their own thing and started listening to the audiobook of it. The Davidic servant fits the exact description among doomsday Christians of the Antichrist, except that in Visions of Glory, he's the good guy.
But Christians aren't doomsday, and Mormonism is like, we can spare all this investigation if we just acknowledge Mormonism is a joke. Like South Park nailed it. They covered it. A guy in the time of people writing history and knowing of people.
Yeah, I'm
said,
not
hey,
talking
I
about
found these golden plates. I'm the only one that can see it, so I gotta dictate what it says.
No, you're not understanding me, Tommy. I'm not talking about the theological underpinnings. I'm talking about the present day events. It doesn't matter if you worship a
there's more urgency
it's the events of these murders that are going on now, and the resignation of Mitt Romney that's going on now.
But are you trying to go big picture solve, or do you want to solve these individual murders?
They're already solved. The woman got convicted, and now she's been extradited to Arizona to stand trial for another one. They're solved. They know who did it, and now they're tracking down the cult interactions around this book, and the fact that that Mitt Romney had set up this school system to basically create, just this system. And it's a physical reality system, no matter what the belief is.
Yeah, that's all school system. If you go to the Right on Slavius panel, the last line of defense is parenting. But I think as far as the Mormon thing, while they have their problems, we got much more urgency afoot with our financial economic system, the Russia, China, alleged militias, maybe even MS-13s coming across the border. So I think
Israel.
That's part of the end times. But I think in the whole World War III situation, this is going to open them up to be like, time for America to take their hit. I think we're going to see some dramatic things we've never seen happen in America in the next, whatever this World War III timeline is.
Wars and rumors of wars.
Well, just the way we opened up to this, I don't know if you were here, Tommy, but it was a whole thing about the end times prophecy between Muslims and Christians. We were talking about Christian Zionism, and then
let's say Zionists separate from Christians.
Yeah,
I don't subscribe to Zionism.
Wait, what was that last thing you said?
I would like to, the same way I said I wanted to keep Christians separate from Mormons, I say that with Zionism too. That's the alleged small hat contribution to some false Christianity.
Oh yeah. But that's kind of what we're talking about. Yeah, there's a way in there.
Well, this thing about Christian and Zionism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the great
I mean,
delusion,
in
the
one of
grand
the groups,
delusion.
yeah, in one of
And
the
it's got to
groups
do
where
with
I
these
was listening to
the
people,
Mormons. Yep. Oh no, go ahead. I
in
was
one
just
of the
saying that
Mormon
it's
groups
connected
where
to
I
the
was,
Mormons. Sorry.
yeah,
Go
but
ahead,
in
Dan
one of
Brown.
the Mormon groups, in one of the
No, go
Mormon
ahead.
groups where I was listening, I'm sorry.
Go, Gam, go.
No, I think there might just be a delay on somebody's end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
there's
been
a
there. She's
delay.
got a delay.
Cynthia,
Just go
Yeah, there
ahead
might be.
and
you
talk. We're
just go
not
ahead.
interrupting.
Yeah, but
Denise, whatever, you just
yeah,
go ahead.
Denise. Yeah, Denise, just go ahead. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was see what I do in a situation like this. First of all, I don't really care about the intellectual academic underpinnings at this moment. There are times when I do, but not now. What I do is I go into listening to the people who are true believers in what I'm trying to understand. So I went into some of this cult, the fringe, the fringe Mormon stuff that we're talking about. I went into one of their discussion groups and I was listening. I mean, I didn't go in, but I'm just listening to their channel. And they are talking about those Christians out there. They're not even self-identifying, which usually Mormons self-identify when they're doing their door-to-door thing. They usually self-identify as Christians. But this group that is doing the radical stuff, they're not even self-identifying as Christians.
What radical stuff?
They
Because
are,
I missed that part. What
yeah.
radical thing are they doing?
Declaring the themselves to be prophets. They just murdered a bunch of people in East Idaho, and the Mormons that are covering it, the mainstream Mormons who are covering it, are not letting go of the cult aspect. They're not letting them pass it off as a couple of crazy people with random acts of violence. They're going after the whole network.
You assume, you don't assume it's all Mormons. You're just talking about a group of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to distinguish between mainstream Mormons who are just like everybody else and this really weird, the fringe cringe, or the cringe fringe, you might call them. And when I say LeBaron Mormon, I'm referring...
They're not only fringe, though, because they're connected to some very, very powerful people. So, I mean, I know what you mean, but...
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out that Mitt Romney is a major activist in them. It's not just, he didn't just grow up in a Mormon family.
In which sect now? In which one you said is okay and one you said is shitty? Which one are you putting Mitch in? Mitch, whoever you're talking about.
Wait a minute. Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts, who had just resigned as senator of Utah. Not a YouTuber. Okay.
What? No, I figured you were talking about the politician. Which Mormon sect are you putting him in? You said one was normal,
He's
like
in
everyone
the
else.
fringe.
The fringe. Thank you.
He's in the fringe. He's in the fringe. He is super cringe fringe. He has been under the radar all his life.
Yeah, and the Bain Consulting Group is also, or the Bain Capital is also Boston Consulting Group. And Boston Consulting Group is the one that's kind of been responsible for all this fire shit that happened the last.
Bain Capital is an ownership group.
Yeah,
it's not a consulting group.
It's Boston Consulting Group is funded by Bain Capital.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And so Bain Capital is an owning group. The consulting group is whatever it is. But Bain Capital is an investment for-profit group that runs these schools, present tense, as a for-profit venture. And Mitt Romney his resignation as senator, this is my opinion, okay, I'll say it that way. He's trying to keep it all hush-hush as to why he just resigned, and they have to now find a new senator. But it is coming out that he is up to his eyeballs in the terrorist fringe group, the cult. And his schools are part of it. And the mainstream Mormons are exposing it. But nobody outside of the Mormon world seems to be picking it up.
Not sure what they're gonna be picking up.
I mean, the
love.
Mormons are their own entity, like the same way that Scientology was the only entity I've ever seen beat the IRS. Mormons are definitely their thing. When they have those shootouts with the cartel, it doesn't finish them, and they maintain.
No, they're shooting the people that were murdered were not cartel people. Okay, they were murdering members of their own families, but they were expanding.
Down in Mexico, where they have a compound, it happens. There's
this isn't in Mexico. This is in Idaho.
Look, here's the implication, though.
Idaho.
Guys,
Denise, I'm not expanding on your thing. I'm just talking in general of Mormons.
Well, let's contextualize this for a second, though, because
we're not even talking about Mexico.
Let's contextualize.
Yeah, I'm talking about the foothold that Mormons have, regardless. Like Adaptable is like Mormons run the world. It's regardless if they run the world. They just have their own foothold as an entity.
It's this part of the swarm.
Let's contextualize for a second, because this is actually how power works. Is you have people who are connected to powerful people who have a secret society who actually go and do the shit that people need done. And this is not only in America. I mean, go ask people in hey, what's up, TV? Good to see you, brother. So, you have these other people like in Korea and Japan. Yep. It works exactly the same as over here. And it's all tied to cults that fit, that this is how this stuff works. And again, I don't know the exact details of it, but you hear the same kind of stories that link in, like you were just talking about the satanic panic. And so many people try to say, oh, that was just overblown. That was another witch hunt. Well, guess what? It wasn't, because there was a lot of crime tied to this stuff. And whether you want to say it was a cover up for something else or not, a lot of these mainstream stories and a lot of the ones you don't hear about tied to like missing children or strange deaths, like the one in Idaho last year with the young girl who all the people are home and the guy sneaks in the house. Nobody hears this girl getting like brutally murdered. It's very odd, right? So a lot of these stories don't make sense because it's not meant to make sense. It's kind of covering for some other kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is not really.
Yeah. Well, that was exactly my point about Captain White. He was a state police captain who was trying to set up forensic training, because he was a forensic crime scene analysis specialist. And he was trying to set up training so they could go into local police departments and say, okay, when satanic panic comes to town and you got a murder on your hands, this is how we're going to handle it. But he was killed, and the class was never set up. The materials that were collected for it disappeared, and it's very difficult to find information about it, but it's out there. Some people preserved it. And only now it's becoming obvious that Mitt Romney, who was involved, he was in Boston, Captain White. He was doing this in Boston. Mitt Romney was in Boston, and Captain White had said to me that he was looking into something he wanted to talk to me about, because somebody in my family, and my family includes state officials, was connected to this Mormon thing. And I said, you're crazy. We don't even know any Mormons. And then he was dead before we were supposed to continue talking, but he died not long after that. And I left Massachusetts at the same time, and it was a real mess. But
I'm trying to be skeptical.
We didn't know what we were looking at. Now we're beginning to find out, with the murders that happened in the past year up in Idaho and Arizona, that cult that is there, the Mormons themselves are exposing the cult inside their church because they're not letting it go. And now, of course, we have social media, which we did not have when Captain White died. So you couldn't really talk to anybody when he died. But he was trying to, if he had been successful, the satanic panic would have been very different, because there was crazy stuff going on to make it into a circus, just like there is today in YouTube with crazy stuff. And he died before they could really counteract it. He was going to be very effective. If the state police of Massachusetts State Police had gone ahead with the course that he was setting up. And the other part is all the material that we know he collected that was in fact used in at least one trial. So there's proof positive that the material was there. It disappeared when he died. And when I talked to his family trying to find out what happened to it, they thought I was a girlfriend looking for money.
What happened to the trial? You say he had accumulated some evidence for a trial that was used in a trial. What happened to that?
It was a civil trial, and it was in New York. And he provided evidence to the family. It was DiNozzi, DeBarry.
And he won a civil case with that
It was
evidence?
DiNozzi. I'm trying to answer your question with the trial name. It was DeBarry and DiNozzi, two Italian families, versus Bedford. And it was the Bedford school system. And the trial went down in the mid-1990s. It was 1998 when we spoke. And the material that he provided was some material he had collected to prove that the state was requiring the public school teachers to include a ritual, sacrificial ritual practice as part of an art class in the kindergarten through third grade. And
that's a tough sell. I'm not buying that one, right?
Wow. Well, you don't have to buy it. It's a matter of record. I'm not going to argue with anybody. I didn't ask
you to argue. I want you to understand, though, that if you say a guy was teaching kindergartners, first graders, satanic rituals, great claims require great evidence.
The evidence was provided. I am not going to argue, and you can call me a liar all you want. I've been called worse.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't call you a liar.
One of the things that's
so
interesting,
sensitive about.
No, hold on, Joe. No, one of the real interesting things is like when these children that are asked about these satanic rituals, they actually describe the satanic rituals, like they describe people wearing black robes, like they describe all this shit. And there's no reason why children would just make shit like this up, having no knowledge of these types of things.
I'm told they were disguised as games. When they deal with the children, I heard they disguise them as games.
Yeah, but in those games, sometimes the children describe with extreme accuracy how the game was played, and it being an extremely strange game.
Yeah, some of them are horrible.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in this case. The kindergarten children, the parents noticed their kids were acting strange and very upset. And they started talking to each other, and the children described something, and it was actually a sexual dance perversion. And when they looked into it, they found that a person had been brought in as a substitute teacher that had the kindergarten group do things to each other, and the children were upset. So the parents were trying to figure it out. Then Captain White got involved because it was all over the place inside the Catholic community that this was being done to the kids. And he got involved because he was looking into all these kinds of cases with the cults. And he thought it was a cult activity. And then when he provided I don't know what you call it because it's a civil case. If it were criminal, it would be the prosecution. But, the complainers, he provided them with the proof they needed that it was not just that individual teacher who had done that. And the school could say, we're sorry, we made a mistake in hiring this guy. But they proved that the school provided the training that the state was requiring. Accreditation training. You would lose your accreditation if you did not submit to being trained to provide children with this kind of activity as
That's
an
where
art
what's your name,
class.
Denise? That's what I wonder.
My name?
No, I see
Man,
it
I'm
now.
sorry to interrupt, but I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I say something real quick? These rituals, it doesn't matter if it's the state, whatever it is, when they are done, if they're satanic, it doesn't matter who it is, they have to do what their magician asks them to do, which is controlled by the shaitan. So they usually make a mockery out of them. It doesn't matter what it is, even if it's in public, it's going to be a mockery. So they have to do it because they worship the shaitan. No matter what they do, they will do it, or they'll have to suffer consequences. And usually it's somebody dear to them or not, and that's why they do it. Just to let you know.
No, it sounds about right. I think I hear exactly. It
But
sounds
the
like some
state
Kanye
comes
shit.
in, it's compelling people who would not have participated are saying, well, I'm going to lose my ability to be a public school teacher if I don't go to this program. And it was a public school teacher who provided the documentation to the court case to prove that it was a matter of policy and not an accidental act
I would
of
like to know what
random
that
misconduct.
policy requested those teachers to do. How disguised was it, and all of those things. I know they didn't put in the paperwork that you must put in 8 hours of satanic so and so and have them mock a child sacrifice.
No,
They
they
couldn't have
didn't
put it
use
in
the word
direct.
Satan. They didn't use the word Satan. They referred to appreciating ethnic traditions, and they had a sacrificial practice attributed to the Aztecs, and it included making a flute out of a human bone, which of course they wouldn't use a human bone. They would have the children use something, but they were explaining to the children that this is, something you cannot criticize. Basically, you cannot criticize human sacrifice because it's an ethnic tradition among those other people far away. But
That's
then when
not
the
how I
children were
read
brought into the...
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Excuse
that's so
me?
fucked up.
I
I'm
say
sorry, I
that
didn't
is
hear what you
not
said.
how. That's not how I read it
That's
necessarily
what
per
happened.
se. I
That's
heard
what
you.
happened.
I heard you. I
Yeah.
would interpret that as perhaps they were teaching them that this culture used to make sacrifices and make shit out of human bones. I don't know if that's the same as endorsing it. I'm not
No,
saying
we
you're
know what
lying.
happened.
That's
We
what I
know
would.
about
You
the
know what
children
happened.
being led
I'm
to
giving
do
you
it.
my example. You know what happened. Go ahead.
No, see, you're describing ideas. I'm describing a series of events. That's a different thing.
Yes, man, they do happen. And I'll give you another example. I think like 4 years ago, there was something, I think in Britain or Germany, where a man had to fuck a pig in front of everybody in public.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive it was a sacrifice, also like this, by the shaitan, by the devil, and he had to do it because if he doesn't, he would lose somebody from his family, for example. Somebody would kill somebody from his family. So whenever you sign for something like that, there's always consequences. I'm just letting you know.
Public shaming
Another's-
rituals.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's
It's sickness, man. Sick shit.
that
A
doesn't
guy-
surprise me.
Good. It surprises me. It doesn't surprise me that it goes on, but because the guy had to fuck a pig in public, and then you say it's probably a so and so, and you go on. I don't know. I give that a percentage, man. I don't give that shit a 100%. I want to know more. He had to fuck the pig in public. For what?
Do you believe
Yeah, like, I
that
don't know all the.
It's a public shaming
Good.
ritual. So when they go
Yeah.
against something, they need to publicly be shamed, and that's why
I understand the concept. I'm not sure why,
I've
because the
got a
guy
question
fucked
for
the
you.
pig.
Was
It
it
would
an
be instantly
initiation?
No, I have a
attributed
question
to
for you.
one of those.
Jesse,
Was it an initiation?
Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you think that satanic rituals do go on in the world sometimes?
1000%, I believe they
Of
do.
course. Yeah.
Because I could see that, like, obviously, especially in a world that's full of like disinfo and things like that, and like fake conspiracy theories that are there
Yes.
to throw you off the trail. red herrings, that sort of thing. Like you need to be careful when
I
evaluating.
investigate everything. I don't assume anything. I investigate anything somebody tell me, or I won't repeat it. Or if I do, I will say I heard this, and But no, I look into everything. I get at least a few sources for everything I hear before I repeat it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's I would say that's a good attitude to have. That's the way that one ought to approach this, because to me, and this is why, like, honestly, some days I sort of feel like some days I don't even necessarily really want to go down X or Y rabbit hole, just because I've seen so many of these. I've seen so many like fake conspiracy theories that are that are literally, I think, part of just being in order to throw people off the trail. And something like the Satanic Panic in the 80s, I'm honestly, I haven't looked into enough. I'm not sure. I think that a lot of that stuff was fake. I think some of it might have been real, but I think some of it was also, probably a psyop in its own way.
That's dope.
Yeah. Well, what's fake about it, because you're an expert on some of these rituals and some of these religious customs of traditional culture, preservation society, but the thing about it is, I think it's extremely interesting, what Denise was saying about them labeling this ethnic customs to get away with it. And of course, they do view their sort of activities as sort of neo-paganism, and to that degree, there's also a neo-pagan influence within the Mormon tradition to a certain extent, because they have the Native American customs and rituals tied in there. I don't know if you want to speak on that, Denise, but yeah, I'd love for you to get into.
Well, in the case of Mormons, it's actually goes straight into their theology, because in Mormon theology, they actually worship a mother goddess. This is something that they instruct people who are not in Mormonism not to like talk about, but everybody that studies Mormonism knows about it anyway. That like they have I'm sorry, they have a mother goddess, like a Gaia figure. They have early on in the Latter-day Saint Church, they actually had a tradition of like magic, of just like practicing witchcraft. And again, the church nowadays tries to disown that, but that was a part of their early tradition.
Seems logical though, because all these cultures had weird shit in them. Some still have it today. I hear people still sacrifice chickens and do weird shit in Miami. It seems like the church would have had their weird shit. It seems like at this point they try to cover it up. They'd never come clean and be like, yeah, we used to do that shit. We was weird like everybody else. They try to cover it up and make motherfuckers dig deeper.
By the way, a lot of mainstream churches still do like animal sacrifice. The Armenian Orthodox still sacrifice chickens. The Ethiopian Orthodox still like do animal sacrifice. That's even something within relatively ancient mainstream apostolic churches.
But we can go back as far as Indians. To become a skinwalker, you have to actually sacrifice somebody dear to you, so that spirit can go in an animal and he becomes actually a spirit that he can control.
Damn.
To my knowledge.
You have to sacrifice what? Somebody like dear to you? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Indians, to my knowledge, to become a skinwalker, that's what they call it. They have to sacrifice somebody dear to them, and then when they die, that spirit goes in an animal body, and they call them whatever name, like the wolf or whatever, and they can, call up on them, and he becomes, in contact with the same person that sacrificed them. They can use them for evil forces or not evil forces, either way.
Now, to be fair, the culture which did this, which is the Navajo, like this wasn't something that was a part of their like Orthodox religious practice. This was something that was like that. This was always
back to the Indians, like back in the certain Indians. I'm not sure if they all do it or not, but I know.
Yeah, no, the skinwalker phenomenon, that's the Navajo thing, but it was always like seen as being subversive. It's like, because most indigenous traditions, not all of them, there's some of them that would have countenanced black magic, but like most of them would have made a distinction between like benevolent white magic and malevolent black magic. They tabooed the latter. So this stuff happened, but it was not like most of the Navajo would not have considered this part of their legitimate religion.
I hear where you're going with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
There
I
was
agree.
also a lot of disinformation going on towards the Native American Indians to justify the genocide that's happened towards
That's
them as
dope
well.
too. That's dope too. You got to keep that in mind. You know, we grew up, they were savages, right? It was still being painted. Those were the last days when they went and tamed the savages. Fucking that Tarzan shit was pretty bad with the white guy going in there, superhero, and with all these dark figures. Fucking look at some of those old cartoons. The way I don't know, Jews, black people, whatever fucking race you want to portray. You know, we caught the ass end of some really fucked up beliefs when we were coming up. Fucking Bugs Bunny just had, I mean, the shit we took for granted was horribly racist, bro.
Yeah, well, honestly, even the cartoons from the 90s that I grew up with, like you look at a movie like The Road to El Dorado, it's basically like the white colonized good guys. Like, and the Mayan culture is just violent and barbaric.
Right.
So I interviewed a few Native Americans, and they were talking about that there was some of that savagery pre-3,000 years ago, but they've been living in harmony with each other, with the tribes, you know, for the last 3,000 years until the colonizations, and then the colonizations painted them as these bloodthirsty savages in order to get public support to be able to treat the Native Americans how they have.
I would assume, Jesse, they were just like everybody else, like other men. There would have been savage guys. There would have been good guys. And most of the person would have been just trying to be a normal person getting through the day. You know, they people just like everybody else.
Depends
That's
on the
what I would
culture. Like
assume.
some culture, I wouldn't say any culture was savage because I don't believe that that's a valid term that you could apply to a culture. But like there, in terms of like warfare, how peaceful versus how warlike, there would have been difference between the tribes, and there's not really, you know, we don't really know a ton about like a lot of the tribes as well, what they would have been before we got there. Like, you know, there's this stereotype that like the plains tribes, like the Sioux and the Omaha, were super violent and warlike.
Right.
The reality is that, you know, that stereotype is that they were violent horsemen, but they didn't have the horse until we gave them the horse. So who knows what they were like before then.
So I heard you talking about satanic rituals before my ride home. I've done it. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I do dabble in it.
You dabble in what?
Satanic rituals, yes.
Oh,
that's just okay.
Very,
let
very
Denise get
good.
in there. Hank is largely doing that in jest. You know,
I figured I was.
He's a Unitarian Universalist. I mean, I think he said it correctly when he said dabbling.
Well, that's pretty much a Satanist, right? Unitarian.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But yeah, go ahead, Miss Denise.
I know they have fire in the church.
I know what it is. Here, hold on, Hank. Let Denise get in there. Yeah.
No, I was just laughing because, you know, I don't know. Yeah, the Unitarians I think they got their start in Massachusetts with Henry David Thoreau and the Transcendentalists, right?
Yeah.
Well,
that's what we grew up with. I mean,
from what I understand, the Unitarians basically would have been a branch. So what happened was that there was the Puritans, aka the Congregationalists, who after a century or so of Puritanism couldn't stand it anymore, and so they had a division between like the liberal and the conservative wing, and the liberal wing went and became the Unitarians, and then there was another movement that arose separately called the Universalists, and eventually the two sort of merged together. And nowadays, like I mostly just know because when I was a kid, my family was like involved in like folk music, folk revival groups. And they used to like meet at Unitarian churches. So like, I think
there's a bunch of jokes in there somewhere. There are a bunch of jokes in there.
Yeah, that's correct. All your facts are correct.
Well, I want to mention something really quick because Jim Bob and Posh are going to do something about the noble savage soon, and
another one. Wow.
Just to push back about that just a little bit. So you're saying that we should give and like I generally agree with you guys about how the Native Americans were more or less just people trying to get through their day. Well, couldn't you say the same thing about the colonialists most white people were just trying to go about their day, and then you had this evil group of people that just kind of enacted a bunch of stuff, and then now
Yes.
white people in general get blamed for that shit.
Yes,
So you see,
it's
like,
logical.
you can swing that both ways is all I'm trying to say.
It goes both ways. They were people, just like now. The Israelis are being pointed a certain way, painted a certain way. The Palestinians are painted a certain way. The average motherfucker would rather get through his day, just like us Americans. We probably evil as fuck over there right now. But man, I wish no harm on you cats, either side. But you know, to them, the Americans are evil. They're in with the Israelis. They want to kill all dark people. I'm a bad guy to somebody right now. I don't wish no harm on you.
But Joe, I'm sorry. Let me interfere real quick. I lived back home for 10 years when the war was going on. I went through 3 wars in my life, right? When I was young. Yeah. It's not mainly the people. Yeah, they do wish death to America and the same thing. It's the media controlling the people. You know what they do? Yeah. Like, say they killed somebody from their own people, right? They bring that person in pieces, bloody all over, and they show everybody in front of everybody, kids or not, so they can riot the people up, and they say this is what they're doing, and they're supporting it by USA, and they get them rioted up, and they start hating. That's the only way you can, promote war.
Oh, very good.
Same shit with the dead babies and all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same war propaganda on all sides. Always ends up looking the same. It's just like the stupid bullshit, like, you know, a few years back when they were trying to cheerlead a war with Syria against Assad, and they started lying about like Assad gassing his own people and all this just stupid like cartoon bullshit. Is the way it always works. War propaganda. You always need to create this fake existential threat or this human rights violation that chances are is happening. This is how the system works, because they know that nobody in the right mind would ever go to war because, hey, they got oil, let's take their oil. Like, you know what I mean? Like the
even the excuses they use, the human rights violations and all that. You should know they're political because they're very selective, right? They're not going in there doing the human rights violations in China or North Korea, Russia. Well, you leave them the fuck alone. It's only people who you can manipulate and bully do you fucking proclaim you're better than.
Well, which reminds
me, it happens over and over that they do the exact same thing that they accuse the others of, like that. You know, the chemical warfare and things like that accuse Assad that they did the same shit. So they accuse the others of the stuff that they have done or are going to do or do.
No, I want to invite Jeff or anybody else who's kind of like pro-Israel to some degree, because like I tried to get a debate going last time about the whole like, you know, does Israel have a right to do it? And they said, well, Israel kind of got the permission by the UN and they have a quote unquote historical thing. And I think that you could make all those arguments, but in my opinion, you're going to open the door to say, well, everybody can claim similar things. And then you can't say Mean Mr. Mustache was bad. You can't say Stalin was bad. You know, you're basically saying, well, if you have the will to power to do something, you can just do it and you can figure out the justification later. I'm okay with that. Let's just be honest about it. And again, I'm not even like attacking anyone. I'm just saying, like, I want to flesh this out because I think it relates to all this other stuff, including the occult stuff and all that, because I can't tell you how many Christians I know, and even considering myself a Christian, is like, you put a gun in their hand, you put them in a direction and make up a good enough excuse, they'll be a cult member basically as well. Like, they will go and be a cult.
Yes.
You know, it's
yes.
You know? I've got a video that I put in the private chat there, The Machine Lies, and it kind of talks about the canal and another main reason why they need Gaza and this war. So it just kind of gives a little bit of justification why this was happening. And apparently it was the CIA who created the Hamas and has been funded by the Israelis. So this is a major false flag pretending to be happening right now because they need that land and they need to have justification in order to genocide them. For 8 hours, they didn't respond to them coming into their land when a cat would be, a whole army would show up if a cat would send off a sensor. But for 8 hours, they allowed them to do this because they needed justification. And this video I put in private chat, kind of explains the canal, because the Suez Canal is controlled by the Egyptians, and last year they made $9 billion off of it, and they want the piece of that money, so they want to have their own canal, and it's going to go right through Gaza or around, and they want it right through that Gaza Strip is one of the big reasons why they want that land.
Can you send me that link? Can you text me that link, Jackson?
For sure.
Thanks.
I'll just post in the private chat again.
I just got really high really fast.
Well, it's always those. It's always these cuties that are explaining this shit. You know, it's like these Arab girls and these Jewish girls. You know.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Interesting, right? Optics,
yes.
everything. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how they get these. You know, they look like actors, but yeah, for sure. You know.
No, probably off of Craigslist. They probably are actors.
But yeah, I'm sure we won't get popped for playing this because it's on the social media website. But yeah, this Celine Lilas. This might just be a white girl, honestly.
What's her last name, Machine Lies? I know a lot of urban girls. I would know right away.
Lilas. It looks like
Lilas.
Lilas. Yeah. Yeah, that's a question mark for sure.
Yeah, it is.
It could be Layla's, or I don't know. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see this. Jesse brought us this video here. We'll watch this video here.
Why the Western powers support Israel?
Yeah, I can tell from her accent right away. Let's hear it.
Yeah, for sure.
You exactly how. This is a shout out to my uncle who told me to do some research on the Ben Gurion Canal. And I did, and I took notes. Now, who is Ben Gurion? He is known as the founding father of Israel. He was the first prime minister, yes, you guessed it, in 1948. And this canal is a proposal to connect the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea through here, right? But we already have a connection.
I'm getting Arab vibes by the way she's talking. But yeah,
a little bit, yeah.
You're like Arab, yeah.
And it's called the Suez Canal. And if you don't know the history, let's get into it. The Suez Canal was opened in 1869, and the Suez Canal Company was given a 99-year lease to own the Suez Canal. And guess who owned the Suez Canal Company? The French and the British. I think it's also important to note that the British Empire originally was opposed to building the canal because they thought it would directly threaten their economy. But instead, they just decided, let's benefit from it, bought 44% of the shares in 1875. So they were all good. Now, in 1888, the maritime powers, Great Britain, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Spain, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Russia, and Turkey, signed this thing called the Convention of Constantinople. What's important about this is it said that every single nation should be able to use the canal, whether at war, at peace. It cannot be denied access to anyone. In 1949, Egypt denied Israel access after the Nakba, after they did what they did. That was a huge deal. It was a big statement because of this. Now, in 1956, when the US was basically having a proxy war with the Soviet Union in that region, the Egyptian president at the time, Gamal Abdel Nasser, decided to nationalize the Suez Canal, so take it away from the British and French-owned company, essentially because the US reneged on a previous agreement to finance the Aswan Dam project that was for the Nile, getting water and electricity to the Egyptian population, etc., etc. This was a massive shift, a huge move in the region and globally. Probably why it was also used as a battleground in the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. Now, after the Arab-Israeli War and the Geneva Conference, etc., what you need to know is Israel and Egypt signed a peace treaty at Camp David.
By the way, I just want to point out that so far, everything that she's talked about, we have covered. So, yes, so far we have. Yeah, so far we've covered all of it. But yeah, oh, Jesse, you're muted.
Oh yeah, and this is all facts. This isn't feelings. This is facts on what's gone on here, right? A lot of people have feelings on which side and pick what side for feeling based, but here we're actually listening to straight facts.
Yeah, I haven't heard no opinion shit yet.
She's been 100 about the facts because we've covered all the stuff from the Suez Canal to the Camp David Accords, and we even mentioned that the opponents of of Gamal Abdel Nasser were the Muslim Brotherhood, who then were actually the people who formed the Hamas group later. So they basically are Hamas, you know, later. And then they assassinated the president of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, when he did the Camp David Accords. That's the group who actually assassinated the Egyptian president,
wow.
the Muslim Brotherhood. So so the Brotherhood in Egypt, yeah, they are some real mofos. And we also covered some information about Sayyid Qutb, how he was educated here in I believe it was UC Berkeley. And so it's funny that he was radicalized in the US. And you know, he combined his Sharia law system with radical leftist politics and all that stuff too. But yeah, it's interesting. Of course, I had to point that out because I can't possibly sit here and say that this bimbo knows stuff about this that we haven't covered, because that would make me look unprofessional. But yeah, we have covered this information. But yeah, having said that, she's 100 on everything she's saying for sure. Yeah. And she's got a slick little tattoo. You guys see that tattoo on her arm? You know.
I do, yeah.
Signed by Jimmy Carter. This is from a U.S. government website, by the way. My sources are checked, tried, and trusted. And the U.S. was given credit for orchestrating a peace treaty between these two countries.
I think I remember that.
Why were they involved from the beginning? Who knows? The U.S. has always been here. We're in 1979 now. Should all be cool. A peace treaty was signed. Like, everything is perfect. Suez Canal is open to everyone. Cool, great, right? Wrong. 16 years before this, and even before the Arab-Israeli War, the U.S. Department of Energy and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory had been making a plan for something else. In 1963, they made a classified plan to help excavate the Negev desert hills with 520 nuclear bombs to help create a canal. This was only made public in 1993, 1994, depending on the sources you check. So at the time of the peace treaty, nobody knew this was going on, except, of course, Jimmy Carter. Now, we could also talk about how the war was a collision between Britain, France, and Israel, and they decided to initiate the war, but we'll save that for another time. You might be asking yourself, why do they want to build another canal? Like, we have the Suez Canal right here. Why do we need a canal through here? This is where the money comes in, baby. Without the Suez Canal right here, ships from Asia would have to go all the way down and around Africa in order to reach Europe. This canal right here currently sees the passage of 12 to 15%, depending on the source you check, of the world's trade and 10% of the global oil distribution. Just this little canal right here. And who benefits from this? Egypt, of course. It's
Okay, so this also ties into Iran too, because there's a major waterway in Iran called the Strait of Hormuz that they say if Iran blocks that off, it's going to stop a lot of trade too. So it's also connected with Iran. It's these major tradeways like the Suez Canal, like the Strait of Hormuz that's connected to Iran, you know, that are these major conflict regions as well, you know. And then another thing about it that's interesting is the historical presence of Egypt that we've been talking about just in our recent things. We're talking about the Alexandrian Jews and how the Jews were so powerful in Egypt during the time of Jesus and all of that stuff. So it's just fascinating stuff, you know, from a historical perspective, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and they want to paint Iran as the big bad enemy, but didn't they just give them $50 billion? Didn't Obama give them a whole pallet full of cash, arming them up? So if that's the enemy, why are you arming? Why are you funding these terrorists? Why are you funding Hamas? Why are you funding these people that you're saying now is the enemy? And people want to pick sides. It's these parasites that are pulling bankers, the ones that are pulling these strings. Those are the ones who are the real problem, not the ones that are, you know, involved in the conflicts. That's just the cannon fodder.
Yeah, but they pinky sweared and said they weren't going to use their money to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And machine lies, if I can add to this too as well, that even Hezbollah in Lebanon, USA gave them $40 million last year or so. Yes, and they also are under an international treaty with the Saudi Arabia and other countries because Lebanon is owned by like multi different countries under the under the invasion, whatever. So people are fooled to think that Hezbollah or Hamas or any of these proxies are fighting for people's rights and all that. They're not. Any Muslim, even if they get attacked by any country, if you're a true Muslim, you cannot fight back unless it's the last option. Meaning there's no more options for you to run anywhere. That's the last option.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know, these Saudi Arabian dogs, let's just call them that.
Yeah, they are.
They're actually funding these groups that are murdering people in places like Yemen. So they're murdering Arabs in Yemen. So if you think they're not going to kill a few Arabs just because they're Saudi Arabians, think again. You know, they're bloodthirsty, killing, and their hands are dripping with blood of their own Arabs. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God!
British monarchy is the one who installed the government and the crowns inside of Saudi Arabia. Those are all just another extension of the British monarchy.
Yep. And also, like what Machine Last was saying too, like in terms of killing Muslims against Muslims, I'm a Shia Muslim, right? If I go to Saudi Arabia, they hate Shia so much. If you have to go to Mecca, I have to have literally people protecting me not to get killed just to go to Mecca, which I would never go anyway. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, they literally used ISIS to go in Saudi Arabia and blow up a Shia mosque. These people are like fucking dogs, like basically false flag operation using ISIS to go into the Muslim countries to just kill the Shias. It's like,
and by the way, these people, so the Saudi government, its official ideology for the last couple hundred years has been Wahhabism, which Wahhabism was something which was promoted by the West as a means of basically corrupting and destabilizing the Islamic world, and it's done that extremely well. I mean, you look now and you see these armies of Salafis and Wahhabis that are going around basically saying that like 95%, this isn't just Shias, of Sunnis. They're saying that like 95% of Sunnis are actually pagans, and that they're going around basically just destroying traditional Islamic cultures because they're saying like if you listen to music then you're evil. So they ban music, they'll burn musical instruments, they'll destroy anything that they consider to be an older custom. They basically are like the Islamic version of globalists.
Yes.
Isn't pagan just means living off the land?
It means rural. From Latin, the Latin word that it comes from just means rural. It means country person.
Country person living off the land and stuff. So, but ISIS is apparently the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. That's again where these false flags are coming from.
And again, they're part of this ideology. They subscribe to this ideology that basically is like ultra puritanical Islam, that they consider that their number one enemy is other Muslims who they don't consider to be Islamic enough.
Well, it's an interesting project that's going on now in Christianity too, that they're saying that the Islamic influence within a society is just a parallel society, so it's actually just a form of Islamic and or Christian modernism, where it's just Christianity. It's because they couldn't have Christianity plus liberalism. They use technology as a backdoor. So they say, oh, no, it's not a liberalism that we want. We just want technology, so we want to update our Christian or Muslim values with technology. So that's what Wahhabism really is. It's like Islamic Protestantism, really, where they get to have their cake and eat it too, because they have the state. The state is the model for Islamic laws. And of course that betrays a liberal ideal about social determinism, that if you change the state laws, you can change an individual person, or the individual doesn't matter. It's just the state laws, that determine the individual, and that's garbage,
And one thing too, Machine Lies, what people don't think about these wars, when they make these wars and put them on people, say for example Lebanon right now, right, or Palestine, when all these cities are destroyed and everything is done, and these people need money to really come back and restructure and all that. Guess who's funding these? Who comes and funds these people? Hamas, Hezbollah. So then, in the eyes of the people, they look at them. Oh my God, they're saving us. They're fighting for us, and now they're backing them up.
Yeah, it's logical.
The whole destabilization of that area, and supporting the actual terrorists that are actually fucking shit up for everybody.
Exactly.
Okay, where's the postmodernists to take the win out of the sales of modernists? Where are they? Where's the Islamic postmodernists at?
Oh, the Islamic, that is part of the project here, because we'll go into that because the postmodernism, joins with this crazy kind of accelerationist mentality, and that goes back into Islam, because Islam is continually pulled out as the boogeyman in that scenario. So it's interesting connection there later, where Islam has to be kind of the boogeyman of the West. Basically, for the last 50 years, Jews have used angry Muslims or angry brown people to scare the shit out of white people into going to war for the Jews.
And then and a lot of it is because
to put it shortly,
well, there's the sense that the Islamic world they're not doing what they're told. Like they're Islamic world is maintaining the fact it's the Islamic world. It's not doing what like look at like Hinduism right now under Modi. It's a joke. Like Hinduism doesn't pose any sort of threat. It's completely liberalized. It's completely modernized. Buddhism is like Christianity in the West has become a joke. Like Islam is not a joke, and it's the only institution in a westernizing, globalizing, technologizing world that isn't a joke, other than Western global technocracy. And as a result, it is going to be the boogeyman, because it's the number one ideological thorn in the side of world domination.
That true connection to source, creation, customs, traditions, and not like the rest of them are mostly wishy-wash, right? And that's why it's the biggest enemy and the target of these global parasites.
I was looking for my knife. I missed that. You say source, creation, something.
Well, I want to say two things really quick. First of all, I think people in the West who don't like the powers that be should at least be interested in why Islam is such the enemy that it seems to be. And secondly, I want to say the woman on the screen is very beautiful. I don't know what you guys in the chat are talking about.
Hey, can Machine Lies, can you bump up his mic?
Yeah,
Bump
who
up
said
his
that
sound.
oh yeah, I got you, Neuro. Let me try to see if I could. Sometimes it's not possible, but yeah, I don't know. It says it's not possible. I don't know. I guess
It sounded like some heavy breathing in the background.
And that too, and if someone could kill that, watch that background noise when he's talking too. He's really low.
Yeah, hold on. I have to unmute you. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
hold on, Nero. You have to unmute yourself for a second. I don't know if, or it won't let me edit his mic setting. Oh, there we go.
God.
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me turn you up there. There we go. All right, now he's turned up all the way. So, yep.
Yeah, it's too loud now. I'm in a loud place. I had to yell over the thing. No, I was just saying. First of all, people in the West should take at least some interest to see why is Islam the biggest target of the system? Because obviously they don't see Christianity or anyone else as a threat, like Trad was saying. And secondly, I want to say the woman on the screen is very beautiful. I think the people in this chat are tripping.
Dan, come on, Dan.
And so just like the Native Americans were such a big target and been genocided, 90% of the entire population has been genocide. Over 100 million were here now. There's less than 10 million is because of that connection, because of their medicines, because of a lot of their traditions. They couldn't have that going against, what the, indoctrination of these Western societies. Same type of thing now for the Muslim. That's the next
Islam,
big threat.
yeah.
The next big threat to their global domination.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I would like to say that the Universalists did, on record, have control of the cathedral. So we may or may not, I won't confirm or deny that we have control of the technocracy right now.
Well, the specifically with what happened to the Native Americans, and really what's been happening ever since, the West has always had like a control problem. What I mean by that is that it seems as though for hundreds of years, Western society has had this nagging desire, in a way that even other empires in the past have not had, to establish total absolute control. So this very black and white system, which I think comes out of the Christian fundamentalism, this black and white notion that you're either with us or against us, you're either the blessed or the cursed, and that it's like we can't have any tolerance for anybody that steps out of line at all. It's an extremely authoritarian mindset. And when you are up against the Native Americans who, for thousands of years weren't in contact with anything going on in the old world, in the European world, and all of a sudden it becomes like an existential threat to this sense of control, the sense to which Western man wants to be totally in control of their environment, and to feel threatened in any way, to feel like their power and their dominance is threatened in any way, sends them careening down this dark road, and so they have to react violently. And we see
violence. That's how they respond. Violent. Yeah.
You believe in our Bible and our God and our Jesus, otherwise we're gonna murder you because our God told us we should. Like, how fucked up is that?
And by the way, and keep in mind, the Western interpretation was literally that these people were less than human, because the Western interpretation under Protestant Christianity, but even under Roman Catholicism as well, was that unless you accepted Jesus Christ into your life, you were going to be tortured for all eternity, even if you had never heard of Jesus. So like all those people living in the Americas, God just created those souls to be damned. Like this is what these people thought. Like these people literally thought these people that were less than humans, and that earthly existence was a brief respite before eternal torment for crimes that they're not actually responsible for.
You also had to be baptized, so that damned all Muslims and Hindus and all of that. Christians, you had to be baptized as well as accept Jesus. So it's an exclusive club.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be different stipulations in terms of joining different churches and groups, but I'm not really sure what the marker is, but the marker for salvation, that might be a little more complex. Now, for the Islamic and the Jewish system, they do have a theopolitical system, meaning they have certain laws and commandments and stuff that if you agree to be a Muslim, you have to follow those. But in terms
it's no different from Christianity, right?
Well, see, that's the thing. In Christianity, the church has to function as a parallel society to the government. So you have the state and the church, and there's all sorts of stipulations as to how they interact with each
doesn't
other.
exist. That doesn't exist with the Muslims. I'd assume a similar thing exists. The government has Islam written all over it. And the Muslims do it.
No, but like, for example, like in the Quran, there's certain straightforward punishments for things. Like, for example, like adultery, like trading money on interest, which is called usury in our religion. You're not actually not allowed to do that, and also the caliph is not allowed to control the economic system. So there's
Who's
all
the
of these.
caliph? The
That's
caliph.
like that's the that's the leader of the
The
Muslim
leaders are not
government.
allowed to control.
So,
Okay.
And
yeah,
here
they're
in
not allowed to have like they're not allowed to control like the property.
I think in
So
spirit and maybe even written in law, in America, the politicians are not supposed to be able to benefit, but they've found so many ways to skirt around that shit is dumb.
And here in Canada, Joe, so the Christian churches were targeted when they had to do all the lockdowns. So they had 100 people. They were arrested, locked down. When the Muslim, places, the temples, they
No
had
way. The
they had
mosque.
the mosques. They had thousands. Never once was talked about. Never once was touched. And sometimes there would be thousands of people going there, and it was never once
What
brought
was that
into
about? What was that, Jesse? What, in your opinion, were they afraid of the Muslims? Was it some type of psyop? What was that? What caused that?
Well,
Why they go
I
after the
think it's like
Christians and not the
how
Muslims?
what machine lies said is that that type of the Christians are actually in line with the government, have to follow the government, when they don't have that same type of thing with the Muslims, right? So they can actually go and tell them to do these things.
yeah, like there was actually it, since like the law is like written there in the Quran, like you could technically like tell the caliph like they're not following the damn law because they're
That'd be
just
dope.
like they're held accountable by the damn book that you're held accountable by. But
Right.
in the Christian system, if you want to call it, I
Yeah.
guess the church is holier than the state, and you see this in St. Augustine's City of God when he talks about Rome, and you also
Yeah.
see it in Romans 13, where Paul makes a kind of a distinction between the powers on earth and the powers in heaven. So there's this huge thing in the Bible that a lot of the modernists seem to have favored the Islamic system. Why? Not because they adore Islam, but it's because it provides a stately model where the state determines certain laws. For example, that the caliph can't own property, can't control the property of the people.
All right. I was thinking you had some separate there, but now I'm thinking you're back. I'm thinking Christianity could use that same argument and say that it is bound, the state is bound by it. They can't do whatever harm that they do. They would say these are Christian values and the state is bound by them as well. If they didn't say it outright, that's what they'd be saying. I got a lot of Christian buddies, man, and they argue to me really dumb arguments. Watch your mics, guys. Of why Muslims are so bad, and they use arguments. How come all Muslims think it's okay to kill babies? And I'll be like, what the fuck is you talking about, man? And I'll be like, yeah, they do violent shit like this and that. It's the same argument a lot of Muslims might use for, and they do use for Christians. You're the God said you can stone an adulterer, blah blah blah. Whenever I see. It's not whenever arguments start getting left versus right, like that, my ears go up, and it's probably neither. Something different.
Paint the other side as evil type of mentality and do all kinds of propaganda to do it, like they did in the Ukraine stuff, where they were showing all these dead bodies and then someone like lifts up out of the bag, right? They showed that on live TV. He didn't get the memo, right? Like, a guy's like smoking in the back, supposed to be dead, right? So there's all kinds of stuff, but they need to have the masses look at the other side as evil, and they'll do anything possible through all their propaganda, through all their sorcery, through all their witchcraft to make the other side, the enemy, as something evil to justify their evil.
and they've built up confidence because we've fallen for that dumb shit. We've fallen for men laying down on gurneys for years. If he don't sit up, most people don't even see it and don't believe it. They've gotten away with so much nonsense. They got to be confident as fuck at this point.
And that's what's been the funny thing right now is because they originally brought Islam out as the boogeyman, and then they bombed the shit out of a bunch of Muslim people, and then all the liberals went, "Oh my God, the Muslims are the oppressed people of the world."
Backfired
and
on
then,
them.
and then they wanted to become Muslims. So
they went over there. That's right.
Little black kids. And all the little black kids were like, "Let's go be Muslims. Weren't our ancestors Muslims?"
I forgot about that.
Then they started making all these psyops for the white kids and the black kids,
Yes.
where they're like, "No. You were pagans. You are Muslim." It was paganism. So they introduced all this pagan shit, and then kids were just Buddhists. They were fucking Hindus. They were doing yoga. They were doing all this shit. And they were saying that Islam is part of the regression, So, and I know for the black people, they introduced a lot of Egyptology and that type of stuff. So then they said, basically, you were kings in Africa before the Arabs came and enslaved you. Even though those black people converted to Islam, it's ridiculous. Because all of North Africa converted to Islam and they were enslaving each other. It was black people enslaving black people. It had nothing to do with Arabs. So I think
machine lines. Even if they were enslaved, they were not enslaved by the true Muslims, because the true Muslims, at the end of the war, like after the 1300s, the Abbasids and them took over. Those are not true Muslims. Those were killing people, invading countries, believe in the state, believe in government. True Islam does not believe in any government. You can't govern anybody.
Every time my Christian buddy, when I tell him shit that Christians did, because he always Muslims do evil shit. When I tell him a bunch of evil shit that Christians did, that's his argument. They weren't real Christians though. Christians don't do that. That's his argument as well.
No true. Well, I'm just saying, like, based on the Quran, that's how it is. Like, even in the Quran, for example, if you admit adultery, right, or rape, right, you have to have 4 witnesses. Now, find me 4 witnesses, for example, where you commit adultery. It's going to be very hard. And
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
What if you film a porno? Do they have to be live witnesses, or it doesn't matter?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
It's not what if you film a porno? Do they have to be live witnesses? Or
no, it's not. No, it's not live witnesses.
I don't know about pornos, Hank, but I'm just talking about in general.
No. It's just saying that there would have to be a very high level of evidence, meaning that there'd have to be 4 people that be like, "Oh, so and so people were doing some fuck shit behind people's back and stuff." So like that would make it more credible. Like for example, there has to be 4 people in the decision making process that notice there's some fuck shit going on, but generally, prostitution is illegal, but if you turn on a camera, it's legal, so it's and there's a lot of human trafficking that goes on that way through that back door, so it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Cascadia and Anarch wanted to get in there, and you just have a lot of static when you're not on, so just keep it muted.
I'm on my Bluetooth on my phone, and I wasn't going to talk for too long.
He's on the train, so guys, just forgive his audio, but he's going to go off on something. Go ahead, Cascadia. Don't worry about it.
I just finished watching the Andrew and Matt debate, and Matt Dillahunty pretty much walked off right after the opening statement and rage quit.
Oh, no way. That's an interesting turn of
Andrew who and Matt and what debate?
It was all modern day debates, and it was Matt Dillahunty versus Andrew Wilson, and Matt Dillahunty rage quit. But Matt Dillahunty's fan base was all saying, "No, Matt Dillahunty won because the other guy was bad."
Oh, Matt Dillahunty's a fool. He was the guy that got totally wrecked and humiliated by Daniel Hakikachu.
Yeah, let's try to see if we
like
can
all
find
atheists.
it.
Yeah, please, because I'm unaware of all of these names.
Yeah, let
you
me try
guys
to
are
find the
saying. I
video,
don't know
because
one
that is a
name.
major. Because I debated this person too, and so did Trad Culture, and apparently one of the biggest debate people had a debate with him, and he just walked off.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, it triggers pretty much goes for the other debater's mind and makes them angry so they can't debate properly. He did that to Scholar Fiction.
Yeah, but it's pretty easy to do that to Andrew. That's basically he spent the whole debate we had flailing, on the same position. Even though he already admitted that. Well, it looks like there's a whole debate here, so I don't know if he walked. Oh, okay.
Debates,
I see. He walked out. Okay, he walked out.
Yeah, they're having a conference today.
Okay, here we go. I found the video. So yeah, let's watch. Because this is funny.
He was quite arrogant and insulting, and
well, this is the guy. Keep in mind, this is the guy that like constantly loses his shit and loses his cool, and I mean basically destroys any notion that atheists are rational in any way. Because I mean, literally, like during his Daniel Hikikachu debate, he started getting mad. He started losing his shit. He started accusing Muslims of being child lovers. It was really embarrassing.
I don't know if Brother Talcott was talking about Matt Dillahunty or the other guy.
I was talking about Wilson. But here, pull it up. It's
you watched it, did you, Brother Talcott?
I saw some of it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah,
Toilet Bowl Earth was restreaming it, and I caught a little bit of that, and it was like, huh. I was interested because I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, but Trad is talking about Dillahunty. Yeah, so what were you saying about Dillahunty, Trad?
Basically, he's a little boy who has emotional hissy fits when he gets caught, and he's an embarrassment, and he's pathetic, and he makes his entire movement look intellectually pathetic, which it is. But it's his MO during the Daniel Hikikachu debate was to immediately throw a hissy fit, start screaming the drop of the F word like multiple times, because basically he didn't expect that his epistemology would actually come under fire, come into question. And now all of a sudden he realizes that without assuming the modern Western epistemology, he has absolutely nothing except for stupid slogans and bloviating. And because he wasn't prepared he wasn't prepared for the fact that Daniel Hikikachu was going to be the kid saying the emperor has no clothes. He wasn't prepared for that because he can't think outside his tiny little Western modern box. The result is that he flailed and he looked pathetic, and he started screaming and shouting. At one point, he like went up and got up in Daniel Hikikachu's face and threatened to punch him. It was about the most embarrassing.
What
is that on this that we're about to see?
This is Andrew Wilson today.
But you painted a really good picture there, bro. You painted a really fucking good picture.
That would be a funny boxing match, though. Just two fat nerds, just fighting. It'd be hilarious. But yeah, let's watch this.
Hey James, I just sent you a message.
All right, we are going to kick it into an open discussion. So 50 minutes, and let's kick it.
No, I don't think so. I'm not going to sit here and dignify the preparation that I went through and what people were here for.
You're so indignant.
Keep interrupting me.
I am.
Okay.
You're so indignant.
Would the moderator like to step in so that I can finish what I'm saying?
Please, Matt. Please. How dare someone have an opposing worldview?
I'm not going to sit here and dignify what was supposed to be a debate about Christianity versus secular humanism, which one's better for the world.
Yes.
With someone who clearly showed up with an agenda that has nothing to do with that. Someone who refers to trans people as deranged lunatics who will self-terminate if you dare to question them.
How am I wrong, Matt?
Someone who misrepresents a quote from a debate where I said I wouldn't make a law about 9-year-olds having sex being legal with respect to the 9-year-olds, not that I was in any way in favor of it, and that I was actually opposed to it, which I addressed during that debate. But moreover, this is not remotely an honest interaction on the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable. Because this, when he presented his position here, has nothing to do with secular humanism. From the get-go, it's all about me. Matt thinks Matt thinks. I'm giving what Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt
Matt's
thinks.
position.
What Matt
It's
thinks.
Matt's position.
I
It's Matt's
came in
position.
with the Secular Humanist Manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't
They're your
just
positions.
that aren't merely my position.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position, it
This
makes it
guy's
valid.
not serious, and I'm leaving. James, if you want a refund, you
Well,
let me know.
good day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my
I
refund.
would cover his refund.
No. Nope. Nope.
By the way, this is very typical Matt Dillahunty behavior. He's like this all the
No,
time.
I'm not going to dignify a debate with
That
him.
was extremely weak, and I could rip him apart.
And all of the things that he's being right now, he's already said he will cover my
See,
expense.
he's
You
still
don't have anything to worry
arguing.
about.
Oh my
This
God,
debate
he
is
looks
over.
so bad
Bye.
right now.
Goodbye.
They get paid to debate?
Jackass.
Apparently, yeah.
Did you call me a jackass, Matt? Well, you and your husband have a good day, Matt.
Oh.
Have a wonderful day, Matt. Yeah. Yeah. No, that was fine. I mean, if you're going to take a parting shot, I will too, Matt. Yeah.
My parting shot's correct.
No, your parting shot's correct. Oh man, tough crowd. Tough crowd.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson is really good at getting people's heads.
No, that dude is weak, right? The other dude in the brown jacket. Surely he's just.
By the way, he has millions of followers. This guy is one of the top atheists. This is one of the top YouTube celebrities arguing for atheism, and he's in this.
Which one was the atheist?
Matt Dillahunty, the guy that walked.
The
off.
guy that got up and walked.
Yeah, and
He's got millions of followers.
These atheists or really Abrahamic missile theists, they have like three arguments, pretty much. And they just,
well, they're whiny. Literally, all they have is just your God is mean. Your God is bad. Like that's literally all they got. It's like
your God's
babies,
angry.
Intellectual babies. Like I mean, I'm not even kidding when I say that there is no group of human beings on this planet that I have more profound disrespect for in every way imaginable than atheists. Based on all the experience I've had of them, they're the most childish, immature people that have ever existed.
Yeah, other than that, flat earthers or a little bit worse than atheists. But that's about it.
Pink, I fucking love you, man.
I don't want to start a flat Earth conversation, but ain't Google Earth the thing? Can't we just Google Earth the Arctic wall and get this shit over with the debate?
Yes, but they say it's CGI, so it doesn't count. Then we show them the weather satellite, then they just deny that CGI, even though it isn't.
For whatever reason or another, and I've actually heard this to be a factual case that you can't just go to Antarctica. There's like 3 different governments who like own that space, and they're like, they dig for shit there, and it turns out you can't just fucking go there. So
people live there though, right?
I don't know if
process. So you can just go to Antarctica, but you have to have a job. You can pay for a ticket.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't know why you would want to go there because you need equipment and stuff to like survive. I guess
there are people who live there. And they think it's hilarious. Talk to them about flat Earth theory. They think it's the funniest shit in the world.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse, because you might have interviewed somebody.
Yeah, I just interviewed a guy from a research station that was there for 366 days, and he calls it the South Pole. And when I had mentioned that I interviewed Flat Earth Dave, he went bananas and he kind of went off. He doesn't like the flat Earth at all kind of theory. So. Again, there's a lot of feelings and emotion that goes involved into it. And then as soon as you start getting into your feeling emotion, your intellect seems to get diminished because
you lose credibility.
You lose total crowd. That's what I was trying to tell him about that this Flat Earth Dave guy, he was debating some guy on some science channel, and the guy had 2 million, subscribers on YouTube. And the guy he was debating didn't have anything intellectual. It was all ad hominem attacks on Flat Earth Dave. And I told the guy that sent it to me, I said, I can't even listen to this joker because he's not presenting anything that actually has facts. All he's doing is attacking Flat Earth Dave. He was just attacking him with ad hominem.
That just happened. I think I saw that interview. I'm sure it's the one is Flat Earth Dave and this little smart ass dude. They did keep attacking Dave. And you're right. And he did lose credibility and does. But he absolutely presented arguments that Dave.
But I couldn't hear those arguments. But I couldn't listen to him because all I thought is, what a fucking jackass, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, he started with the insults immediately.
And everything, the whole entire time. So whatever he was presenting diminished and weakened because all I'm thinking is, what a douchebag. I don't even want to listen to his.
Sucks.
I don't want. I don't.
Really good arguments, bro. He was so sarcastic though, and straight up ad homs and shit. It was great. I suggest everybody go see that shit. I thought the arguments were great. So look past the nonsense that they have between each other. And Dave was guilty as well, right? Dave was guilty of jumping subjects. You know, when he get cornered, he just jumped subjects. He didn't fucking fight for his cause. He just jumped. That made him look bad as fuck too. All right, I'm emotional about that shit. I thought that was a really good fucking episode or whatever it was.
Well, it just goes to like the debates. Like every debate I've seen is two people talking past each other to where it gets like very fucking monotonous, you know, because they can't agree on the definitions and the terms of the debate.
That's not like ego there.
Yes, they can never.
There's
agree
no
on the
ego.
terms of the debate.
I can understand if you just.
Yeah, if you can't hear the other person, if you already have your opinion that the other person's flat out wrong, then there is no value to the debate. There's no value because you're not even listening to what the person is saying.
Yeah, that's how I felt with my debate with Andrew Wilson, to be very honest. I felt like he failed to define technology, and I sent him like many of my definitions. Like I think I was extremely clear with the definition I had of technology.
The machine laws, did you define your definitions at the preamble when you started your side of the debate?
I defined them as a preamble, and I agreed to send them before the debate even started.
Okay.
I was very surprised that he said he didn't need anything from me before the debate started, you know, and I thought that's just you know, in my opinion, that was foolhardy because it's like, why, you know, how, you know, something like technology where you're literally going to argue for 2 hours that it's tools. And I don't agree that it's tools, you know, so I just think that is such a stupid definition when obviously writing words, so many other things are technological, you know, yet they're not tools. You know what I mean?
Wait. I thought he was arguing that tools are part of technology. He wasn't arguing that tools totally encompass technology.
It's just he used the same exact argument that he uses with feminism against the technology thing, which his argument against feminism is that women cannot make laws because they need men to enforce them, you know. So he said to me, yeah, which is kind of ludicrous, but because women gain power in other sorts of ways.
Here's the thing: feminism and manosphere both converge to patriarchy.
Yeah, so his argument with technology was that we can just turn off the machines if we want to, but that's almost retarded. What if somebody creates a button that you can't shut off? Doesn't have a button on it that you could shut it off. You know?
I would just ask him to, okay, if you want to, turn off your computer and continue the debate, and then that would pretty much screw his whole freaking.
I did suggest that.
Good.
Yeah.
Do we want to finish watching that other video?
Oh yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got the other video too. Thank you for reminding me, but because this debate is such a a non-starter, really. You know, obviously, you know, all these debates are non-starters. But
oh yeah, I forgot she was killing it. Yeah, she was just getting to the
These
Suez
facts,
Canal and shit.
yeah, these facts are important for everyone to know about, you know,
Livermore
when it comes
National
to them
Laboratory
having their opinions.
before the Arab-Israeli War. The U.S. Department of Energy and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory had been making a plan for something else. In 1963, they made a classified plan to help excavate the Negev desert hills with 520 nuclear bombs to help create a canal. This was only made public in 1993 and 1994, depending on the sources you check. So at the time of the peace treaty, nobody knew this was going on, except, of course, Jimmy Carter. Now, we could also talk about how the war was a product of collusion between Britain, France, and Israel, and they decided to initiate the war, but we'll save that for another time. You might be asking yourself, why do they want to build another canal? Like, we have the Suez Canal right here. Why do we need a canal through here? This is where the money comes in, baby. Without the Suez Canal right here, ships from Asia would have to go all the way down and around Africa in order to reach Europe. This canal right here currently sees the passage of 12 to 15%, depending on the source you check, of the world's trade and 10% of the global oil distribution. Just this little canal right here. And who benefits from this? Egypt, of course. It's their canal, right? In 2023, they broke records and made a revenue of 9.4 billion US dollars. Yay for Egypt, right? Well, how do you think the US, the UK, France, and Israel feel about that? Not good. Suez Canal is not ideal. Up until 2014, you could only go one way, which meant for 6 hours it went in one direction and 6 hours it went in the other, which was super not efficient. It was also not wide enough to accommodate some of the largest ships in the world. So what happened in 2021? You might remember this. One of the world's biggest ships jammed the Suez Canal, leading to approximately $900 million of losses. The US was really not happy about this, and the Pentagon released a statement that this made it difficult for the movement of their military vessels, specifically to Israel, but not to worry, they had other ways. Now, when they're planning the Ben Gurion Canal, they're planning to have it 50 meters deep, which is 10 meters deeper than the Suez Canal, and 200 meters wide, which will facilitate the biggest ships in the world going in both directions. Not only that, but directly competing with the Suez Canal, Israel projects that it would make them an annual revenue of about $6 billion a year plus. And now for the interesting part. There's one feature about the Suez Canal that's also really inconvenient, and that's the fact that it's built on pretty sandy shores. Now, I'm not an engineer. Now, from what I read, sandy shores are pretty inconvenient for a canal. They constantly need maintenance. But where Israel wants to dish it out to the Mediterranean Sea, it's a rocky land texture, which is ideal for these conditions. Let's zoom into this. That's the Gaza Strip. How annoying is the placement of the Gaza Strip for them? They have to actually turn the canal around so that it avoids this piece of land. Do you see where I'm getting at? They don't want ships to have to do this entire round and add a little time and inconvenience to their journey and have such close proximity to Gaza. What if they just built it through Gaza? Oh, no, wait, they don't want to do that. They don't want to help the Palestinian economy. What do you mean? That would defeat the entire purpose, wouldn't it? Unless they took that land. Yeah, that's what's going on. Israel wants to seize Gaza, annex the land, take it over so they can build their canal through it. And the US, the UK, and France are all for that because it's going to make them a lot of money at the cost of millions of lives destroyed. Unfreaking believable. Building this canal will not only redirect trade, but historically, Arab states use the Suez Canal to put pressure on Israel. So it will not only increase Israel's geopolitical standing, but it'll also become a strategic asset for diplomatic negotiations for Israel and take away the most powerful thing the Arab states had against the US, UK, France, and Israel to keep them in line. And there you have it. That's the reason.
All right, that sounds plausible to me. But I just wondering why Israel hasn't paved over Gaza already. If they really want to get this canal done, they're wasting time. If this is what they want to do.
The land was given to them in the treaty, so they couldn't just take it unless there was justification in taking it.
Okay.
You know, it comes down to follow the money. The money has used the influence of the religions combined with the power of the states to manipulate the masses, and it's all about the money. The reason the wars and all of this shit is happening because of the money. Well, we were born into a world of lies, and it's not just the machines that lie to us, man. These humans will tell us lies for a few pennies.
Well, one shouldn't be surprised if the goal is also to enrich everyone. Usually everybody who's like a kind of an economist or a bad guy in a movie, their goal is always to save the world, not to harm the world.
I heard that.
Not all, man.
It's just the way they want to
But
go
he's got
about
a
it.
point, though.
No,
Most of these guys, fucking Thanos was trying to save the world in his own fucking way.
Bill
Yeah,
Gates
so they
thinks
got
he
their
is.
twisted way of looking at things, but
You're right.
and that goes to the eschatology. They have a pseudo eschatology, the pseudo eschatology of technological progress. The pseudo eschatology of.
I'm sorry, what's eschatology? I know the
Thank
word.
you,
but...
Joe. Joe, thank you. Help a brother out, man. What's eschatology?
Yeah, let's get in.
again?
Yeah, let's get
I've
in the
looked
word
it up
because,
before.
because I've actually dropped this word hundreds of times. So I'm sorry if in
That's
any
probably
of
why I
my
looked it up. I probably heard you say it.
if any of my other sessions you guys didn't pick up on this, but there's two words that are extremely important, and I'll go ahead and present those to you guys in terms of a religious context. Actually, I'll go with three of them. So there's three words that might come to use. One is eschatology, and here it says on Google, it says the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and mankind. Now, of course, science is a religion, okay, and it follows a secular eschatology, and that secular eschatology is a pseudo eschatology of progress, as I say, of technological progress. But there's another word called soteriology. That might be of relevance. Soteriology is the doctrine of salvation. And on the wiki, it says, because that doesn't really tell you much. So on the side of here, it says, soteriology is a study of religious doctrines of salvation. Salvation theory occupies a place of special significance in many religions. In other words, how do you save your ever-loving soul, your body, what's the true goal of humanity? All of those questions are in religious soteriology. And then there's this word, theodicy. Theodicy. Theodicy is the vindication of divine goodness and the providence in the view of the existence of evil. Okay, so
I'm 2 out of 3 of those. The first one that I asked for, eschatology or something, I was plugging up my phone and I still didn't get that one. The last two, I think I'm those. But what was the first one? Eschatology. What was that one again?
I'm going to teach back to prove that I know it. It's what happens when you die and about the final judgments and stuff.
Right, and that's sort of a collective thing. It's just like, how's the world gonna end? That's really what eschatology is. It's about the world ending. For soteriology, the question is about the notion of salvation. So in every religion, you're gonna have this. What is
How will the world end, and how will you be saved? Those two in a nutshell.
Exactly. So eschatology and soteriology, and then the last one is theodicy, and that deals with the greater problem of just suffering in the world. Because every religion has to deal with the fact that there's an all-powerful creator, but there's bad shit happening in the world. So the question is, why does God allow bad shit to happen? you know, and of course, it's a philosophical question that every religion has an answer to. You know, they all have answers to that question. You know, even science has an answer to that question, and some people
So
say
that-
that's yeah.
Is that answer free? Is that answer free will?
Well, not in science. In science, you can't have free will because it's atoms. So, but,
Whoa,
but some
How
religions,
can you can't have free will with atoms?
Because
well,
it's determinism. It's scientific
yeah, exactly,
determinism.
exactly. It's yeah. In science, you have to get a soft determinism going. In Christianity, you have free will. In Islam, you have an issue. You have kind of like no free will, but you have absolute free will in terms of God. In Christianity, they say that God has different roles. So his ability to be free is different in his capacities and roles. So they make room for human freedom and godly freedom to a certain extent, you know. But in the Islamic system, they agree that it's not true that one
Free
Islamic
will.
theologian, yeah,
I'm keeping up with none of the free will connection. If this is still connected to free will, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
You said there was no free will because of something. I thought you were explaining how free will. There's no free will in science. I don't forget that. There was no free will because there are molecules or something. What did you say? Something. I was like,
No, science needs cause and effect.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. It's called. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not called free will, but it's called soft determinism. That means that you can control, like if you want to
you
pick
can
up your
move
arm.
shit around a little bit.
Yeah,
That's soft determinism.
Yeah, yeah, you can move shit around, but how that shit moves around, you don't necessarily control, or what led to that process, you weren't in control of.
So you're saying that today when I decided to go to the movies, that wasn't my decision. It was a host of other factors that led me to make that decision. Is that where you're going?
That's what science would say. It's
Okay.
like game. It's like game theory. It's based on chaos math.
Yeah.
Like so. But yeah.
Science would also say that I think in some ways that I've made that decision, right? That I am the ultimate determining factor. That I actually literally played God and moved the molecules around. Science would say that those molecules were created for me to move around.
It's context dependent.
Well, in
so
science, there's no
that's
God.
science, yes.
So you wouldn't have played God in the first place. You would just have played nature. But you can't play nature. Nature is.
I'm not sure that there's no God in science, and most scientists would.
Oh
there
yeah,
may be no sky wizard
there
or
is,
something.
Yeah, there's historically scientists who believed in deism. So.
Yeah, so they'll have the monad, but they won't have the sky wizard god.
Yeah,
Get in there, Jack.
I think Jesse and Jesse.
Jack, you need to get in there. Jack wants to get in there.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah,
I wanted to press against your confines on science, though, because history is a science, sociology is a science. Those are determinism of cause and effect. I'll agree with that. But I believe modern science today, when you include the the ideas behind quantum physics and all of these other ideas, that I think science does explain spirit. Now, I think we've come back to this point where science and religion can unite again. But there's many people who study, focus, worship the religion of science, the religion of economics, right? Trusting in the unseen hand that guides the economy. Sorry, I took us off.
Adam Smith. Yeah, the invisible hand. Yes.
Yeah,
no, I like what you said. Well, I agree and disagree. I think that history is architectonic, just like science is, because you can have a history of science. So Thomas Kuhn actually did this. He said he said when you apply history to science, it seems that science has these paradigm shifts, and they're not just subtle shifts that change one or two things within what we know about science, but they change the whole way we conduct science itself.
Right.
So when you apply science and history, do we get counter history?
You get counter science. That's the problem.
Hey,
Haven't they? Go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say history goes through those paradigm shifts as well. As a civilization develops, it learns more about the history, and we create a greater picture. And the science and history, I think, can transform.
But haven't they used science to lead people away from God? Like, hasn't that when that's why they say the religion of science, and maybe science is actually, proving more of God theories now. So maybe it's leading people back, or at least some scientists back to God. But wasn't that the whole purpose of science, was to lead people away from God?
I thought if you could
And that's
say
where I
that
agree with Jack, that
if
it's coming back around.
you can't have God in science, if you're a scientist and you can't believe in God, I thought that was brilliant, because it's saying, because everybody thinks science is smart. If you're smart, you don't believe in God. I always thought that was a great hook from when I was young, bro. I thought, oh, that was tricky, bro.
Well, that's not true at all.
Nope.
That's right. It's not true.
Yeah, I agree with Hank.
Yeah, I think we'll all agree with
that's basically just gaslighting, though. I mean, that's because that's really all they've got is just gaslighting and just like fake appeals. Really, like
emotional appeals.
The entire
and shit.
atheist MO is to hope that you don't actually ascend to a higher state of philosophical thinking and logic, because if you do, then the whole worldview collapses on itself, and it's clearly just a cope worldview. It's clearly just false. I mean, it's clearly you can't actually make an atheist argument without throwing into question like knowledge of anything, whether you can actually have knowledge of anything or not. And that's the problem that the atheists don't want to go into the domain of philosophy, because if they do go into the domain of philosophy, then they'll be forced to reconcile that fact. They'll be forced to deal with the fact that they don't actually have any reason to believe in anything at all. Their philosophy is so confusing and so ass backwards and so poor.
They got to keep you out of philosophy. They'd have to keep you out of the philosophical arena altogether, because they'd be weak over there. So
and that's why a lot of I just want to bring up that a lot of scientists are moving towards, as Jack said, panentheism or pantheism. And what that means is they'll either ascribe godly powers to natural laws, or the property of mind to natural laws, or they'll just say, well, everything has to be one, because of physics basically determines that things are basically monistic.
I think so, yeah.
Quantum entanglement. Everything is quantum now. Quantum entanglement, where everything affects everything else.
So I think it all backs up everything you knew about God. I think quantum physics especially is trying to tell you those things are true.
No, but let me get to my point.
Yeah, let's get Hank in here.
Atheists have to either avoid philosophy. Usually, right now, at least in America, they use a shortcut of assuming Abrahamism, then using facts and logic to negate Abrahamism, and pretend that they defeated all versions of theism when they haven't even started.
I dig it. Right, because that's easy to defeat, the Abraham shit with all the crazy shit in it. That's easy to defeat, so that's where they start their argument. I feel it.
Yeah. But they don't even defeat it cleanly, because you have alternate interpretation. So they pretty much they get a stalemate against Calvinism and stuff like that. And if polytheism completely knocks all the just Abraham mysteries out, they don't know how to argue against any version of polytheism. They don't, like Pine Creek Doug had a really hard time with Jack Talcott's universalism as well. So go look that show up.
Concrete
Yeah,
Thug. I didn't hear what you said.
I was just looking for a panel where I could get away from Jack Talcott. God damn it!
I love you too, Tommy.
No,
I didn't say I love you.
I just want to say one thing really quick, which is that bringing up that philosophy and science aren't easily mixed together because people don't want you to look at things philosophically. I just want to say that that's extremely true, and that was my experience in all my college courses that were, because I took heavy science and heavy philosophy, and you go to one class in philosophy, and I didn't understand why my philosophy professors all liked me and my science professors hated me, because I would drag philosophy into the science courses and they were like, shut the fuck up, like you know, like they literally
maybe we get along because we're Baptists with heavy science.
Yeah, actually that's another thing is like, actually I think a lot of Baptists are very rigorous in philosophy, and I think that's why they don't get along well with other Christians in general. That's just my theory, but that's what I found in general.
And I'm here to stand on science as a Christian because the world lost its way. Like science always started as, we know this will just eventually coincide with God because science is the study of God's creation. It can only end up there. And then over beast system, grand illusion, it's been, prove God's not. Prove no God.
Well,
yeah, I disagree with you. I think Christians just don't really get along because they compete for each other's resources.
Right, but me and Neuro get along better than anybody I get along with in these streets.
I think we come from a similar background religiously and probably culturally too. But I think that's what I was going to say is I think that I definitely think that science has been totally bastardized, and I think that they actually misuse science on purpose. And my question was going to be posed to say, do you think there's any reconciling the scientific method versus the cult of science, which I think is what we're all kind of talking about?
It's definitely being politicized, but that's where I'm trying to help this community is I'll stare right through the fallacy and tell you what's the science and where the political manipulation is. And if I can't, I'll look into it and figure it out.
No, there's no reconciliation between the science cult, which is pretty much pushed by the media, and the actual scientific method. They can't be reconciled. Eventually, the money will run out, and they'll go to a different narrative. Like
it seems like there's a built-in way. It seems like there's a built-in way, the same way they create it, which is through media. Then if you're going to decreate it or recreate your shit, then you'd have to go through media. Social media is available. It seems like there's definitely a way to combat it.
The scientific method is you don't have to speak the same language, be in the same place, as long as you understand it. That is the isness. Because science is only the study of what our five senses can comprehend. Like, we're not bees that can see Wi-Fi signals visually, but every study of science is what our senses interpret.
Well, I guess here's my more pointed question, which is there anything about the scientific method that would directly stop, like, would anything in philosophy directly stop the scientific method from having validity if you take it to, like, let's say a theological level? Like, is there anything in theological?
Yes. The scientific method. Doesn't that part of that would be that one person has to be able to reproduce it and do the same experiment or follow the same steps and have the same outcome, right? Or else it's not true science. Is that correct?
Right.
Well,
with the variables of your altitude, depending on that.
So I actually have an answer now. Pretty much, science is slow. You can't use science to make decisions. What's optimal for me to have lunch today? Science is just too slow to make most decisions. It's just good for selling. It's good for selling facts in the universe. Science is good for settlement of facts in the universe. It's too slow for everyday decisions.
And the the cult will keep telling us that science is constantly changing and it can't make up its mind. Exactly. It's open to being like, oh, something new came up, so now this is the new standard now that we know a new thing. It's never like being trumped up. It's like, oh, now that we know this, updating.
That's just
No, I mean, but that's the problem is that, but then they
for
also get
Fauci.
into presentism. Then there's radical presentism, such that like these like atheists and just bugmen in general, they think that like, well, current scientific consensus is itself a valid argument. At the same
Agreed.
time as they'll admit that no, actually, current scientific consensus, today's science is tomorrow's fairy tales, and it's incredibly bizarre to think. Unless you really have an incredibly low opinion of science and an incredibly low opinion of the human potential to understand things, it seems to me, and it seemed to me for years dealing with these people, these science worshipers, that wouldn't you hope that 1,000 years from now, they'd be looking at us like we were the Dark Ages? Wouldn't that be your hope? Like, how
It'd be your
on
logic.
earth can you appeal to what today's consensus as though it has anything to do with what absolute truth is?
I dig it.
I don't give us 100 years, really.
Except Anthony
My
Fauci,
believer
Mr.
side doesn't give
Science
us
says
100
the
years.
science is settled, right?
No, the
Say
science
again.
is never
settled.
Agreed.
Right.
That's
Unless you're
However,
trying to
though,
go
they
back.
sell it like it's 1,000% fact, and if you don't go with
No,
this
that's the
science,
cult.
because
That's
the
the cult
greatest
side.
scientists have said so, you're gonna die. And then 20 years from now, they're like, look at the technology and science those Vikings used back then. You forced me to use that shit back then. I thought it was bullshit back then.
Doctors used to smoke cigarettes on TV to tell people that smoking was good, but was the science
But
settled
that
then?
wasn't science. This is what I'm saying, the discernment of if you're getting bullshitted politically or leadership wise versus a guy in a lab saying, here's my findings, this is what I did, this is the findings, here's the data, this is the facts. It's two different things.
Yeah,
well,
Tommy's
not
right.
exactly, because before we knew about bacteria, doctors literally just went into corpses, then delivered babies, and that was science then.
Oh, and that's going to troll them because we didn't know about germ theory till after we gave blankets to Native Americans. So, might have been an accident, the whole smallpox delivery.
We didn't know about
But hey,
germ theory till after.
Yeah, we
I'm sorry,
were already establishing this country, and people were just pouring shit and piss out their windows in the city, not knowing there's anything to it.
Yo, I mean, that's because the Westerners were basically unhealthy zombies, and in fact, there's actually narratives in a lot of these Native American cultures of like the white vampire, the white zombie that comes and brings disease, because these were relatively disease-free societies, actually extremely healthy societies, and they were coming into contact with an extremely unhealthy society, which
Right.
was
It's like War of the Worlds. I'm not debating that we brought it. It's like there's stuff that could thaw out in Antarctica that we haven't experienced in our immune systems that we could have a bad day.
But
But I'm
sanitation was
saying
the
as
big thing. Once they
as far
created
as
sanitation,
purposefully being like, ha ha ha, let's give them these blankets full of smallpox, boys. I don't think it was like that.
and once they created sanitation, and that's when they started to become disease-free, and then they mixed it with science. Oh, look, we gave them all these things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're healthier, but it was actually sanitation that created a healthier society in Western society.
I wouldn't even say disease-free, though, because basically what happened is that, basically the diseases just changed. That now we're really, in a real sense, we're less healthy than humanity's ever been. We're a degenerated species, but it's just that the diseases that we have are chronic diseases that don't kill us. They just make us sickly and miserable all the time.
Yeah, we're keeping ourselves away from it so much. Our immune, like even the whole face cover thing. It's like helping you keep your immune system weak, whereas nurses, sewer plant workers that are just around it, they have good immune systems. What was the pre-us? The not Cro-Magnon man. What was the guys just before our like hairless monkey style? I'm losing the name.
Can't remember.
Neanderthal.
Yeah, Neanderthal. They actually had far better immune systems and were more equipped for like just being outside all the time. They could probably even eat raw meat much safer compared to us. Just we have the intelligence and we bred them into
The
our
meat would have
system.
been safer then too.
No.
It's
No, that's not it at all, Jack.
The meat is full of estrogen and fucking with antibiotics and hormones and all sorts
Money's
of
a
shit.
lie. I know. No, the reason you can
90%
eat a
of the
rare steak.
pharmaceuticals sold in the world are injected into animals. So imagine how many pill pushers, how many pill poppers are out there. That's only 10% of the pharmaceuticals sold in the world. The other 90% are put into animals. So just imagine how
never heard
toxic
that
animals.
Yeah, now forget all that. Let's just say we're two guys with cows that we raised ourselves on land. And we chop their heads off, butcher them up. You can eat a rare steak, but you shouldn't eat rare burger because the burger touched the outside air where things could land on it, grow, go salmonella style. Nothing got in the middle of that rare steak. That's why you can eat it bloody.
That's correct.
Rare steak?
Hey, can I like
No.
I already did kind of change the direction of the topic, but the
so
stream
you got off the
steak.
title topic.
Rare steak, motherfucker.
No, the solution. I'd like to. I know you touched on it earlier, the Melchizedek influence, and as I understand, that might be what we need.
You just need to get a job, hippie.
Spirituality, man. That's the solution for us to overcome the scientific dilemma.
Duality, man. Why are you trying to
I actually
overcome
like
science?
this idea for once.
Are you trying to overcome science or overcome the cult? Because I don't hear anybody discerning this yet. I'm trying to get us on that level.
How about we overcome the world, the worldly ways? The worldly ways have brought us religions and governments and
How about you get your hippie ass a job?
Thank you. Thank you, fellow PDF.
Cecil, how about you work with me and we find a way to end wage
that ain't happening.
slavery? Slave?
I got too many disagreements with you, Jack Calcott. I'm never working with you.
I know. You'll find disagreements till you end. And I move on, whatever. Or you move on and I end, whatever.
I'd say it's more like that. You got those hatchet boys coming up in your future. I don't know if you'll climatize well with that street life.
No. I plan on success, Tom. You keep fucking trying to prepare me for failure, and I'm saying no, let's focus on success, dude.
No, I'm trying to get you out of failure.
That's the dilemma. I'm actually not failing.
I'd appreciate it if you handled me the way you did just hours ago when you kept backstaging me. Don't be all nice to me here.
I was trying to be nice to you there too, Tom. Believe it or not.
So what does that Timmy boy say about the word try? I can't believe I'm citing the Timmy that Flow State was wrecking.
I get so confused over who this Timmy person is.
Actually, you need to have a talk with Timmy Machine Live.
I think I get confused over somebody else that might be named Jimmy. So I think there's somebody named Timmy and there's somebody named Jimmy, and I'm getting them the fuck confused. Because
I haven't met Jimmy. I only know Timmy.
Yeah, see.
I have an idea for a job. We'll get Jack Talcott a guitar, and he'll just play wherever.
Just when the guitars play well, get paid well.
I'd have to learn guitar.
I think the thing Jack and Paul have in common is the sooner they get to a higher platform and more ears, that's their downfall. Like some nice people are here being like, sorry guys, you're full of shit. And they're not going to believe us until they get up to that Fox News UN level and get ridiculed.
I'd like to talk to that atheist guy who's got the $1 million or the 1 million subscribers or whatever.
Matt Dillahunty, yes. We could.
I think it's easier to count how many people you don't want to talk to.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to when they find my massive flaw and my downfall. So I'm putting
Oh,
me
your
up there.
melanin. Your melanin tone, sir. We've already found it. Tell him, Bill.
Then stop Obama.
Thanks, Machine Lies. We'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you,
All right.
Jesse. Thank you for joining us. Have
All
a
right,
blessed
you
night.
too.
He wasn't feeling the energy.
I took the vibes.
He's got enough on his plate. He has millions of, things.
Yes, he has a job.
No,
Probably
he's
more-
interviewed Tommy Chong,
Who's ever
David
washing
Icke.
dishes in the background, watch your microphone.
At Cecil, he's washing it without muting.
Oh yeah, Cecil. Yeah, I guess I should just
Well,
mute
maybe you
Cecil.
could chop
Yep.
stuff. Do some prep for a while.
Yeah.
Man, I don't
think,
see how he's alive.
Yeah, that's the reason why some of our guests just leave. Yeah, don't worry, Cecil. I just muted you for now. But yeah, if you want to say something, just unmute yourself. But yeah.
Yeah, just got annoyed.
Oh, we're chilling.
Man, I hate it when when you have a sprayer that has no pressure, that is a shit situation in that job.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Like, dishwasher is one of my top Zen jobs, but when you want to just let your mind do the Zen wander thing and you're just going through dishes, I love that shit. It's also a good
Hey, I get a
traveling job.
lot of chance to think. I get a lot of chance to think and meditate and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Also,
Driving.
stuff when nobody's looking.
Driving is where I get a chance to commune and go deep.
I mean, I just want to point out that I had like, I mean, I legit had like 38 viewers in here before Cecil started washing dishes, and it just shot up to like 10 more viewers. So whatever you're doing, Cecil, please just keep doing it. Keep doing it. People love to see you washing these damn dishes out here. And here is see. This is again. You guys mentioned somebody named Timmy. Am I right? See,
you were talking about Jimmy Shively. Thank you.
This is Jimmy. Yeah, this is Jimmy. Yeah. So
big difference.
Yeah. So
and I feel bad for saying I didn't know who Jimmy was. I would have known him by Shively. Thank you, Jimmy Shively.
Jimmy Shively. Bless you, brother. So now I know which one is a fan of mine. so
yeah.
Jimmy, bless you, brother.
Jimmy's the cool one.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Jimmy's the cool one.
Yeah, Jimmy likes me. Timmy, I believe, does not like me at all because I guess he thought that there was billions of people in Africa that don't use cell phones, and I had to correct him on that.
Yeah, cell phones are like the only form of computation in Africa.
On the contrary,
get the
an
laptop.
African with a cell phone is how they demonstrated how XRP can travel offline with no internet connection. You can still move the digital currency XRP, and they showed that as an African with just like a Nokia. It wasn't even a smartphone; it was a Nokia.
Yeah, but bless you, Jimmy, man. Thanks.
But shout to Africans, they always get the Super Bowl winners wrong because they get sent the loser jerseys. Charity.
This world is fascinating. America sends trash and garbage to all these other countries. And you know what? This world is fucking insane. It is absolutely insane.
But I did a paper in college about how us sending our electronic waste to China to be recycled is how they got government hard drives and information about our country. Because they hard drives. We check those.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah,
we'll take that mess. Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, if we ran those, if we hooked those hard drives up to a PC and just ran that Linux shred command on them, they wouldn't have all that information.
Hey, even worse than that, though, I don't remember which nations it was, but these people trying to make money, they're burning the wires, burning the plastic off the wires, trying to recycle the metals and copper and all this. Our trash is... Humans are disgusting creatures, man. The amount of trash and mess we have been making collectively.
But at the same time,
but you're saying the recycling is
China.
They're recycling it.
A lot of our industry moves to China because they don't have an EPA. Why you think all Apple and everybody else and all the car manufacturers put it in there with the music going, it works like yeah. Anyway, so I mean, you can't really make that argument.
What argument?
I don't know if that was a.
We're sending trash to other countries. They're sending trash to our country in the form of fucking trash people.
And everything they send us brand new, it's trash. Anything
Right.
you get from
And,
China and Taiwan don't last a week.
Joe, it's planned obsolescence, imagined and developed by fucking corporate greed right here in America. As far as I know, that's where the ideas came from.
See, this is when you overtalk yourself, Jack.
Right, I'm
Planned obsolescence is the economy that is planning for your little bitty babies to grow up and have happy little bitty babies, and they don't need jobs. So you need to have a reason to buy another car and to fix the car.
Yep. When things break, you got to have slaves to keep them going and buy.
No,
sell,
it's not slaves pulling your weight.
Consume. Don't think. Live in fear.
You got
go
the fear to your daddy in
get drunk. Go pay for some fucking wars.
So you're just gonna sit there and not do a slave job. What are you gonna do for us,
Tom?
No, don't, Tom. It's a good question, Jack. And you can't backstage me over it. If you don't want to work a slave job, what are you going to do for us sitting in front of that Social Security card fireplace?
Panhandle. So we should send him a guitar to help him.
But who's he got panhandle off of? He got everybody off those slave jobs. Now we're all just looking to Jack for what we do next.
The emperors that still have all the resources. You'll panhandle from them.
Hey, I'm here to help the public know the emperor's got no fucking clothes. This illusion of authority is not real. It's
no, but you said money's not real, and I just got you $111 tonight, and you were happy about it. Were you happy about that lie money?
Regina and God brought me some fiat currency. Tommy.
Oh, you mean so me? Like I'm not God, but I'm the one that gave your show some stirring for them to be like, here's $50. Here's $50. Like you're giving Jack Talcott $50 for backstage in my ass.
Right here, Jack. Here's some encouragement so you can try and have more patience with Tommy. We see.
So you get you feel a value in that money they gave you.
Tom, do you want me to split it with you?
You get a value out of that money, right?
Well,
of course he does.
So why does he have a short that says money's a lie? It's stupid. It's no value. Don't Tom your way out of this.
Yeah, answer that question. You get value out of money. Why is money also a lie? Because they can be both.
Yes. Thank you, Joe.
No, it's just not a lie.
It's a lie that pays the bills.
It seems like a lie to Jack because he doesn't understand it. Like nobody's saying that serial number fiat paper is a gold bar.
Tom, do you understand the fractal reserve system?
No, I told you I'm the one that can tell you about that system, and you're slapping me in the face asking me a question.
Fraggle Rock. You understand it's Fraggle Rock, not fractal reserve.
I do dance my cares away, clap, clap, worries for another day.
What is
Let Jack Halcott play.
What is
that? My God.
A bud buck?
Okay.
Bud buck. Everybody is a winner. Bank of something. I can't read that part.
Yeah, that's
Bank of somebody tacos. Condado tacos. I think that's the name of the bank who issued the note.
Condado tacos.
Yeah.
Bad buck. Anyone can make their own money. I mean,
no, you can't.
Says you can make your own. You can do whatever
That's
you
how
want.
that money has value. That paper says, hey, the #1 world police military power certifies this tender note is valuable, and if not, we'll bomb something till it is.
Jack Talcott is correct. This was actually store credit, so he's right.
Nah, you'll backtrack on that. Be careful saying Jack Talcott's right.
It's store credit, so pretty much it's not anyone. It's anyone with enough things to trade can make their own money.
No, you can't make your own money because of the Federal Reserve. It's like that's the reason 99% of digital coins are going to disappear, because you can't just have Word Wizard making his stamps and his coins and thinking he can.
Yeah, but Walmart can issue store credit. There's no one's going to stop them from issuing store credit. Walmart, Amazon, you can buy Amazon gift cards. Pretty much a big mega corp can have their own freaking store credit.
No,
They can
those
offer
are
store credit.
those are still giving you credit in fiat Federal Reserve notes. It's just exclusively you can only spend your Amazon card at Amazon. It's still the same fiat
Not
Federal Reserve
exactly.
currency.
Not exactly.
Exactly.
No, I can spend it some other places, but they probably prefer me not to, at least officially.
You can't even spend cash at all places anymore. They'll make you convert it to a Visa card. That's how they're phasing out cash.
Well, there's other places to spend cash. So
Yeah, there is, but there's places where you'll try and spend cash. They'll be like, "Oh, there's a machine right there. You can convert that to a Visa card. Swipe it back here at a register."
I don't know. I don't know if you want this, Tommy, with Hank. You know, Hank's pretty serious.
Hank's my boy.
Yeah, but you know, he don't play with that funny money.
I don't play with it either.
You know what I mean? Except for this funny money right here. He's
Yeah,
got
I
some
don't
of
know.
that.
I know he shows that a lot. I don't know if it's for a dispensary or what.
He's
it's for a
advertising
taco
his,
place.
yeah, he's advertising his taco franchise.
It's not mine,
Yeah.
but I do like their stuff.
Yeah, well,
Oh wait,
I'm
that
an
picture
expert
is
on money
private money.
because I'm broke, you know. So, you know, I have a lot of
I'm the
experience. I mean,
brokest rich
Start
guy
a
you'll
band
ever
with
meet.
Jack.
can only go up from here, you know.
My shit just
Penny
ain't liquid.
saved is a penny earned.
Hey, brother. people have used that as a reason not to listen to me, but yeah, that fact is
Nah, there's a
true.
lot of reasons not to listen to you, Jack.
Hold on. I don't have much money, but I believe that that is what our creator is testing us for at this time on earth. Many people I know who are gaining spiritual faith and spiritual strength are doing so in times of poverty. So I'm all in. Sincerely, I am fucking all in to finding a way to eliminate this Federal Reserve wage slavery
Not
system
gonna do it.
that profits on wars and deaths.
Not gonna do it.
Well, not with you. I'll find someone else.
No,
Tommy.
no, you can't. By your belief in the Christian religion, you will not.
Why
Yeah,
not, Tommy?
that's
What way? Why would
interesting.
that
Yeah,
prevent
that's an
him,
interesting
Tommy?
Because it's
thought.
already
That's an
it's
interesting thought,
already
yeah.
the foundation for a cashless, mark requiring economic system.
But wait,
Right,
I
and
want you to go into the Christianity aspect of it,
You
because I
must
think that's
have
an
the
interesting
mark.
thought.
These things must occur. I think that's what you're saying. What he's saying.
Right, and
Yeah, or
and
the
they will come
or
to
that there
pass.
has to be poor people. I've heard it be described that there has to be poor people to help poor people, or at least that's how they put it on the Chalk Body Outline show to Brother Talcott when he was explaining this to them. They ludicrously assume that Christianity assumes the existence of poor people, which I thought that seems ludicrous because
Well,
isn't
how
the
are they
point to get
tied?
rid of the
How are
poor
they
people?
tied? Right.
Yeah,
Right.
No, it's
yeah.
How
not.
are
It's
they
not to
tied?
get. It's not to get rid of poor people. It's all people, from poor to the richest, will be required that mark to buy and sell. And you could be the richest man on earth, and if you don't take it, you're fucked.
Tom,
Okay.
those words that were written are open to interpretation.
No,
right?
they're not. Those are the
He said
future
every
given to
man
you
free
by
and
Jesus.
bound, rich and savage.
I'm sorry.
He said every man, rich, poor, free, slave, all of them will be forced to have the mark, without which they cannot buy and sell goods.
It's the end game. It's the you can't get
Well,
around it. No matter what Hawaiian female pastor thinks she's going to 501c, you don't get around that. That's
Can
the
I
point.
explain
You can be
what-
more creative. You can technically do it and screw everything up.
What if God gave us free will and the prophecies, but with the instructions and the path on how to avoid? You know,
Well,
what
maybe if
if?
you were an actual Christian
What
that
if
paid
it's
attention in
not
church,
our
you wouldn't have
job
to have
to make the world fit into a fucking book, What if we use the book to guide us through the world, and the book guides us? Yeah, some people want to be guided towards this destruction and the absolute tyranny.
No.
It's already here.
This was not a how to end the world. It was a, hey, for my believers and my people, this is how you'll know.
Sarah might have an interesting interpretation there.
No, this is what it says, Jack, and you want to call it opinions and interpretation, and this is why I know you're not Christian.
Right. I do not subscribe to most of the Christian excuses and the fucking.
Then stop saying you are as a foundation of your channel. That's my only problem.
I'm a follower of the way.
Say I'm a new age guru bullshitter, and that's fine.
Of perfection, whatever you title you want to give it, man. You're fucking, excuse my language.
Why do you keep acting like I'm doing it? I'm merely a follower, a wretch, a nobody nothing that worships and praises the Most High.
You seem to worship a book and your interpretations.
No, I read a book, I study a book. It's not the God. It is not
worship your interpretations of a book. I'm trying to have a conversation, and all you want to do is argue.
If you say create disagreements, Jack, I'm not going to sit and agree with your metaphysical broad.
You're never
going
to hear it. You don't stop your fucking gums from flapping, dude.
No, we've all heard it since you've been on Paul's panel for weeks at a time. That's what it is. That's what it is, Joe. He just goes back to that in general, clasp my hands in prayer motion. Let's say an in general thing that's not really decisive. It's his go-to.
Tom, you're delusional, buddy. I love you.
And then he says my name. Then he brings up Cynthia and Sarah to run a block, run a pick. Then he starts backstaging me, all like diversionary. He never gets to the
memory,
point.
Tom. Here's in your memory. You're fucking looping, dude. Come into the present.
Very good memory,
right
isn't it?
here. Join
And
us
the
right
loop is our repeated event of what I just said. That's why I like running into you in places like this where you can't backstage me and say, Tom. And do your good and do your
Hey, I don't
Tom's very patient waiting in the back.
I need to do the top. I'll step back.
Oh, step out. His daddy would call that a run-in. If you can't take your side seriously, Jack, how can we be expected to take your side seriously?
Life is a joke, Tommy. The punchline is us.
Not a joke.
I mean, seriously, think about it. It's a fucking life is a practical joke. It's like, here you go, guys.
You seem to be making your life a punchline.
You're going to die. That's the
Everyone
fucking
is,
joke.
except us.
So be entertained.
I just told my neighbor the other day, he was taking his kid out to school, and I said, if you don't get hit by a car, we might all see the end of the world together. And he laughed because he sees it. I don't even know if he's religious. He just knew exactly what I was talking about. Wouldn't that be nice? I never have to say goodbye to my doggy. We just die on the same day.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting adventure.
Adventure? We're going to the credits soon.
You get to find out.
Yeah.
Has everyone seen that homeless preacher that's sitting beside the guy's car, like reaching in through his window? He's got his bag of chicken in his hand. He's talking.
Greatest thing in
That
the
is
world,
the best
isn't it?
bit, dude. I can't watch that without bawling my eyes out, man.
Can you
That's
find
the
him and
greatest
sing
video.
last? It is that good, man. It's
So
that
good, dude.
Can you
I'll
find
link
it
it
and
if
play it?
it's like 15 minutes. I'll link it if we can watch it.
Yeah, even if we watch some, it's so worth it, bro. This dude, I always quote a part of it when he talk about how people act badly and have all these attitudes and all of that shit.
They don't know why they're angry. They don't know why they're angry, man.
Just tell
Like I made a promise and I did not fulfill it, and now I can't forgive him because he made me a promise and didn't fulfill it. And I go to the job and I gotta watch my back more because they gotta stab me in the back, and I just want a job I can be happy at. Dude, this dude has the Holy Spirit spewing forth out his mouth, man. I'm trying to find it as we speak. Like, that's where I could drop all my Joe Cool shit on that dude. If me and Joe Cool ran into that dude, it's just this man. I want to talk to this man.
I want to listen to that.
Would
man.
you let him
just
talk?
push record and just let it play.
Jack, he's
right?
not
Let
you.
it go.
Would you let him talk, Jack? Would you say, I want to talk to that guy? You wouldn't, because he ain't got no followers. He ain't got a bunch of subs you can try and ride. He's just a guy that's homeless talking that creepy stuff.
Hey, can I actually, Joe, I want to acknowledge yesterday. Thank you, brother. I love you. Okay.
There's only the now. Get into the now, Jack.
I know. I felt I felt Joe and I didn't understand each other well yesterday, and I could have done a lot better job. And I hold Joe a lot of respect, man. Sorry to change the subject like that.
No, as long as we're here and as long as we got the spotlight and it's just us, so that it doesn't occur again. If you recall what happened, some guy, Thomas, who you do not like, I said that I thought he said something that made sense, and you counted that an attack, and I'm not sure why.
It wasn't, you did nothing wrong. And you're right. I misread what it was. I have become sensitive. I recognize this in myself. I've become sensitive of, well,
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
People jumping to the conclusion that I'm wrong. It's like,
I would have assumed that's what it was, and you saying that, yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you, brother. Hey, Machine Lies, thank you. I didn't mean to take over your stream like that, but you are such a cool cat, man.
He's a great guy, right? He's a great guy.
Absolutely.
Can I back Jack up on that Book of Revelation stuff for a second?
No, you've already shown yourself to use the KJV against the KJV, and we're cool, but don't get into it. Don't go there. We got a good video in the back, like 12 minutes long. If you want me to cam up and bawl my eyes out, I could do that. Probably won't.
Oh, did you get that thing?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, just slow your roll, Thomas James.
I'd love to hear John Thomas.
Of course you would. Do it on your channel, Jack. We've all heard it.
God, you're so controlling, dude.
No, you are a jackass, and I'm sick of. I take enough of your crap on your channel. You ain't doing it here, Jack.
Is Thomas the guy who left the comment who I said I liked? This is not that same guy, is it?
No, he's last name Thomas.
No,
okay.
This is John Thomas.
All right.
I used to sit there and worry about what the Book of Revelation said over and over and try to interpret it.
Yeah.
And
no, you don't worry.
Well,
very good, Tommy.
Point is that there's so many things wrong with that book. That is, for one, it starts out with someone saying, "I'm the son of David," and Christ never said he was the son of David. He told his disciples that he wasn't the son of David.
But are you going off only your Bible study of that book?
Well, yeah. I
then
mean,
you trust yourself too much. I'm not here saying, hey, let me show you how to study that Bible. I can help you see people that are really good at it that I rely on.
And then if you look at the temple in the end of Revelations,
the third temple.
Well, there's this New Jerusalem, right?
Yeah, it'll be in Jerusalem. Yes, it won't be this, like when Jack says maybe the Antichrist is just the economic system. No, there's a temple, and that individual will be in it saying, I'm your new God.
Well, that's based off of what Paul says, right? That's in Thessalonians. That's how we're to. So you're listening to what Paul says about that, Tommy. I mean,
do I just believe NASA when I say we're on a globe? Is that all? I don't see with my own two eyes.
But think about this. It's clearly taken from the book of Ezekiel. The 12 gates on the city, the river coming out.
Those gates are like the months of the year, right? They're like the constellations. Or was there an actual?
There's supposed to be 12 gates for the 12 apostles, and if we read
Hercules
Ezekiel,
had like 12 followers, so that means Jesus can't be true. If Jesus had 12 followers, Hercules had 12 followers. Oh, it's all bullshit then, right?
I'm not going there. I'm saying
you're going somewhere like that.
That part is taken from Ezekiel chapters 40 through 48.
Revelations
is taken from Ezekiel?
Absolutely.
So are you saying the Bible disproves the Bible? Can we play this video in the back?
Tommy, kill it!
I've already encountered these guys, Joe. I got no more patience for it. I don't have that virtue for it anymore. I'd like to stop the loop. I'd like to get further along. I'd like to move right along because there's not a lot of time left, in my opinion. Like, these are the significant
Well, I
things.
also. Well, I'm not going to steal what somebody told me about. I don't want because I don't know enough about it to explain it. But somebody told me that Revelations was a cryptic history of something around the building of actually the second temple, not the third temple. So it's actually about the past, not the future. I don't know if that's true. That's what somebody told me.
I think I heard that too.
I hear a lot of things.
I think I heard someone say that as well. Oh yeah. What's his name's girlfriend?
But
I think
haven't
it was
both
her.
of
Angeline said that.
haven't there already been the two temples transpired, and isn't the third one about to be built, like, as we speak?
Well, I guess the reason why it's important is because it actually is talking about, how Solomon basically had like demons constructing the temple, and why do so many quote unquote Christians want to do magical practice in science to bring about what they see as revelations if it's actually about the past, not the future. And so you see what I mean? Like, it's very deep.
Hey Tommy, either one of y'all, where is that temple, the third temple that they building? Doesn't have to be in a specific location. Jerusalem.
It'll be in Jerusalem. Yep.
Isn't that somewhere in Palestine?
That's in Benjamin's territory, Joe.
Well,
that
but here's the
belonged to Benjamin, and it was stolen long ago.
Here's the thing, though.
Where is it physically located? Gaza Strip somewhere?
It hasn't been, to my knowledge, it hasn't been built yet. But
here's
I think there's
why do
Christians building
that? Sorry to interrupt you. Why do Christians think that Israel is a physical place and that the temple is a physical place? Isn't that talking about you as an individual?
No, that's word wizard. That's
dope. That's dope. I dig it. It could be both. And that's the way God works, though. It's probably both.
It's the physical place because one man filled with the Antichrist spirit will take residency in that temple, defile it, say, I'm the new thing, I'm the new hotness, you'll worship this, I brought fire from the sky, I survived the head wound.
Okay, think about that, Tommy, what you just said. There's some guy that and built a temple that brought fire from the sky, right?
He won't build it, but he's gonna
his number is 666, right?
Yeah.
Well, but isn't that Solomon though? Isn't that Solomon? I heard that
Jack. That was Solomon. His number.
So why is Solomon 666?
It's 1 Kings 10:14. That's the number he demanded.
So because Revelations already happened, why are we here?
I don't understand why Solomon is 666.
No, the mark of the beast will pertain to. It might not be a straight up 666 heavy metal tattoo, but it will pertain to that as the economic system
How
does.
was he tying it to Solomon?
The economic system we operate on is based on the 666 digits itself.
Joe, it's in 1 Kings 10:14. Solomon demanded 666 talents of gold as his number of tribute every year. So the only
I'm not sure that's fucking 100% smoking gun shit. It's something to
he
consider.
brings
I'm
the
not
fog.
sure.
He brings the fog, Joe. He uses the Bible to say this thing is evil and it's teaching you the devil's ways to read
I'm not doing that, Tommy. Listen, but didn't it say that when Solomon dedicated the temple that fire came down?
Probably. What about it?
And that's not what Revelation says. Revelation says the dude will call fire down as showing his vulgar display of power.
Coincidences, I guess.
Well, but here's what I'm trying to drive at, because I understand both of you guys' perspective, but take it like this. We Protestants only get a very limited view of the books of the Bible, so we don't understand where a lot of this comes from, and we don't understand how people are interpreting the little bit that we do have. When you go to the Catholics, they have more books. When you go to the Orthodox, they have more books, and there's a lot. Sorry, I can't hear. What'd you say?
The only books you would need is the Bible and maybe like a Hebrew of it, and then something that teaches you the
Well,
politics of the
but it's
time.
dubious. It's dubious if the Hebrew came after the Greek or before the Greek, and how do you interpret which way came which way? And a lot of the words
Oh,
have.
you're looking. Are you still looking for proof to compromise your faith?
It's not about compromising my faith. It's about compromising what people think that their faith is telling them. When
That's
it's
up to them. That's up to each individual. The same way I'm not here trying to tell Machine Lies not to be a Muslim. It's up to all of us to share, reflect. But
my point is,
ultimately,
if Christians are being manipulated because they don't understand what is being presented to them, like obviously we know that happens to some degree, right? But what I'm saying is, if there's a much larger thing going on with that, like we as Christians should try and like warn other Christians, right? Like, hey, like you guys
no,
are.
you as a Christian should pray, research, pray, mostly pray. It's that whole pray thing, because you're telling me if like I can't have people laughing at me about praying if they're not laughing that I think there's a God. Like if you believe there's a God, are you not talking to him? Are you not asking him of things? Because you get not because you ask not.
Well, I agree with you that we should pray, but also at the same time, like, doesn't God want us to act to whatever degree we can as well?
I think so.
Yeah, and there's layers. There's some Christians that don't know they're not Christians. There's some Christians that should act more. There's some Christians that it's all relative to the individual. But I mean, all this time and this now that Jack wants us to stay in, this now, this is the only realm that this time will exist, because you are on a globe. It is spinning, going around a fiery star. That's where your time comes from. Like that day and night is where you get your concept of time. And once you're dead, that afterlife thing, that's not time. That's just isness. That's eternity. And you're gonna think, oh, that 75 years that just drug on and on. I should have just done it different.
Okay,
and that's part of the game. That's part of what to see through is, can you sit in a room for 75 years and just know that that ain't shit?
Well, I guess it goes to the whole science thing too, because like you're trying to redeem science, and I think for good intentions and reasons.
No.
But also, like, the thing is, like, a lot of science is actually occultism that came
No, I'm not redeeming science. I can validate science, true science. And I was here to discern between the cult leftist science and science.
Right. But what I'm saying is, couldn't you apply the same logic to Christianity and say, hey,
You
Christians,
can't apply
like,
logic.
don't
you want to logic your faith away?
Well, no, I mean your logic as far as like trying to interfere when Christians are getting led into a meat grinder or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't
What do
you
you
say,
mean
hey, Christian?
interfere?
Well, like Christians right now think this judeo-christian thing is like good for them, or technology progressing ad infinitum is a good thing for them. So don't you think it's like worth fighting to say, hey guys, like maybe you shouldn't just assume that these people have your good intention because they're using the Bible to lead you a certain direction?
You've been listening to too much Talcott. You think you can change things.
I do.
Well, but you're trying to
There's
redeem.
things you can
so
change. You're not going to change.
But then why try to argue with people about science or the streets, or you see what I mean? Like, you can apply that to
people of Nineveh did, Tommy. They changed
What?
what Jonah prophesied.
What?
The people of Nineveh changed what Jonah had prophesied against them.
How'd they do that?
They repented. Remember?
They didn't change anything. God was waiting for Jonah, or not Jonah. God was waiting for Noah's great-grandfather? Or was it his dad? Anyway, the floods came the day that Methuselah died. Methuselah was like 900 and something years old, battled demons in his life, and God wasn't going to send the flood judgment until the day he died.
Are you
the day
serious?
He died,
The floods came the day he died?
God was waiting. He wasn't going to send it until Methuselah died, and the day he died, it started raining.
Never heard
well,
that.
Well, hold on one second though. But you're saying that we should fight to like get people to see what's going on in the streets and in science and all that stuff.
I never said that. I said we should listen to this black dude that's homeless and play that video. And that would save us a lot of this debate if we played that 12-minute video.
But why do you say that we shouldn't go and tell Christians like not to listen to some people who are lying to them about?
I'm not sure where you're getting anything of what I said. That's what I'm saying. We should restart this concept after the 12-minute video. I'd rather put my chips on I'm saying what this guy's saying, because he's saying what the Holy Spirit is saying. And I'm not sure that's always with me. I just want my portion for the day, Lord.
Well,
you ready?
Much like, here's my thing about the Holy Spirit and sin, because a lot of people invoke sin and also the Holy Spirit to justify what they're doing,
they're
right?
wrong. Then they're wrong. They're mixing up the way, the truth, and the light. They're mistaking that for the morning star. They don't have that discernment.
Well, Luciferians use the same language, but yeah, I get you.
I could go find an 8-ball of meth. I could get us all high on an 8-ball of meth and go, don't you feel God right now? And you'd say, yes, I do. I feel God. I'm wrong.
Well,
Wrong.
let Joe come in here. Yeah, what you got, Joe?
All I was gonna say is perhaps we should watch the vid.
Thank you, Joe Cool.
Oh shit.
From the 3-point line, slam a jammer.
Well, I guess since Tommy is insisting that this video will clarify a lot of the points.
Yes,
or at least
get no further until we see this video.
Or at least
right?
regroup, recenter us.
Not gonna go no further. And it's, oh my God, good. That good.
Yeah,
Holy Spirit, Tommy's right.
I really don't know what to expect from this, but yeah, that's
Holy Spirit.
Epicness.
It's frustrating. I'm trying to listen to God. I got my own flesh and my pulling me here, my own desires, my family, my friends, all these things is distracting me from the truth, and it's difficult to give in, especially when you're young, man. But if you can go through it, you'll come out like gold. If I can go through the fire. They don't want to go through the fire. They want to get the lotto and go to Jamaica and the Bahamas and do their own selfish thing. Right. But he said, if you wait till I exalt you, I give you the desires of your heart. But it's difficult to wait because everybody's in a hurry. Technology, it's fast. It's in a hurry. They're angry. They're frustrated. They got time. They're on the cell phone. They want to text message you. Y'all in the same car. You gonna text message him? He right there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in a hurry. I don't know where they going, but when they get there, oh, they're gonna be sorry. The faster you try to get there, that career, that money, and you're gonna figure it out that, man, it was the journey. It was not the destination. You're in a hurry to get there, to come up, to be this, to be that. And when you get there, you're gonna feel discouraged more than you did before you even started to get there. Because it was the journey, the people that you didn't stop to talk to like me at Chicken. The people at the gas station. You was in a hurry to get there, but it was the journey. It was the gas station. It's Checkers. It's the journey, not the destination. Because the destination is steadily evolving.
That's right.
We always growing in wisdom and knowledge and understanding. It's always evolving. And we can never obtain it because it's steadily, constantly evolving. The more humble you be, then the more you can be fulfilled with the truth. But when you think you got it and you're on your way, then you're going to get less of it because can't nobody talk to you. You can't stop. You're in a hurry. I would say this. It's a man with pushing a basket. This man right here, they brilliant now. Don't look at the outside appearance. I've seen them in action. He was pushing a basket. And I was under the bridge. And I was talking to everybody except him. He was the last person I talked to. He said, why didn't you talk to me first? He said, I should have talked. He said, don't you ever pass by a man pushing a basket and don't acknowledge him. I've never do it in my life again. I talked to the person pushing that basket. How's your day? How you doing? I talked to the homeless people because he said, be careful how you entertain strangers. And most people that they came off the street and they got their career together, they won't even let you know that they've been through it. They try to act brand new. They It's a testimony. What you go through, it's for us to inspire somebody else. It's for me to pull a weak ones up. It's for you to pull a weak ones up. We don't go through this because of our own selfish reasons. We go through this to give them a testimony of how far God has brought me.
Praise be.
It was never about me. I thought about me. Well, I'm going through this. He said, back up, man. Who you gonna inspire? Who you gonna
You ain't
tell
ready
somebody
for them
about the
street
glory and the grace
checks.
of God if you don't go through it?
Tommy, you don't know what the
Get out
fuck
of
I've been
yourself.
through. Or what I've
Shut up.
I've been seeing the deep things of God, and so I don't play with it. I don't ask him for a lot. I just say, give me my portion for the day. I don't want a lot of things. Just give me enough that I can deal with. He said, I give you, but fulfill your bond greater than you can ever ask. I know what you desire. I know what you need. But Lord, give me my portion where I can be grateful, where I can be thankful. They unthankful. They unholy. They ungrateful. They got a job. They don't want the job. They got 40 hours. You can't work on Saturdays. You can't work on Sundays. Now you got 3 days. They always complaining and griping and murmuring. Stop it.
I think Mitchell's
Just be
bitch ass
grateful with the
homeless.
little things.
That used to be me.
And wait, and I put you there.
Fuck it was.
But he gonna put us in a place where they appreciate me in the job.
Yes, baby.
I don't hate going to work. I gotta watch my back. They backstabber. You making the money, but I can't go to the job because I gotta watch my back. They hate us. Put me somewhere where I love going to work. I can get up and they appreciate my work and I blend in.
Praise God.
God say, I'm gonna put you there, but if you wanna get it, go ahead and get it.
What do you think about haters?
Hey, it's your dry skin. Help me.
Perfect time.
That's
It's
serious
very
warfare.
moisturizing cream.
YouTube will throw ads like that. Y'all were probably right drawn in right when that ad hit.
Has my heart as well.
People ask why I'm rich and I still live in this shithole, and it's because I didn't even know why until I saw this dude. I've been doing that, and there ain't no jacks out here. There ain't no jacks saying brothers and sisters putting their hands together, saying a bunch of broad stroke bullshit on these streets.
I know how I present myself. But
I just
don't
cast the
present
guy
my-
up. Yes, I'm trying to move my dog out of the way for him. I didn't realize his face was worked the fuck over. Now I'm looking for him every day.
Yo, Mitch, you're a fucking bitch, man. What's your problem? What's going on, Mitch?
He is. I don't want it to interrupt this man's message, though. I could go on.
This guy's great. I mean, he's
Yeah,
flowing with
he's
the
great.
truth.
You're a poser.
That's the
You're
part
guru
of
nobody.
the balance in life. They hate. They don't know why they hate. Tell them why they hating sometimes. They don't know they hating. It's just standard thing. They get angry. He taught. Every way when he taught them. They hate. They don't even know why. Because they don't nobody teach them. They don't nobody take time to let them know why they're doing things they're doing. And that's the whole purpose of life. Let them know what they're doing wrong if you see it. I always knew I was doing wrong. What about when they showed me long suffering? What about when they forgave me, but I can't forgive him? He did. He made a promise. I made a promise. I didn't fulfill it. They didn't go off on me. Well, I got to go off on him because he didn't fulfill his commitment.
Praise God.
That's wrong. You got to teach. They don't know. The only God they know is through you, through your experience. They don't know about church because you can't go to church because it's a business. And all the church people, it's a clique, it's a club. And they done forgot about God, it's a business. Look here. It's just the world. Ain't nobody being bold and talking about God because don't pray in school, take the prayer out of school, all these things. It's the world. We're getting in a time where God is not popular no more. And if you talk about it, I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in God. I believe in this. I don't care what you believe in. Let my spirit speak for me. Let my action. But it was a time when I was just a hearer and not a doer. But it got to balance out. You got to go through the fire in order to be a doer too. You're going to be a hearer and you're going to be a doer. But don't let people throw you off your journey. You can't beat nothing. It's between your relationship with God. They can't understand you all the time because you're trying to figure out your way. I'm trying to figure out my way. I can't prove nothing to them all the time. I don't need them to figure me out. All I gotta do is just be patient and do what was in my ability, my boundary. I don't need to outstep my boundaries. I ain't gotta prove nothing to you. You didn't feel me? No, you can't go feel me. I can't put the expectation on you. I don't always feel me, understand me. So that's wrong. Be humble. Acknowledge him in all your ways. When I do wrong, I say something wrong to offend you, forgive me. I gotta say it right away, get it over with.
That's right.
If I offend somebody at work, look, if they persecute me, look at God trying to strengthen me to show them who I serve. I say I believe, I'm walking with it. Well, teach them. They don't know.
Oh.
They don't know why they're doing that, to me. Let your light shine among men. They might glorify your Father in heaven. It's real, man. I experience it all the time, 24/7. But I asked for it. I wanted to be a preacher when I was 6, but I didn't know the price I had to pay. Much wisdom, much grief, much sorrow.
Right.
Ain't no other way you gonna get it.
Amen.
Right on. But no other way you go get it.
Fire, you'll be like, yo. So when you go to a pawn shop and take what they do? How do they determine if it's gold plated or what they do? What kind of test they take it through? When you take the jewelry to the pawn shop, how do they determine if it's real or fake? They put it through the acid test. They put the fire upon it. This is how we know if we're real or fake. We're gonna go through the fire. You're gonna have disagreement with each other, but it's okay. You're gonna be friends. But if you have a disagreement, it's just a different agreement. That don't mean you ain't gotta see him no more and talk to her or talk to her or whatever. I want to go to work. I don't want to go to work because they stressing me out on the job. You feel me? They ain't receiving me with my full potential. And I don't know why I don't want to go to work. I gotta understand why. Why I don't want the job? Because something ain't right. And I gotta acknowledge it. I ain't gonna sell my soul for the job. God said, I'm trying to put you over here, or I'm trying to let them know through you, let your light shine. But I'm hating on them because they ain't feeling me. They don't understand me.
Man,
that's good.
You don't want
shit,
your
bro.
business card, Jack. That's what he was talking. The church is fake. It's just a business. That's what you're doing, Jack. Every day in these streets, you're out here trying to sell yourself, trying to say that your bullshit means more than somebody else's bullshit.
No.
So to answer Neuro, Jack, what that guy said, what are you supposed to do?
I think he's still got a little left here, and I hope.
Yeah, but people can find it. They can watch it.
For the commercials, but yeah, okay, yeah, but you brought this video to our attention, Tommy, so I'll let you go ahead and have the floor here. You know, what about this video struck you? You know, obviously it's a very moving video. The man spreads a lot of truths there, you know, coming from an unconventional source that most people want to realize. And he's right. If you talk to the people on the street, you know, talk to the cart pushers, talk to the average people.
Yes.
You know,
that was part of his message. Don't
Yeah,
overlook the average people because they are the journey. The journey is it. This is what the journey looks like. Oh man, you're gonna suffer.
But at the same time, Joe, will you don't give me the floor. I'll share the floor. Bring it back. Bring it back. I'm talking to the floor. Is Joe going?
Yeah, Joe. Well, he just fell out, but I think he'll be back here.
Yeah, see if he pops back in. I was trying to look for him to like cite some urban for me, because I mean I stay in that stuff. I mean I could leave. I could go to some swank. I don't want to. I didn't. I'm not pretending I didn't come from where I came from. I got better jobs. I got an education. I'm not trying to deny. I'm not trying to act brand new like he said. But Joe will probably back me up, man. If also I went out on the street and stopped and gave every dude I pass 2 or 3 hours, it's going to wear me down with a lot of crazy just babble of like, there's also insane people on the street. And I guess you do got to have the discernment to know when to hold them, when to fold them. But like I said, man, I'm just trying to get my dog out of the way of a dude the other day because he's looking down walking. And by the time I'm like trying to give him the eye contact and the nod, that boy done been worked over, and he don't look like no banger either. And I don't know why his face is all fucked up. But I'll probably see him again. He was dressed like he's probably on the street. I hope I can get him like lunch or something and just hear it out. And I ain't even gonna tell y'all if I do, because the left hand don't say what the right hand's doing. But they'll both come together in front of the camera to say brothers and sisters. And I'm just saying, man, I don't know why God kept me in these YouTube streets. I asked why I got brought back after I left. And I think if I'm doing it, I'm doing it. But as far as what Neuro was asking before we played that video, I hope somebody got what I was trying to say out of it, because even with that dude on the street, it's for those with ears to hear, eyes to see. And I've noticed in these YouTube streets, I can talk to people about how obvious this revelation shit is, and there's a flat black and white between who's like, yes, obviously, and who's like, you're crazy. And it's like, well, then that's eyes to see, ears to hear. Revelations was written
I'm
for the
having the same
believer,
thing
not.
though, Tommy. I mean, shouldn't I be just as afraid of some guy?
You shouldn't be afraid of anything if you're a God-fearing Christian.
Well, you're afraid of
I'm not afraid of shit, John Thomas.
Listen.
You seem to be afraid
Don't
of
I have the
me.
right to be just as leery as Solomon, who served Moloch? His number was 666. He called down fire from heaven. Can we agree that he would be a type of what you're calling us to not look for
Can we
today?
agree that you need to seek Bible study outside of your individual self doing it for yourself?
Not really.
Well, then we can't agree.
November 30th.
What was that?
I don't know.
My bad. Sorry.
What do you mean? Who do I need to seek out, though? Who am I supposed
I
to?
don't even, well, we could talk, but I don't even trust myself for Bible. I mean, I'll do it, I'll attempt it, but there's all kinds of, I mean, you've probably locally got sources. I could reference some YouTubers I think are good, but you may not feel that way.
But
I'm
where
just
are they
saying,
getting it from themselves, or
they're sitting there doing it, doing that in front of you on YouTube. Okay, if you want to learn,
doing the same thing you're telling me I'm not allowed to do.
no, I'm saying what you've been telling me from panel to panel sounds like a lot of confused malarkey, because you're like that other guy. What was his name? Phil, the guy that sounds a little funny because he got hit by a truck or something. He's got a voice thing, you noticed?
I don't know.
That dude is also out here saying, here, look at your Bible teaching you wrong, teaching you the way of the devil. And I say, no, not that KJV.
Well, the words can be misinterpreted and misunderstood, and there's been a lot of manipulation in what things mean. I'm
No,
grateful.
my God would not leave you some fallacy book to rely on.
I-
He wouldn't give you the falsity, the
Can I-
untruthitude.
Can I address that video? I
As long as
appreciate.
you're not trying to meet up and get down on his subscribers, sure.
No, I appreciate that you shared that. And Machine Lies, thank you for sharing it.
Jack,
that
a
was-
month ago, you wanted to make Aaron Gauchi your move-in
hold
brother
on.
and your move-in.
Here, hold on, Tommy. Let Jack come in on this. So let him come in.
Hey, that was a man speaking from experience, and those words are words that I've been learning lessons of faith over this last year. I mean, my faith has been growing, documented, you know, in the streams and in the videos. What he's speaking, man, powerful words of truth. And I believe our Creator God is using the messengers, the guy pushing the cart, the wisdom from the guy at the gas station, whatever. God's creating some messengers. There's some wisdom that is being shared.
I agree, Jack. The first
That
will
is
be last. and the
textbook
last will be
broad
first.
stroke. That is textbook Kamala Harris quoted. We are in a time when
nothing
events are
is good enough for
transpiring.
you.
I believe this wholeheartedly, that we are in a time that history is being created as events transpire. Thank
Tom,
you,
Tom.
Talcott Harris,
Tom,
2024.
Tom, please consider this analogy of Christianity, the message, the meaning behind the message, right? The eternal love of God that was shown and taught through the Christ, it's available for us to know right now. And I believe the
Very
future,
broad.
here, when we humble ourselves to God and God's will, the will of love.
Yeah, the
through
nice
him,
man on the video covered that. What do you got, Jack?
we're going to change this world, man.
No, you're not. You will watch this world burn. You should not love this world. The lovers of this world are not of God. You must love God more than this world.
Tom, what if we are here to be ambassadors of heaven, to bring forth the new world, following the way?
We don't do that. We don't do that. You're waiting
God
for
may
your
allow it. Tom,
You're waiting
what if-
for Jesus to
Tom,
return to do that.
God works through the form. We are the form that is. God works through us. We don't have to create
Jalcott for satanic prophecy. Tag Jalcott for satanic prophecy. That's who I vote for, bro.
He is. He's of the Antichrist spirit. All he brings is confusion, broad stroke. He gets in the way of actual message. He backstages me. Like when that black dude in the homeless is saying, when he's saying, man, I say the wrong thing, I want to immediately just apologize and be done with it. I can't do that because you and your daddy got me backstage. And I can't just turn around and say, maybe I went too hard, Jack. Sorry. And you leave me back there to stew, bring me up, let Cynthia tell me I'm angry and got problems. What are you Christ-like, Jack? You're a joke. And you're just as much a target now as Mr. Unslaved. You two go nowhere. As long as I have a YouTube, you two go nowhere.
Tom.
And I'm sparing you the humiliation of if you got an hour on Fox News tomorrow night, you'd look like a jackass.
I'd love an opportunity to be on Fox News.
Oh, we heard it every stream. You say UN, Fox News, everybody with more subs than you. Oh, you just love to get down on that, wouldn't you?
I would.
What would you discuss on Fox News, Jack? What would you discuss?
I would discuss solutions
Well,
with
real
love.
quick, guys, we're gonna have to do this situation here because they were already, going at each other here. But yeah, bless you guys for being here, and yeah, we're gonna.
Damn, what the hell? This.
Mitch, what up, you little bitch? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't have a problem. I hurt your feelings, I guess. I find it very comical. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, what do you think? I got offended because you don't like yurt? You're saying shit about yurt?
Yeah, you're obviously offended. That's why you're on a fucking deletion rampage.
Nah. See, I didn't get offended by anything you said about yurt. That's a delusion you have. So since you have that delusion, now you're going to run your mouth.
Why'd you time me out? Why'd you delete my comments?
Because you're being a faggot, man. This was
All
like
right,
minutes.
what did I do to be a faggot? Let's stop deflecting. Just answer the fucking question, you pussy. What did I do to be a faggot?
You're literally, you think I'm offended by what you're saying about yurt. That's
You
not
are
the case.
offended. It's objectively obvious.
No, I'm telling you right now, I'm not offended. That's some delusion.
Then
you
why
have.
did you delete my comments?
Because, dude, you started saying disrespectful shit, and then you're
Okay,
gonna keep.
because I was disrespectful to who? What was disrespectful?
Dude, you just started coming at me all crazy with these.
What did I
nut-ass
do to
comments.
come at you?
Dude, you're a fucking bitch, man. Watch your mouth, Mitch. You're
What did
fucking
I do
insane.
to come at you?
You're writing comments coming at
What
me.
was my
saying
comment? Can you fucking recollect the comment that you are offended by?
I can recollect the comment. Yeah.
Great. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I don't gotta tell you it, man. I know what you
well
wrote.
then you can be a little fucking whiny ass bitch all you want and complain and be offended and fucking delete comments. I don't fucking
All right, Mitch,
care.
how
I just
about this, right?
really
How
came up
about you
here to
get
ask
out of your
Mr.
fucking
Lies if he's
delusion?
down with that. I didn't think that's how he rolls. If he's down with that, that's cool. I'll fucking play the game.
All right, dude, you got to get out of your fucking head, man. You're
No,
thinking that
I'm not in my head. I'm in your head, bitch. I'm
Nah,
in
you're
your
a
head.
bitch,
Free
motherfucker,
rent
man.
for life.
All right, dude. You're a fucking lame as shit, Mitch.
Right. I'm chilling. I'm good. Don't worry about me.
No, you're not. You're not, man.
I'm
You fucked
36
up.
years old, bro. I don't need another fucking grown man telling me how to live. I'm good.
All right, you're insane, man.
Great.
Get out of your head, man. You got delusions.
You don't tell me what to do unless you hit up my Cash App. If you hit up my Cash App, I might consider it.
All right, corny, mad corny.
Right. Well, so is you telling me what to do and how to live, like your other boys.
All right, you keep jumping to conclusions, Mitch. You fucking weirdo.
What conclusion did I jump to?
I got offended by something you said about Yurt, which I had didn't get offended. You're just literally thinking I got offended. So
All right,
you're
problem
delusional?
solved. The machine lie. I don't want to interrupt this great conversation any further. The machine lies modded me up. You can't block me anymore. I got nothing further.
All right, dude, you're still a bitch. You're still a fucking weirdo. This guy's fucking insane.
Let me get that
Thinks
one.
I'm getting offended by something he said about Yurt, so he's gonna start running his mouth disrespecting me.
No, JG, I know he did something. He's been going at everybody, and I seem to be the only one that can back him into a corner and demand the answers he won't give. Because we just went over this the other night, and he's already on you. And if it's not you, it's Benton. It's not Benton, it's Paul or not Paul. Like he is Spurgeon. And you're also a 304, Mitch. If everybody has to cash app you for action, that makes you a hoe. Now you're 36 years old, living
I'm
in a
not
truck.
a free hoe, though. At least that fucking got some value. I know my value. I know I'm worth something. I'm not gonna fucking do what you tell me without you paying me.
Ain't nobody trying to tell you to do
That's
nothing,
it. That's the
but
new
we're
grip.
asking
Like
you.
I do
You're
what I
trying
want,
to-
bitch. And the only way you might get me to consider doing what you tell me is if you pay me.
No, Joe Cool, you're
We all
telling
got
me
a
to
price,
meet you on
homie.
Colfax,
Be real.
bro. You're telling me to meet you on Colfax, and I don't know why.
You know damn well why. It's because
No,
you
I
are trying
keep
to get me
asking,
to
you
come
say
to
you
your
know
house.
why.
Look, are we gonna fucking really derail this
We
conversation
are
for
going to
this
do this.
bullshit?
No,
All
this
right.
is part of the same conversation
I
as
told
that
you I'll
homeless
meet
black
you on
man.
Colfax and Wads because you're trying to get me to come to your private property where you can say that you're scared for your life
That was
and justify
after.
using
No,
your guns.
stop.
I'm telling you, fuck around and find out,
your
meet me in
timeline
public,
is fucked
and I'll
up.
show that you're a weak ass little bitch running your mouth on the internet.
Calm
Mitch,
down,
you
little
can't fight,
36-year-old boy.
Mitch, you
You
can't fight.
told me
Can
to
we keep it
you.
verbal? Can we keep it verbal and cut out all the nonsense, guys? All the
No,
fucking, I'm gonna come to your house and
the
shit.
verbal is Joe, slow. This is the thing. I told him to come here to see what his problem was after the invite to Colfax. I still need to know why you wanted to throw down on Colfax, and that's the bottom line. You don't go before that unless you tell me why you wanted to throw down on
Why would
Colfax.
I ever want to go to some
That's
guy's
not
house?
logical.
Yeah. Some random anonymous guy on the internet.
reason to come to my house is because you're going to get yourself hurt on Colfax.
Right.
And even if you whooped my ass, you would turn around in your truck and your
I've been
dog
living
might
on
be gone.
Colfax for 15 years. No problems, buddy.
No, you haven't, Mitch. You
I used to
haven't.
live at
You're a little
1445
canteen
Osceola. You
haired.
know
You
exactly
got
where that's at.
smooth. You got baby butt
My
skin,
first
Mitch. You got
address
a
in
straight
Denver was
nose.
1445 Osceola. You know exactly where that's at. Right behind the 7-Eleven.
No, I don't.
got no
but what I
fucking
also
problem with
don't know
Colfax,
is
buddy.
why you were calling me out in the first place. Come on, Mitch. Why were you calling me out in the
Tom's gonna
first
knock
place?
you out. Mitch, you can't fight. Tommy will knock you out. The dude knows how to fight. Like you're
And
not
it wasn't
a tough
even
guy,
about
Mitch.
that. It was like I couldn't tell if he was talking triggers or fists, and I didn't know why he even wanted to meet up. And this is what I can't get out of him.
I already told you I wanted to meet up to buy you some coffee because I'm not going to your house so you can be scared for your life and justify using your guns.
There was never a come to my house
That's it.
until
I'll
the
buy you some fucking coffee.
This is
I'll
how you got
fucking
it
hit you in
twisted.
public and show you're a weak ass bitch running your mouth.
Okay,
That's
so
all.
why? Because this whole come to my house thing was, I'm not going to Colfax. If you want to come here, we can work it. The fact that you think
that's not true. You're lying. You're lying blatantly.
So if I don't know why I'm lying and I don't know why you wanted to meet up, how can I be lying?
Because the whole reason why I said I'd meet you on Colfax and Waz is because you tried to fucking goad me to come to your house so you can be scared for your life and justify using your guns. It's that simple. It's on fucking record. It's not my word versus yours. It's on record, dude. Now move on.
Stop. That's the loop. I never said come to my house until you were like, I'll meet you on Colfax, and that's why I don't know why. I don't know why.
How much are you going to pay me if I prove it? How much are you going to pay me if I prove it?
I ain't paying that little hoe boy.
Well,
You
then fuck off.
dicks on Colfax.
Yeah, then fuck off.
There's no fuck up. This is showing that
you're not the arbiter of truth.
Help, Mitch.
Right.
We're trying to help you, Mitch.
That what you fucking substantiate your claims.
To help you, Mitch.
Substantiate your claims. No, you're not trying to help me. I've heard that before. Ask Joe Cool. That don't work with me.
How come you guys all say I have abandonment issues and you're going to sit by and listen to this? I only told the boy to come to my parking lot to see what his problem was, because he came at me with, you got to meet me on Colfax and Wads, and I don't know
I never
why.
told you got to do anything. I don't roll like that.
Well, why would you have me meet you on Colfax without a reason?
I already explained it multiple times. You fucking
you said it because I was inviting you to my house, but that timeline is reversed.
You refuse to take in new information and apply it to reality.
Hey, Jack, you're not going to help here. Don't sit here and say Tom.
He's answered your disagreement.
No, Jack, you're missing that his timeline is reversed. So why don't you answer me, Jack? If the come to my house was after the Colfax invite, why do you want me on Colfax, Jack? Tell us, Guru.
Does it matter today?
Yes. No. It's the whole point. Why would he be calling me out? What did I do?
Tom, okay.
Oh, Jack is on its Tom's fault mode. No, Jack. This boy wanted to get violent.
Victim. Don't play victim.
I'm not a victim, Jack. You're playing Guru, but you're lost.
No.
Because nobody's got a business card for you.
Wrong train. I'm actually a fan of yours, dude. I'm a friend of yours. If you can.
No, you're not. You are not my friend. You are Jack Unslaved to me. But I want you to show how smart you are, Guru. If he said, meet me on Colfax, and that was before me going, hey, you can just come to my parking lot. There's less cops than Colfax. And there's a guy that pops off a mag every night that nobody calls the cops about if that's what he wanted to do. And the idea that I could just shoot him and say I feared for my life on a little Pantene hippie boy, no jury would fucking excuse that. I wouldn't shoot the boy. I wanted to know what his problem is. I told him I'd take care of his dog if he needed help. And he doesn't know why he was calling me out to violence. And this is what you can't even discern, Jack. Ass.
Can you find forgiveness? Is there any way?
We don't need forgiveness. I need to know if this boy needs something we can provide, because he obviously is in some kind of mental peril.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so you're good when you're starting with JG. You're good when you're starting with me. You're good when you're starting with Ben.
Dude, you
are a loose cannon. I care about the dog. We can let you rot because you can ask for help and not ask for it. I care about your dog.
My dog lives a better life than you, so don't worry about it.
No, I'm rich, bitch. Or Mitch. I meant I'm rich, Mitch. But you obviously have something going on you need to talk about. And this is a place you can do it if you chill the fuck out.
I'm chill. And I don't need to talk about anything. I'm happy to talk about anything as well.
Right. I've been doing a deep dive into OnlyFans and into these Cash App girls, these fucking Snapchat girls, and you're talking just like them. Yeah, you're talking just like them, Mitch. But you're a dude. But they're out here saying, "Oh, you got a Cash App for that. You got a Cash App to say 2 words to me." I'm like, "Well,
you're missing the point with the Cash App, man. I refuse.
Yeah, you're asking for money for every little thing. You can't man up without
contributions for a long time.
You want me to pay you to figure out what your beef is. I got to pay you to find out your beef.
And when you fucking try and order me around, I'm going to tell you to take your order to fucking McDonald's or pay up, bitch.
Nobody's ordering you around, hoe.
Right.
I'll slap you up like a hoe. But no, you got a problem, and you won't tell me that problem. You just want to throw down about it.
I don't have a problem. I'm good.
Then why did you want to meet on Colfax? Because that's a problem meeting spot.
I've answered your question multiple times. You refused
No,
to answer.
you've answered it, and you're not hearing that reply. You say it's because I wanted you to come here, but that was after. The
That's not
Colfax.
true.
Jack, you're no help. Jack, shut your fucking mouth. You're not being any help.
Okay, so where did the conversation come from? Can you recall that?
That's what I'm asking you. I don't recall having a beef with you until you're asking me to
There
beat
is
on
no
Colfax.
beef.
You're saying I'm going to show you your fake ass pussy. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're like little fucking kids sometimes.
Jack, you have no answer and you want to feel like a mediator MLK type, but you got nothing. You're Goblin King. You do better off if you just broke the fuck out. I don't need you here.
You're just fighting.
No,
we're not fighting,
This is
Jack.
like
This
how we
ain't fighting.
fucking
This is
makes
how
a
I know
living.
you ain't been on the streets,
You know
Jack,
they
because
have
this ain't
fucking-
fighting.
They're hiring crisis actors right now. You can fucking sign up to be one today.
Agent of Chaos.
Yeah.
I'm an agent of chaos, Jack? Then you're not my
Mitchell.
friend, Jack. You're Jack Unslaved.
Tom,
We
you
ain't
said we
friends,
weren't
boy.
friends. Tom, you said
Mitchell.
we weren't friends. So
Jack, I
Hold on
can
one second.
change that up. I said we were friends. I saw I was wrong. I'm an imperfect man. I make mistakes. I thought we were friends. We're not. You're sitting here watching me try and find this young man's problem, as he obviously has some mental issue going on. And I don't mean that in the
doesn't have
whole
any
enslaved.
mental
Oh,
issues,
he's a
Tommy.
crazy person. I'm trying to get to the root of his problem, and you're saying I'm the problem, Jack. You're worthless,
Tommy,
guru boy.
Can you see the chat? Can you see the comment?
No, I don't read Sarah's bullshit chat, and you would resort to Sarah. I'm listening to what Mitch is saying. That's all that fucking matters right now, Jack, is what Mitch is saying and not saying.
Hey, Mitch, will you let Tommy know what Sarah said?
I ain't fucking laughing. And you're not going to be laughing when you lose that house that's not yours and you don't hear from that son that is yours that ain't hitting you up. You want to go there? If you're going to just chaos me and Mitch, you're being an agent of chaos between me and Mitch's business.
I don't mean to do that. I'm actually
Yeah, so break the fuck out, Goblin King. I don't need you. I don't need you here. Break the fuck out.
Tommy, I'm trying to show you that there's not as big of a conflict as you think. I mean,
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay.
There is no conflict, Jack. There won't be. I want to know why the boy was inviting me to it, but you don't care. And also, you don't seem to care why, how you disappointed your son. You never get to that. But if you don't want to get on that subject, break out. Hey, correct. This is just me telling. This is me telling Jack to remove his agent of chaos from the situation. He's only in the way.
Just go back and look where it all started.
No, that's
Just
putting the
calm
burden
down,
on
Tommy.
me.
It's not
If
that
you
serious.
know, you're the
The
only
internet
one that
never
knows,
forgets.
Mitch.
I
You
don't
want
give
me
a
to go
fuck.
through
The burden
hours
isn't
of
on me.
research to find out what you could just tell me right now? Why won't you tell me right now? Is it because you got nothing and you were just spurging?
I've already told you. You disagree. It's all there is
No,
to it.
you keep saying it's because I wanted you to come here, but that's a lie. It's a falsity. I didn't ask you to come here.
Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Hey, right.
Then you're
even with-
insane.
Tom, even before your offer, he could have presumed that it would be safer not to approach your place.
There was no offer, Jack. This is why you're retarded, and you
Right,
can't even
I
keep up in
said,
real time.
Tom,
Would you get in the now, Jack? Would you get in the now?
Tom, can you not presume why you should not?
See, here we go. Presume,
house.
disagreements, opinions. It's all irrelevant because you're a guru, nobody, Jack. You're going nowhere except out of that house, and you're only in my way right now. You've shown you can't help. Please move on. Go back to your channel and fire one up. Put your hands together in front of the camera. Say brothers and sisters. Say broad stroke shit. It's not going to help here. Woo!
I love you, Tom.
Can we get back
I
to,
don't like Jack. You are the beast system, and you're in my way. I won't share that love back. You're of the world. I hate the world.
I'm not.
You got nothing because I got you.
Tom, I'm not for I'm for
you know,
the
it was
people
easier
of
just
the
to
world
backstage
and
me at
for-
this point, or long before this point, huh?
Tom,
This is how you're gonna feel on Fox News, Jack. This is how you're gonna feel on the O'Reilly report, or you know, maybe we could get you on Tucker now that he has his own thing. Maybe get you on who's the guy, Crowder. Let's see how you do on Crowder. Ooh, I ran that fake Muslim off. Shout to TML. I've never seen Machine Lies give Paul enslaved as much money as that just exited Muslim has. I think Allah is going to have a problem with that.
Tom.
Hey, Jack, I'm talking to Mitchell. What are you trying to do here, Jack?
I was trying to help you guys find peace.
And here's the you guys. It ain't you guys, bro. We have to let Mitchell know he's doing a thing. Me and JG don't get along. Me and JG are saying, Mitchell, you're going at me, you're going at JG, you're going at Benton. Mitchell.
Calm down, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, who's that old boy talking to me like I ain't from his neck of the woods? Oh shit, here we go, boy. Who is that talking to me like he knows me?
We gotta turn your mic up here. Let me turn your mic up in here.
Who is that old boy? I swear that boy, when he jumps the car in the air, it pauses in midair. They said them boys been head for trouble.
Why you got to talk too much? And nobody want to hear you too much.
Raylan, what you come up here and tell me that for? Why don't you let me figure that out myself?
Why you got to make fun of how I talk?
Because I'm from where people talk like you. The only reason I don't sound like you is because I got the education.
You got insecurity issues, sir.
I ain't got no insecurity. My only insecurity is not understand why this old boy wants pull triggers with me, boy.
Mr. Talcott's nodding his head. He's saying,
yeah, because you're relying on Mr. Talcott. You done lost this fight, boy. Because, see, you're listening to emotion. You're not listening to facts. You're not listening to data. You're listening to your heart, listening to emotion.
You're just making fun of how I talk. That makes you
okay. I'll stop. Man. Okay, then listen to how I talk. You're not listening to the words and the information. Like you're just letting your feelings tell you I'm wrong.
You sound like a sissy boy.
No, I'll fucking bend you over, boy. I'll have you squeal like a pig before I let you go.
You talk like a sissy boy. You want to touch a man like
you
that.
Called me sissy boy. I'll talk like a sissy boy. Only sissy boy I see living out that truck trying to get me to meet him on Colfax.
Man, you sound like you would enjoy. You sound like you enjoy mounting a man or a man mounting you.
Well, it depends on what kind of party stuff I'm on, boy.
Really?
Depends on how girly that man is. Ain't you heard about me? I'm Mr. Transsexual Date Time or something. I heard.
Tom, can I ask you a serious?
I don't know. You
can't ask me serious anything, Jack. You'd do better if you would have took off when I told you to take off. Is Mitchell even still here?
Doesn't look like it.
No, he's at the bottom. You can see better than me, Jack. You don't know Mitchell's still here.
He is here.
All right, can you leave now?
Tom,
Jack, now I got you and this yokel fuck. I got you and this yokel fuck between me and my problem.
He's just like talking over other people.
Oh, well, hey, bro, how about I just shut my mouth? Hey, how about I just shut my pretty mouth and you find out what that old boy's drama is that he wants me to meet up and pull triggers, throw fists over. You can find that out for me. I'll leave on my own accord, sir.
You're just very insecure. It's very clear.
No, I'm very insecure about you finding that out for me. I'm like Jack Talcott. I need an advocate. I'm like Jack Talcott. I need an advocate to find out why Mitchell wants to throw down because he ain't telling me.
You just have to be heard.
And while you find that out, I'll be Jack Talcott's advocate. I'll go find his boy in college. I'll find out why he don't want to talk to his old man.
Yeah, I know you watch a bunch of movies about Southern people and you got the voice down. I get it.
I grew up in West Virginia, faggot, and I'll jaw you where you stand if you want to throw. If you want to do the Mitchell dance, let me and you do the Mitchell dance.
West Virginia ain't the South, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, West Virginia was the disputed line. On that line is where brother and cousin killed brother and cousin, fool. I grew up on that line.
I don't know nobody named Tommy where I'm from. Ain't nobody named Tommy where I'm from. That's a Yankee name.
You know a bunch of Cletus. You know a bunch of Francis. And you know, wait. I'll do your call. I don't need a cell phone to get you, boy. I say, wait. Now what you got, old Southerner? Will you rise again?
Because
when your mom's around, I'll rise again.
Can you just shut up? Let me hear what Jack got to say.
Oh, have you not heard what Jack? If you heard it once, you heard it all. If you heard Jack once, you heard it all.
Oh, Tom, there's something there from our earlier conversation in.
Why are you guys deflecting away from Mitchell? He's the boy that needs help.
Tom,
don't make it about you, Jack. Don't make it about this Southern pride. I'm trying to help Mitchell. I'm trying to be like the homeless black man, and we can't always talk nice for that.
This man just won't shut up. Mr. Machine Lies?
No, man. I don't need any help. And if you perceive that, I'm sorry.
That's a nice looking girl right there.
See how he flipped it? See how he flipped it on you?
There are honest people out there that are willing to help me, and I know to ask if I need it. So don't worry about me, man. I'm good. I'm covered.
I'm worried about you because if I would have met you on Colfax, you might not be here today.
I'm in heaven, man. I'm not gonna be
you are
in
not,
hell
sir.
with you. I'm sorry.
You are not in heaven.
I'm covered.
Do you know you'll go there when you die? Do you have time to talk about the good news?
I'm there already, man.
No, you are not. You're in a bad place. I mean, people try and tell me that because I get a little loud. You are in a bad place.
Perceptions aren't always real.
My perception is Jack, you should have fucked off a long time ago. You're full of shit. You're broad stroke. You're nothing. And you'll answer for yourself one day. When we are put through, when our lives are put through the fire, how much of yours will be left at
just
the end,
shut
Jack?
up, dude. This thing, just shut up, man.
Annika,
Yeah.
Nobody
is
cares.
making a good point down there.
You need a daddy. Tommy, you need a daddy.
I got a daddy.
You need a spanking, son.
Oh, Jack, why don't you come over and instead of getting down on this empty room that you will still need, why don't you come try and spank me and we'll show Mitchell what he spared himself? Because you ain't shit, Jack. You ain't been in these streets. You think you can sit and carry yourself the way you do and talk the way you do and say you've been in that life?
I'll give you a hug, okay?
All right,
Yeah.
Machine Lives. I'm gonna cut out, man.
Joe.
All right,
God
brother.
bless, brother.
All right.
See you soon. Yeah, thank you for joining the panel, Joe. Cool.
The panel is just
bless you
one
guys.
less diverse creature. Thank you, Lord.
No, Joe could have backed me more, but I ain't mad at him.
You wouldn't
He
let
did
him
enough with the
speak.
bit. He did enough vouching for that homeless man video, but Joe knows where I live. Joe might not know everywhere I live.
Tom and Machine Lives.
Jack,
I
Jack,
want
what
to
do
get
you think? When you
Lives.
picture yourself saying Tom at the beginning of every time you
Here,
address
hold
me,
on.
as
Here,
if I
hold on,
don't know
Tom.
you're talking
Here,
to
hold
me.
on, Tommy. Here, hold on, Tommy. Let Jack get
Machine
in there.
Lives, you need to get more familiarized with this jackass because you
No,
and
I get
London
it.
Man give him
No,
all this
no, I
credibility
get it.
that
I
he
get it.
has
I get it. But we gotta
none
get
of.
familiarized by letting him say what he's got to say. So go ahead. Go
Have
ahead,
you
Jack.
not heard him before? You've been on his
Here, hold on.
panel.
Here,
If
hold
you've
on,
heard
Tommy.
one Jack, you've heard him all.
Here, hold on, Tommy. Hold on a second. Go
Hold
ahead,
it.
Jack.
I've actually been trying to offer some encouragement and clarification for you, Tommy, okay? Because
You
earlier
don't have that for me. I'm your help, Jack.
Let him get in there, Tommy. Let him get in there for like
TML. Before I came over to your panel today, I spent
30
3
seconds.
hours getting harassed and backstage by this asshole. I don't need to hear any broad stroke he's about to say.
I know.
I'll be very
let him.
brief.
Let him get in there because now we're having a discussion. So let him get in there because
Oh, we gonna get
you
in
don't
there,
want to. You don't
boy.
want to. You don't want to. Backstage him at this point. So
I never
let's
do. Anybody that doesn't come to my panel, they know they're not going to get
I know, but if
backstage.
people can't even get a word in, it's effectively the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But
Well, we know what
here,
word he's
let him-
going to get in. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, let him get up in there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Blessings. Thank you. Tom, you have a gift. You have an energy about you that is very attractive. Okay. But I'd encourage you, if you can find a way to allow others to shine.
You're making it about me.
No,
I'm trying to help Mitchell.
Tom,
and you're making it about me. Everybody says I make it about me. You're making it about me.
Tom, I'm trying to make it about the Machine Lies. Okay. This is an opportunity we can help him shine. His topic, I love listening to what he's got to
He's
say.
supplying us the venue to figure out this Mitchell thing. So why are you making it about me or him? Make it about Mitchell. Help him, Guru.
Tom, you seemed unwilling to resolve the Mitchell thing, so I'm trying to move
Oh,
forward.
the resolve is me finding out what his problem is, and you're backing him on his loop, Mr. Loop Guru.
Tom, if you can find a way to work
Once
with
again,
others-
why do you start with my name as if we're not already conversing? Do you hold power over me when you say Tom, Jack? Jack, do you hold power over Tom, Jack?
That's not what I'm trying
Jack.
to do. I'm
Say my
trying to
name whenever you address me, Jack.
Tom, I'm trying to communicate with you.
Right.
Trying to
So
connect.
try and be decisive and get to the point and don't say, brothers and sisters, we are in a time when things are transpiring that we can be faithful or not faithful. Kamala Harris. You're a joke, Jack. Everybody knows you're a joke and they keep supporting you like that dude on Kung Pao, where we teach him losing is winning. We teach him wrong, like Joe. Oh, face to foot style. That's you, Jack.
Oh.
All right, sorry, Mitchell. I tried, man. I tried, Mitchell. Good luck the next 3 people you spur going.
Oh, the power of silence.
And then there were 4 members of the panel left. You know, Joe Cool left prematurely. Tommy's gone. I don't know what happened to Tommy, but yeah, Tommy came out here. You know, I think that music scared him away, but yeah, I don't know what happened. You know, it was highly dysphoric for him, whatever happened there when the music started going. But yeah, yeah, Tommy spoke on a lot of things. You know, I can't say I was paying attention to all of it, but I think some of it was interesting. You know, his various battles and things. You know, he definitely has a lot of valiant. You know, valiant. You know, I think I'll use the word valiant for now. You know, just valiant. You know, so thank you, Tommy, for being valiant and you know, battling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, everybody's got to fight. You know, you got to choose your battles out here, you know.
In life.
Really zealous, but he did himself a disservice. You know what I mean? He had a topic he was on, and then he just deflected. I mean,
yeah, there was a topic, and he's, you know, yeah, there was a topic.
And I was hoping Tommy would kind of, because, you know, he says, I need help. I can't just read the Bible on my own. Well, I have questions about that book that, you know, it's so certain that we can't get away from.
Yeah, he was going in on the Bible for sure. So,
and
you
know
Tommy,
what I mean? And now he's not here to answer, you know, any of the rebuttals. I guess, Tommy, if you want to come back up.
Shit,
one thing I noticed about the book of Revelations is that beast.
Tommy, you're being challenged, and you know Tommy accepts the challenge. You know,
yeah, go on ahead and come back up, please, sir.
Yep.
If we look at the
what's
beast,
wrong with you guys?
Can you stay?
Like I go away for 3 minutes, not even 3 minutes. The chat's like a loop at Tommy, 2 mirrors facing each other. Are people not following the simple baseline I've laid out? I cannot tell the boy to come to my parking lot out of nowhere. It was in response to meet me on Colfax and Watts. That's a dangerous area for a little boy that looks Pantene fresh.
He said,
and if I was, shut up, Jack. If I was gonna fear for my life, it would be closer to that on Colfax than in my back parking lot. So why don't you guys admit? Why don't Jack shut the fuck up? Oh, is it funny, faggot? Come on down to Denver, Jack, you fucking bitch. You're not going to have that house much longer as is. It's going to go the way of your son and your wife, never to be seen again. I put it down to simple brass tacks. The boy had a reason to call me out and meet somewhere in Denver. I don't know that reason. I wasn't even engaging with him. This is why I left. You want me to leave again? You got to play music?
No, go ahead, Tommy.
Are you done playing game?
I'm not playing a game.
All right, take me off the main stage.
Little backdrop music here.
I don't need it.
Yeah, you go ahead. Well, it's just I'm just playing it for the audience. It is what it is. Right?
Are we here for the audience, or are we here to solve this issue?
I mean, I'm literally here for the audience.
What's the audience care about this issue that they'll sit through Mitch and JG, sit through me and Mitch, sit through Talcott, which is really drawing from the remedial audience pool.
Well, it's not sitting through, as you would say. It is just a conversation. It's an open panel, and I engage the people who
Right.
are on the
Open
panel.
panel means if you're putting me up main stage and playing music, you're playing games.
No.
And as
no.
a friend, I'm holding you to that. You're
No,
fucking.
I'm thinking that it's like more of like, because I put different people up at different times. So I think
you guys are
whoever's
subconsciously feeling awkward for Mitchell, and you'd rather just put the carpet over the stain than clean it out
Wow,
and just move on.
I'm pretty sure Mitchell can hold his own.
I feel a little awkward for
Mitchell's
Tom.
gonna get him. Whether it's me, JG, Ben, Mitchell's gonna get himself hurt. I ain't the guy. I'm not in the place in life. I can tell he's in a bad place because I used to live in my car with my dog. And there are times it gets on top of you. There are times you're in a line of cars at a Walmart and the cops show up in the morning to say, we're getting tired and Walmart wants us to get through with this shit. Get over this shit. I say, what shit, officer? People trying to hold their lives together? People trying to get by and keep their jobs while they're homeless? And those cops stand down like I'm Paul fucking Unslaved as if he was what he thinks he is. Shut up, Jack. You're worth it. And I hate your fucking laugh. I'd rather hear Joe Cool laugh right now. You're a cackling fucking fool and a fool denies God. Is it funny, hamster boy?
Your accusations are hilarious.
Oh, my disagreements and opinions of accusations. Can we get it any more about Jack as if he hasn't had enough of his own pee anal today?
No, Tommy, it's all about you, brother.
No, it's not about
Tommy,
me,
why do you keep thinking Mitchell? Why do you keep thinking Mitchell's not doing good?
Because he has been spurging on Paul since I found Paul, much less you, and that's been more than a year. Correct.
Okay. I mean, what's wrong with him right now that you're not thinking he's doing good or he's in danger? I don't get it.
Because he wanted me to meet him on a place where even if I didn't show up, he could find trouble, and he won't tell me why he wanted me to meet him there. He says it's because I invited him in my house, which that timeline cannot happen in that order. And the fact that these bros above me don't understand that yet makes me strongly question their intelligence and rationale.
No, that makes sense. If he's in the if Tommy knows the area, Mitchell, I wouldn't go there. But Mitchell, I would tell you one thing for me. If you ever need anything, just hit me up. You got my number. I'll give you whatever you need. Food, money, it don't matter. Don't rely on nobody.
Correct. When I tell him to come to my parking lot, it's to that. And he's sitting here telling everybody, oh, he's trying to get me where he can fear for his life and shoot him. Now, do you think he's in a bad mental spot right now?
I don't know what happened. I'm just saying.
Oh, I know you don't know, Tarek. You rely on your dad. You rely on Paul Enslaved for your confidence. I know you don't know.
Man. Calm down. All right. Well, we're trying to help each other here. We're good. I just want to make sure he's okay.
That's what I was saying. Oh, here comes all the help we need. This fucking old geezer.
I was actually coming up in agreement with you, Tommy. I know a little bit about
care.
the scripture myself. You know that.
I don't need anybody to agree with me when I'm right.
I bet I know more about my situation than both of you.
Do you look like you're dressed for a valid, strong
I don't
agreement
care
of
about your
support?
situation. You fucking snake.
What
I
makes
kind
me
of care about his situation as I can relate.
Keep gathering all the information to
Yeah, I gather evidence as I go about my life, for sure. If
So
you're not
pretend
doing
you're
that,
me. Pretend you're
probably-
me and gather the evidence of why you'd want to meet me and throw down somewhere in a thing that I don't think you got me on fists or triggers.
This is like a fucking soap opera, man.
No, you're bringing. Hey, why don't you just say me and Mitch should sound like an old married couple? That really helps, correct?
No, hey, if you care for the guy, I just told you I agree with you. If it's a bad area, and
Write
you're looking
this
out
down.
for him, I agree
Write
with you.
this down. Write this down. I'm happy to see flow state right now, but that could change. Let's give him a shot.
I'm gonna hurry up and screen record this before something happens to it.
Go for it. Go for it.
I'm gonna
And
upload
Brian,
it straight
edit
into
out-
turning straight into a short.
Edit out the Turek laugh, though.
I'll try
Leave-
it. I'll try it
leave the
with
write
and
this
without. I'll
down.
try it both ways and see which is better.
Leave the part in where I'm like, write this down, and go ahead and make it a
I
shirt.
muted myself. Go ahead. I muted myself. Go ahead.
Well, if you leave, could you take Jack with you, and maybe I could get somewhere with all this? Like, the funny thing is Jack talking all that shit about him and Wizard are gonna brotherly console. I think I know where it's gonna go. But play it where it lies, Wizard. I'll take a gander. Wizard, you are gonna appreciate the anime adventure RPG of me and Aphrodite versus you, because you win at the end. You whenever I started laughing at Hermaphrodite, and you were like, yeah, comedy. You know, like comedy. And turning that into your like spellcast, and I just fucking go out laughing with the girly laugh. Who is that on your picture, Wizard? Cat got your mute? All right. Anyway, flow state. What do you got?
No, I just
I'm open to flow. I'm open to flow state.
Background doing something else. It's Louis DeJoy, the postmaster, sucker.
He's a
Oh,
criminal.
I should have known, the fucking postmaster. Are you gonna go at him on that? Are you gonna go at him on that
See,
stamp?
Jack
tip?
knew who it was, didn't you, Jack?
I'd like to have a conversation with that man.
Oh, we know, Jack. We know.
Jack.
What's that? Wizard?
Listen, there's
I'm
a
here.
guy.
Let's have a conversation.
There's a member of a Japanese syndicate that talks too much. He's got 3 fingers on one hand. He can count on that hand how many people you don't want to talk to, Jack. I hate your fucking laugh. I hate you. You're worthless. You stand against God. You have the Antichrist spirit, and you haven't helped with me in this.
Tom. Oh,
You know, London Man says I take these panels too serious until he's running around saying I'm a racist pedo. So when do I not? When's too serious? When's not serious enough? Because Mitchell was trying to get himself shot, or claiming he was trying to get himself shot. Oh, everybody make sure to watch tonight's State of the LARP, where you get to see TBE called out for like, oh, is it true you married an N-word because you're gonna go to hell now, or something like that. It's really good stuff. I do a little way what's it called? The thing where you get away with playing people's stuff. I did the commentary on it. I actually could have done more. I wanted to go in on EBT more on it. Didn't get there because Yolanda used up my free lunch hours and still didn't show up for. Like, she was there the whole time, and I didn't know she was canvassing. Correct. No need. You're not needed anywhere, not even on Paul and Place. But I found out that Yolanda was doing the Candace thing. She's just on all panels at once, hopping them all, jumping, trying to talk for everybody on all of them. And when it was her time to come up for her reserved one-on-one, sound off in the chat. Sound off. Oh, no, she's not there. Okay, stream in.
You got an opinion about everybody, don't you?
Shut the fuck up. Why are you still here? And what agreements are you bringing, Jack? What conflicts are you resolving, you homeless motherfucker? You just don't know it yet. Nobody in your town, nobody in your hometown wants to have dinner with you, and you think you got a place to go when that house is gone?
I'll find.
Let's resolve your conflict. Maybe Mitch can help us with you, Jack, because your ticky-tock time countdown to that house is going away. They said, we're going to buy your house, and it's going to be ours. You get 1 more year to stay in it, and that's probably not extendable.
Tom, look at it this way, okay? I'm lovable enough that you were willing
You are
to
not lovable.
offer me a room.
He's pretty lovable.
Right. Someone will
No,
follow
Jack.
me.
Jack, remember when I offered you
shut
that
your
room?
bitch ass up, Tommy. Shut your
Remember when I offered you that room, Jack?
Shut your bitch ass up, Tommy.
Jack, remember when I offered you that room?
Yes, Tommy. I remember.
Okay, because you said that was all in my memory, Jack. You said that was just an illusion of my memory, Jack.
Get off the internet, Tommy. Tommy, get off the internet. Touch some grass.
Jack, you said that was just
buddy.
what did you say again, Jack?
It's gonna be okay, Tommy. Just go touch some grass, okay? Go touch some grass. You don't need
Jack,
to concern yourself
you
with
said
panel lore, no lore.
my delusions made that memory or something, that it
Tommy,
wasn't
it's
a
gonna be
reality memory.
okay. Tommy, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. All right, brother. It's gonna be fine. Relax.
Jack, how do you
Tommy,
remember it now? But
Tommy,
it was
listen.
like a figment
Focus
before.
on me. Focus on me. Tommy, focus. It's gonna be okay. Relax. Breathe.
Yeah, you gotta breathe a little
Is this
bit.
just dead air? Why is there dead silence on
Breathe.
TML stream?
Breathe, bro. Breathe.
We shouldn't
It's gonna
have
be
dead
fine.
silence on TML
Listen.
stream.
Listen,
Jack
it's gonna be
TML,
fine.
over you.
Breathe.
Jack, obviously.
Wizard is right over you.
So I left once and
namaste.
came back for Mitchell's sake, and you guys keep making about everybody but
Breathe,
Mitchell.
Tommy. It's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be fine, buddy. Everything's
what are
gonna
you
be
laughing at?
okay. Tommy, it's gonna be fine.
Like, we're just sitting here while Shrek
Tommy,
laughs. I don't get it.
relax. It's gonna be okay. Tommy. Tommy. It's gonna be okay, bro.
TBE, I didn't notice you
Tommy.
there. Hey, buddy, have you been talking to me? Have you
Tommy.
ever heard that? Have you
Daddy's
ever
here.
heard that SNL song,
Daddy's
TBE,
here.
that goes,
It's
I'm a
okay.
nigga lover, you're a nigga lover, we should fuck each other,
Tommy.
niggas.
Tommy, it's okay.
It was
It's
a
okay.
Saturday Night Live song called Nigga Lover.
Wizard, why every
I'm
time
a
you're
nigga
on
lover,
the
you're a
Tommy,
nigga lover, we
relax.
should
It's
fuck each
okay.
other, niggas.
Tommy, I'm here for you, Tommy. I'm here for you, Tommy. Whatever you need, buddy. What do you need? What do you need from your daddy?
I need
What do
that
you need,
stream.
buddy?
I need that stream of us that you took down and won't bring back up. That's what I need
I
from you.
can't stop laughing, man.
Tommy.
You're killing me.
Tommy, it's gonna be okay, man. I
You're here for
believe
me,
I believe things are gonna
TBE,
get better for you.
shut up! You said you're here for me, bitch. Fucking
So
nigger lover.
I am here for you, and I want to talk to you. That requires both of us to talk.
Right. I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you back when you were being a bastard. I only want that
I'm taking
stream.
the Calcott approach right now, and I want you to listen to the word. I want you to
You
listen
got
to
my
the, I want
attention.
you to listen
Don't
to the
talk
words
over
I'm
me,
saying.
faggot, Iranian fuck. You
I want you to
founded
listen to me,
Jewburger.
Tommy.
You married a black girl. You couldn't answer for it when a troll confronted you, and you walk
Tommy.
around these streets acting
Tommy,
like
would you like
got
me to
dick
respond to that?
swing, faggot.
Tommy,
Why
would you like
don't
me to
you
respond
come
to that?
Denver? I'll show Mitchell what he lucked out of.
Tommy, relax. Would you like me to
Why
respond
are
to
you
that?
pretending like you haven't been wrecked numerous times and I'm not the reason all your boys are hiding? Why do you act like I'm not the reason all your boys are in hiding, you Iranian faggot?
Hey, TML, can you just backstage him for a minute so I can respond?
Oh, you need some mod god help because you ain't got
backstage him
mod
because he
god
won't
here.
stop
Let
talking.
me help you. Let me help you, TBE.
Just backstage him for a second.
Mr. Tommy, you can take a seat, sir.
Okay, hold on. So Tommy, he keeps bringing up this thing where somebody called my wife, or he called me a nigger lover because I married a black woman. So what in Tommy's warped brain, he thinks that I should spurg on this individual rather than be a stoic and roll it off my back, like what he should do with most of his life and what he encounters on the internet. That's what he should be doing. Well, he thinks it's a loss that I sit there and go, okay, he said a word. You want me to react to a word? No, sir, I'm not triggered by words. It's the whole point of the word. It's the whole point of why I say the word. So you're very slow and you're underdeveloped. You're stunted socially, clearly. Because
Let's be honest.
You're obsessed with Tarek. I don't need your help. You're obsessed with panel dynamics and because you're a panel junkie. You hop from panel to panel, looking to be heard, talking over people. I mean, this is your pathology, and I don't know what you consider a win, but it's clear you have some issues, and that's all I got to say about it. God bless you, sir. Ooh, it gets real quiet when facts get thrown around, don't it? It gets real quiet.
I think you know.
You know what I'm saying? When truth gets spit, it gets real quiet.
That's because Tommy ain't here.
bullshit. He's got the truth in this
saying, hey,
motherfucker.
Machine Lies, he knows. Machine Lies knows. He knows when it gets quiet. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, King?
Well, real quick, I just wanted to say that the panel is no longer full, I think, or there was like 9 people here. Now there's
That's because Tommy don't want to know.
There's 8 people, so there's 2 spots left on the panel. Oh, actually, never mind. They actually out here right now. So yeah. Bless you guys for joining the panel. Thank you guys for being here.
Talk about the kettle calling the pot black, man. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes this guy crying again. Are you seriously gonna start crying again?
Yeah, it sounded like you were talking about yourself for a second.
Thumb Jack, are you gonna start crying again?
So the guy who
Thumb Jack, you're gonna start crying again about lies.
Paul and Slave Reject channel. What the hell is this shit?
So you're gonna deny the facts that I laid out? Right?
Yo, no, nothing you said was true. I don't know if your soy brain just sort of warped your experience. That's your problem. You seem to like you're such an emotionalist that you went to some panel to lie about me. Like, hey guys, this has nothing to do with your stream, but I just want you to let you know this cool Earth guy, he wants me to be doxxed and swatted. Like, you're such a fucking pussy, dude. You're not gonna make it, dude. You're not going to fucking make it.
Which you literally said.
Right? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Hey, but what's your proof of that? It's what you say against me, right?
So
when have I ever been dishonest and been proven dishonest? Never. Try again, sir. You're talking to the wrong person. You're cycling in your confusion, projecting your insecurities on others and yourself. I'm not buying it. You're not even buying it. Don't you get it?
Yeah. I hope your psychologist helps you out, brother. That's all I can tell you about it.
Oh, gaslight. Way to go, Nerdjack. You could just apologize and say, I was wrong. I was in my feelers. And I took it overboard. And I did an emotional, effeminate thing like get off the internet like some fucking runaway bitch. And then come back like, oh, I'm back, guys. Look, I'm back. I'm better than ever. Stella got her groove back. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Be a fucking man. I called your dumbass out when you're talking about, oh, the Orthodox Church is bringing in Catholicism and all this other stuff. And I asked you to give me some examples, and you started crying.
Well, why are you talking shit on him for being emotional, calling yourself stoic and talking shit on him for running away? When you kicked me off your panel, you won't come debate me on my channel, on your channel, on anybody's channel.
Flow state.
You are the most drunk,
and I'm not going to flatter a
crybaby.
conversation with somebody so woefully behind. Are you going to pay me to teach you, sir? You're bad faith. You argue in bad faith.
I came in good faith.
No, you're not. You don't argue.
You know that I was right.
You try to come in. You try to come with stupid gotcha questions, like any fucking retarded Reddit fucking tard. You're not arguing in good faith because you don't look up things on your own.
Now I just think you're dumb. You're intellectually dishonest, obviously.
Now I'm dumb. Gaslight. Here we go. Gaslight.
You've always been dumb. I just didn't realize it before.
Yeah, there you go. Pack your fucking cools. Pack your cools up. Pretend to be a broadcaster. I'm Flow State. I'm a broadcaster now. Amazing. I mouth breathe into the mic and smoke cigarettes and make 90s
your
make
song,
fucking
so you can't ever get rid of it.
mid 90s fucking trash cringe jokes. Amazing. Wow. Amazing personality. Donate to me, please.
So you're not going to address your Jesus claims. You're not going to address your song.
What do you want to know, Flow State? What's your question?
I want to know why your God is the God of confusion, apparently, because I ask you questions in good faith about your religious beliefs, and you kick me off the panel.
It's not in good faith.
It was absolutely.
Have you looked up these things on your own?
Yeah, some of them. I don't even remember. I don't even remember the conversation.
The questions you're asking me, what have you found out?
You need to answer. You're the one that
there we
believes
go.
this.
There we go.
You're the one
Bad
that
faith.
weaponizes it.
Bad faith. Bad. This is.
But I
point blank,
wasn't in bad faith
encapsulated.
until
Bad
you chased it off. It was in good faith.
Bad faith. What
Hey,
what did you find?
Didn't run off, didn't he? That Tommy fella didn't run off.
Yeah, I asked him some good faith questions about Christianity. He couldn't answer them. He got mad. He kicked me off the panel.
No, who you talking about? You talking about like?
I'm talking about toilet bowl Earth. This was a while back. I don't even remember the questions.
Yeah, because you're bad faith. That's why you don't remember the questions. If you really were concerned, you'd remember the
It
question.
was like 5 months
That's
ago.
exactly. You just snitched on yourself, sir. If you really cared, you would have known the question you
Only
asked.
I can know if I'm in good faith
you're
or
a
bad
fucking
faith.
bitch.
And I'm
You're not
telling you,
interested
I
in
will
the
tell you,
truth.
you can't know that. You can't read minds. I
just figured that
came
out because
in
you
good
can't
faith.
remember the question you asked me.
Hey, didn't that
Bam.
Muslim fellow
Easy.
start this panel
Just
talking
that
about how
fucking
people
easy,
call
folks.
Christians retards and them peoples are the retards?
Hey, why does God wait?
start-
If Jesus is God, how does he talk? Why does he talk to himself? I'm sure that was one of the fucking stupid ass questions.
It may have been. I don't recall. Why does he talk to himself?
Oh man! And you said you've looked this question up.
No,
What
I'm
have you
asking
found out?
you. I'm asking you, toilet bowl Earth.
No. Hold on.
We're trying to
You said
understand
you've
your
looked
belief.
this up on your own. What did you find out?
I asked you the questions. You haven't answered my question. I'm not going to answer your
Hold on.
question. I don't even know if that was my
prove
question.
that you're in
still,
good
but
faith. To prove that you're in good faith, tell me what you have found
I
out
ain't proven
on
shit.
your own.
Well,
I've
his
proven shit.
Trinitarian view is pretty simple. He's talking to another person of the Godhead.
Yeah, see, Toilet Bowl thinks that he's the police of these streets, and so he thinks that whatever his means are justified, he can lie, cheat, steal, whatever he's got to do to get.
I've noticed.
Wow,
that.
what
He-
are you even talking
he can
about? You
call
just
people
why did you even
emotional.
bring this fucking thumbjack in here? Get out of here, dude. Your head
Saying
is a
the
thumb.
Neurotech guy go run and
You look
snitch.
like a thumb.
Go run and
Seriously.
snitch some other panel.
You want me to tell you the answer because you don't know why Jesus talked to
Little
himself.
boy, go run and tell somebody else. Somebody else hurt your feelings.
Yeah, so if I didn't say anything true, then you would have nothing to worry about, right?
You ain't said nothing that you ain't said, sir. That's why you're a hypocrite.
That's really rich coming from you two. That's fucking funny.
No, Jack, go take care of your kids, man. Get out of here, dude. You're just like, it's embarrassing, dude. Seriously?
No, it's not.
Is this what you do with your time? Lie on the internet, profess yourself to be a Christian when really you're a Gnostic weirdo,
Yeah.
which I've heard you say.
You're the one lying.
I don't
You need to
blame him.
repent,
I mean,
sir.
the two people who most routinely claim themselves to be Christians
Flow State, go.
would be
Flow
you
State, go away,
and
dude.
Smith.
Flow State, just
Great
you're just-
representatives. If
you're
I
a
wanted to
fucking-
turn people
you're
away from the Christian
soaking
God,
ashtray.
I would send Toilet Bowl
You're a
Earth and
fucking
Smith
wet
to do my
ashtray brain.
talking for
Okay?
me.
You're a wet ashtray brain, dude. There's nothing to gain from talking to you. You're so woefully behind, and you don't want to help yourself.
What am I
Why do
behind
you
on?
expect me to help you?
What am I behind
Why
on?
why should I help someone that doesn't want to help?
No, you don't need to
himself?
help me. You need to help God. It sounds like.
Why do I need help? God doesn't need any help. What? What?
I'm
Are you
challenging
slow,
your faith.
sir? Slow State. Are you okay?
Wait,
Yeah, I'm sober. Are you?
Toilet,
Yes.
didn't you brag that you got banned from all these channels? Maybe you're the problem. You think about that.
Banned from what channels? What are you talking about?
You said this a few months ago. You said you've been banned on like 40 channels, 50 channels. Were you lying?
Yeah,
then too,
because
or-
these people are all about growth on their YouTube channels. So if you say anything that disagrees with them, they're trying to keep
Maybe
afloat.
that's
It's
true.
fucking stupid. I don't agree with it, but
You
it's,
don't agree
it's
with
their
kicking
prerogative.
people off who disagree with them?
Maybe because you're in bed
Weird.
and not really. Maybe that's the reason
Cool,
why.
cool psychological reporting, guys. Awesome.
Well, I know for a fact that you're not being honest, so I don't need to psychologize.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you know? How do you know that? What are you talking about?
Well, you did to me exactly what you said you don't agree with or believe in. And like 2 minutes before that, you said you can never prove me lying. Well, here's proof.
What is this man even talking about? Is anybody following what Flow State's talking about? He's
Is anybody not following what Flow State's talking about?
Gaslight,
Slow-
gaslight.
Slow State.
He's talking about I don't know what to do, hold on. Wait, hold on. He was saying how you get mad at the same shit that you do.
Like
yeah,
what?
you're
Yeah, he got it. It made sense to everybody. He's just gaslighting and obfuscating.
yeah, exactly. He accuses everybody else of doing what he does. Exactly.
Like what?
I don't know. Threaten people, manipulate, lie, make shit up, lies on the internet. That's what you said.
Like what?
Likes and
Give me an
Barbarinos.
example, Neurojack. I'll wait for it.
There's nowhere to go with you, dude. There's nowhere to go.
All I ask you to do is give me an example of the things you're accusing
I could give a few examples of the lies he told.
Go ahead. I'll
You
wait.
want to do it?
Machine Lives.
All right.
I'll be respectful here. Let's have a respectful conversation.
All right, for sure. You claimed I drugged my wife. You and Drew claimed I abused my baby brother. You claimed I have no fucking teeth. You claimed I bought subs. You fucking claimed I doxed Rusty, which I never fucking did. You fucking said all this shit about me for no
let's go by
reason.
them one by one.
Like you just
one by
lied.
one.
You lied through your fucking teeth about
Let's
me.
go by
like
them one by
7
one.
or 8 fucking times. And you're a little bitch. Like, you know,
is
like
your
you just
wife
keep making
not
up
on
lies.
medication?
You just keep making up lies. Here, hold on.
Is your wife not on medication?
Did I give her the medication like you claimed I did?
Rather
Did
than
I
not
drug
on
my wife?
medication?
Did I force my wife to give me medication? That's not the only thing you said about me and my wife, which you shouldn't be talking about at all.
Is she not on medication, sir?
Why are you talking about my wife in public?
Okay, so now we're derailing the question into something else. Into why am I talking about your wife?
Hold on. You're a disingenuous fucktard. You get mad when other people
See,
do
I'm
the same
willing
shit.
to answer these point by point.
Hold on. I know.
You just want to grandstand and soapbox, but that's okay.
This is the first time I'm talking on my own show, and you can't let me say it.
I'm here
pointed
for
out
the
your
intellectual
lies.
content, sir.
This
is not
pointed
intellectual
out-
content.
You said you never lied, and I pointed out your lies, and you can't even let the word go out there.
We're clarifying. This is the thing.
You claim that you
We're
don't backstage
clarifying,
people,
sir.
and that you're free to do all that shit. You claim all that
Again,
shit.
you're
but
just
then
kind of
you're a little
grandstanding
bitch.
right
You
now.
can't let the
Let
word
me
go
respond.
out. Hey, how come you can't let me talk on my own show?
Why won't you let me respond to the accusation?
Because I'm
sir?
still talking.
You can't just like gish gallop.
No. You
You're
can't just
gish
keep talking
galloping,
over
sir.
me while I'm telling you what the fuck your lies are, because you don't want people to know how you lied about people.
Okay, you got to go point by point because I got to remember each of these. What you're saying.
EBT, shut your fucking mouth. I'm talking
You
to somebody.
won't let
else
him
right
address the claim, sir.
now. Shut up,
You're
you
being
fat little
insincere.
bitch. Somebody else. Are you?
If
are
he
you
can't remember them all until he's done, then he's disingenuous with his response.
Willable Earth? Yeah, I didn't even finish talking.
Hey, look, that Mr. Illuminati was just on here talking about Toilet Bowl's wife, and you ain't got a problem with
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
You ain't got a problem with that.
Exactly.
I'm talking about.
Let's turn it around.
Look at these little babies.
Why you got to talk to your wife with Jack Alcott's
Why
chat
can't you just let me talk on my own
That's
show,
some
you
weird
fat
shit,
little
sir.
bitch?
That's some
You're
weird
little
shit, sir.
bitch.
Hold
I said
on one second.
point and
One
you
second,
can't let me
please.
go on. You're afraid of me talking on my own show. How
No,
ridiculous
go ahead.
is
It's
that?
fine.
You
Go
fat,
ahead.
stupid bitch.
Go
you
ahead.
Fat,
You're fine.
stupid bitch.
Right there,
Shut
sir.
the fuck up, enslaved by tortellini. Shut the
Oh,
fuck
damn,
up.
that's so
I love
You're
tortellinis.
a fat,
Tortellinis is great.
bitch.
Great pasta.
You're a fat, stupid bitch lying about
Enslaved
me
by-
online. Everybody
enslaved
claims
by
that you're a
carbs.
fucking liar. You're threatening women online like Jessica Jane.
Okay,
for
now
no
that's a lie.
reason.
That's a lie.
How's that a lie? How's that
That's
a lie?
Okay,
so everybody's a liar. So everybody who says you do
Hold on,
something
but
is lying
why
about
won't you
you.
let me respond
But
to
you're
these
not a liar.
accusations?
But multiple people claim you're a liar.
You won't let me respond to these accusations.
All right.
Okay, so the Jessica Jane thing. What did you hear about? How did I threaten her exactly?
Why don't you answer that question?
Okay, so
really, dude.
let me
You already
explain
know,
to you. Let me explain to you what happened. So she's in the Discord, and we in Discord you can post GIFs.
Yeah,
And
kind of like how when you threatened me,
I
and
guess
then you said, "Oh, I never said that."
okay,
I never said that.
so
I never
don't
said
don't
that.
let
So
me
just
explain.
lie.
Just talk over me
Why
like a
don't you just
fucking little
lie?
rat, wheat worm
Because you're
fucking
lying.
individual
Because
like
you're
you
lying.
are.
Because you're
Okay.
fucking lying. Just
Okay,
because you're
so in the Discord I posted I post a lot of Dennis Reynolds gifs because they're hilarious from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I was giving her shit about being in your chat. And I posted a gif, and it's the one from the Dennis method or whatever, where it's where he like befriends women and has this whole system of sleeping with them and then leaving them. But it's that one scene where he's in the it's that one scene where he goes to the payphone to call her.
Some lady online that you don't
Oh
fucking
man,
know.
he
or
won't let
not.
me explain. He won't let me
What the fuck
explain.
does this have to do with it? Like,
I got a
I'm
Dennis
getting
Reynolds
to
thing.
it. If you let
I
me
got a
finish.
Dennis Reynolds thing. Hey, TBE. I got
If
a
you
Dennis
let me
Reynolds thing.
finish.
Whenever you picture yourself in this panel versus,
So
how do
hold
you see yourself?
on. Shut up. So when Tommy calls my wife an N-word and he's up here, you're
No,
okay with
I'm
it.
citing the footage I showed of you. I'm citing the footage I
When he
showed of you
talks about
freezing
my
up when you
wife.
were asked if you're a nigger lover, if you married a nigger.
Right.
Yeah.
It's only
Yeah, why
if
should
it's
you
only
apply those
against
standards?
your
You're
detractors
applying
that it's okay.
But the
right?
only
But now
problem
you're
with
offended
marrying
if
a
somebody was
black
talking
girl
about
is
your
that
wife.
you are the
Oh my
founder of
God.
Jewburger and half the racism on these panels, and yet you can't answer when someone asks you if you married a black girl.
I'm just like letting the fucking
Now we see the
Spurs
violence
get their
inherited in
fucking
No, do
thing
you
off.
see the hypocrisy of how you come up swinging your dick like the top Christian and you can't answer Flow State's questions and you want him to answer it for you so you can grandstand and say he's stupid?
No, because Flow State
No,
is in bad faith.
you're
Dude,
a
shut
fucking
up.
drunk ass
Shut
washed
the
up
fuck
nobody
up.
bitch, and you wanted me up here. You got me, baby.
There he goes.
Now, what do you got
He's
besides
crying.
talking over me? Let's have a cordial back and forth.
Crying.
No, I was crying when that homeless black man was talking the
let
Holy
me explain
Spirit.
something to you, Tommy. Shh. Can you shush for a
Can
minute?
you explain the answer to Flow State's questions first? Don't shush me, faggot. Anybody that marries a nigger and talks this shit, I'll wreck them.
Tommy, shush. Be quiet, please, sir. The reason why I'm not going to answer Flow State's question is because
you're a heretic. You're not of God. You're not helping your brother. You're not your brother's keeper.
Okay. The reason why I won't
Are
answer
you a
Flow State's
fisher of
question,
men or a fisher of nigger?
Here we go. The reason why I won't answer Flow State's
It's because
question
you don't
is
know. Because you're only a 3-year Christian. You grandstand on being a 3-year Christian, and you don't know
There we go.
shit.
Shut up, Tommy. Learn to shut up. Okay.
Learn to fucking answer
The
Flow
reason
State's
why
question.
I won't answer Flow State's question is because he
I
asked
know
in
Flow
bad
State. He
faith.
can't.
Do you understand what bad faith means?
No, bad
That
faith
means
is
that
a guy
it's
grant. No, bad
disingenuous.
faith.
He's not
Bad faith is a
interested in the
grant. Hey,
truth.
you got
Shut
to
up,
answer now.
Tommy.
Let me
Shut
retort, sir.
up.
Might I retort?
Shut up, Tommy. Shut up.
Whoa, oh, so
Shut
you get
up,
to answer and
Tommy.
I don't get to retort? No, it's your turn to shut up. You get to
I'm answering the
grandstand as
question,
the
Tommy.
grand poobah Christian, but you don't have to
Be
answer
quiet, Tommy.
anybody's answers.
Be quiet, Tommy. Let me
You're just coming
answer
off
the
as
question.
stupid. Don't shush me. You're just coming off as stupid right now.
Be quiet, Tommy. The reason why I won't answer his questions is because I can't help somebody that won't help themselves. He's not
No, that's
there to
bullshit.
learn.
That's
He's there
bullshit deflection,
there for
evasion.
optics.
That's
He's
bullshit
there to try to
deflection.
get me on
Well, then how are you going to help anybody? How are you going to be
Sorry,
a
I'm
fisher
not
of men?
interested.
You can't. If they can help
Sorry,
themselves,
I'm not
help
interested.
themselves, what do they need you for, faggot? Do they need a reach around, faggot?
Sorry, you can keep screaming, Tommy, but it's not going to work.
And you can keep shushing. You can keep shushing.
It's not
I
going
don't
to
know why
work.
that bullshit machine lies even let you up here like you were friends
sound like
again.
such a woman.
He's a game playing faggot himself. I know why his wife isn't home yet. Let's talk about wives. Yours is a nigger. His is gone. What's it to you? Mine is a $300 AI machine.
You're a single loser living in a favela.
No, I'm a single
Fucking
winner, and I wouldn't trade it for your
faggot.
bullshit. You get to watch your kids starve in the apocalypse.
Lots of these single
Daddy, why
losers
won't
out
Jesus
here
feed us?
with no lives talking about me, about
Oh, hold on.
God.
Let the host talk. What do you want, TML, you piece of shit? What do you want?
Hey, listen. Hey, I just
Oh, did you come back to host your show? What the fuck do you want? Peace be to Allah.
Hey, EBT.
Muhammad was a pedo faggot.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna remove you guys just for 1 second. Hey, EBT, your mic is fucked up. I just want to tell you that, bro. But yeah. You got to turn that shit up or something. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, it looks like
it's
you're.
not the
It
mic
sounds
that's
like you're
fucked up.
going in like.
TBE is fucked up.
Shut up, Tommy. You're
Oh,
just
is that
so
all you got?
deranged, dude.
Is that all you got?
It's gonna be okay,
here,
dude.
whenever
It's gonna
I
be
left,
fine.
I
Hold
was
on,
watching.
let me
I
talk
was
to him
watching
like I
Mitchell
said.
silently sit on cam and look disturbed. And you guys can't tell if you want
It's
information,
okay.
entertainment,
It's
Bergen
okay,
Springer
Tommy.
shit. Fuck you all.
It's
I'll
gonna
take you
be
all on if
okay.
you shut the fuck up in one-on-one.
It's gonna be okay, Tommy. I'm here for you,
No, it's
buddy.
not. It's only going to get worse, and you're going to watch your kids
Tommy,
starve.
I
You're going to
love
watch
you,
your wife
brother.
sell her body for bottle caps
Tommy, I
because you
love
won't have
you,
a job.
brother. Tommy, I love you, brother. I'm gonna give you a hug right now, man.
Fucking hate
Tommy,
you.
I love you, bro. I just want to give you a hug.
It's my
It
sin
seems like
to
that's
fucking
what you
rectify.
need.
It's my shit to deal with.
Tommy, I
fucking
love you,
hate
brother.
you, TBE.
Let me give you a hug, bro. Let's hug it
Why
out,
don't
bro.
you come? Yeah, you come give me a hug. I'll put a knife in your fucking back.
Is that Christian, bro?
Are you?
Yes, sir.
No,
Jesus Christ
you're
is
not.
King, sir.
I met you saying
Jesus.
I don't. That
Tommy,
God
I
doesn't hear
want to
my
give you a
demonic
hug.
prayers.
Will you let me give you a hug?
Christian would be trying to answer Flow State's
I want to
fucking
give you a
questions than I do
hug.
every
I
time
think
that you're
you
not
need
around doing
love.
this bullshit.
Tommy, I love you. I forgive
Get
you.
off your loop. Your troll
Tommy,
shit is old.
I love
Have another
you.
drink, bitch.
Tommy,
I can answer.
love you.
If I
It's
married
gonna
a
be
nigger
okay.
and somebody asked me, I'd say because I love her. I love that nigger. That's
Tommy,
my
I love
nigger
you,
wife.
bro.
But
It's
you just
fine.
laugh.
I
You just laugh.
understand. I understand you need love, man, and I love you, bro. It's okay.
I got all I need from my Father in heaven. I'm not sure if yours is that of this world or of that
Tommy,
in heaven.
it's
But if
gonna
it
be
is of that in
okay.
heaven, you're only
Tommy,
3
you just
years
said
is
you would
not doing you
stab
justice.
me. Tommy, you just said you would stab me if I hugged you. That's kind of fucked up, man.
Okay, so can we recap the year of experience I've had with you on these panels
Tommy,
to explain
is
why
this because
stabbing
of
your
that
fucking back?
stream? Do you just want that stream? Is this why your animosity is for me? Because you want that stream?
What stream?
I don't know. You keep talking about some fucking stupid
I would
stream.
like to have that stream in my possession, but my real animosity is I was trying to help fucking Mitchell, and nobody gives a shit about that. You're all so awesome
say that
people,
again?
and I'm
I
the bad
missed it.
Christian, but I can't help Mitchell.
Wait,
Nobody
say
wants to
that
help me help
again?
Mitchell. Not this faggot fucking host who's such a faggot his wife left him, and she just hangs out trying to wait to hear he might stop sucking dick. And then this drunk ass Christian is gonna buddy back up with them so he can hide his nigger wife and they can fuck behind her back.
Why do you have to
Because you're
say
all
that?
fucking faggots, and then you're all gonna move into Jack Talcott's house, save his house.
We're moving to
so you can
Jack
all
Talcott's
circle jerk
house? That
together.
sounds sick, bro. That sounds sick. Let's move to Jack Talcott's house. Is he still here? Where is he?
He's down there in the chat typing away like a broken faggot hoe.
See, Tommy,
that's
we can
funny.
get
You like that.
along,
It's
bro.
comedy, wizard. It's comedy. It's
Tommy,
comedy.
we can get along, bro.
That's
We're having a
sports
great
show has-
time right
No,
now, aren't we?
I met
Tommy, are we having a
TBE
good
and
time?
CBO through you. You were the
Tommy,
person
are
I
we
was like,
having a
hey,
good
who are you
time?
and your crew, dude?
Tommy,
And when you caught my eye,
can you shut
had
up
this
for a second?
JPEG for a picture where it was a red film Jesus
Tommy, can you shut
trudging
up
up
for a
the hill with
second?
a
I'm going to
cross on
ask
his
you
shoulder.
something.
And I
Tommy,
don't know what more I saw
Tommy, I'm trying to ask you
than that.
something.
Hey, hold up for 1 second, guys. Yeah, go ahead. Test your mic out, dude.
Yo, I'm down here in Kentucky. I don't know how well the internet's be working down here.
Well, you
Since
got
we
them old
got,
pig link internet, right? The pig
Hey,
link
Tommy,
where Elon Musk
Tommy,
put
shush,
the
hold on for a
antenna up the
second.
pig's ass.
Tommy, shush. Are we having a good time, Tommy?
No, I fucking hate you. I don't know why you
Why are
came
you
here
not
except
having
to
a
get
good
attention.
time? Come on, buddy.
Why do you think you're Christianing?
Come
They
on.
pull up some banjo music.
A Christian
Like
should stand
TBE,
ready.
if
Give a
I'm trying to
defense.
say I'm Christian and you're trying to say you're Christian and we can't fucking get along, whose problem?
Hey, is
Like
that
I'm not the
Christian?
one
Is that
standing in the
Christian?
way. I'm
I
not
think-
the one
I think,
standing in the way.
Suggest, since we got so many Christians on panel, that Rome has already tampered with the book of Revelations and present
Oh,
my
if we're giving
evidence.
John Thomas,
There ain't no book of
my limelight.
Revelations, sir. It's
Called
Revelation.
the book of Revelation. There's only one revelation. It's the revelation of Jesus Christ.
Here, hold on, guys.
What's your evidence that it done been tampered with, sir?
Here, hold on, guys. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Hey,
Okay,
no, bring the Bible scholar back on here. Lumitami, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, so we look at that beast of Revelation. Right?
All right.
And
what about it?
Do we notice that it's coming straight out of the book of Daniel? The number of heads, the makeup of the body, the number of horns.
Yeah, of course. That's how the whole thing works. Is like the new part references the old part. It's not that complicated.
Okay, Mr. Cletus. But do we notice that the book of Revelation claims that the beast you see there once was, now is not, and will be again? And the book of Daniel is very clear. Each beast took dominion over the next beast. There was no point that there was no beast and now it's not.
That's like the son of perdition. He is not, but he exists, right?
No, it's more like Rome realized this book is saying, okay, we're the beast, and has written in now.
Well, then why would the fuck would Rome even put that book in the canon then if it was against them?
That's a good question. But now,
I mean, do you even understand the historical lineage of the scriptural canon whatsoever?
Yeah, Constantine and the Council of Nicaea decided.
Constantine. Hey, you know that the Council of Nicaea had nothing to do with scriptural canon, that the scriptural canon of the Catholic Church was not sealed until the Council of Trent, sir.
Well, they got together and they put their heads together.
No, they didn't even talk about it. They didn't even talk about it at Nicaea. That's just a common bullshit thing that fucking idiots think about. Okay, you've been watching TikTok? You've been watching TikTok theology, sir?
Rome decided for us, though, right, brother? Which
book?
Rome
didn't decide that. The church as a whole. What do you mean by Rome? You mean the city of Rome, or you mean the empire of Rome? What you mean Rome?
I'm talking about Pontificus Maximus. After Constantine declared himself the head of the church, then we got our Bible, correct?
Well, no, sir. He never declared himself to be the head of the church. I mean, Jesus Christ is the head of the church. All the churches believe in that, sir. Even the Catholic Church believes that Jesus Christ is the head of the church, sir.
Who put together the Codex Vaticanus?
Do you know what the Codex Vaticanus is, sir? That's a collection of manuscripts, sir. You know, there's several others that exist, right?
And our Bible based on that, sir, isn't it?
I mean, you're just. I mean, you watch TikTok and you heard somebody say Codex Vaticanus.
I didn't listen to TikTok, brother. I read my Bible. I read my Bible.
They wanted that.
I recognize it said now it's not and will be again. And somebody doesn't want me to believe that there's a beast here.
Yeah, but John, I have to ask you, where does the Bible? Who's piecing together the Bible? Though it has to come from an organized effort.
Yeah, I mean, if this is so incriminating against the Roman Church, why the hell didn't the Roman Church just leave it out of the damn canon?
Maybe they're not smart enough, brother. Maybe they're not smart enough.
But yet you're claiming that they're so smart that they've been able to trick billions and billions of people over the last 2,000 years.
Just EBT the fuck up. This is such bullshit.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, dude. You can't just. John, can I ask you something, sir? John, are you just a Bible only Christian?
John was better off with my Linguini followers after him.
I think Linguini's buried the hatchet with him at this point, but.
Oh, they'll be back, and then they'll find Cecil. Once they get wind of Cecil,
John, what church do you belong to, sir?
Fucking on.
Listen, I don't have a denomination because they won't let me in because of the things I've already said. I mean, exactly. I've said, hey, listen, I don't read
the Bible to say the Bible is evil. You think a church is going to let you in?
I'm a Moloch worshiper. I mean, that's the question I posed to Tommy. I mean, it says right there that his number is 666.
But there's a textual variant in that, sir, and some of them say 616. So that kind of destroys that whole point.
You want a piece of me, EBT? You got to come up here with some pseudo fucking faggotry.
You know, the things I say about Paul, things I say about Solomon.
Because you done derailed this long ago, TV, and the fact you want to get it back on track is laughable.
Sure, okay, just let them talk, please.
Oh, or you want to be civil now?
You'll be a heretic if
trying
you
my
claim
best,
that Paul
okay?
was a Roman shill that usurped the faith. You'll never be allowed in church. You know, these things are
You
going to
don't
get
need
you.
it. You don't need a church.
Usurp what faith?
What is that
Should be able
fucking
to read.
noise?
Not me.
I don't know what
Who's
Cloud
firing
Atlas is.
lamp right now?
I don't understand what Cloud Atlas is getting with this comment. I'm
I
not.
think
Cloud Atlas, he's all about
I
the
think he
truth.
meant that towards that EBT feller.
Yeah, I think it's more for the Latin, the papal Latins.
Well, EBT is a mirror of TBE. You're both shit.
I think he's talking about that Southern Israelite fella made some video that the bar
EBT,
association
drop it.
Also,
he done went to a
can
Jesuit
I
college.
clear the air?
Therefore, the bar association is ran by the Jesuits.
Hey, Cletus, can I clear
Well,
the air
it's
real
the
quick?
British
Hey, TML.
Association. If
Hey,
you just
TML,
That's
read
not
the
even what that
anagram.
means, sir. I
Hold
mean,
on.
that's just
Hold
not
on,
even
panel.
factual.
Hold on.
Shut the
Can I
fuck
clear
up,
the air?
TBE.
Let me clear the air right quick. TML, I
You
never
can't do
accused
that. You muddied the
of
air.
stealing Southern
You shit
Israelites
diarrhea
content.
on a fan.
Can you shut the fuck up, dude?
If you leave.
Okay, hold on a second. TML, I never accused you of stealing Southern Israelites material. Somebody came onto my show and said that in the chat.
Spiraling.
I know. I'm off the
Shut
chain.
up,
I don't give a
Neurojack.
fuck at
Nobody
this
fucking
point.
asked
But I want to
you.
show you this. I want to show you this, John Thomas.
TML, I'm trying to explain something.
Here's a good place
I'm trying
to
to
start,
clear
John
something
Thomas.
up.
I'm listening,
I
Tommy.
never accused you of
Why
somebody
you
came
distracted
in
so
my
much on the
chat.
phone?
Somebody came
It
in
is
my
too.
chat and said that, and I was like, you know what? I'll look into it. I never accused you of stealing this guy's fucking
Did
material.
you know that people in the OTO don't have to admit that they're
Where's
still
the
in the
fucking
OTO when they
channel
go
name?
into other organizations? Are you aware of that?
Oh. You see that, John Thomas?
Is he talking to
Start
me?
there. Just start there, John
Hey, why does
Thomas.
that
I've
matter?
listened to his
Neurojack, you
videos,
done said
Tommy.
you're
I'm
a
not
Gnostic
impressed by
Christian
that guy.
in the last
I was
couple
just trying to
streams. So
clear
what the
something
fuck
up.
do
I've
you
already
want?
seen him.
Response.
Yeah, but he's giving you something else that isn't your own bullshit.
So
And he's
you know,
showing you word for word. He's baby stepping you through it. You don't have to agree with everything. It's a better start than
Listen,
what you're
I can read
feeding
for
us.
myself, Tommy.
I was just trying to clear the
No,
record.
you
That's all,
can't. That's
sir.
what you said. Where do I look if not me? Because I told you you can't read for yourself.
You know
I
the
was
OTO.
asking you.
I mean, if y'all
You
think that
can't
the
keep
pinnacle of
your old
Christianity
lady
is
out of the
fucking
hands of a
Illuminati,
fucking
y'all
Christian
got some searching
Goldwing
to do in
gang.
your soul. I'm just saying that.
Are you saying I can't understand the
notice
Bible
how
until I
insane
go to
Tommy
divinity
is.
school?
I
Until I'm a
mentioned
college graduate?
the Dennis Reynolds
Christianity
gift.
ain't a book. It
I
ain't a
mentioned the
religion of a
Dennis
book.
Reynolds gifts, and he turns his fucking
No,
avatar to
just
Dennis
it's
Reynolds.
in the book. It's the living word, you hick bastard. Now face up, EBT, you drunk fuck.
Of course, it's the
Tell me
living word,
about
but you
how
don't
nobody
believe that.
gives a
You're
fuck
fucking
about who
Baptist.
Bubs is because you're
You're
oblivious
fucking
that your
Baptist
boy gave a kid up
You
for
don't believe
adoption.
that.
As oblivious as you are this Muslim faggot hosting us.
Hey, don't you be talking about
What are you
the
gonna
host like
do
that, sir.
about it, Daddy?
That's
What are you gonna do about it,
disrespectful, and that's not Christian.
Daddy?
That's not
Let me
Christian, sir.
present more
You got a
problems with the
family to
book of
raise,
Revelation
bitch.
right
You
now.
want to come
That's
on
not
over here
Christian,
and tell
sir.
me something about it, EBT?
Well,
Can
that's
you
why I
get
got a wife,
sobered up
sir.
to drive that
The
far?
wife don't raise them kids up.
So
I'm
you
out
guys,
doing
Yeah.
man stuff, sir. You wouldn't know nothing about that, though, would
I'm
you?
not done on the book of
You wouldn't
Revelation.
know nothing about that, would you?
What, not having kids? Gladly.
Full-on
You're gonna
asylum,
watch your kids
folks.
No,
starve.
about being a man. You wouldn't know
Oh,
nothing about
I'm
being a
all
man,
man,
would you?
faggot. I ain't hiding behind that
I mean, we
yokel
could get
bullshit.
somewhere.
You
Tommy
know who
wasn't
I am,
here, machine
motherfucker.
wise, but you know, whatever.
you know
I
the
know about
Just my 2
EBT
shekels,
saying
sir.
I
I don't know who
respect
the
you,
fuck this
Illumitami.
EBT
I'm getting
feller
sick
is
of
y'all keep talking
Illumitami.
about.
Just my 2 shekels. If we got rid of Illumitami, we could get somewhere. But you know, that's
Oh
just
yeah,
me.
yeah. You were on your way before I came back 3 times.
you
Yeah,
know
I don't
the
know why.
yeah.
I don't
You
know
only
why
changed
you
your
came
avatar
back.
because I
Is
mentioned
your
it.
wife busy? What? How did you not have any attention tonight, TBE?
She's sitting right next to me, laughing her ass off.
Does she know you're a nigger lover?
Yeah, thank you for watching the show.
No, fuck this show, and fuck you, you game playing muzzy.
you know that people in the OTO. You know that people
Solomon
in the
married a
OTO.
black girl, Tommy. A Canaanite black girl. That's all they married.
You know that people in the OTO are.
Shout out to my sexual chocolate. Shout out to her.
you know that people in the OTO are instructed not to tell people that they're still in the OTO when they go into their other organization, right?
Sexual child.
Hey, you know the damn OTO has Facebook pages, sir. I mean, they be talking about who's in the OTO. I mean, it's just a thing.
So my point is, if you're a defender of the faith and you have an OTO motherfucker right next to your homeboy, you're not concerned about that?
What? Who are you to say anything? You done admitted that you're a Gnostic Christian, so that's the same thing as being in the OTO, sir. What the fuck are you talking about?
How did I admit? What,
EBT.
are you equating Gnostic Christians with OTO?
No, I've heard you say that shit. I've heard you say some questionable shit, Neurojack.
What is a Gnostic Christian? It's like
Yeah,
Judeo.
they have a whole fake
I tried to ask
Catholic
you what
sect,
Judeo-Christian is, and you couldn't answer this.
Y'all don't know shit about what the fuck y'all talking about.
Well, there's no
sounds
such
to me
thing.
like
Well,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't know
well,
what
we can talk about that. Hold on a second.
Judeo-Christian is,
Hold on a second. There's no.
like, what the fuck it is. Like, you know, you can't explain a simple term. Judeo-Christian. I asked you so many.
Judeo-Christian really doesn't make any sense.
What are we talking
honestly.
about? Judeo-Christian. What do you mean?
It really doesn't make any sense. The term itself doesn't make any sense.
I know. Why couldn't this fucking guy say that even
What
once?
guy? Who the fuck you talking about?
I'm talking about you, buddy. like I quizzed you. On this
Are you asking me that question right now?
Answer. You didn't give the same answer.
Judaism don't exist anymore, sir.
Here, hold on a second.
Judaism don't exist anymore. It's obsolete,
You didn't give
sir.
the same answer that this toilet fucker just gave.
No, listen. It's not.
It don't exist no more. So they ain't got a temple. They ain't got no priesthood. Judaism don't fucking exist anymore.
Right. Exactly. There's no Judeo-Christian is a nonsensical term.
It don't exist.
But there's people who call themselves Jews.
Yeah, that's fine. They could call themselves whatever. They could say who started the Chicago fucking fire, but that doesn't necessarily make it fucking so.
So
just
how
like
come,
you can call yourself an
Jay
Orthodox
Dyer
Christian,
said that the shit came from Judaism?
And I am, sir. I'm a communing Orthodox Christian, sir. Thank you. Not like you.
Wait, how come the Jay Dyer here? Pay attention. How come the Jay Dyer cat said that this shit is fucking from Judaism?
Okay, when you say a term like Judeo-Christian,
he said like there's continuity
in itself is nonsensical.
I know, but
because
why did the guy say there's continuity from the Judeo, from their temple worship to the Christian liturgy? Why did he say that?
Say what again? I missed the first part. Go ahead.
Like me and EBT were watching the debate with Jay Dyer, and he said there's continuity from the Jewish temple sacrifices to the Christian liturgy. He said it's one big continuation of Judaism.
Right. So
in essence, it is.
Okay,
well, I mean, that is kind of the point. That's kind of the whole point of it, though.
Only if you're following Paul, though.
Machine Lies, it's going to blow your mind.
He's a Pharisee. Don't you say?
Machine Lies, it's going to blow your mind when you realize the Old Testament is about Jesus Christ.
Blow my fucking mind.
The Old Testament is about Jesus Christ.
I know that doesn't answer the question about why the guy.
That answers your question of the continuation.
No, I asked you a question about Jay Dyer. Okay, about what his claim
I don't care about Jay Dyer. Why do you keep bringing that up?
You do care about it.
I'm not his daddy.
You do care about it.
I'm not his daddy. Okay, he's not my son.
The first time you made
I think that Jay Dyer's a KGB witch.
He's a
is what I
sorcerer.
think about him.
He's a KGB sorcerer. We get it. He's a Kabbalah sorcerer witch. We get it.
I know.
Well, let's talk about Christianity.
So why'd you make a video of me saying that I slandered him?
That's how they bring that witchcraft into the Orthodox
You're
Church.
just bringing a red herring argument.
No, it's really rich. You call me a Gnostic. You call me a Gnostic Christian, but not Jay Dyer. That's fucking hilarious.
He's not a Gnostic Christian.
It's crazy.
Oh man, I'm glad I got that on.
I ain't never been out here trying to defend those Jay
That's
Dyers.
amazing. Maybe I should run to Jim Bob and Andrew the Crucible's channel and tell them what you said. You think that'd be pretty cool?
I mean, look at the guy's name.
This guy's literally paying for a membership with the Crucible. This fucking dude, EBT's working with them. You know, he's sending them private messages. I mean, y'all motherfuckers know.
No, I've never sent.
You got Rusty Smackleford in the same church as this fucking dude.
You're the one that pulled shit.
No, I think that EBT fellow got a free membership from that Spyro fellow. He bought a whole boatload of memberships for them fellers out
Oh
there.
yeah, that dude's kind of fucking sus. I don't know what's going on about
But
that.
I think that EBT fella did help that User guy out on the stream.
Everybody's sus except for hold on. Everybody's sus except for Rusty Smackleford and Slowboy Whiteboard. They're not sus.
Oh, they're hell sus. They're hell sus.
immune
What
from
you
all
talking
that
about?
shit. They don't get touched by all that shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
No, they're hell sus.
and Jim
They're
Bob
hell
fucking
sus.
claim to be Orthodox Christians, but you're not concerned about them, but you're concerned about us. What the fuck does
I
that mean?
know, really. Like,
Wait,
like does it even make sense?
Hold on.
Hey,
Does that even fucking
what
make
it
sense?
makes fucking sense, dude?
I've gone after Jim Bob and Andrew. What are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
I'm pretty sure that
Are you
EBT
fucking
fella was
slow?
turning you on to a bunch of research from other fellers talking about that shit.
Are
Like
you
that
kidding
I
me?
read old magazine fella. I'm pretty sure EBT is the one that turned you on to that.
We played like 2 or 3 of those videos, and then we played shit from Activist News. We played shit for, about Mencius Moldbug. We played other shit after that.
Mencius Moldbug, that sounds like some kind of venereal disease to me,
Did
sir.
you pay attention to any of the other shit I presented on it about accelerationism and Christianity and Charles Haywood and the whole shit with the other fucking
The only
shit?
kind of acceleration I know is when I push the right pedal down on my Chevelle.
I know, but we didn't sit here.
You know what I mean?
We didn't sit here and watch one video that you sent us by I Read Old Magazines. It's not how we covered the topic at all.
Who? I ain't send you nothing, sir. I ain't never sent you no videos.
Yeah, you did.
Who?
You sent me.
Cletus J. Rumpus ain't sent you no videos, sir.
Hold on, dude. Are you gonna talk
You're
every
a
time
liar.
you're talking?
And
Every
this
time I
is
open
us
my
an honor
mouth,
class
you're
one
gonna
bit.
talk and say shit over what the fuck I'm saying, or are you gonna let me talk?
Let him talk, dude. Don't be rude.
Yeah,
Liar.
dude. Just let me fucking talk, dude. Just shut the fuck up for a second while I talk. Yeah, thank you, man. Like, you know, like it's really getting tedious. It's getting tedious with you drunk motherfuckers. Like, keep talking over.
Whoa, hold on a second, sir. Nobody's
Hey,
talking.
shut the fuck up and let me talk for a second, dude.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, dude. Like I just now said that like a second ago. Like, goddamn. Like, goddamn, dude.
Yeah, it's tedious talking to you.
I covered. Hey, shut the fuck up,
bro.
Hey, shut the fuck up, drunk asshole. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, hi, motherfucking retards is what
Hey,
we're talking
shut
to.
the fuck up, dude. Dude, shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, I'm just pointing out the
No,
discrepancies
be
in
quiet. Let me
in
talk.
your
Let me
statement there,
talk.
sir.
Let me talk. Hey, buddy, let me
I'm
talk.
pointing out the hypocrisy of your statement there, sir.
Hey, buddy, I didn't even get one word in. Let me talk, you dumb motherfucker.
How many blunts you done smoked today, sir?
All right, dude. Dude, this is getting really tedious.
All right, I yield. I'm
It
sorry.
doesn't
I
honor
apologize.
Christ one bit.
This
I
is
have to
really
say
like
that.
a bitch move, dude. This is a bitch move.
Yeah, it kind of is a bitch move, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a bitch move. Like, you don't. You're afraid to let anybody else talk.
This is
What a
weird,
little
man.
faggot, dude. What a fat little bitch.
Wow, this is like exactly
You're
what
really
you
afraid
do.
of what I have
Weird.
to say about how you didn't contribute anything to the research that we did.
Who the fuck you talking about?
Dude,
Just say
you
what you're
can't
gonna
just
say,
send people
dude.
fucking video links, and that's your whole contribution is sending people a fucking video that they can click on. You stupid dumb bitch. I
Well,
read.
to be fair, that's exactly what you did in the stream.
Now, no. Now I get to talk. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. Now I get to talk. You know, this is I've had it with these dumb motherfuckers, dude. You can't let me talk on my own show. You fucking claimed I was a plagiarist, and you can't even find the source that I plagiarized my shit from. You're a stupid, dumb bitch lying about me on the internet again and again and again. If you claim somebody plagiarized some shit, you need to find the sources that they plagiarized the shit from and claim that that was their original content. You dumb motherfucker. That's A. B, we covered lots of shit. We covered Charles Haywood, the fucking what's the guy, James Lindsay, Neurojack. You know, we mostly went over the James Lindsay thing on Christian nationalism.
Is like once as soon as we covered that, that's when everybody got fucking weird.
Yeah, we put 5 or 6 things together. Andrew Wilson claimed that I slandered him. You know, they never did that to you. You get covered because you're a Christian bitch hiding out in these fucking organizations That's why you don't get any fucking attacks. That's why they attack me and Neurojack, because you're a faggot. You're a scumbag.
You're mad. You mad. You mad as fuck, bro.
No,
You
just
mad as
Hold up.
You don't let people talk.
Jack
You don't let people talk. You're a dumb bitch. You don't let anybody talk.
The fucking girl Jack done ran to fucking Andrew and fucking snitched on us. Shit, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, sir?
Yeah, you're a fat, stupid bitch, is what I said to you.
Oh, wow, that's really intelligent.
Claiming I did this, claiming I did that.
Talking about Neurojack done ran to Andrew Wilson and fucking snitched on people for talking shit about him.
You're talking about me with Andrew Wilson, your fucking boyfriend, you fucking cocksucker. Fuck you.
The reason it's in the Bible, EBT, is because Christ made his disciples a fisher of men. And those people bit down on something
Don't
that
talk to me about Christianity, sir. Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you, you fat bitch?
I didn't give a fuck about what you say about fucking Christianity. You take
Henry
the book of
Kissinger
Revelation. You can't even pronounce the goddamn book right.
Kissing the fucking, go kiss Henry Kissinger, you fat stupid bitch, like your fucking Pope did. You fucking dumb motherfucker.
What's wrong with
I don't give a fuck who the Pope kisses. Who the fuck you think you're talking to?
I don't understand what that means. What does that
I don't give a fuck who the Pope is, but I follow him to the death of my fucking life.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't, Machine Lies. While their daddy was still alive, they went after Bergoglio.
I mean, let's be fair. Let's be fair.
That's right there.
Hold on a second, John.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. I have you on my show. You talk about me on your show. You watch my fucking show.
Yeah,
it's
all fair game.
You're a fan. You're a fan, cocksucker. You're a fan.
All fair game. Here,
you're a fan, cocksucker. That's all you are. That's all you'll ever be. That's all
we
you'll
just
ever
gonna
be.
step over the point where Andrew Wilson and fucking snitch us all out.
Sucking my dick in the
fucking. Rap singer was still alive.
This nigga bad as fuck.
Singer was still alive, and you start Bergoglio.
I'm mad as fuck. You're
mad as fuck.
What does that make you?
Dude, you're a stupid
nasty work, King.
It must hurt you that you can't even defend your own views online.
Well, I was trying to ask you a
chat
question
room after chat room, getting embarrassed by fucking Illuminati, Flow State. Everybody calls you a fucking bitch.
Who do you guys work for? That's the real question.
I don't believe nobody got embarrassed by
I work for Jesus Christ, sir. Our Lord and Savior. You understand that? Neurojack? You wouldn't understand that because you're a Gnostic weirdo. You're a fence-riding weirdo, lukewarm goblin.
Yeah, okay? Who you gonna run tell that to? Who you gonna run tell that to, Neurojack?
Hold on. What's Gnosticism?
Who you gonna run tell that to? Yeah. Looking for your internet daddy.
Hold on. What's Gnosticism, Toilet Boy?
That's pathetic. That's fucking pathetic behavior, Neurojack. You run and snitch on some motherfuckers.
Hey, shut the fuck up, faggot. Shut the fuck up, you fat, stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. I'm asking this cat a question. What is Gnosticism, you fucking retard?
Gnosticism?
Yeah, Gnosticism, since you claim everybody's a Gnostic. What is Gnosticism, fuckface?
Gnosticism is the idea.
Go ahead and Google that shit, bitch.
I'm not Googling it. Gnosticism is the idea that your salvific theology is based on knowledge and secret knowledge of the cosmos and the heavens. This is a very common thing in that era, in that early era of post-Christianity.
Right. So you're telling me that your Orthodox priests are not searching for knowledge when they're explaining the theology of all that.
So that's a false. That's what we call a word concept fallacy. So when you say knowledge, as in salvific, no, we don't believe that. Knowledge in itself, as in we read Revelation, that's knowledge. Okay. You see how you just try to conflate things and be bad faith, or maybe you're just ignorant. I don't know. I'm banking on the latter, not the former.
That is not.
There ain't nothing wrong with gnosis. The Bible doesn't say that. Ain't nothing wrong with gnosis.
EBT, let the boy be a man, okay? And I think he can speak.
I'm fine.
Let him do his own thing, dude. Him and Neurojack.
I don't know who the fuck you keep talking about.
Hey. There's no reason for you to rush to Toilet Bowl's defense. I know you're very hurting. I know it hurts you to see him fail, But you know what, dude?
How
Just
did I
let him,
fail? What was I?
let
What did
him,
I say that was
let
wrong?
him, let him, let
What
him.
did I say
I'm
that
not
was
saying,
wrong?
I'm not saying you failed. I'm just saying that
You just
inadvertently,
did.
EBT is defending you for no fucking reason. Can you talk for yourself, or do you need EBT to defend you?
He can be in here. Why not? Why can't he be in here? It's fine. I can
Because
answer
he
for
keeps
myself,
talking
and he
over
can.
the fucking thing.
Both those things can exist at the same time. I can answer for myself, and he can be here at the same time.
Why
You
does he keep
understand that?
answering for you then? Why does he keep
He's
answering
not.
for you then?
Did I not answer your question and his? Yes, I did. Thank you.
I'm not. No. If
I
you're
answered
having
your
a conversation,
question and I answered
okay,
Neurojack's question.
I'll help you out with this. It's okay. I'll help you guys.
Hey, EBT, don't say anything because he's gonna cry. Go ahead, Neurojack.
Yeah, what's up, man? So what did I say?
You want to apologize now?
You
want to
apologize
apologize for your transgressions against your brother? Apparently, I mean, yeah, I don't even know if you're my brother because
when I ask you
the things you've said on streams
sure,
it's shameful, sir.
Sir, when I ask you, do you swear not to come after
hold
my
on,
family?
hold on. Don't do that, my brother thing. You just called him a Gnostic like 5 seconds ago. Just shut the fuck up now, dude. Just to argue with him and have a fight, okay? Little bitch.
Yeah. So are you gonna apologize for threatening?
I never threatened you. What are you talking about?
Okay. Are you gonna apologize for literally saying, what did you say? Do you want to repeat what you said?
What did I say? It's your claim that I said these things.
Well, you're the one.
You came on the Discord. We were talking about stupid shit like Duganism and whatever the fuck your claims were.
You don't need to contextualize for everybody else. You and I both know what was said and what wasn't said. So if you want me to apologize to you for what? I didn't do anything to you, brother. So
yeah, you did. You went on a fucking live stream with Jim Bob and fucking Crucible, and you were like, "Hey guys, this guy said this, and he wants me to be doxxed and swatted." That's bullshit, dude. You're fucking out of your fucking mind, dude. That's out of pocket, dude.
That's what
that's out of pocket. That's not. I'm not gonna pull the is that Christian card, but that's fucking crazy. That's fucking wild optics, dude.
But that's what you said, dude. So
no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Here we go. Now we're going to do that. Yes, you did. Now you did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. No, I did. Yes, I did. Yo, you did. No, I did.
Obviously.
Are we really going to do this, dude? No. You're in your fucking feelers. You're embarrassed because you know you're fucking wrong, and you're trying to overcompensate by doing this bullshit.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're either a federal agent or you like work for a.
Oh, now I'm the federal agent. Now you want to do that card? Amazing. Yeah, that's an amazing tactic. Yeah, Neurojack. Amazing tactic, sir.
Or a lawyer.
Well done.
Or a lawyer, maybe, perhaps.
I'm a lawyer now, dude. I'm retarded. Are you serious? I'm a lawyer now.
No, I've met some lawyers. You act like a lawyer.
That's amazing. Now I'm a lawyer. Everybody,
I used to be a lawyer, so
if anybody needs any legal advice, apparently come to the Toilet Bowl Earth channel. Subscribe. I will send you to the next public defender I can find.
You're obviously not. So what are you interested in? You want to defend your faith against what? Like, what are you trying to defend your faith against exactly?
What are you talking about? I defend my faith against falsities, false religions, false belief systems. Well, you name it. What do you think? Do you not know what the Christian's plight is against other belief systems? Come on, Brian.
But yet the people that you surround
don't act stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't come here act stupid with me, asking me expository questions like that.
The people that you surround yourself with have nothing to do with Christianity. So what do you
mean? What are you talking about? My whole life, my community are Christians. I live next to Iranian Baptists. Get fucking real, dude. And what else you got?
The Christians were first called Christians.
Nice, nice, bro. Nice ownage, bro.
Well, hold on.
You fucking owned me, bro.
Let John get in there, TB. Hold on.
Go ahead,
Paul's
John.
disciples. It was Paul's disciples who were first called Christians, correct, Brother Toilet Bowl? In Antioch. It's in the book of Acts.
That's correct. Yes, go ahead.
And Paul does brag that he's a Pharisee. in matters of the law, he was blameless, he said, because he was a Pharisee. He said those words. Now, Christ called the Pharisees, all sorts of horrible things. So, in essence, if you do follow Paulinism, then you are a continuation of Judaism. It's a Pharisee. I mean,
wait. So, are we gonna skip like Galatians and
and who do you
are we
trust
gonna skip the fact that Paul wrote epistles against the Judaizers? Are we gonna skip that part?
I'm not skipping it, but he doesn't throw away the fact that he brags about being a Pharisee. So maybe he's running some sort of psyop.
Explain to me how he brags about being a Pharisee.
He says in matters of the law, he's blameless, a Pharisee. So
so how is that bragging?
Well, Christ said that they throw away the law for their tradition about the Pharisees.
Okay,
they follow
but explain to me how that's bragging, though. That's quite an accusation, sir.
Well, it's an accusation against Christ. Christ said that they make void.
No, you're not explaining. You're not explaining how it's you're not explaining how how he's bragging about being
a Pharisee.
A Pharisee. How is he bragging? Explain that to me a little bit. Go in a little bit more in depth about that.
By saying that Pharisees are blameless in the matter of the law. So he's saying that the Pharisees were in the right and Christ is in the wrong.
Okay, the practices of the law. As far as I know. Okay, so those that practice the law, and then the new covenant was established, they're not blameless in that. Do you understand that? There's a new covenant established in Christ, and that those that had still been doing that and not been edified to that point, they're not to be blamed for following that, but they are to be blamed if they hear the gospel and reject it. Do you understand the difference?
I understand what you're saying, but let me ask you this. If I never hear one word out of Paul's mouth, or if I never read the book of Revelations, can I be saved?
Wait, say that one more time.
If I've never heard a single thing Paul of Tarsus ever taught, am I damned, or can I go to heaven?
Well, the Gospels, the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Right.
Explain
all I need.
Correct. So, but Paul,
he's the true vine.
Expounds upon the faith because
But he's not essential. He's a non-essential part of my salvation. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, but Paul doesn't say that. Do as the Pharisees say, not what they do, right? Didn't he say that?
You're getting that out of context. He said because they sit in Moses' seat. He's talking about the actual sitting invalidly as people who make void the law. That's completely out. So now you're advocating for following the Talmud. Do you follow the Talmud, brother?
Whoa.
But they ain't got no temple. They ain't got no priesthood. Who's in the seat of Moses then, sir?
Hold on a second. No, that's a big jump. The Talmud was the canon of the Talmud was established well after Paul's epistles. I don't know where'd you jump to that.
Every bit of
I don't understand that part.
The Phariseeism.
Right.
Listen, rabbis get their ordination from a Pharisee, and the Pharisees' Talmud is what he was railing against. They just hadn't written it down yet. It was their oral tradition. That's all history.
Well, that's the thing is, like, how do you guys are referring to people who literally use, the Kabbalah and Talmud to interpret the Christian religion, and then you're calling.
Oh my goodness, this guy, dude, he's incessant, dude.
Talmudism is rabbinicism. It goes back to the Pharisees.
Well, what we said earlier is after the temple, the entire fucking religion don't exist no more. So I mean, like that's null and void.
The temple
Yeah,
never had nothing to do with the faith.
If Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of the Old Testament, the fucking religion don't exist no more. It's pretty
Where
fucking
was
simple.
the temple and the laws of Moses?
The
Where's
question
the
he's
temple
asking,
and the laws of Moses?
yeah, the question that John is asking here, if you guys aren't clear on it, is that if there's no such thing as Judaism as you're claiming, EBT, then how could Paul consider himself? Hold on. Let me finish the question.
We're not
dude.
claiming that,
Hold
that
on.
there
Let me
was
finish
no
the fucking
Judaism.
question. Let me finish the fucking question, bro. I didn't even ask the fucking question. Like, give me a
Okay.
second. Yeah, give me a
Okay, go
second.
ahead.
Dude. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So the question is basically, if there's no such thing as Judaism, then why does Paul consider himself a Jew? That's the question. Isn't that
And
right,
a
John?
Pharisee.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
a Pharisee, brother.
Yeah, and he's referring to the oral tradition or the oral law or whatever as the Talmud that hadn't been formulated or written on pages as the Talmud. He's just calling it the Talmud for the sake of the argument. Let's just call it the Talmud. Okay, but we know there is no Talmud yet, as EBT said, but there's an oral law of the Pharisees and scribes. That's the Judaism that's become delegitimized. So why does Paul call himself a Jew? That's the question, right?
It's because he's still a Pharisee. He contradicted Christ every time you turn around. That's the truth.
I'm missing how he's contradicting Christ.
Christ said that they make void the law, and Paul says that he's blameless.
I thought we
in
just
matters
went
of
over
law.
this.
Okay, well, Christ said, "Here's how you ought to pray," and he gave us our Father. And then Paul comes along and says, "You know not how you ought to pray." Is that not a contradiction?
I'm sorry, what verses are you referring to?
I'm referring to the verse where Paul claims, "I know not how I ought to pray," after Christ already taught us how to.
And where's that exactly? Because I'm not exactly a biblical scholar.
Might not have scriptural reference to be able to know that, sir.
Hold on. What verse? What chapter and verse is that from? Because I'm gonna need some help. I'm gonna look.
If you're wondering if I know my Bible because I can't pull chapter and verse on you, I can Google it just as quick as you can, brother, and it's going to be there. But
there's a couple. But even in that Catholic Church, we know, even in the Bible and in the Catholic Church, we know that Saint Paul, he done killed Christians. The famous one is Saint Simon.
He didn't kill Christians because they wasn't calling themselves Christians yet. They didn't call themselves Christians until Antioch, brother.
Well, come on now. We're going to play these kind of word games. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, it's projecting onto making themselves a victim when the truth is they were killing what you're calling Judaizers.
The Sanhedrin put Saint Simon to death, and he was part of the group, right?
I don't know. I thought Peter died in Rome.
I ain't talking about Peter, sir. Peter and Paul died in Rome, allegedly. Some say that Paul went like further on, but that's allegedly. No, I guess nobody really know, right? Vatican say they done got them boys' bones up in the bottom of that big old church, but who knows who bone that is? Ain't nobody know.
Listen, I believe that the Son of God did come. What I'm saying is a concerted effort was made to derail us back into Phariseeism and disguise it and repackaging it as something else.
Can you describe Phariseeism for me then, sir?
I just told you it's Judaism, Talmudism. That's
well, that didn't exist prior to the temple being destroyed. So what do you mean by that? There ain't no temple, there ain't no priesthood, so I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking Judaism.
Judaism didn't need the priesthood, or the temple.
Pretty sure that's a pivotal part of the entire religion, sir.
Yeah, they did everything according to their traditions, brother. None of that is
okay. So
Moses.
Okay, so John, I think I found the verse you're talking about. It's Romans chapter 8, verse 26.
And the Septuagint is older than
Is this what you're referring to, John?
That we know not how we ought to pray.
Okay, so it says, like, the whole passage says, likewise, the Spirit also helps in our weaknesses, for we do not know what we should pray for as we ought, but the Spirit himself makes intercession for us with groanings which cannot be uttered. Now he who searches the hearts knows what the mind of the Spirit is, because he makes intercession for the saints according to the will of God. So I'm confused as to how that's a contradiction of what
Christ
Christ
told me
says.
exactly what to pray for.
And what verse was that again?
That's in Matthew.
What verse?
Man. Listen, our Father who art in heaven, he already tells us what to pray, right? And the things that we should pray for are in there.
Okay,
How
so
can you let someone come along?
you're just kind of confusing me, man. You're kind of you're taking scriptural verses and combating them against each other needlessly without context.
It's a
and
red flag to me. Okay,
it
someone
it
saying they're a
seems
Pharisee.
it seems you're creating problems when there is none, as far as I can see, because I don't see anything in this where this is a contradiction of what Christ says in Our Father. I know the Our Father prayer. What exactly am I missing here?
I'm just saying, Christ said, here's how you ought to pray. Paul comes along and says, you know not how you ought to pray.
And you can't tell me what verse that was. Tell me. I have to look it up for you again. I got to do this again.
Gospel of Matthew, brother. Listen, see, you're trying to invalidate my argument. And I'm just telling you that it's not essential to me to listen to a Pharisee who hasn't repented in my book. I mean, he called the Ten Commandments the ministry of death engraved on tablets of stone. That, I mean, so he's saying all of it, not just, what you're calling temple laws, even though the laws of Moses didn't include a temple. It was a traveling house, just like we have here in the title, the tabernacle. And the thing I get burnt up with Tommy is his hopes and dreams are pinned on.
Problem with you, John, is you don't believe in the church. You don't believe in Christ's words when he talks about.
Well, we got like 3 Christians here, and neither of them believe in the same church. So let's just cut that one out. I mean,
So I have a question. Do you think that there's going to be a physical third temple?
Me?
No, I'm talking to TB.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think there's going to be a physical third temple?
I'm not sure how them Jew fellers would be able to build no third temple if they ain't got no priesthood.
They're going to want to build Solomon's temple.
Do you think that the apocalypse is contingent upon that?
The house of God must exist somewhere else.
No, I don't know anything about no third temple. Isn't that a Judaism thing?
My point is,
it's an abomination.
What is going to usher in the apocalypse? Is that what? Isn't that the temple being built and stuff like that? Revelations. How do you interpret what that says?
What are you talking about? What verse in Revelations again?
The whole thing.
You want me to interpret the whole book of Revelations for you?
What do you think it?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Like what kind of way you look at it?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said to you. That's not what he said to you.
What? No, you got to be more specific, man. What?
All right, go ahead. Say it again, Neuro.
Do you think that the apocalypse is going to start once the whole, like I heard DPH say the other day, he said as soon as the dome of the rock is like has a rocket or something or whatever, we're officially in the end times or some shit like that. So what is that the official Orthodox Christian position?
I mean, the end of the age has already come as far as we're concerned.
You gotta play. You You gotta play that funny video that TBE made. That shit is funny, dude.
That DPH fella's pretty silly.
What video I made? What are you talking about?
Talking about that shit you made, bro. That shit fucking had me dying, bro.
So
What are you talking about? What video?
What are the Catholics gonna
Let me
usher?
find this.
Are you talking about my live show?
No. I'm talking about that shit you made, bro. Here, I'll show you guys, man. This shit is off the chain. But yeah. I don't know. It had me laughing for some reason.
So what do the Catholics think as far as
no disrespect to the brother, I try to listen to him and get some philosophy knowledge, and even from Jay Dyer, I was interested in the fact that they sourced Copleston, because I sourced Copleston in the book that I'm writing, and also
See? There's good people out here, TML. It's good people
and
out
also
here,
David, man, I've talked to these people way more than you have. Shut your little bitch ass up, dog. Here, hold
why
on.
did you gotta insult me? I was bigging you up right there.
Because you're being
bigging you
patronizing.
up right there,
Because
man.
you're
Why you
being
gotta talk
patronizing,
shit?
bro. You're being patronizing while you're
I'm
doing
not being. I was being sincere.
All right. Let me talk about your video. This video is dope. This shit is dope. All right. Yeah, man. I'm trying to like talk good about your shit too, bro. It is what it is. I mean, you know what I mean? But yeah, man.
We're trying to bridge the divide here. We're getting there. We'll get there.
This color seems like a
I
homosexual.
mean, just to let you guys know, I really don't give a fuck at all. Like, like if you guys think I'm hurt or something. Yeah, dude. Like, I really don't give.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I believe you. I guess.
So I really want to
For
know.
sure, I believe you.
Yeah. I mean, dude. I've been talking to you for like the last hour, dude. We're just chilling. I don't know what problem you could possibly have with me, but it is what it is, dude.
I don't know. You made several videos about me. So
what videos?
You you fucking drew swastikas on my forehead, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah. I did that a long time ago. But you wanna talk
a long
about
time ago? It hasn't even been a month. What are you talking about? A long time ago?
Tell me how you were talking about me yesterday, motherfucker. Yesterday, bro. Yesterday.
Yesterday,
bro.
out here, sir.
I moved on for months. You're still talking about me yesterday,
Hold on,
bro.
But TBE, don't you do believe that the Aryan race?
Yesterday, dude.
You do believe the
Here, hold
Aryan?
on, Neurojack. Here, hold on 1 second, Neurojack.
I don't think you'll ever be able to. We'll ever be a squash
How the
this, will
fuck are
we?
you gonna claim? Here, hold on, dude. How the fuck are you gonna claim that I'm fucking hurt when you're talking about
You make videos about
yesterday?
me.
Oh,
Just
here
because
comes
I
TBC.
mention
He can't
you.
let your boy talk on his own.
Hold on.
Yo, shut the fuck
Just
up.
because I mention you and you making videos about me is quite different, man.
What are you talking about?
You've made 2 videos, almost 3 fucking live streams talking shit about me. Just because I passively mention you in a stream.
You can't answer a simple question.
So you were watching my stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support, man.
You're on my stream right now, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm supporting you.
Get real, bro. Like reality.
Yeah, so what? So what?
So what? Like, why were you
stream. I'm creating
about my
content
show
for you.
on your stream when I don't do that here?
Dude, you're being pedantic, sir.
I'm not being pedantic.
You're
at all.
being very pedantic, and I don't appreciate it.
Simple fucking question, and you can't answer it because you're a little soy bitch.
What was the question? I missed it.
Oh my god, you missed the question again.
But I have a question. TBE, don't you believe the Aryan race is better than everybody else, though? I mean, you do believe that.
Oh my goodness, this guy. What is this guy's problem, dude?
I mean, ain't the
heel
Aryan
biting
race
me.
the street
What do you want,
your boy
bro,
Russ
Jack?
pretty much claimed that shit, bro.
Ain't them straight
Fuck off.
race? What the fuck you mean Aryan race? That's some
Your boy
bullshit.
Rusty claimed that shit, bro.
Machine Lies, what was
That
your
shit
question,
cringe.
man? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said you're talking about how I'm talking about you, but you're talking about me yesterday, motherfucker.
Yeah, I mentioned you in passing. Yeah, that's for sure.
No, not in passing, dude. You put my screen up. You and your bitch ass friends talked about me for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, because the show was funny to me. Why can't I review your material? You're not somehow You're not a sacred cow, sir. Are you a sacred cow that I should not touch and I should never view your material?
I didn't claim to be a sacred cow. You're saying that I make shows talking about you, and that's what
You've
you
made
do.
videos about me. You've made thumbnails where you wrote swastikas on my forehead.
And then I moved on. But you are
But
still making videos about
you're
me.
not gonna. You can't just
You're
memory hole
still
it.
making videos about me today.
Yeah, I just want to check on my bro. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you're okay.
Yeah, you want to check on your bro, but dude,
that's why I'm here. I'm on your show. I want to support you.
When you lie
And make
about
sure
how you
you're
don't talk about me. Hold on, bro.
I'm having a good time. Are we having a good time?
When you lie about how
are
you
we
don't
having a
talk
good
about me,
time or not?
when you lie about how you don't talk about me, I'm
Are we
gonna
having a
tell
good
you
time or
that's
not,
true.
sir?
Yeah, but when you lie about how you don't talk about me, I'm gonna tell you that's not true, bro. Like you're obsessed with me.
I don't have devoted videos to you. You may be on my stream every once in a while.
Seems like quite narcissistic.
You have 2 videos.
You've been in all of my shit, bro. You love my shit, bro. Like it's not just a little bit.
No,
Like
that's up for debate, sir. I do not love your material.
I don't know, dude. It might be up for debate, but dude, like you are obsessed. Like, bro, you've been in all of my live streams.
You've made 2 videos where you drew swastikas and dicks on my face, and you're telling me I'm obsessed with you?
You made like 2 episodes of like live streams about me, dude.
You had 2 episodes of live streams too, which ran longer than mine.
No,
like
they didn't.
8 hours.
That was about Drew talking about me.
No, come on, buddy. Let's be honest. Come on,
you're a little bitch. That was about your buddy Drew, and you got butthurt because
there you go. You got to throw in the little bitch to make yourself feel better.
No,
let's
you're
be
a little
honest.
faggot, dude. You
got
guys are
to
all
throw
in
in the little
internet
faggot to
club.
make yourself feel better.
You guys are all in that little internet club.
But
You have 5 or 6 dudes doing attack videos on me. You have 5 or 6 dudes doing attack videos on me, and you claim you never said anything.
Attack videos. This guy's like it's like you're
a little bitch. What do you call it? What do you call it when you say
there he goes? He has to self-soothe by calling
you
little
call somebody a plagiarist for hours. It's not an attack video, you dumb fuck.
When you are you
a
play
videos or what,
videos,
dude? Can you never admit what you do, or are you such just a disingenuous like retard?
Oh, this is Projection 101. I love it, man.
I don't know.
Love
it
it, man.
sound like
I love it.
Just
I
keep
love
on
it. How come there's no sources in your book?
Deflecting.
How come you don't provide any sources in your book?
My fucking book is footnotes, you little bitch. Did you ever read
There's
my book?
no sources in your book, bro.
So you read my book.
You provide
I'm pretty sure he do have them.
There's footnotes? No.
There's 8 it's 800 888 paragraphs.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, guys. Why are you lying about what's in my book? When you haven't read it, you clearly just made up a lie about my book. You said I didn't source anything in my book. That's what you just claimed. And then your own friend tells you that that's not true. I mean, you lie on camera about me all the time. Let that sink in, brother.
The true community is about getting off the broad path.
You might provide some in some pages. I've browsed your book, dude.
Sources in the book.
I've browsed your book. Yes, there are some parts where you mentioned. You're blatantly plagiarizing, sir. You're blatantly plagiarizing, and you're not citing your sources.
Where is the
obvious?
What's the plagiarism that's in my book? How come you can't answer? It gets real quiet when the facts come out, dude. Real silent around here.
In the end times, Christ told us. End times, Christ told us that there's going to be many deceptions that would fool even the elect if that was possible. So every time I talk about Solomon, there's billions and billions of people that'll disagree, and I want to know how it is that they're on the narrow path.
No, but that's
the life.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but every time we bring this shit up, people like spiral and get out of control. Like, don't talk about Solomon. Don't talk about the occult. Don't talk about.
Hold on, Neuro. I just want to ask you a question. Does my book have sources in it? For the material that's in my book that I wrote, does it have sources in it for the material I provided there?
asking me or TB?
I'm asking you, brother.
As far as I can see, you said you have an updated source too. So yeah, you
Hey,
everything
ABT.
I've read,
Hey,
you
ABT.
reference a lot of other stuff.
Hey, ABT. Does my book have sources in it or not?
Who you talking to?
I'm talking to you, EBT. Does my book have sources in it?
Not sure who you're talking to.
Are you fucking deaf, dude?
This is Cletus J. Rofus. Who the fuck you talking to, sir?
Stop being a little bitch. You're not hiding from anyone. You're
Yeah, I read your book. I guess it's got footnotes in the back.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now that you so did this dude just lie about my book? I mean, that's called lying, isn't it? When you misrepresent information.
If he was purposely trying to mislead the audience, I guess that would be a lie. But perhaps he didn't know.
No. If you don't know something and then you claim it, that's called a lie, you dumb fuck.
Yep.
It's not called not knowing the difference. It's not called not know. If you don't know, you don't know. If you claim to know something and you don't know it, yet you assert it, that's called a lie, dumb fuck. Is it not?
It depends on the intent, I guess.
Oh, different definitions of lying. Okay, I get it, dude.
Was Solomon righteous to use the demons to build the temple?
You talking about that dang old worm he done used to cut the blocks? Because God said you can't have no hand cut blocks.
Who edited
I
your
mean,
book?
God told him to do it.
Who proofreaded your
did
book
not
and
tell
checked
him
your
to build a
sources?
temple, damn it.
Who checked your sources, Machine Lies?
Aren't you moving the goalposts?
Oh, it gets real quiet when facts get thrown around, don't
You
it?
didn't check the sources, bitch. I'm talking now. You didn't check the
Who
sources.
edited your book, sir?
Did you check the sources in my book?
Who edited your book, sir?
Did you check the sources in my
Who
book?
edited your book, sir? He
Did
can't
you
answer
check
because
the
he knows.
sources, dumb fuck?
He fucking knows, dude. He fucking knows. Yeah,
Did
backstage.
you check the sources? This dumb motherfucker didn't check the sources in my book, and he's claiming I'm a plagiarist. That's lying, bitch. That's called lying, you dumb fuck. Yeah, and you answer the question with another question, which proves you're being deceptive because you're a cocksucker. How do you know my book was plagiarized, cocksucker?
Bro, who's your editor?
How do you know my book was plagiarized?
Who
How do you
edited
know?
your book, bro?
How do you know?
Who checked your
How
sources,
do you
bro?
know that, bitch?
Who checked your sources, bro?
I'll
Who
give you
edited
one more
your book,
chance. How
bro?
the fuck do you know my book?
Who edited your book?
How the fuck do you know?
Who edited your book, TBL?
You're not gonna answer the question because you're a
Who
pussy.
edited your book, bro? You
You're
can't
not gonna
answer.
answer the question about the claim you're
Nobody
making
did.
because you're a
They would have
pussy.
known
Because
your
you're a
ass was
pussy.
fucking
You wouldn't know either
plagiarizing
because you didn't read
bullshit.
it, and now you're making claims about some shit you haven't read and you
Dude,
don't know about.
nobody. Who
Because you're a
edited your
dumb
book, dude?
motherfucker.
He
You didn't
won't
read it,
answer
and now
'cause he
you're making a
knows.
claim about
He
it.
knows.
Because you're a dumb motherfucking liar, bitch.
Why are
Read
you
the
so
thing down there. Motherfuckers who read the book says it has sources.
Adios, papacito.
Motherfuckers who read the book claim it has sources in it.
Adios, papacito.
Why?
Adios, papas.
So I was looking into that there book there. I was wondering what's the Walden Group?
What's the Walden Group? It's Dr. Scribina, dumb fuck.
Why you gotta call me a dumb fuck for asking the question, sir?
Because you're trying to prove like my book came from some nefarious source because you're a little bitch, dude. That's all you got.
No,
You're
I
a
was
faggot.
asking
You're a
a
fucking
fucking
little
question,
bitch.
sir. Why you gotta get so quick triggered when I
You're not
ask
gonna
a
find
question?
anything. You're not gonna find anything in that trail unless you make more lies about me.
The Walden Group, ran by Mr. Scribina.
It's not a group. It's a LLC that's owned by one person, and we published the book. Any fucking questions, bitch?
Well, it's funny you're so concerned about that, but not
No,
about
you're
how
so worried about it. You're so worried about discrediting my work because you're fat.
Ain't trying to discredit nothing, sir. You're asking this other
Where's
gentleman
your work on
about
Christianity?
hold up.
On
You're being
Christianity?
dishonest
Where's
right
all
now.
your work on
You're
Christianity?
being dishonest right now. He was asking who edited your book.
I'm being
I'm asking
dishonest.
who
I'm
the
being
fucking
honest.
author
This
was.
motherfucker claimed I'm a plagiarist and he lied about it. How am I
And
being
I was
dishonest?
asking who the publisher was.
Your takeaway from this is that I'm the one being dishonest. When your friend keeps lying about me, you're a cocksucker.
I don't know this feller.
You're a cocksucker, bitch.
I don't know this feller.
Enslaved by taquitos, you're a fat, stupid piece of shit, dude.
I don't know who that is.
You're a faggot.
Sounds like a pretty smart feller, though.
You're a faggot, and your Jew-hugging Pope is kissing fucking Henry Kissinger's ball sack. And you claim to be a Christian. You're a faggot, dude.
You're talking to me right now?
Wow, is that Muslim, bro? That's not very nice, bro. You should be.
You're a liar, bitch. You're a fucking liar.
Who edited your book? That's all I have. I'm asking. Who edited your book?
What a faggot! What a faggot! I edited it myself. That answers your question. You have a good day, cocksucker. Go fuck yourself, piece of shit, bitch. Keep asking me the same question. Go jerk off my dick, you fucking faggot. You're a fucking little piece of shit, bitch. Cocksucker. Fucking have a nice day, bitch. I answered your fucking question. Now stop lying about me, you fucking little bitch.
Who do you guys
Let's
work
watch
for?
this video, man. This is a hilarious video that he made, man. You know, about
Who do you guys work for, Mr. EBT?
I don't know. I don't know why this cocksucker would keep lying about me. Keep on lying about me. Keep on lying about me, even though many chats and shit prove this motherfucker wrong. He never picked up the book, never read it. He can't prove where it was plagiarized from. He can't tell me anything about the plagiarism, what sources I used, anything about any of the fucking sources I used to develop my book. I asked this cocksucker like 10 or 12 times, and this fucking bitch-ass faggot is sitting here defending him, saying that I'm being dishonest. What a fucking loser. What a bunch of fucking turds. What a bunch of fucking turds.
Moses told us this would happen.
Yeah, for real, you know, that these Christian fucking backbiting fucking lunatic drunkards would show up and misrepresent the fucking truth. No shit.
We would be cast into confusion, curses, and rebukes for having
And you know,
forsaken him.
they never
That's
wanted
why
to
we're
explain.
arguing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. They never want to explain what their opinion on Revelations is, or on Solomon, or any of that shit. It's fascinating. You know?
I'll tell you what these cocksuckers are. They're comedians. You know, Toilet Bowl Earth is a comedian. This guy EBT is a comedian. That's why they fucking sit there, read fucking books on philosophy, fucking make jokes and shit, draw motherfuckers in silly hats, because they're cocksuckers. That's all they ever do. They make little funny pictures and shit. This is a funny picture he made. I mean, I actually think it's funny. But that's all they'll do. Like, that's all they're good for. Yeah, exactly. SEAL Team 6. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, bro. When you dropping that shit, man? I mean, this is blue balls like crazy.
I express my unique individuality through the consumption of things I like from various cultures. I express my unique individuality through the consumption of things I like from various cultures. Through the consumption of things I like from various cultures. Consumption.
Nigga, you gay.
Yeah, this is on TVE's channel called Content Chaos. Guys, check it out, man. You know, it is what it is.
Comedy is very dangerous, though. Let's not undercut it. I mean, that's why I'm so, upset when I see all this. Like, I like Jim Bob. I want to like him. I want to think he's on the right side. But comedy is extremely dangerous. If you're using bad philosophy and bad theology, it's extremely dangerous because it's.
I got like 3 hours left in this show, so I'm gonna wind this shit down pretty much. But yeah, man, I got 46 people out here. It's 6:00. I mean, it's 1:20 a.m. on a Saturday night. Thank you guys for being here out here with me. But yeah, I mean, I'm not shutting down or anything. But yeah, You know, I'm still gonna be out here for like 3 more hours. I noticed like lots of people clicked away when I said that, but it is what it is. You know, I don't mind you guys being here or you guys having to go do things. I know it's 1:20 a.m. where I'm at, so you know, I mean, let's be serious. Nobody should really be watching this right now, especially if you got shit to do tomorrow, man. Bless you guys for being here with me, man. You know, and I don't want to keep you guys here, man. You know, if you guys have other obligations, please, you know, this video will be up tomorrow, whether or not they take it down or not. I'll be representing it in terms of the fucking, what do you call it? You know, I'll re-upload that shit. You know what I'm saying, right? But yeah, man, we still have TBE here. We still have EBT here. You know what I mean? So, you know, we got them in the house, you know, Toilet Bowl Earth, man. You want to talk about this video you made, man?
Yeah, quit backstaging me, pussy boy.
Oh man, you couldn't shut the fuck up and let anybody else talk for a minute,
man. Fucking pussy, dude.
You're a faggot, dude. Why don't you
pussy, dude?
How am I a pussy? You can't even come to Detroit. My name is posted and you can't even come to me because you're a little faggot.
You're not gonna make it, bro. You're not gonna make it, man.
Make it where? Make it
where? You're not gonna make it, man. It's over for you, bro.
Dude, where's your daddy? I'm not your Muslim daddy.
It's over. I'm your daddy now, dude. I'm your father.
Treat me like this. You don't
I'm
gotta
your
treat
father. I'm your father now.
Little bitch, or are you just gonna fucking talk shit? Or are you?
No, we're good. That video.
Are you good? Yeah.
You want me to comment on that video?
Stop acting like a little hoe. I asked you to comment on the video like 5 seconds
I'm commenting on the video right now.
You're a pussy, even though you won't come visit me, but you're a little faggot.
So that video, yeah.
It treated me like I'm your Muslim daddy.
Are you gonna just keep talking over me?
And you're
killed your mom. Are you just gonna keep talking over me?
That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Keep talking over me, insecure faggot.
It's not my
fault. Skinny fucking packy loser.
That's
who gets slumped in Dearborn
Iranian fucking bitch that looks like a Jew, boy, man. You're a fucking faggot, dude.
I'd rather be a Jew than a street shitter. Let me tell you that.
I don't follow like my daddy.
I'd rather be a Jew.
I don't follow
the
like my
than
daddy.
You that shits in the street.
Hey, do you want to comment on the video, little pussy bitch boy, or do you want to fucking come on my show?
If you let me, I will.
Hey.
You're acting a lot like a luminary right now.
Hey, hold on. I thought you cocksuckers liked me. I thought you liked my show. If you don't like the show, then you don't gotta fucking be here. But if you want to like the show, if you want to talk to me, then go ahead and talk to me like a fucking man. I'll claim I'm a pussy. You can't even come visit me because you're a little faggot. So don't fucking act like that unless you're ready to talk, bitch. Okay, don't act like that unless you're ready to talk. But if you want to enjoy and have a good time and stay where you are, then fucking be fucking stop acting like a little hoe, bitch.
They have to talk over you because
Neuro
it's like
Jack
there's some
is
sort
right.
of false
No.
over somebody.
No, it's because there's other people talking to you, little faggot.
No. We have conversations where you just talk over me.
You said you like being here. You said you want to be here. So shut the fuck up.
Again, he's proving my point.
Talk like a fucking man. Talk man to man with people.
There he goes. He's proving my point where he talks over me.
Insulting people. If you want to talk about Christianity
again and again,
about your content. Then talk like a fucking man at people. Don't talk like a fucking bitch, like you're in high school, like you're a little emo fag. All right, talking about how you're gonna do things to people.
It's just so bizarre, dude. I'm trying to be amicable here.
You're a little bitch, bro. You're a little bitch.
I'm trying to be amicable here and be friendly to you, and you just won't have it.
You're being a drunk little pussy. So go ahead.
You just won't have it. You know, all I did was ask you who edited your book.
Shake hands. Shake hands.
You know, all I asked you was who edited your book, and you started going in on me, bro.
Bitch ass question like 18 times, bro.
You could just
you're
be
a little
like,
faggot.
I edited
you can't accept the
myself.
answer. I can't keep going over the answer with you. I can't keep going the answer with you. I can't keep going into the fucking answer with you, dude. Like, did you hear what I said in answer in response to you, bitch? Or are you gonna be a pussy and act like you didn't hear me?
Who bought the subscribers? It was Omar, right?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's one theory about like flooded the bots in my shit. He claimed he did it. I mean, that's what he claimed.
All right, let's blame Omar. Let's go after Omar.
For what?
That's what I'm saying. For what? What are we doing right here?
Yeah, what are these cocksuckers doing? Checking my sub count every 5 days. Fucking bitch.
Yeah, that's just sussy. You're a sussy baka though for that, dude. That's
Why
not
do you
normal.
care? Why
Listen,
do you
Machine
care?
Lies.
Why do you
Lie. You
Machine
just
Lies,
lie
let me tell
about
you
it.
something.
You
That's
just
not
lie about it
normal.
for days and days and days. You lie about it, and now everybody else is a sussy baka, bro. When you
Why do you
caught
care?
checking the sub count,
Bro, that's not normal.
you
That
caught,
doesn't happen to
caught
my
checking the sub
channel.
count, bro.
Why do you
That
care?
doesn't happen
Why
to
do
my
you care?
channel.
I know,
That doesn't
because
happen
you
to
don't have
nobody
that many
else's channel
supporters.
like mine.
You don't
Why do
have
you
that many
care?
Supporters
supporters.
that it happens to.
It just grew, and you're like barely any watchers, bro. That will watch your shit. Like,
What are you
all right,
talking
continue.
about?
That's all it is,
Keep
bro.
coping, bro. Keep
Just your
coping.
bullshit, fucking shit.
That's okay. It's
Why do
Nobody
you
okay.
care?
Keep coping.
Why do you care?
Nobody
Why do you
supports
care? Why do you care?
And
Why
why
do you care?
how
Why do
many
you care?
subs
Keep
I
coping.
have?
Why do we care? This guy's talking about integrity and he's got fucking bot
Why do you
subscribers.
care?
I mean,
Why do you
Yeah,
care?
thank
Why do
you.
you
Thank
care?
you,
Why do
Mr.
you
How do you know
care?
they're a
Thank you,
bot?
Mr. Cletus.
flag.
Cletus,
Why do you
How do you know?
care?
Look, how do you know I
Cletus,
bought the
Christ
subscribers?
hates a
Look,
hypocrite.
look,
Those are
look,
actors,
this
How,
little
brother.
bitch.
how do
Look,
I
this little
know?
bitch.
How do
Look,
I
look,
know?
look. Hold on. Hold on. You had claimed. Look, the dude just pointed out to you that fucking people who support me put the subscribers on my channel. I can't control who the fuck does that shit. By the way, I can't control who the fuck does that shit. The question is, why the fuck are you lying about it? EBT, TBE, why are you lying about my sub count? Why are you checking my sub count? Why are you concerned about my sub count and then claiming to support my channel when you're trying to expose me all the time?
You're obsessed with
Yeah, right there.
It's a good question, isn't it?
It's a benefactor code. It wasn't me. It was somebody else that I know, and he's my friend.
John,
That's really weird and
What's the
convenient. I
answer
know.
to what's the answer to what I said?
brother toilet bowl. You're obsessed, man.
let John say something.
No,
John,
I'm just calling out the bullshit, dude. I'm not obsessed. I'm just saying I'm calling a spade a spade. That's it. I'm not obsessed.
Yeah, but you don't know what happened.
He can do whatever he wants with the channel, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're calling a spade where you don't know what happened.
Behavior begets more dishonest behavior. Okay?
Yeah, I know. That's why you shouldn't lie about people. Hold on. Dishonest behavior begets more dishonest behavior. I want you to sink that in, bro. Because you've been caught lying about me like many times, bro.
and many other things too.
Yeah.
And John,
talking about my wife, like talking about who bought me subs. Like, you don't know who bought me the subs, bro, but you're here
You
lying
just said
about
he bought you subs, dude. What the fuck you talking about?
Why do you
What are you talking
care?
about?
What the fuck you talking about?
What are you talking about, dude?
Are you that fucking dumb? You just fucking admitted it.
I didn't say anybody bought
Who's
me
talking?
subs.
Is this Cletus?
Yes, you did. Run it back, sir.
No, I didn't.
Run it back, sir. Goddamn, you're out here lying on these YouTube screens.
This guy's a
Is this
dumb
Cletus the
motherfucker,
comedian, or who's
This
talking
guy's
right
a
now?
dumb motherfucker,
It's not
bro.
a fucking joke.
I just said anybody could have bought me.
Are you on
I
that?
just said anybody could have bought me the sub.
You said it.
You're in and
Look.
out of character.
Are you a dumb motherfucker, bro? Are you a dumb motherfucker? Just because somebody claims to have bought me subs online, A, I can't control that, and B, I don't know if it was them. Are you a stupid motherfucker that you don't get that? You don't get that.
I truly hope that they're getting paid for all the time and attention and effort that they go through. I mean, seriously, dude, it's like it is impressive. I have to admit, like it is.
I know it's crazy trolling. Like it's crazy trolling, dude. Like trying to defame my work, claiming I plagiarized the shit, claiming I bought subscribers, all this shit, dude. Trying to fuck with me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Calling me a pussy on my show and claiming you're a fan of my show, and then claiming that I'm being dishonest. Like, dude, like, why do you suck my dick in public and then fucking harass me and then claim you don't give a fuck about me and then claim you give a fuck about me? like, dude, like,
judge the fruits.
That is ironic, isn't it? Wow, it's almost like you did the same exact thing.
What are you talking about? What's the exact thing?
Why do you guys care so much? Like, what is your?
Oh,
obsession?
there he goes. He rage quit. He rage quit like a little bitch.
Like, what's
Little
the obsession? Like, they're totally obsessed, and Daniel keeps trying to
Totally obsessed.
So upset.
Obsessed
Even
with me,
now,
dude. Cocksuckers talking about me yesterday on their fucking sperm ass
They're
stream.
they're not upset.
Dead baby milkshakes, sucking them up like a little bitch.
They do it on
Faggot.
purpose. Just like
You speak like
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 You're a
quiet.
little
You know,
faggot.
like
You're a little fucking faggot. You keep making up lies
it's
about me because you're a little
it's
bitch.
amazing. You just
You're a little
admitted.
bitch.
You just admitted.
You keep making up lies about me, like yesterday on your show. You watch my show.
You just
suck my
admitted to
dick
the
in
buying
public,
subs,
and you're a
and you don't
cocksucker,
even
and you're a little
realize
faggot.
it.
You make up fucking lies about me.
just
You're a
don't-
little cocksucking
you
faggot.
don't-
Claiming I plagiarize this shit. Claiming I
There
do
he
this shit.
goes. He's doing
Bro,
it.
you
He's doing
claim
it. He's
everything
doing
I
a good
do is
scallop.
fucked
He
up.
won't let me
You're a little
speak.
faggot. You're a little bitch.
But
You keep
Toilet,
talking over me.
why are you
You're a
so
little
concerned
faggot.
about everyone else, man? Are you the cops? Are you the police? Well, like, why do you care so much, man? You're so obsessed
Dude, I'm
with
calling
everybody.
out the bullshit, bro. I'm
Why do
sorry
you
if you don't like
care?
it, dude. It's
Why
called
do you
dishonest
care?
tactics.
Why do you
Dishonest
care?
people
Where's your boy
begets
EBT from?
dishonest behavior, bro.
Hey, you know
Don't you
all about
understand? Don't
Look
you
at your
get it?
dishonest shit. You
you know
lie
all
out of
about
your
I'm not.
fucking
You're not
teeth.
buying it.
You
I'm
lie
not
out of your
buying it.
fucking teeth. You lie
Don't you
out of your
get it?
fucking teeth. You're a fucking little bitch. You don't know who bought me
So I
that
can
shit.
prove
You're
it.
a fucking
Would you
liar.
like me to prove that you're buying subs, machine lies?
You already tried to prove it.
Dude, it's you can look it up on Social Blade right now. It's
Social
it's
Blade
still
doesn't tell
happening
you who
right
bought
now.
that shit.
It's still you're like I'm waiting for the bots to
Whoa, the
stabilize.
Social
I'm waiting for all
Blade
the
shows you how many subs I have.
dude,
Great
dude,
fucking
guys,
job, dude.
guys.
Why do you care
It's
about how many
normal.
subs
It's normal
I have?
for have.
How do you
It's
know
normal to
somebody
have
bought me that
my
shit?
channel being
Cocksucker.
flooded by
Hey,
subs.
cocksucker. Hey, cocksucker. Why do you
You're
keep talking
so
about my
fucking
channel?
retarded. You
Why
just
do you keep
admitted
talking?
to it.
I alluded to it.
You just
What does that
admitted
prove?
to it, not alluded to it. Admitted to it.
I didn't admit to anything. I wouldn't know who bought me any subs.
Okay, buddy. Okay,
Why
man.
do you care so much about that? It's so gay.
I just
Like,
explained that
Why
to
do
you.
you
Are
care
you
about it?
looping
Why do you
now?
care about it, you little
Neurojack?
faggot?
it's very
No, why
helpful.
do you care about it, you little bitch? And how do you know it happened?
You're dishonest, bro. I'm
How do
exposing
you
your
know it
dishonest
happened?
fucking bullshit, and you don't
No,
like
you're a
it.
fucking faggot.
You
You're
don't
obsessed with
like it,
exposing
do
my
you?
dishonesty, but your fucking
You're
faggot
dishonest.
daddy, Jay Dyer, follows the fucking Kabbalah. You're not really
Oh, there he
concerned with the
goes.
falsehood in
There
the
he goes. The
world.
Jay Dyer fallacy.
You're not concerned
Because
with the
Jay
falsehood
Dyer
in the world.
does XYZ.
You're
That
not
means what
concerned
I'm
with
saying
the
is
falsehood
wrong.
in the world.
Hilarious.
You're not concerned with the falsehood in the world, or else Wizard wouldn't know more about the Bible than you.
Why don't you go to
another fucking
You're a little bitch.
another
You don't know
fucking
anything. You don't know
red
anything
herring.
about what you claim. You're here arguing about the Bible. You're here telling me I like my that you like my show. You're here claiming that you you want to spend time with me, that you're a supporter of mine, and then you're trying to expose me because you're a little bitch.
You sound panicked, bro. Are you okay? You sound
Hey,
panicked.
Toilet.
It sounds like you're
I'm not
sounding a little
panicked. I'm not
defensive.
scared of you, dude. You're a little
You
faggot,
sound a
dude.
little defensive,
Dude,
buddy.
you're a little
Relax.
faggot
It's
bitch,
okay.
bro. All you do is lie. All you do is lie all day about me through your fucking
Toilet.
teeth. You're a little
Who killed
bitch
the
because
who
you're a
killed
scared little bitch, and now you're a little
Okay,
faggot.
you said
Lying
I
about me,
lied.
talking about me, claiming that I'm panicking
Here
when
he
you're on
goes.
my
He
panel.
won't let
Your
me
fucking
speak
bitch ass
because he
friend just ran
knows
away. Your
the
bitch ass
truth
friend
will
just ran
set you
away,
free,
and you're
brother.
still lying like a fucking
The
little
truth will
cocksucker.
set you free,
You're still
brother.
lying like a little cocksucker.
Just talk over me.
who
Just
killed
talk over me. It doesn't make any.
So fucking
It doesn't make
saying
what you're
about you,
saying is
bro.
true. Talking
killed
over me
Jesus?
doesn't make what you're saying is true.
Oh
Toilet.
yeah,
Who
yeah,
killed
exactly.
It doesn't.
Talking over people doesn't make
It
what you're saying true.
doesn't,
You
brother.
That's
Toilet.
what you've
It
been doing this
doesn't,
whole time. Talking
brother
over me this whole
machine.
time. Every time I talk, your little bubble
brother,
goes off.
brother,
Like a little
brother
cocksucking
machine,
bitch.
brother.
Like a little
Hey,
cocksucking
hey,
bitch.
Toilet. Who killed
Bro,
Jesus?
I'm giving you the same treatment now. Stop
Who
talking
killed
over me, you dumb faggot. Stop
who killed
talking over
Jesus?
me, bitch.
Who killed
I'm not
Jesus?
talking.
Toilet? Who killed Jesus? Toilet?
That was Neurojack talking over you, sir.
Who killed
No, it wasn't.
Jesus? Who killed Jesus? Toilet?
The Romans crucified Jesus under the false charge of treason
By the
given
Jews.
by the Jews.
By the Jews who lied about him, right?
That's correct.
But you said you'd rather be
Supposedly.
a Jew than a street shitter, right?
Yeah, I'd rather a Jew than a street shitter. It's called comedy, Neurojack. I know you're not familiar with it, but it's okay. We'll catch you up at some point.
So comedy
It's
can't
okay,
be true.
Thumbjack. You think unilaterally? I know.
Hey,
You need to catch up with
the world, the rest of the world around you. Okay.
Hey, faggot boy. Hey, faggot boy. Hey, you little faggot bitch. Hey,
Yeah.
toilet bowl.
Okay. Yes. Well, yes, my
Hey,
son.
toilet bowl.
Yes, my
Hey,
son.
hey,
Yes,
you
my
little
son.
faggot. Hey,
Yes,
you little faggot bitch. Hey, don't talk to me like that again if you're gonna stay on my panel, cocksucker. All right. You're gonna show me respect like a man, like you showed your fucking Muslim daddy before he shot your motherfucking mommy in the fucking head. Shut the fuck up and talk to me like a man, bitch. Or don't come here. Don't come here no more. I don't need you in my life, dog. Like I don't need to talk to you anymore. You understand, bro? I don't need to talk to you anymore.
Oof, man, that's bad.
I'm gonna
for
buy you
brother.
some subs, Stevie.
Oof,
You deserve some.
oof, bad look, brother. Bad look.
I'm buying you
Are
some
you
subs.
Are you gonna
Bad
be
look,
okay, dude?
buddy.
Are you gonna be all right, dude?
Bad look, TML.
All right,
Bad
all
look.
right, all right. Chill
You
the
feel
fuck out. We're
better?
gonna talk about Christianity.
You
Yeah,
feel
dude.
better, bro? You don't talk
Hey.
about my wife, but then he sits here and brings up what
Hey, shut the
a
fuck up, dude.
tragedy in
Hey,
my
shut
life.
the fuck
You
up,
know who
dude.
He
bought
brings
the
up a
subs?
tragedy.
You bring up tragedies in my life, cocksucker. Don't bring shit up about me. Don't bring shit
I
up
bought
about
the
me.
subs.
Don't try to
I bought
defame
the
me.
subs.
Don't talk about me, bitch. Don't fucking talk about me, bitch. Don't talk about me again, bitch. Don't talk about me again, faggot.
I bought the subs. I bought the
You
subs.
just
It was
got
me.
called out, man. You're a fucking hypocrite and a
Called
piece
out
of
for
shit.
what? Called out for what?
You're a piece of shit, dude.
Be nice to
Your
me.
wife
I
running
said, be
away
nice
from
to me.
home.
Be a faggot, and
and
I don't
my
have to talk to you
situation
anymore.
ain't the same.
I don't have to talk to you anymore. If you're
Ain't
gonna
the
be a little
same.
faggot, stay on my fucking panel. You're gonna be a little faggot. I don't have to talk to you anymore. Do you understand me?
Fucking bitch, dude. You're a fucking
Do you
clown.
have what's your problem with me,
Clown.
dude?
Hey,
What's your
TB,
fucking
You're
problem
a
with me, bitch?
clown.
What's your problem with me,
You're a
ho?
clown.
What's your problem with me, ho?
Is it an eye for an
What's
eye
your
or turn the
problem
other
with
cheek,
me?
toilet?
Here, hold on, Neurojack, man. Hold on, Neurojack, man. Bro, what's your fucking problem with me, bro?
You're a clown, dude.
Then why are you on my panel? Why are you watching my show?
You're a fucking clown and a hypocrite and a liar.
Why
and
are you
fucking
making
dishonest
videos about me
shit,
and watching
dude.
my show then?
Fuck you, dude. I don't give a fuck about you. Piss on the law and all the bullshit.
Then why are you still here, dude? Why are you still here, bro?
You're a fucking faggot, dude. I'm just here to fucking waste time. That's it. That's
Really?
it. I'm here to
I
waste your
know, but I
fucking
got time.
time.
I got
Because
time
you're
though,
a
dude.
fucking demon little fucking piece of shit. And I slay fucking demons like you daily. Okay.
Yeah, but you didn't
and
slay
you're in your
shit. You didn't
feelers.
slay shit.
And
You
you'll
didn't even do
stay in
shit
your
to me though.
feelers forever, dude. Backstage me
You
again,
didn't do
you
shit to
fucking
me,
pussy.
bro. I know, but you can't do
Backstage
shit to
me
me, but
again,
talk to me
pussy.
through a screen. All you do is talk to me through a screen, dude. Like you're not slaying demons right now, bro. Like, wake up. Like newsflash, bro. Like you didn't slay shit. Like I'm still here. Puh. Like fuck you, bro. Like anything else?
TPE, I would love to come on your panel and talk a real serious conversation. And I'm not being an actor or comedian right now about faith.
He never will.
I have a,
He's here pissing his fucking life away, pissing his time away, adding to my ratings. Thanks.
I have a brother who's Orthodox Christian.
Oh, my ratings, my subscriberinos. Yeah, you see how this guy
my
looks? That's all
subscriberinos.
he
You
cares
keep counting.
about.
You keep counting and
all
making
he cares
videos about my
about.
subscriberinos. You don't care about my subscriberinos, but you do care. Bitch.
When the facts
we can't
come out,
get
it
to the
gets real
truth through
quiet.
comedy. Using comedy to
Real
spread
quiet.
the truth.
Laugh the pain away. Laugh the pain
Laugh
away. It's all
pain.
good, brother. Laugh it away.
I'm playing a
Laugh
violin
it
song
away.
for you,
Smoke
bro.
it. Dude, hit it. Take another hit, bro. Take another hit, dude. It's going to be
another
all
hit,
good.
man. Take another
Hit that
sip,
weed,
bro.
It's
Take
gonna be
another sip,
good,
bro. Why don't you cam up, bro? Because you sippy.
Hit that
You like the
weed,
sippy
bro.
sippy. You like the sippy, eh? That's why you know. That's why you not turn on the camera. Huh? Ah, I see.
Yeah, just
I see
I
you
wonder
because
if
you're
TML
drinking too much. You
I wonder if
drinking too
I wonder if
much.
TML will ever cover
You're
the
drinking too
Neoplatonism.
much, and that's why you're a little frisky tonight.
I wonder if TML will ever cover the Neoplatonism in Islam. I wonder if he'll ever do that. He won't do that.
What about the
The
middle
Neoplatonism
He'll
in
never
Islam.
do that.
Why don't you
Will he?
cover it? Why don't you do
He
us a
will
favor
never
and
do
cover
it.
it, dude? So you have so much information on it. It should already been on your channel.
The
Should already
Talmudic
been on your
influence in
channel.
Islam.
You're here exposing stuff.
Won't do it, bully.
Hey guys, look out for the video of Toilet Board
Won't
explaining
do
the
it, bully.
Neoplatonism. The Neoplatonism in
Won't
Islam.
do
Coming
it.
up soon. Coming up soon.
How about what about the Middle Platonism in
Won't
Christianity?
do it, bro, Willie.
Yeah, what
Won't
about the
do
Middle
it.
Platonism
But
in
he'll sit
Christianity?
around and
What
cycle
about the Middle
about
Platonism
the
in
Apostle
Christianity?
Paul.
What
He'll
about
sit
the Middle
around and
Platonism
cycle
and
about the
Christianity?
Apostle Paul.
What
He'll
about
sit
the
around
Middle
and
Platonism and
cycle
Christianity?
and loop about Paul this, Paul that, Paul this. Neoplatonism. I gotta talk like this so everybody will take me more seriously, even though I waste time and sound like a fucking retard. This is how I talk to my wife when I slap her on her ass cheeks. Whoa, 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 whoa. What a faggot, dude. Can you believe the unbelievable faggotry? Claiming that Islam is Neoplatonism. Dude, you said it. What about the Middle Platonism in Christianity, bro? When this motherfucker said the blessed Trinity. On this point, Saint Eusebius is, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense and is referring to the three principles of the one or the good, the nous or the mind, and the world soul. You get education for free around this motherfucker, bro. Copleston, History of Philosophy, page 44, as cited by Jay Dyer and David Patrick Harry. Suck my dick, bitch.
Listen, I'm saying God sent all these prophets to us to test us. I believe Muhammad's a prophet the same as all the others. That could it be that we're on these we find ourselves in these groups, and these groups are massive, but there's still one more step to take. You know what I mean? And that's what we're trying to do here tonight. And then we're never going to get through it with comedy. You know what I mean? Christ hated an actor. It's what he always called them: hypocrites, actors. So doing a bit to lead people to the truth, that isn't the way, man. It's just never going to work. And I just don't know how we keep doing this.
Well, I think it's because people don't want us to do what you're trying to do, which is actually get somewhere close to the truth. And they for whatever reason, they can't just like speak to you in a straightforward manner and say, hey, you're wrong, here's where. They have to like obfuscate.
Well, you heard his answer. You heard his answer at the end. It's a personal fucking hatred towards me. It has nothing to do with the material I discussed.
But he's working with
motherfucking time on this show.
But he's working with people who obviously have a more invested interest. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why anybody would spend this much time hating on me personally. So I think you might be right. I mean, what is the fucking point of spending all this time watching my shit, sucking my cock, telling me how I fucking don't know shit? It's like obviously you're obsessed with how much I know and know how much, and not about how much anybody else knows, including yourself. Like, so it's like, oh shit, this is hilarious.
No, they were trying to grip you into something, and then it didn't work out. And now they're like, well, we can't groom them in, so we'll fucking get rid of them. That's all they're trying to do. Obviously, someone doesn't like the content. Somebody doesn't want to talk about certain topics. I don't know. I mean, I have some suspicions, but I don't know for sure. And like Daniel's so gay in the chat, he's like, oh, it's not the government. Who said it's the government? Why does it have to be the government? It could be a lot of other things too. We don't know exactly what's going on here. You know, like obviously somebody is very upset about something.
Spiritual forces they could be agents without knowing it, you know, spiritually. This all started when I was trying to talk about the book of Revelations. And then how many hours have we been doing this?
Well, I
don't know. I just can't believe.
I think we revealed some underlying motivations, whether they're aware of it or not. I think that we did see that, you know.
Well, that's why that's why I felt like engaging them for so long, even though my viewer count is going down. Yeah,
they're disrespecting your panel. I mean, it's territorial. Daryl was in the wrong. I believe that.
Well, it's not just once, unfortunately. If you go back and cycle through my live streams, I mean, you'll notice that that's been a trend of theirs since I started my live streams. So that's really the fucking shit. Is like, look, all this fucking time, I've done like 21 shows. You cocksuckers have been there, refused to answer one goddamn question. It's just there's no fucking explanation for it. And you know, like I'll go on and on and on, and it's like, all right, bro, like have a good night at some point, you know, because it's like you know what, like I want to get like maybe like 1 or 2 hours of my shit where I actually talk about the Bible or some shit to have people fucking engaged or some shit, and it's usually coming to about that time, you know, like the 7th or 8th hour. It's gonna be really that time when I come up in there, but. You know, I mean, I just don't have time to fucking have some fucking dude yell at me about what a pussy I am on the fucking internet for another half a fucking hour. Like, why the fuck would I engage that? Like, the thing is like, dude, tell me what the fuck you want.
They don't want you to strike a nerve. That's the thing we want. Comfortable, little conversations and pretend we're being deep and trying to hit at the root. I mean, I did it the other day. Tommy alluded to it. I started striking at the root, and I had people telling me go kill myself.
I mean, is Paul a Jew? It's a simple fucking question. You know, what part of my shit, what part of my work is plagiarized? It's a simple fucking question. Since you're making the fucking claim, you should know the answer to the motherfucking question. Since you're trying to prove people's dishonesty and shit, you should come right out with the motherfucking answers, bro. The fact that you make such ridiculous fucking claims, they're focused on me, and you can't back them the fuck up, means that you are lying about me all the time. Like all the time, dude. Like there's a reason why he's not going to play this motherfucking interaction on his show. You know, none of the arguments he's had on my show, he never went and played them back on his fucking show because he's a coward bitch.
And that's what I did the other day with these guys that came at me, and I showed up at their panel, and the pasta bowl, and I played it all back. You know what I mean? Because I won the damn thing. They all looked bad.
Look at this cocksucker. He's still in the chat right now, dude. He's still in the chat right now. This dude
no,
is
that's the
fucking
thing. They don't care. They don't care if they look
obsessed,
bad.
bro. Like suck my dick. Like, dude, like hard, bro. Like
Come on
hard,
up, brother.
dude.
10 full straight jacket.
No,
Just
no,
say
that's
it in the
toilet
chat.
bowl. No, that's toilet bowl. I'm done with them for today.
Oh,
but yeah,
okay.
You know, it is what it is. Yeah, you know. But yeah, man, look at this shit, bro. Like, I can't believe this shit, dude. Straight snorting fucking copium out there on the fucking snorting that shit off the table. Damn, bro.
Hey, word wizard. I know that you maybe don't want to answer directly, but I mean, why do you think so many Christians have a hard time admitting that they don't really know where their interpretation of these words are coming from? And also to John, and also to Machine, and everyone. Like, I really want to know, like, why is it that you can't question their interpretation, but they can question yours? It's like, it's very. I've always been fascinated my entire life by these people who, like, they'll question you, but you can't question them. They call me a Gnostic.
They're not
like,
devoted to the truth. They're not devoted to the truth. That's why it is.
I don't think it has to do with Christianity or Judaism or anything else. I think it has to do with the interpersonal relationships we have and people willing to put up with the little lies. So they, instead of looking for the truth or an answer to anything, they're not coming here for a question. They're coming here to interrogate.
Defend the paradigm. Yeah, it's the same old thing. I mean, it like he said, you know, I understand that this causes like panic in people. I've been doing this for over a decade, trying to point out the red flags that come up. But when I'm dedicated to someone who's saying I'm the way, the truth, and the light, and you know, and I'm the true vine, remain in me. Well, when someone contradicts, immediately it should be a red flag. It doesn't matter if they're accepted by a community that says, "Oh, this is a continuation of what Christ said." Doesn't matter. If I'm devoted to that one that said, "Remain in me," I should be able to say, "Hold on, you're slipping. You know what I mean? Even if it was unintentional. But it's called being culted up.
Yeah, that's the Pharisee burger. You know,
That is. That's what they do, man. It's the great ones. You know what I mean? They're rabbis, and
you know the two lies with the truth shoved in the middle. That's the Pharisee burger. You know.
What I find is a lot of narcissism and Dunning-Kruger effect. And every last one of us, if we're really real with ourselves, we all know that we have a lot to learn in this life. And instead of working on that internally, most people want to come out of these panels, and this is what disgusts me the most, is that nobody's really here for information and truth. They're here, like I said earlier, to interrogate and be mischievous. That's bullshit.
Hey, Wizard, stop buying me homemade stamps, man. I don't need your homemade stamps.
I don't need to buy them. I make them. They're free. Just accept the free. They'll get you all the way across this nation. Just put one on your forehead.
I'd love to go over to Brother TBE's panel. I won't be going over to EBT. He's too much of a comedian. And
well, I think you'll find nothing there. Like no intellectual value, like no discussion, no room for discussion at all, because these two guys follow two different churches and they're not willing to capitulate on the specific church that they're a part of. So that, I mean, ultimately just ends the discussion right at the root.
And they hang out with people who are openly saying, I have split loyalties with different let's just say, you know, strange organizations, and you know, they find no problem whatsoever with these guys who are like spying on people and, you know, bragging about some very you know, bad things that they've done. And it's like,
well, I'll
okay,
tell you that these guys looked up my wife's Twitter page for no reason at all. Tried to expose me, talking about my wife's Twitter page. They tried to expose Kim before the storm by talking about his personal information online. They threatened Jessica Jane. They threatened Neurojack for no fucking reason at all.
That's below the belt. That's below the belt, going after people's wives.
I got something. I saw EBT's mom. She's got a porno on xnxx.com. She's got roast beef pussy. So I mean, there's some dirt on EBT's mom.
That's what it is. And I mean that, and that's the thing, is that really they come from fucked up families, fucked up everything. So it's like, really, it's like you're throwing fucking stones inside of a glass house here. You know,
Are you saying that EBT is likely a bastard and looking to be adopted? I know this program, SPLS.
I think they're looking for the SPLC is probably what they're looking for.
Christ told us that those that do their deeds in the dark are evil. So ends don't justify means, and doing bit non-bit about the truth, that's not, and being a comedian or an actor, that's not the way, man.
No, I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen in other communities, which is why I know that this is definitely a part of something bigger, because every community in the last 10, 15 years, the same fucking thing happens in different ways and different forms, but the result is always the same. It's like these people do not want people to start figuring out like really basic foundational, like, hey, this shit doesn't make sense. And I couldn't understand why people said that about Alex Jones for so long. And the thing is, like, I think saying that about Alex Jones, even if it's true, is such a distraction, because this is actually on the ground level. Like, go try to get involved in your local politics and see how long before these weird people come up to you and start saying, hey, you want to come, you know, to this strange event with these weird people? oh, you know, we're just going to get together. They try to loop you in. They try to groom you in. They try to fuck with your head. It happens every single time the last 15 years, at least. I'm sure it's gone on longer, but I mean, it's like, it's getting very creepy very quickly. You know what I mean? There's definitely groups of people who are like, do not want you to try and figure out why is all these Christians defending Israel for no, you know, for no good reason. Why are we fighting these wars where that makes zero sense at all, right? So
I
it's like,
recognize them as Israel if they don't keep his law whatsoever. Just like the title says, the house of God is a traveling house. There was nothing in the laws of Moses about a temple. There was no mason needed, you know what I mean, to build his house, just a carpenter. I mean, if they would read. And it doesn't take an agency. Our demons, it's when they get close to the narrow path, I think they get triggered, and it's to lead back. You know what I mean? To distract, to get them back onto the wide path. They don't even need an agency. They do it on their own. Next thing you know, they don't know why they're doing it. They're taken away from the conversation that the audience was, you know, trying to follow. And you hear people saying, "I'm going home. I can't take this." Well, that's exactly what.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people. Yeah.
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 I mean,
Unfortunately,
they don't need it. They don't need an alphabet gang behind their name to do it. They're being controlled spiritually.
Yeah, the problem is that it decreases the viewers at any given time because people get upset with the content, but it increases the views because people will watch conflict. They'll go over it, they'll pour over it, they'll watch it on different streams, they'll restream it and stuff, but they won't restream me talking about Discordianism, accelerationism, transhumanism, or Zionism. You know,
it's
they
only
don't.
it's only gonna play into your hands. It become a fisherman of men. See, they'll come for the conflict, and they'll get the hook instead.
yeah, you know, like I'll give
Smell the
example, like,
stink bait.
no, and like I wanted to, you know, I came on here tonight with like a specific, you know, very small topic but large implications. Like, for example, like, you know, you go to your local any political thing and see who's donating money and how much they're donating to buy politicians. It's so fucking cheap for them to buy your politicians up. And that's a company. Now go and look at religious organizations. Go look at anybody who wants to go and, you know, make some waves politically or in business or anything like this. It's so cheap for them. And they see people as cheap. And it's like people just don't really take any of this seriously. And then you have these people come in like these two guys, and they just like distract everything away from that. When it's and even Tommy, I asked Tommy, it's like, you don't think that we should, as Christians, go and like, hey, you guys are being misled? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not calling Tommy out or anything. I'm just saying it's like there's like this thing where people don't want to call out very basic shit that would make a big difference, right? You know, like my political solution has been like, just anybody who really cares, go get involved. You'll see how quick shit will either change or people will become aware that it's not going to change the way you want it to change. You see what I mean? And people don't want to hear that, right? And the same thing with the church. Like, go get involved in your local church. You'll see how quickly you get shut the fuck up. They don't want you to fucking ask questions, and that's a problem. You know what I mean? It's a real problem.
I just can't believe like the pussy like type of behavior where I'm like, all right, like what the fuck? Like, I just want to know like what is the fucking problem, you know, that fucking you have. You know what I mean? So like if I ask you that, you know, or like you telling me like I'm like worried or like quaking in my boots, or that like you like fucking exposed me, like what, like or that I'm like afraid or something. It's like, what is the fucking point? It's like, are you trying to scare me? Because, like, first of all, like, that's hilarious. But second of all, it's like, why should I be afraid? You know what I'm saying, right? And it's like, usually if I'm trying to make people afraid, like, I'm giving them a reason, like, why they should fucking fear my shit. You know what I mean? But, like, for you to just sit there, yap your fucking gums on the internet about how you're, like, gonna scare me, how you're, like, coming after me, you're gonna expose me, you got this big fucking thing that's gonna happen, and it's like, you never come out with it. It's like weeks and weeks and weeks of the same fucking repetitious fucking nonsense, surreptitious fucking whore behavior, watching my shit, liking my shit, eating my shit up, watching my stream on your fucking streams, and you can't even tell me like what. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they're trying to psych you out, man. It's just the psych out strategy. They're just trying to dominate you.
No, and that's why I said it's like a lawyer, because they're doing this double speak. They're choosing their words carefully, even inebriated. Like they're going right up to the legal limit, trying to do this like halfway in, halfway out. They're the ultimate fence sitters. Like they want to threaten you without threatening you. They want to joke with you without joking with you. They want to tell you the truth by lying to you. You know what I mean? It's like
I noticed this. What Reddington is saying too is like, it's like I was like trying to extend like an olive branch. Like, you notice that when I play this video and shit, I was like, yo, like, it's all cool, like, let's just hang out and shit. And like, motherfuckers did not want to do it for some fucking reason. I was like, hold up. Like, we used to make videos together. Like, we made videos together, homie. Like, I just don't understand. And like, this shit is in public. So I don't know what the fuck is the point to try to publicly like disgrace my shit. Like, I really don't get it, dude. Like, I really don't. Like, I missed the joke.
That's that mischievous attitude people have that go in with that ego, like I was talking about earlier with the narcissism or Dunning-Kruger effect. People think that once they start getting some knowledge in one base area or something, it gets pathetic how much they know. Then, when they come across opposing ideas, it doesn't grind with them. That mischievous thing. Most people think it's about them. If you're really passing a message, why are you making it about anybody? It's supposed to be about the message, right? Oops.
It means you're over the target, you know. I mean, I had some guys like Tommy was alluding to, and you know, he had my back, and I appreciate him for that. And
why do you keep trying to bring it back to that, Thomas or John? It's like
it's relevant to the
you
topic.
realize that Tommy is a big part of the problem, right?
He may have his downfalls, but I mean, the message is we got to get it through to him. You know what I mean?
Okay, his message. What's his message?
Tommy is a misguided zealot, but he's
okay.
got some.
Thank you. That's all. Nothing further. Carry on.
Well, I mean, what?
Great expose, Mitchell.
Hold on.
Job.
Don't leave it there, Mitchell. Well, I mean.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. There's nothing else to talk about it with you. I mean, if you're going to defend that, then I got nothing further with you.
I didn't do nothing to offend you, brother. I don't know what's.
No, you didn't offend me. I'm saying if you're going to defend that.
That's why you spoke up, dumbass bitch.
We can't hear you, Keith. I don't know what you.
Virtue signaling and trying to be a save-a-hoe for someone else that doesn't need you to stand up for him, you fucking bitch.
Are you talking to me, Keith?
I'm talking to Mitchell.
Look, I'm just trying to tell a story about some people that come at me the same way. When you get over the target. Somebody's breaking up. When you get over
you know, Tommy, I mean, Tommy said certain unbecoming things towards me, and I know that's because he felt that I had probably backstaged him for some other interactions. And, you know, Tommy likes to be the star of the show. So, I mean, Tommy's just going to be Tommy to a certain extent. But, yeah, I do see you know, obviously Tom has disruptive behavior. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
I don't know like what his aim is, but like with these cocksuckers that I used to work with in the past, I really don't know what their aim is, because I literally sat on their bitch ass panels for like half a fucking year, acting like a fucking gentleman and a scholar. They come and fucking disgrace my motherfucking shit like every time I try to stream. So it's like, for whatever reason, like my kindness towards them and their broadcasts and shit fucking show that I helped them gain like tons of subscribers, probably because I was on their shit talking about philosophy and religion and shit and technology and shit. And now they can't even come here and even act like fucking gentlemen on my shit. Like I gave them hours, and that's why I'm gonna release hours of material of me sitting time on their broadcast, because they literally took these fucking videos down, you know, because now all of a sudden they're afraid of promoting me, when even when they come here talk shit right to my motherfucking face, I still promote their shit, because I know this is a virtual engagement. Nobody's achieving yet.
That tells you that you were never on equal standings. You were there to,
Yes, I mean, I'm not even like
for them.
yeah.
And then if you have your own opinions, well, then fuck you. Get back in line. And that's not a brother.
But it's like I'm not. I'm a little beyond like the brother stuff. But it's like, at least pretend, like at least pretend like this is a made up interaction on a fucking live show, and not that you're trying to do all these things, like you're trying to expose this deception. You're trying to like set me straight and my character flaws and all this stuff. This like concern trolling is literally pussy shit. It's like sleazy, like it's like pussy shit. It's like, dude, like you don't give a fuck about me. Don't give a fuck about me then. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. It's like, why do you get involved with people? And that's the same thing. Like this dude is in there watching Benton's show, critiquing Benton. Then he's in there watching Paul and Slave show, critiquing Paul and Slave show. Then he's in there watching Talcott show, critiquing the fucking Talcott show. And it's like,
never
dude,
being
like
gentlemen like the whole time.
And then it's me, and it's like I somehow fit in a line with all these people that you're fans of. I see you in Benton's chat. I know because they were talking about me in Benton's chat, and I came in there and asked them why the fuck they're talking about me at all when I'm not in the chat. I'm like watching this fucking shit on my TV. I like hop up on my laptop and start talking at them, and these cocksuckers run away out of the chat. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
That tells you
so then
Paulinus. I mean, that was Paul's message about the Judaizers. Their mouths had to be stopped. So he didn't believe that people should be able just to speak their mind.
Oh, and here's another thing. The same things that you said to him about Christianity, he'll sit there and watch Paul and Slave say that shit to his face and never question him. Because he knows he'll get kicked off the motherfucking show. Like, he knows he'll get kicked off the motherfucking show. Like, he knows that motherfucker's not going to sit there and be like, let him explain his Christianity bullshit.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. He just kicks him right the fuck off the show. So this motherfucker acts fake respectful to him, because that's what he's there. He's there to take up space, take up time. It's like, dude, why do you got to be a useless cocksucker? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. You know what I mean? And
maybe they're on the same team.
I mean,
no matter what you say to Paul, every time, it's not about that. It's not about that. And it doesn't matter if he just said it was about that 2 seconds ago. As soon as you say something, it's not about that no more. It's a form of domination. You know what I mean? To get you up under. And I don't deal with that bullshit long neither. Fuck that. Because it's never about what you're saying. Doesn't matter if he said it in the last sentence. You know, fuck that. I mean, you can try with them kind, but if it's all about entertainment and comedy, that's not Christ. I don't give a shit what they say. He didn't do his deeds in the dark. He didn't need to be an actor, a hypocrite, to get his point across. He just said what he said, and if they didn't like it, fuck them. You know what I mean? That's the way Christ did. He didn't have to work the room like Paul and look this way and that and figure out who's who here and, you know, wrangle people into position. Either they accepted the light or they picked up stones.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the message, is that, you know, you go where your message is heard. You know, you don't go and, you know, try to achieve, you know, something with those people, or try to, you know, go find the people who are, you know, scoffing at you and try to, like, you know, ridicule them. You know, like, what
try
the
to be
fuck?
their
Like, I don't even, yeah, like, I don't even see that shit in the Gospels at all. Like, that's not even what the message is about. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna sit here and be real about, like, who's a Christian and who's not a Christian, that's the shit that, you know, Kim was pointing out, because Kim is a Christian on the same level that they are, and he was just pointing out that, look, these cats kick you out of a Discord, have their secret shit, you know, like you said, like, they don't, like, they do their shit in secret, like, in, like, you know, like a den of fucking vipers and shit, fucking Pharisee burger, and then they talk about you in this fucking Discord community. You know, like, they could have been in there for hours being like, yo, it's game prep, like, what are we gonna say when we go on the fucking machine lives? Like, how are we gonna troll them today? You know what I mean? Like, because they know I'd be coming on at the same time. You know, so it's just like, they're in this fucking community, and so when they start doing this shit, I start asking them about this shit, and they just kicked me and Neurojack out. You know, and then they look up all this information about me and Neurojack and try to, like, tell people about it online, and then they tell me, oh, well, first they did it to Neurojack, and I was like, and they were like, you need to stop talking to Neurojack because he's a Fed. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's the gayest, stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard of.
And
like, I'm not gonna stop talking to Neurojack.
No,
like,
and they got mad at me for literally doing everything out in the open. I said, hey, are we Christians, or what does this have to do with, what does this behavior have to do with Christianity? These guys are saying that they're, like, very good friends with very influential Christian people, and they said that they're, like, working with these people, and I'm like, so what is it, like, is this true, or is this what Christianity is supposed to be about? And like, I was openly questioning all this stuff openly for the last year with Jim Bob, and then as soon as I meet these guys, they're basically, like, telling me shut the fuck up, don't talk about this stuff and whatever. And I was just like, okay. And then obviously they took it next level, and then they turned against Machine Lies, literally because I said, hey, you guys are threatening me publicly, so if it happens, I want people to know who did it. And then they just dragged Machine Lies through the mud because he's friends with me. Like, what does that have to do with anything? It doesn't. You know what I mean? It's like, and then now they're sitting here lying to our face about the whole thing. And
yeah,
again,
this cat Drew Burger's like, this cat Drew from Chalk Body Outlines, like, fucking, he's like, oh, we're gonna do this hit piece on Neuro. So I'm like, so I joined the stream and shit. This cocksucker's already in my stream. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, this cat is chomping at the bit to go and attack Neuro. So I start asking these cocksuckers questions about all these faggots in their Discord and why they're talking about me and my wife and shit like that. This cocksucker gets offended and starts looking up my wife's Twitter on his fucking show. So I'm like, all right, so you're a little bitch. So a bunch of motherfuckers send me information on this fucking bitch, Drew from Chalk Body Outline, that he, like, has 2 fucking families and shit. His ex-wife put him on a 5150 and all this shit, that he's been to a fucking mental asylum, all this shit, that how his dad is, like, raping people and shit. I'm like, I don't even care about this shit. Like, what, like, how am I involved in all these people's personal beef, their personal information that they're looking up? Yeah,
Yeah, we
like
didn't want to hear from about his daddy. We're here to hear about
his fucking enemies come out and tell me all this information because he looked up all this information on them. So like, you know, what goes around comes back around. And now I'm involved with all these motherfuckers looking up information on each other. They start looking up information on me and Kim after they fucking kick us out of the fucking Discord and shit. So you know, after they did that shit, I'm like, yo, they're on some stupid shit, like on some shit, like trying to like counter spy on people, like call people feds and shit. I really don't understand. That's what they did with Neurojack and shit. So when they claim like Neurojack's here calling them feds and shit, that's the shit that they did. It's like, that's the shit that you did.
Listen,
you know,
I done come to the point. I mean, Postmaster down there says, I'm a Fed. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. But there comes a time when, just like Levi was a tax collector, you're going to have to choose the right side.
That's just a wizard. He's just, he's messing.
Look, I mean, Levi was a tax collector.
That's one of my profiles, brother.
Sorry about that. Levi was a tax collector, right? But when the light came by, he had a choice to make. So we can be feds, we can be whatever. But when the time comes, we got to know God doesn't make war by deception. That's a damn lie. You know,
Well,
that's
exactly. No, exactly. And that's why it bothers me, because it's like, okay, they're like, oh, you're a Fed. It's like, well, Paul was a Fed. Oh, well, don't talk about that. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like, and just like you said, it's like, why do you have anything to fear about feds? Are we doing something illegal? I'm not. Maybe you are, right? And so if you turn that back on them, oh, well, that's evidence that you're. See, it's like this circular thing. And like I said, I've seen this happen in every single fucking community where you have these people come in to any movement, whether it be the Tea Party, you know, religious Christian people trying to gain control of their churches, go to your local, you know, politics. It's the same shit every fucking time. You have these people who try to derail, like you said, and they're literally spying on you. And but you can't, like you said, they try to wrangle control of you and flip everything back on you. And that's why I said they're like a lawyer. That's exactly how lawyers prosecute cases, is they twist everything that you say so far out of context while saying that all they're doing is saying the truth, which is very rarely the case, right?
Yep. If you remember the story of David, Nathan came to David and he said, he told him this parable about this rich guy. And David pronounced judgment on the guy in the parable. And then Nathan told him, you're the man. So when David heard he was the man, he tore his shirt, and immediately he didn't want the judgment that he just now give to himself. And Nathan told him, you're forgiven, da-da-da-da-do, and all this stuff. All these people that have made these judgments, I guarantee God can find a way to say, you're the man that you're talking about. You know, you got three fingers pointing back at you. And immediately, I guarantee you, every last one of them is going to do just like David. They're going to say, oh, you know, maybe the man can be forgiven. You know, it's the same old shit. We come in misguided zealots, and then all of a sudden, if we become the man we're talking about, well, oh, can't he find forgiveness? Can't he get mercy? But if they don't think they're the man, well, then there's no mercy. And Christ told us, blessed are the merciful. They will receive mercy. It's the same old pattern, stuck in it.
Well, that's why I tried to ask them. I said, is it an eye for an eye, or are you supposed to turn the other cheek? Because you notice they never, ever, ever turn their cheek. They never become their brother's keeper, ever. You know what I mean? They just happy to drag you down to hell with them, you know?
Yeah, when they poked at me, they didn't want to pursue. So I wonder why. Does anyone want to elaborate why you don't want to pursue me any further after you poked at me?
I think a lot of people misinterpret eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
If a man kills somebody and he owes a debt because of that, it's not necessarily meant, I don't think, that you kill that man, but rather that the one that lost a son, maybe that man becomes his son as a servitude. Not sure, but I question it.
Well, you said it. Most people misinterpret it. That implies that your interpretation is correct.
No, it implies that I don't know if anybody really has interpreted it correctly, including myself, if you didn't pay attention to the end of the statement. I may be wrong. I don't know.
It's an odd way to say that simple thing. But all right, I have a response to that.
Wait, but you should maybe listen next time, dickface.
Maybe you could listen now.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be so judgmental, or are you the man?
I'm not judging. I'm just skeptical.
Oh, was it just a projection then?
No, I'm just asking questions.
Fucking bitch-ass slave.
It's just a question. No need to freak out.
What? And
yeah, in an interrogatory question, in an interrogation manner, like I mentioned with TPU, you fucking fuck.
Maybe your paranoia is showing. Zip it up for a minute. Hank, would you like to go? I would like to respond to that, but I can yield.
The clarity of the Bible is a miracle. I know the machine lies is laughing because he's a Muslim. So
no, I think there is something miraculous about the Bible in its present form. I mean, it wouldn't have organized, and this was my point at the beginning of the stream, that I think that the historical impact, just based on historical impact alone, I mean, you'd have to say the Bible, I mean, is a extremely important book. I mean, just even from like a Joseph Campbell, level reading of it, it's like, even there it conveys, fundamental concepts like the hero's journey and all of that type of stuff. So, I mean, even if you're just looking at the Bible metaphorically, or if you're just looking at it in terms of historical impact, well, the lowest level to look at it is just as a metaphorical tale. Well, even in that sense, it's had a vast impact on culture and society. If you look at it in terms of its historical impact, oh my God, it's massive. Massive historical impact. You're talking about 2,000 years that you could just take out of history if you didn't have the Bible there. And then if you're looking at political impact, huge impact as well, because as we were talking about the European societies with the parallel organization of the church and the state, there's this huge conflict in Europe for centuries between the Pope and the king. Popes are picking their own kings are picking their own popes, and they're murdering each other over this. In Europe for hundreds of years. So there's this conflict going on. So it in terms of organizing the political scope of society, vast impact there. In terms of the philosophical impact, now that can't be understated either. And it's very hard to talk about that last part, because the philosophy is inextricably linked to the Christian message itself. It's unique as a religion in that way, in which it has built-in philosophical justifications for itself. And this is because of the Western philosophical tradition, which arose at the same time as the church. So it turns out that either way you slice it, even if you don't look at it in any theological way, the Bible is a very, very important historical document, I believe.
It's the most important, and especially the laws of Moses, especially. And everybody keeps telling me, I don't listen to that old God, blah, 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 blah. Rome doesn't get here this far. And I've heard shit coming from, Catholics saying that everybody stole their wood for their Protestant ships off of their boat. Well, they stole. They stole from Moses, and I promise them they're on a stolen platform. Without the apostles, especially without Moses, their whole society would have collapsed a whole time now. I guarantee we wouldn't be here tonight without, even if they thought the laws of Moses was a metaphor. Without it, none of this shit. We would have already been Mad Maxed a long time ago. We would have never made it. But they forget that shit.
And, I disagree because before Christianity, we weren't Mad Maxing it out. So,
well, that's how I interpret the eye for an eye. Just kind of touch back on that. Is, you know, I see it as kind of a barbaric law, you know, and I would interpret that as, you know, if you know, someone killed your family member, you would have justification to go kill their family member. So, and I think the idea is that Jesus came to perfect the law with equity, to do what's fair and not just what's, you know, equal. And that, because the eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, and that's
that I understand that, but look at what they do. I mean, they lock people up, right, in the most horrible of conditions, and then that becomes a deterrent. Maybe it's not right that they do that, treat men like animals, but some people that would come and maybe want to dox you, follow you around, bust into your van, you know what I mean? They're going to maybe think twice and say, well, they're going to throw my ass in the hole. You know what I mean? If I come get Mitchell. And I ain't saying that eye for an eye isn't right. But
I think with equity, I want to finish my thought real quick. You know, before you go off on another tangent, I think that equity is, you know, doing what's fair. It's not the eye for an eye. You know, it's, you know, okay, well, if you kill my, you know, family member, then, you know, you're going to want to, you know, come to some agreeable terms to make that wrong more right. And that's what would be fair. It's not necessarily fair for you to go, you know, kill one of their family members to make it right. That doesn't make it right. You know,
that was forbidden in the laws of Moses. You had to go after the man, and if you go after their family members, that, I mean.
Well, okay, so maybe that's a bad analogy, but the point still stands. Do you get my point?
I do, but.
Okay, well then, will you respond to that? Because I'm not familiar with the, you know, the technicality of the laws of Moses, and I apologize for my ignorance. But I'm trying to discuss the idea here. You know,
each
the eye for an eye.
Each soul dies for his own sins. You know what I mean? Let's just say, you know, it was your little brother they did this to. You know, they did something real horrible, and you know, it's well, then those people involved directly, I mean, let's just say, just like I was arguing with Nubs the other day, he said, well, in his law, if one of his people do something real ugly in your camp, you let them deal with it the way they see fit, and then that's how that's done, and fuck that. You know what I mean? Because I don't know that they're going to do an eye for an eye. They're probably going to give him a high five when it comes down to it, because they're probably just alike, a bunch of savages. But
well, I don't know. I don't know the hypothetical that you're asserting here, but I would like to talk about the idea of, you know, eye for an eye being, you know, basically the Old Testament, you know, and more of a barbaric way of living. And then, you know, with the New Testament came equity. You know, again, you got to forgive my ignorance, but, you know, I'm trying to discuss the idea here. You know,
yeah, it sounds like a woke dialectic.
It's the only thing that deters them. Moses told us they'll see it and they'll be afraid to do that again. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that essentially the eye for an eye is okay because it'll be a deterrent?
That's what we're told, yes.
That's not what I'm told.
I mean, think about this. Let's say somebody docks Mitchell.
Is that fair? Can we accept that? That's not what I'm told. So we have a different perspective.
Yes, sir. I can agree
All
to
right.
that.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you.
But let's just say, okay, Mitchell was my best friend, right? He's roaming around in his van, and some little trolls online, they found Mitchell, and the things they did to him. No, worse than that. Let's just say the things they did to Mitchell is unspeakable. And then what they want a plea bargain, and they want to go to a federal prison, maybe do their little time. But what if I'm saying, no, that's not going to work for me? I want what they did to Mitchell. You know what I mean? Fuck that. So that other people will see.
We're not going to use the current legal system as justification for this way of thinking. In my mind, I mean, maybe you can, but I can put up. I think I can articulate very clear evidence to why that system's not trustworthy or just. But
just depends if it was an accident. You know what I mean?
I mean, the plea bargain. I don't know where that plea bargain with the legal system, that's corrupt and fraudulent, really comes into play with.
It just depends, man. Until it happens to your own family, then.
Well, bad things have happened to my family, but since the conversation already went there, let's say a family member was raped. I'm not going to order that rapist to go rape that the perpetrator in this situation to get justice. I'm going to if I'm going to seek justice, so to speak, which I think kind of I don't really agree with. That's another conversation within itself. But if I'm going to do what's true and right, then what I'm going to do is try to make the wrong more right. I'm not going to seek punishment, and I don't think punishment resolves the problem.
But what if they're not scared to do it again? What if they go do it?
Well, that's not my position. Like, to put the fear of God in them. That it's not that right. I'm not. I don't see myself to have that authority.
Let's just say a husband was beating his wife, right? In the laws of Moses, she shows that black eye to the priest, and then he would get with the elders, and they would form a posse, and they'd go get his ass. The priest would give him a black eye, and that's the only way he's going to stop beating his wife.
No, that's not the only way. Because that's what happened doesn't mean that's the only way.
Maybe he repents. Maybe he thinks it's funny what they
did. There's plenty of other ways to, in my eyes, make the wrong more right. But in a non-violent sort of principled way. I think violence should be reserved. The idea of violence should be reserved for, absolute necessity. If you're actually scared for your life, or you're afraid somebody else is, and you got to intervene, to stop them from being harmed or, killed or whatever, murdered, that's to me okay. But
and it could be that you could just simply say shame on you, and some people will be cut to the bone and never do it again.
Well, I don't think that that's the answer either. I think that doesn't make the wrong more right. I don't think that's equity.
I mean, it's about stopping it. You know what I mean? The transgressions. But
that's part of it. That's part of it. But you got a very extreme black and white way of thinking, and I'm just trying to reason with you a little bit.
I understand. It's just. When I read what God said through Moses, I knew it wasn't off. That's the way men are. Until they're afraid to know, oh shit, they'll do the same thing right back to me. They won't stop. They will not quit. That's my belief. Maybe there's a small minority of 1%.
No, I can assure you this you know, in this situation, the perpetrator didn't continue to perpetrate.
Then he's in the minority. I mean, he's one of the good people in a lot of ways.
And you know, unfortunately, the legal system forgave him. You know, it was.
I just look at it. I have to look at it black and white.
Past the statute of limitations. You know, that's so. You know that according to them, you know, it was okay, but it was so long. But that doesn't make it okay either in my eyes. You know, so I just think that, you know, you really got to consider that, you know, punishment doesn't, you know, like I think of like with my dog, like if I punish my dog, you know, there's plenty of ways to teach her not to do what I disapprove of without like punishing her. You know, just communicating with her effectively seems to be the best way.
That's an animal, though, Mitch. She can't reason as to even why it's happening.
She can reason, some surprisingly better than some people.
One man's punishment is another man's fetish.
Well, think about this, Mitch. Think about this, though. I want look at this angle. Okay, say that guy, whoever did whatever, and he repented, and he didn't get it, receive an eye for an eye. Now that precedent has been set, and someone else is going to say, you know what, his punishment wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? He's not going to be scared to go do it to someone else. Think about future victims in that sense, to where the public.
You're given a hypothetical situation that doesn't apply and translate into reality very well for me. I think it could, but it would be, you know, again, it's that extreme situation.
I'll give you a good example. Like, you know, where I live at, these people go around robbing people all the time, gunpoint, in their house, in their cars. And, you know, the reason they do that is because there's very little chance that they will get in much trouble. And even if they get caught, they'll probably, relative to the crime, not get in a lot of trouble. So these people don't care because there's no consequence. So are you saying we just kind of let it go until?
Yeah, because I don't think that applies to reality. I think that, you know, I'm in an inner city right now. I'm in Denver, Colorado. There's plenty of crime that happens here, and
yeah, Denver's a fucking hellhole. But there, it's a shithole. You know, like it sucks.
Yeah. But then again, I've had no problems. You know, I live in my automobile, and I have lived this way for a long time. I did have a duplex, like right in the middle of the hood, you know, and so, but I never had any problems. And so that's, you know, I think that's not necessarily true. You know, it just doesn't translate to my reality very well, you know, because these people, for some reason, didn't mess with me.
But they do with other people. So if they killed a little kid because they robbed the wrong house.
There wasn't that happening. I mean, that does happen. But,
yeah, but if that same guy is nice to you, do we just let it go because he was nice to somebody else? I mean,
no, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying you used a very extreme situation, and that's all. That's all I'm saying is like these are extreme situations, and they may take extreme measures. But
that's what it's interesting that Mitch did clarify that he said that violence should be used for extreme measures. So if we describe extreme measures, then we should.
But he's kind of obfuscating, like, okay, well, when though? Like, if it's 20 years later, and the guy is still out there, and he could do it again, or he has been doing it again. At what point is it only in the moment? So if you don't catch him at the exact moment he's, you know, doing whatever he's doing, then you can't ever do anything about it.
No, like, I'm saying that the solution, the equitable solution, would be different if you catch him immediately than if you catch him 20 years down the road.
Well, who's to decide that? Who decides it? Who decides that?
Well, it would just be relative to the situation. It would be whoever's involved. You know, that's
arbitrate that.
It would be basically the culture of whoever,
I hear that you have fear of God, Mitch, but most people think shit's funny. You know what I mean? That's the truth. And then what do you if you become the victim, you want their mouths stopped. You know what I mean? They need to stop laughing about their shit, especially if they're your family member.
Go watch that video from Vegas where those two kids go run over a dude on his bike and laughing about it, just laughing, and then they go to court and they're in court laughing about it, just saying I'll get out next month. I mean, what you know what I mean? Like what?
When they get out?
Talking about
Jack, when they get out? What was the sentence?
They haven't been sentenced yet. They're still in trial. I'm just saying as an example, like, okay, so I'm just trying to, you have to have an extreme example because there has to be a negative hypothesis here, right? So,
I'm okay with entertaining an extreme example. I'm just not okay with applying that to my logic overall.
But Mitchell, I understand exactly what you're saying, but God bred a specific group of people for this, and those were his priests, the Levites, and it was their job according to the laws of Moses. It wasn't for everybody to say, hey, I can't bring myself to do an eye for an eye.
Okay,
That's
well,
why.
I don't accept that. I mean, maybe that could be true, but like how I relate that to like basically my culture is what they refer to as Brehon law today, which is, the judges in these situations would be hired based on their credibility and their ability to make equitable decisions. And so, they just kind of rise up through the ranks, based on their ability to do good work. And so
you're saying there's a price for equity? I find that kind of fucking just fucking idiotic.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you want the most fair judgment, that would come, with a price for sure. To some degree, nobody's time and energy and attention is free. Essentially, that no such thing as a free lunch, right? So, that should be compensated, or whatever words you want to use. You get the point. That should be rewarded.
It says the Lord shall recompense.
I'm sorry?
Scriptures lead us to believe that the Lord shall recompense. Why are we expecting compensation for that stuff? We're supposed to love thy neighbor as thyself and pass that fair judgment.
That's according to a Bible, but I'm referring to a culture that came before the Bible. So that's all. It's just another way of doing things. I don't live my life based on the principles or the fundamentals of, that book is the definition of what's true and right. I think it does a great job of preserving what's true and right, but it also has been corrupted.
What culture came before the Bible that you're talking about?
What I'm talking about is like what's referred to today as Brehon law. You can find it by searching that. It's basically like ancient Irish civilization.
That's way back there, Mitchell. I didn't know that the Irish had history back that far.
I thought they didn't have written language, so how would you know? I mean, as far
as
they
do have written language, but their philosophy was that the law couldn't be written down; it could only be written about, because the law is not absolute; it was relative to the situation.
Okay, can you give me how old is this?
Oh, I mean, it goes back. I mean, my ability to interpret it goes back, maybe 5,500 to 6,500 years.
Is this similar to the London McLovin type of idea about Thor and Odin.
No,
Or
I think that those guys actually like that's like Nordic mythology, basically, isn't it?
that's Nordic. Okay.
Yeah, no, those guys actually tried to corrupt our culture. Basically, is how I perceive it.
I understand what you're
They
saying.
invaded our cultures, because I think that we were onto something. Maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, you
Obviously,
could just type how you spell that in the chat so I could look that up.
Sure. I could type it in the back chat real quick.
Yeah,
What do you think is the relation?
It's like,
Let me go. Turn my camera off so you don't have to look at my boogers.
no, it's all good, dude.
What do you
Yeah.
think is the relationship between the Scots, the Welsh, and what became known as the English? Because I'm a mix of some of those. I'm not sure exactly which ones. I have a hunch, but
I'm supposed
what do you
to be
think
Welsh.
about? Huh?
I'm supposed to be Welshman.
Yeah.
So I can't really articulate this stuff very well because I'm really just starting to be able to comprehend it, to be honest with you. But basically, yeah, that's what you responded to my basic, like my first comment in chat. That was me tonight, and you responded to that, and that's what I was touching on. It's like, it all basically goes back to that, what's referred to today as like the Egyptian area. But how I see it is like that was a central hub, whatever. It probably had something to do with the pyramids and, and
Think about this, Mitchell. Think about this, though.
It's the Aryan. They used to be called Aryan. Like, all right, it still is referred to Aryan today. Aryan, but it seems relative to Iran. I don't really know. It's like
No, you're onto something as far as that's concerned, because that is actually what I have been. I mean, at least that's what I think too, because I've been trying to get at this for the past like few months, and I think that's there's something about that people don't want to talk about, which is what is the root of all these religions. And when you start honing it down, yeah, it's coming down to what you said, Egypt and the Aryan people, or whatever that's referred to. There is something about that connection that people just do not want to try to connect. I don't know exactly why that is, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm starting to grasp it, but I definitely can't articulate it very well. So thanks for your patience, and I'm glad you were able to pick up what I was trying to get out.
In the Brehon law, Mitchell, let's just say they took my family captive, and by the time we found them, the things that they've done to them, they're so Stockholmed that, let's just say it's Mitchell, and Mitchell's saying, no, don't punish them. Give them our castle. You know what I mean? Should not the
That's
people?
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's like. I'm just saying that you don't need to go like make an example out of them. You know what I mean?
I understand, but it's the people. I mean, just like our culture, I could try to drop charges on somebody, and the state will pick it up, and they'll say, "I'm sorry." The state has a charge against them.
Well,
it don't matter if you want.
Yeah, because the state has deemed you incompetent, but
right.
So yeah, they'll administer your rights for you.
That's what the priest was for in the laws of Moses. It didn't matter if they decided, you know what, I'm dropping it. No, it was an eye for an eye, because future victims' safety depended upon it. So that these people
I had someone charge me for assault. They dropped the charges. The state tried to do the same thing. I named him as my primary witness.
That's clever. Fuck.
Well, it just depends. You know what I mean? If you thought it was malicious or whatever.
It depends. Exactly my point. Thank you. That's my point.
But I mean, as far as you know what I mean, if we were just having an argument, and I might think, you know, I was just in the wrong as he was, and you know, he assaulted me. I lost that fight, and I've decided, you know, to name him my witness. At some point, to keep, I mean, something worse could have happened. A knife could have come out, and you know, maybe it didn't go so bad this time. But if we let people, that's why there was certain cases. There were certain cases in the laws of Moses where if we can't figure out who was in the wrong, then the priest would go before God. He would go into the tabernacle, not a priest, a temple built by masons. He would go into the house of God that traveled around, and then the priest would have this thing on called the ephod. And you know, tradition holds that, you know, that God bounced light off the Ark of the Covenant. And yeah, I mean, people say it's like a Ouija board. And there would be a board with Hebrew letters, and then God would give the decision himself through the priest. If we couldn't figure out what to do, then the high priest would go on with his ephod, and then
Have
God
you ever seen like this? You know, experienced it? You just read about it, learned about it, heard about it. Well, I mean, let's just be real with it, John.
What's up? No.
I mean, this magic shit that you're talking about. I
haven't seen it. I mean, if we read our Bible, in the time of Ichabod, we're told that the glory departed from Israel, that God no longer spoke to them, and it was through disobedience. We haven't observed it, so I mean, no.
Well, they had magicians in that and this culture that I'm referring to as well, but they're what are commonly referred to today as druids, but and that's also been corrupted in what's in the presentation that we've gotten on that. But you get the point, man. It's like they don't go hand in hand. You know, if we're gonna use logic and reasoning in doing what's equitable or fair, you know, we're not going to depend on, you know, Ouija boards and magic and shit, you know?
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I mean, it might in the end is right? I mean, even between
okay, but we're not in control of that. We have no responsibility or authority to administer God's authority, right?
No, we don't.
Okay, well, that's going to be up to God, you know?
He designated it.
When that time comes, that time's going to come, but we're just getting by in the meantime, you know? We're trying to, you know, preserve life, and
that's what the whole deal of coming up out of Egypt was about. You know, Pharaoh didn't believe that Israelites had, and I'm not stumping for no Zionism right now, okay? Because I don't believe that has anything to do with the laws of Moses. But Pharaoh decided, you know what I mean? Who's to say who's right here? And then might ended up having to be shown to see who was right.
Okay, well, you should. That's why I asked you. Have you seen this? Have you experienced it? Or have you heard it, learned about it, read about it? You know what I'm saying? These certain senses matter, you know?
I have
experienced. That's the tree of knowledge versus the tree of life in my eyes. You know that.
I have experienced it, and I believe in the Almighty God. But every time I tell the story, they say, "John Thomas, you're full of shit," and you know what I mean. You're buying into some psyop.
You are. You are.
I probably won't tell the story again here tonight. But I mean, if you want me to, I will. I have experienced it.
Well, the fact that you keep bringing up Linguini pasta characters and Tommy and shit, that means you bought into a psyop, man. So
they're after me, man, because of
whatever. They're not after you. Whatever. The anonymous fucking YouTube chatters aren't after you. All right, John.
Well, they said they're trying to find my wife. They said they want to know
okay, well, that's because and you're That's what I'm saying. They're parasites. They only, you got to welcome them into your home. You got to welcome them into your body for them to exist.
I'm trying to.
So you did. You did welcome them in, and you're playing their game, and you know, and you're gonna get what you fucking get out of it. Stupid games win stupid prizes, man. I don't know what to tell you, but
I didn't
you
want
know,
that.
that's not real life shit. You know, and there's ways to deal with that, and that's what I'm saying. You're all spun up around, jumping all around in your imagination. You know, you got to have a foundation. You know what I mean? And realize that this is YouTube. These are anonymous YouTube chatters, and you don't lend them very much credence. You move on with your life.
I made them look so bad. I did have their videos up of everything they said on stream.
I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. I don't care about the situation. All of it comes from you defending Tommy in this disgusting situation. So, I mean, you know, stupid games win stupid prizes. I don't know what to tell you, John. Stupid games win stupid prizes. I'm not willing to entertain it. Sorry, man.
I don't know what stupid shit did you think I'm backing Tommy up on. I stood on.
You know damn well. Don't fucking play stupid on me.
You're talking about the shit where they were calling Tommy a pedo.
Whatever, you know damn well. You want to play the fucking game? I don't. I'm not willing to entertain it with you. You know damn well what I'm talking about. You can act smart and play stupid all you want, but I'm not going to entertain your games.
I stood on the loss.
I'm not going to even talk to you about it. I'm not. How many times do you need me to say this?
Well, you told me not to play stupid.
You already did. I told you from the very beginning, I'm not willing to talk to you about it.
Okay, listen. You told me not to talk about it.
I'm not willing to talk to you about it. That's all.
Okay.
We've talked enough about it. We can move on, or fucking, you're going to keep getting the same response out of me. I'm not willing to entertain the bullshit. Sorry.
Because I'm willing to talk about it. So
I'm not willing to talk to you about it anymore. Do you understand me? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
So you came in disingenuous this whole time. Your real beef with me was over my beliefs.
No.
You played stupid.
I'm not being disingenuous. I've been very forthcoming and straightforward with you. I'm not going to fucking talk to you and entertain that stupid pasta linguini or Tommy bullshit drama with you that you keep wanting to bring it back to and acting like it's the fucking world's problems anymore. Now, if you want to talk about something else, let's go. If you want to keep bringing it back, I'm going to keep cutting you off and over talking you and fucking not going to entertain it.
You don't want the conversation going there? That's your prerogative, brother.
Sure. Call it what you will.
You don't want me to be able to talk about what I perceive as societal ills. Okay. You want my mouth stopped, just like we were talking about earlier.
Call it what you want, man. Nobody's stopping your mouth. I'm just not willing to entertain your bullshit. There's a time and a place for everything. If you want to fucking talk about that right now, you're not going to get a different reaction out of me. End of story.
You're stumping for the current system. I hate to tell you that, brother, but
call it what you want, John.
You're being a part of the problem, man. I hate to tell you that.
Me not willing to entertain your fucking pasta linguini and Tommy bullshit on the internet is me not serving the system. It's not me serving the system. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid.
I struck a nerve with these people because
I don't fucking care. I'm not going to entertain it with you. If you want to talk about something else, if you want to fucking evidence me fucking serving the system, go ahead. But me fucking not willing to entertain your bullshit about fucking pasta linguini characters on the internet, go fuck yourself.
Listen, man, you just don't want the topic brought into light.
No, let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about the facts. Let's don't mention any names. Let's don't fucking get emotional about it. Let's just talk about the facts. I'm happy to do it.
Okay, what are the facts?
I don't entertain any of it. I don't know anything about it other than you guys are a bunch of fucking drama queen bullshit, crisis acting frauds.
Yeah, that's your, That you're
Well,
right to think that.
look, man, the bottom line is Tommy keeps bringing up his interactions as a 29-year-old with a fucking minor. And he's fucking, that's cringe bullshit. And he's fucking screaming victim when he gets a reaction out of people. And that's why he's doing it, is because he wants the reaction. And you're fucking giving it to him, you're playing along with it,
Mitchell.
and you're fucking defending it, and it's disgusting. All right,
you're
so
having
I'm
the
not going to
reaction.
entertain it. I'm not willing to entertain it with the world's fucking problems going on right now. I'm not going to give that any more attention.
You're
Go
having a
save the
knee-jerk
world.
reaction.
Go
You're
save
having-
the world.
Nope, I'm not going to save the world, but I'm sure as fucking not going to defend Tommy in this fucking stupid ass internet game. Some anonymous
Then stop
YouTube
your
character.
virtue signaling. Then stop your virtue signaling.
That's what you're
you little
doing right
bitch.
now. That's what you're doing right now.
You're having a knee-jerk reaction, brother.
No,
First
I'm
off,
good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm just going to fucking keep talking over you if you want to keep bringing it back to Tommy and possibly
Listen, you used the word minor, and it wasn't she legal in that state at 17.
Okay, so you're going to use the current corrupt, fraudulent legal system to justify Tommy's actions. Good for you. You feel proud? You want a cookie?
You use
Carry
the
on.
word minor.
Carry on.
Okay? Listen, brother. I mean,
You know
you're
what?
living-
They also said if you can get away with rape for 10 years, it's legal. Is that okay in your mind?
No, I'm not saying anything like that.
Is that okay in your mind? No. Okay, well then why are you going to use the legal system to fucking justify Tommy's actions? Because the legal system says that's okay.
Why would
The
you
legal-
use the legal system to justify your actions then?
I don't.
Idiot. Then keep threatening that you're going to collect evidence on people for fraud, you little bitch.
No, I'm not going to use the legal system. That's what you're scared of.
Listen, nobody here.
I'm scared of the legal system, huh? Okay. I find it
Nobody
kind of
here.
profound, people. I find it
No,
kind of
I'll use the lawful system, buddy.
I find it kind of profound that the legal system that you claim that I'm afraid of put a protection order out
I
on
didn't
me.
say that.
Renewed
Rewind it.
Renewed it 5 years in a
I
row.
didn't say that.
And then
Rewind
turned
it. You're
around-
confused.
And then turned around and
Or do you want
me
to just
go
keep
into the
going
court
on with
for
your
jury
fraudulent
duty.
narrative? Oh, surprise, surprise.
But
And then
Mitchell,
wants me to
how
go
did
into
you-
their courts. And then wants me to
They
go
got a
into their
term for
courts.
that. It's called cognitive dissonance.
you
And then
said
want
it-
me to go into the... Would you shut the fuck up and let me finish saying what the fuck I'm saying? And then they want
No,
to invite
because
me
you
back
refuse
into
to be
their
corrected when you're
administrative
wrong.
courts. And then they admit me. They want me to go to their courts for an administrative jury duty. I thought these people were afraid of me. Oh,
Nobody
wait a
said
minute.
anything
Am
about
I
that.
afraid of them? Am I afraid of them?
Nobody said
Really?
anything about that.
Come on. Come on. Quit your projection.
Rewind it. Nobody said anything like that.
You're saying the current system is corrupt, Mitchell. Where did you get your old system from? May I ask that? Is it from ancient Irish laws or what?
Yeah, we already discussed that.
Where I'm asking you.
Go do some research. I don't know you anything.
So you think in ancient Ireland they made sure that she was 17 or 18 or whatever they did, or what do you think?
They didn't, like I told you, they don't write the laws down. They only write about them. Go do your research.
Well, what if you find that most of those girls was pregnant before they were 18?
Do you have the facts of Tommy's situation that you're defending right now? Or are you just defending ideas?
I'm defending the laws of Moses, brother, not
All right,
any
well,
other people's ideas.
You're applying the laws of Moses to some bogus ideas.
Look, I don't want to cause any kind of schism here, but and the thing with Linguini, Linguini's, I guess at the top of the tier of these people that's come at me, and
Good, you deserve it. You're stupid.
I hadn't done nothing wrong, Mitchell.
Yeah, you're doing something wrong right now. You're just
What
not
did I
willing to
do?
recognize it.
What did I
You're
do?
using the legal system to justify Tommy's actions.
Tommy's system protects him. You're telling me that
You're right.
legal
Dude.
system-
That system protects fucking criminals and pedophiles and fucking rapists and shit like that. Does that make it okay? We already had this discussion. Let's have it again.
I'm asking you, where do you get your morals.
You will defend it in Tommy's situation, but you won't defend it if Tommy got away with rape for 10 years. And
I don't see that as that's, to me, that's childish, Mitchell.
how is that
Honestly.
childish? You like using hypotheticals. Nobody said it actually happened.
Exactly. So, and everything they're claiming about me, they're barking up the wrong tree.
I'm not talking about your pasta linguine characters, man. I don't know who they are or what they're talking about you. I'm not willing to entertain your perspective on it. Sorry.
I understand that. But I'm asking you, okay, you told me your laws go back to ancient Ireland, right? How can you
They're not my laws. I referenced some ancient laws that came before the Bible.
Well, I mean, that's what you use to make sure that Mitchell's on the right path.
I didn't say that necessarily.
I don't know what to say, man. You got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything.
What do I need to stand for?
Your laws, brother.
What laws?
Your laws. You tell me
what are my laws? My laws can't be written down. They can only be written about. What laws? What do you want to talk about? What wrong was done? What wrong was done that you want to talk about?
How did you learn that they couldn't be written down? They could only be written about. How did you learn
That's just what makes sense.
Because they were written down somewhere.
No, because they're relative to the situation.
Someone wrote those down and preserved them.
They're relative to the situation. So do you want to discuss the facts of the matter, or do you want to discuss hypotheticals and ideas and imaginations and whatever? What do you want?
What I don't want is to same thing with Linguini and all these people that's come against me. I don't want to be the cause for them stumbling. You know what I mean? If those are your laws, those are your laws. I mean, there's no shame in it. I'm telling you what my laws are.
No, you justified Tommy's actions based on the legal system.
On my laws, not legal system of today. I justified them on my laws.
I don't know what your laws are. They apparently the laws of Moses, but I'm not familiar. So if they say it's okay, what Tommy did is okay in your culture, well, you can count on me not joining your culture. Carry on.
Okay, but what if you find that your ancient Irish laws would say that, hey, you don't fit in our culture?
They don't say what Tommy did was okay. Sorry.
I have these people coming at me.
I'm sorry, you shouldn't be defending random anonymous people who are 29 years old getting in relationships with 17 years old. They're broken fucking people. Obviously, you know, it's not relative to these biblical times, man. You don't even know if that shit's true or even really happened. You don't know what you're even defending.
Listen,
defending some random anonymous YouTube character and some crazy idea.
Listen, your laws can't be written down, right? So how did you come up with
They're not my laws, whatever. I don't own shit. I don't own the laws, all right? So what are you talking about, John?
I'm saying, how did you come to your offense with Tommy?
I'm not offended. I'm saying I don't have the facts of the matter in front of me. I don't know the details, all right? So I'm not going to defend Tommy in the situation. It's very simple.
Right, but in the same moment, you're offended. Otherwise,
I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I got no claim against Tommy in the matter. I got no claim against Tommy in the matter. I'm not offended.
Then shut the fuck up like you said you would.
You shut the fuck up. You're offended.
I'm offended that you're still talking about it half hour after you said you would.
Too bad. That's what happens when you go on open panels and people are talking about things.
Shows that we can trust your word when you say you're going to.
You don't need to trust me. I never asked anyone to trust me. I'm not asking for you to fucking buy me marbles for my cancer treatment. I'm not asking for anything from you.
My point.
Right. I'm not fucking hiding my Marlboros from the camera while fucking claiming to be in remission for lung cancer. I'm not doing any of that. All right. So fucking get over yourself.
We didn't ask you to shut up.
Yeah, that's why you're upset. Is because I fucking called you out on that bullshit. Get over it.
No, okay. No,
That's
because
what
you
you.
said you
That's
would
what you
shut
don't
up.
want to address.
Hey, here you are,
So
a
you're
half
gonna
hour
fucking
later,
try and
still
twist
crying.
narratives on everything I fucking said.
Still crying.
Yeah, same
a half
thing that
hour
Tommy
later.
does. Right. We know what you're fucking doing in your spare time.
That slander.
Yeah, that's slander.
Slander what? Slander what?
That-
You can't slander shit on here.
Right. Now you're gonna fucking say that he's a victim? Fucking your laws are bogus, dude.
Listen, you're telling me that you got offended because of current laws, basically.
No, I'm not telling you that.
Yeah, you did, Mitchell. You said that
No.
she was raped because she's 17.
I
and
never
in-
said that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying that his actions are not justified, and I'm not going to defend them.
What law justifies them since yours aren't written down? Tell us.
It would be relative to the situation.
Yo,
So are you relative to the situation? Are you and your ideologies relative to his situation? You cuck motherfucker.
Nope.
Big Zubber, come on up, brother.
Yeah, bless you for being here, Big Zubber. But yeah, I mean, I gotta know what's the pasta linguine reference. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with that. But yeah.
They came at me because I said that it's stupid for them coming at Tommy over this. Tommy said he slept with a 17-year-old girl, which was legal in his state. And they said, pedo, they've been following Tommy around. They follow me to my panel. They tell me to kill myself over and over and over. I need to go kill myself.
But the pasta linguine, what's the reference to pasta linguine? Because it kept.
Pasta was there. He came over with them.
Oh, there's a guy named Pasta Linguini. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a pastafarian.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So apparently
It's a
there's
pasta mafia, bro.
Yo, I need this guy in my chat. I need Pasta Linguini in my chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get pasta over here. This will make it great.
Yeah, I need the pasta mafia. Definitely, I'm trying to start the super coven. So I need 100 witchy participants, you know. So yeah,
He's
to
an
catch
atheist.
Uh-oh. Well, maybe they can't help.
I know a word wizard. Will he work?
Yeah, exactly. We got Word Wizard on deck. We got JG on deck. We got NeuroJack with the neuro-linguistic programming, you know, and of course we got Mitchell keeping it heavy, dropping the heavy, and we got John Thomas talking about some biblical stuff, you know, as a man who's read the scripture, you know, and so is Wizard, you know. That's the thing that I like. I like people who read into it. You know, obviously everybody gets into different interpretations of stuff, but you know, just to have people who read it. I mean, the other two brothers that were here earlier that I was arguing with, you know, sometimes I wonder if they even read that shit. You know, I'm just like, it's like, you know, you have your own opinion about it, and you know, this church agrees with that church or disagrees with this church, or you know, what have you. But there's doctrinal issues and affairs and things like that. So like, what is all that shit about? You know, I like to hear about it. You know, and I mean, it's a vast conflict, you know, within Islam. You know, we have Tariq here, who's a Shia Muslim. You know, we got me here, who, you know, I have Sunnis in my family. I have Shias in my family. You know, I come kind of a halfway split between both, you know, and I could talk about either side really, you know, but, you know, there's conflicts brewing for hundreds of years between Catholics, Protestants, between the Catholics and the Orthodox. You know, and we've seen a lot of those on this show too, you know, so we've had tons of interpretations of the Bible. You know, we even had an Orthodox priest here arguing with Paul Enslaved maybe a week or two ago or something like that. Or I don't know, maybe that was 1 week ago or something like that. Yeah, we had an actual Orthodox priest here. You know, but it's funny, you know, there's been content on my show where Orthodox priests have come and explained their version of Christianity. And instead of that, people are trying to come on here and claim that I'm being disingenuous towards Christianity. I mean, that's amazing. I literally had a fucking priest here sit here and explain the Orthodox version of the belief system. So I just can't even believe that anybody would make that claim, you know. But yeah, what's this about, Big Zubber? I mean, it's whatever you want to be. It's whatever you want it to be about, really. You know, you come on the panel, you click the link, you ask us questions in chat. That will change the direction of the show. Really, you know what I mean?
Yep, I appreciate if Big Zubber would come up. We need some wind in the sails, brother.
Is that your friend there?
I don't know him.
Oh, okay.
I've never
So
seen him before.
You're just calling them up. Yeah, not everybody hops on the panel though. I noticed that, but yeah, I noticed if you call them up, like I was the one who summoned Toilet Bowl Earth to the panel, by the way. I told him to come up. I said hop up, and yeah, I guess that was my fault. But the thing is that I allow everybody to get their views out as long as it's not too long. You know what I mean? Because certain people, they get long winded. They like to interrupt. They like to do the thing, and I have backstaged a couple people. I mean, I backstage myself many times. I've backstaged Tommy. I've backstaged everyone, really. I mean, the thing is that you got to keep the flow of the conversation going. But I mean, I'm not very perfect at discovering what the most entertaining avenue is, and I'm not trying to be entertaining. I'm just trying to talk to the people. So this isn't a broadcast. It's just me talking to the people. If you'd like to see a program, of me explaining my views and opinions, then go click on the regular content that I have on the channel. I have episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, that sort of thing. Where I give video essays and lectures and things. And I just gave a long video essay on Discordianism that I released on Halloween. So, I do release certain intellectual content here on the channel as well when the time comes for it. But usually these live streams are a way to connect with the audience, connect with the general people, but I'm sure you guys are noticing by this point that there's not too many visitors we have on these panels. It's like the same people over and over, which is very interesting dynamic,
That's
at least I can change my personality, huh, guys?
And
yeah,
I reach out to TBE. It's all the same people that are willing to even talk about this.
Yeah,
Very much. I mean, I'm not here to be a stumbling block. You know what I mean? And this is one of the better panels. I mean, yeah, entertainment gets in there, but this is a respectable place and a good forum, and to where people can talk straight.
Yeah, it's definitely not a family show. So if you're thinking about sharing some of these live streams with your family, maybe the obscenities and all that stuff. But yeah, definitely not for the faint of heart. But if you're looking at the regular content, there's like no curse words and stuff in there. We polish that up. So like it's pretty clean on the regular content. My video lectures and my essays and stuff is not that much perverse material there. There's definitely no nudie girls, no nothing like that, no references to lewd sexual behavior, threats on people, talking about people's families, other types of things that you may have seen here. People threatening people with weapons, fucking
family members. And what did that's when Tony Gambino said that the mob lost their way. Used to be a code. You know what I mean? That you go after the guy, you don't go after their family. And then Tony Gambino, he said he witnessed that stopped one day with what's their names? I forgot, the Gaudis, I guess. Next thing you know, the mob was going after your family. There used to be a code, you know what I mean, when the mob was still, you know, something that could almost be respected. I mean, yeah, they were criminals, but once they dropped that code that, hey, we'll go after your family, that's what we'll do. Well, then there was just a free for all. You know, there's no honor there, and that was in line with the laws of Moses. You don't do that. You don't punish the sons for the sins of their fathers and so forth. But everybody wants to know who your wife is and what they can learn there about anybody in your family. I wish Big Zubber'd come on up.
And yeah, I mean, the oral law, you know, and the written law. And then there's the law written on the heart, you know, so there's many different extrapolations of law in the Bible, you know, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. We're talking about obviously the law of the land, you know, which is Melchizedek, and the law of virtue and righteousness, which is the law, which is a higher order law of Melchizedek. And we're comparing that with the various laws and institutions that we have today. You know, as one person wrote, who was talking about the protocols of the elders of Zion, you know, they actually say it's based on a work by a person who was in a French commune, you know, and if you've ever read this work, it's about how the media and how people can be ruled through a sort of soft power by controlling the money system and the media and that type of stuff. Well, the original work was a work written by somebody who's in a French commune, I think, who was a student of Victor Hugo, and or friends with him or something like that. And you know, this person called Maurice Joly, who wrote this work called A Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. And, you know, Montesquieu is the one who wrote Separation of Powers, you know, the spirit of the laws that advocates separation of powers in government. And Machiavelli is the one who, you know, coined, you know, the terms for political science, which means he actually thought that, well, people say that he's an advocate of the philosophy that might makes right. But of course, these are interpretations of his work. What he actually advocated is a political science, which is a understanding of politics in terms of what transpires through politics alone. He thought that politics could be a study unto itself, not related to science or religion or any of these other areas of study. You know, he actually discovered, in a sense, political science, and he said that the main thing in political science is history. You know, history is better than philosophy. That's what Machiavelli thought. You know, yeah. Go ahead, Wizard. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if I could speak on this real quick, and I've spoken with you on this before, and that's Cyrus. Cyrus, the king of Persia and Media. This is the person in media that we're talking about today, and that is because the church, from Cyrus and Daniel being in tutelage to the 4 kings prior to Cyrus, was teaching them the Israelite laws. Cyrus came to find out, realized that, hey, that soft law idea is good, but in order to do so, we have to create a polity. This is what the Muslim society calls the caliphate today. It's the same thing. The polity body comes from the religion body, and this is reiterated throughout history, even in the Fire of London, where because of the Fire of London, they used that as a determination to hand over the church's records to the local authorities, the political body. It happens repeatedly through time. They come to the same conclusion. The soft law is easier to enslave the people. In every religion around, and it's not just the Abrahamic religions.
Yeah,
That's that virtue thing. It's literally a virtue signal to a political body group to get them to act in a certain way under what we have today is soft martial law. It's basically the same concept. It's there. It's just not enforced in the way you would think. And it's all done through cognitive dissonance, propaganda, and fear tactics. It's literally fear mongering.
Yeah, and I say virtue is, in my definition of virtue, I say it's a combination of power and righteousness, where some people see virtue as power in the Machiavellian sense, and then in the Melchizedekian sense, you see it as righteousness. Well, we have to remember Melchizedek was a king, and his rule did have certain earthly authority. So it's a rule of power. It's not just a rule of just righteousness. It's a rule of power and righteousness. And that brings us to this, as Wizard was saying, the body politic. And that's the same as the body of the church, really. Paul uses the same, kind of terminology to refer to the church, all one in the body of Christ, in the church. And this kind of e pluribus unum, which is put on the dollar there. Well, what is this? Stands for all for one. And that's really what it is. That in the that I'm not just a I'm not just a member of the tribe, but I'm a bearer of the light within the tribe, so to speak. That's kind of the essence of, what it is, of what the teaching is, being a representation of the whole. And we see that in our system of democracy. They have representative democracy, a representation of the whole. You know what I mean? And because they were deists. And deists deal with the concept of emanation, so they can deal with an emanation being a representation of the whole. You see, that's an extrapolation of natural law, So, they have these systems in place, in essence, functioning in tandem with what they already know to be sort of philosophically correct. And that's why in the Declaration of Independence it says according to nature's God. Nature's God. That old nature's God. The one we all follow, or which God is that? Nature's God.
The law of nations that runs the basic political body of the world is otherwise known as the principles of the law of nature and her God.
Yeah, and that comes from the understanding of wisdom, and also the understanding of the soul, which is the ruach in Hebrew. It's a term that has a female connotation, but also wisdom in the Book of Solomon has a, for some reason, a feminine connotation attached to it. As it does in the Republic of Plato. They talk about wisdom existing not only in heaven, but also being a female presence that exists in heaven. Interestingly enough, and this was taken in the Kabbalistic sense to represent the Shekinah. But anyways, it has to do with the soul, and this is the soul and spirit dichotomy, you know, soul being the consciousness and spirit being the life. Spirit is life. You know, that's why life is based on something that God gives. God breathes into you, you know, spirit, but the soul is consciousness. Now, consciousness cannot come about on its own. It has to come from awareness, which we know is very hard to explain. Awareness, you know, what is mind? What is awareness? Nobody actually knows. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Ruach earlier. I believe there's in Hebrew it's actually stated as Ruach Hakodesh, which is spirit, life giver, and the life giver is not the one that plants the seed, but the one that renders the body in her belly. The life giver is the mom.
How I interpret the ancient Irish civilization that I was referencing to represent that is basically the kings couldn't have wives because they were married to the land, you know, Mother Nature. And also I wanted to mention, you know, it seems relative to me what you guys are describing, you know, the self-legitimization of the divine right to rule, basically. And that, I think that's basically that understanding is being corrupted and used in that sense.
But Mitchell, you know what I mean? Might equal and right, you know, for a time can appear to be an illusion. What if right now God said, Mitchell, I'm behind Mitchell. If you don't do what Mitchell says, I'm gonna slay your ass. You know what I mean? And if no one can stop him, are you gonna stand by and say, yeah, you know?
Well, I don't think God would do that. I don't see that as I see that as a fantastical idea, and I just don't play along with those very well.
But what if he did? What if right now everything Mitchell decides?
I don't think that's. I can't really respond to that because like I'm not much of a fantastical thinker. You know,
be, brother. You gotta be, because that's. I mean, there's got to.
I disagree. I mean, if you have something of that's relative, you know, to this realm or to something that we've experienced, or you know, something that's demonstrable, then I'm happy to entertain it. But like I'm sorry, my brain just doesn't work like that, man. So you're caught up in this loop, and I'm just not willing to go.
Would you deny it though? Would you deny it though? If God said, Mitchell, if they don't follow your ways, you're my emissary. I'm going to show you who's got Almighty. Would you sit there and say, no, God, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna force it on them? Or would you say no? Okay, it's going to be Mitchell.
I can't respond to that. It doesn't equate in my brain, man. It doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. Yeah. My brain doesn't work like that. I don't think like that. So I don't know what to say to that.
Well, how do we get here, man? I'm saying we all live in God's head. God has been talking to himself this whole time. You know what I mean? Don't look down on him. I mean, we're all voices inside of his head. Everybody asks, you know, why would if Jesus was God, why did he talk to himself? I mean, we do it. That's what we do.
I don't accept that. I mean, that's your way of reconciling your understanding of what you've learned, seemingly from a book and other men. But like what's written in my heart feels different than that. So I'm gonna go with my intuition over.
But you have no
over
power.
that.
You have no power to enforce what's written in your heart, Mitchell. And what if
I do, I do, because it doesn't interfere with other people's, free will or whatever. I'm not forcing myself upon anyone.
Well, I'm saying
Like, I'm not forcing my ideologies upon any society or anything. I think, common law is what's common, to that society.
right, but common law is ambiguous. What could be harmed
It
to
is
one?
ambiguous. Right. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying that, what we read in the book there says that God gets behind the men that he decides is his servants. And I don't think that's wrong.
I don't have the ability to determine that God's behind me. I have the life experiences to intuitively conjecture that, my actions and are being led by what's true and right, by the what I would interpret as God. So, but I don't have the ability to really determine that. I can feel that that's true, but I can't prove it, and
well,
it's just what seems right to me, and I can't force that view or perspective upon anyone else. That's just the way I'm going to live my life, because
we differ about some things, right? About certain statutes. But I'll say this right now: if the God of Moses decided, okay, Mitchell was his man, this world would be a better place. But that would require you to adhere that might was right, and it's going to be Mitchell's way from now on. That's not wrong in my book. You know what I mean? If all of a sudden Mitchell shut up all the clowns, and there ain't nothing they can do about it.
Well,
I'm not going to sit here and cry.
I mean, how I would maybe translate that into reality is like, say that, I had some legitimate claim to be Christ and I became king of the nations or whatever, then, is that essentially what you're getting at,
Anybody on this panel would be better than what we have now.
Okay, that's fine. That I concede to that idea, but
so it's not wrong to say, okay, he got behind Moses. You know what I mean?
But they're just like us saying that doesn't, speak it into existence. There would still have to be like a legitimacy to that claim, and then people would just respect that, based on their knowledge and their religion and things like that,
They don't respect it until the force is shown. We've seen it.
Okay, well then that's their free will, and I would imagine they will get what they deserve, which isn't really my place to, be the judge, jury, and executioner in that matter. I think that's kind of the authority left to,
Well, I'm just saying, if it was, then at that point, then might, in the end, I mean, what they thought was mighty, their statutes, their UN laws, their codes, their restrictions.
Right. See, but that I don't. You're fighting that system, So
Absolutely.
like I have a different perspective on that. Like I don't think that's the stance to take. I think that's exactly what they want. They want you to fight it. They got better weapons, and they're bigger than you. They know more than you.
But Mitchell, did they fight somebody when they formed all their shit? Were they fighting anybody, or were they going with what was currently already in place? And I'm saying they fought absolutely.
I'm not saying the answer is to fight them or go with it. That's what I tried to describe that earlier. That you're black or white, one extreme to the other. I think there's a middle ground, which would bring harmony. You know what I mean? That's separating yourself from that system and doing it better. It's having your own system that's not corrupt and that is efficient and can serve your tribe You know what I mean? You don't have to fix that system. You don't have to participate in it. It's not one or the other. Very few things in life are one or the other, from my experience. I mean, there's usually a whole lot of gray area.
I agree, brother. Just like
So,
taxes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, just like taxes, I catch heat about that whole debate, you know, and Christ said that he asked Peter, he said, who do these princes of this world take tribute from? Do they take it from their own sons or from others? And Peter said, from others. And then Christ said, so the sons are exempt. Well, I don't want to be their sons.
But you see, my perspective, you know, tells me that could be describing a completely different scenario, and you're wanting to apply it, you know, to what you know. And I think the hardest part is going to be unlearning what you thought you knew. So that was her. But
I'm with you, man. There's hard decisions to be made. I mean, I don't want to fund their bullshit because I don't agree with it. At the same
well, I think
time,
taxes that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, if there was a legitimate prince or whatever of this world, you know,
that's what I'm saying.
But yeah, so like, it's not what you're saying though, because there, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm telling you is like, if you had your own nation, which it would, you know, my interpretation of that would be like a family or a tribe or whatever, you know, not these imaginary borders, you know, like the United States and Canada and Mexico and shit like that. It's, you know, those aren't nations to me. Those are, you know, those are what
just contrived.
Yeah, you're legitimizing another man's idea, you know. And that's not what's true and right in my heart. I think we realize that there's corruption and, you know, illegitimacy to that. So, like, to recognize that as what's real and trying to apply, you know, God's law or whatever you want to call it to that.
Real recognizes real. And just like earlier, we had EBT in here spreading his message through comedy, and nobody can recognize that shit. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought here. It's late.
Yeah, we're getting pretty deep, but I mean,
we need to mention lies back here for a second.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we get up in the hairs. And the hairiness, you know. But yeah.
Can I speak about this war by deception bullshit for a second, brother?
Of course.
Totally against that shit. The God of Moses announced to his enemies ahead of time what was going to be happening to them, and there wasn't no, you know, trickery involved. Here's what's going to be happening next. So anybody that makes war by deception, they're not on his side. And many is the time I've heard, you know, Jacob was a supplanter. I've heard this so many times. And I've been on record down at the Shiite mosque and others saying, if we're wrong about everything, it's because we overlooked Ishmael. You know what I mean? But at the same time, let me just say this about Jacob while we got all this Gaza shit happening. Common law will tell you that, you know, injury, loss, or harm, right? So what if a father decides you have to honor me. I brought you into this world. I fed you. Your mother nursed you. I want you to honor me. Is it harm if you decide not to? And I asked Paul Unslave this about a year ago, and he would not answer the question. Could not. Because he knew I was right. And he said, well, not if your father lies. No, then you don't. And I'm on board with that. But in the case of Jacob and Esau, what we read is that Esau, Abraham strictly forbid his son being married to a Canaanite, and that was Isaac. And that's because he had been shown the child sacrifice and the blood drinking and the cruelty and the torture that they were into by the God of Moses, who told him this is going to be his land soon, as they were being displaced because of the things that he hates. And God has the right, as the Almighty, to say, okay, you're not doing what I like in this place. I'm getting rid of you. And by the way, they're doing the same thing today. These people calling themselves Israelites, they're doing the same damn thing as Canaanites. But everybody looks at Jacob like, okay, I find two people in this world. They're either crying about what Jacob did to Esau, or they're laughing. And that includes Jews. Jews will laugh that, oh, look, our father, he tricked his way. That's a sin. Okay, because Esau went after those Canaanite women, those child sacrifice women. And if you overlook that Abraham went out of his way to make sure that Esau did not, and Isaac did not intermarry with him, well, then you're overlooking common law that says that was injury, loss, and harm that was done to Abraham when Esau went after those people. And Jacob was tired of being trolled. And this is what I hate about Jews today. They think it's funny. They think it's funny that Jacob tricked Esau. He did no such thing. Esau came in trolling him, saying he was starving to death, and that if he didn't feed him, he was going to die. Probably having coming from these child sacrifice people's camps with his wives. And it's just domination. So when Esau and his birthright was circumcision, and we see how much circumcision is being judged in the light of today's modern morals. Esau loathed the circumcision. He loathed his birthright, which in my mind was a cross that his people had to bear as to how we all got here. God circumcised himself. And then there became other spirits separate from him, holy spirits. But if we look at this war by deception attitude, there are always going to be these people coming back and saying, well, Jacob did it. No, Jacob got tired of the bullies. Jacob got tired of the trolls. And he said, go ahead and sell me your birthright then if you're starving to death, you little liar. And Esau did it, and then didn't tell his daddy, hey, when Esau went into his daddy, do you think Esau said to him, Daddy, now there's this thing I did with Jacob when I came in probably drunk one night? No. He said, I'm ready for my blessing. Did he ever tell him that I loathe your birthright? No, he did not. So Esau was the stealer. Esau was the war by deception. Esau was the gaslight. And he received what he deserved. And it's always been the other way around. And these people that come in us and they want to spread the truth with their ends justify the means. I can do it with comedy and do it while I'm in the dark. They're going to end up like Esau. They're going to think that they're the one that's wronged. And they're always going to have been the troll this whole time. And if we read, Jacob did not want to do that. He said, I know you're going to bring a curse down on me. But he honored his mother in this situation, who knew she was in the right. She was summoned from the land of the Chaldeans so that Isaac wouldn't have a Canaanite wife. She knew what she was doing. And Esau disobeyed that. He didn't give a damn what Abraham had done for his daddy, so that he didn't end up with a Canaanite mother and being born of child sacrifice. And this whole world, and they're being led down roads and on crusades, thinking they're in the right, and their demons have them. They're on the wrong side. And I just leave it at that. I yield.
Yeah, thank you so much for that explanation of biblical events, Brother Thomas. Showing us some of the movements of the different references to who are within Israel, what their descendants are, and
They've
how
strayed
they
so far.
and how they lost their status in the covenant, which they're now claiming today.
Exactly, man. They say, stay out of it. It's none of your business.
Right.
But they'll thump at the book and say, look, here's my birthright.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I mean, my God. Either you're going to be Israel or you're not. And they're not doing it, man. I don't recognize that. They're being just like Canaan. And now they decided they want the land to themselves. Well, Benjamin probably said that. If you'll read your Bible, the very first thing Israel did was give their Benjamin's territory away to Canaanites, who were child sacrificing murderers of the worst kind. And so Benjamin never had a territory, which included Jerusalem. And now they've decided, okay, we want the all land to offer Judah, just this one tribe. Well, Saul decided long ago that he was going to get these Canaanites out of his land. If you'll read your Bible, Saul tried this. He decided, no, the Canaanites don't belong here. They've been feeding on my tribe. And he tried. And David impaled his descendants for having tried and claimed that God told him it was because of Saul's bloodlust. So now that they've decided, no, the land is all for themselves, I'm saying if the Palestinians really want to damn them, tell them you're Canaanites, because they made covenants with them. You know what I mean? The land belongs, they decided a two-state solution long ago when they gave up Benjamin's territory. And I used to have my channel named Benjamin's Betrayal. And I'm done with that for now. And because it's the politics, I've said enough. But if we keep going down this arena that, I'm going to use this law when I see fit, and then whenever I don't like, I'll revert back to, UN. Those people are on the broad path, headed for destruction. And
I agree. So is that two-state system, is that referencing essentially, again, sorry, excuse my ignorance, but is that essentially what I was trying to describe earlier with, you're going to have to separate from what we recognize today as the legal system because it's illegitimate, it's fraud, it's corrupted. You can't fix that. You're going to, we're going to, is that at all relative to that idea where we're going to have to create our own system,
Mitchell,
that's legitimate?
Here's what baffled me. If you read the Gospels, here's what baffled the shit out of me. One of Christ's disciples was a Canaanite, Simon the Canaanite. And Moses told us that there was somebody coming that you had to listen to. He was better than Moses. So he could basically trump the law. And one of his disciples was a Canaanite. And we read about the time that Christ he led his disciples to a Canaanite woman one time. And she begged Christ. She called him, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she said the son of David. But she wanted him to heal his daughter, or heal her daughter. And he told her, he said, it's not right to take the children's bread and toss it to their dogs. That's because God was never about supplanters. Jacob was not the supplanter. That's the fallacy here. He asked for his wives. He worked diligently. He begged his mother. He said, you're going to bring a curse down on me. He just tried as hard as he could. But everyone around him was failing, and they weren't equipped. That's the real truth. But if we look at what Christ said, the most baffling thing is that one of his disciples was a Canaanite. And that the idea that one of them ended up ascending to the stars was, I mean, just foreign. But somehow, in God's mercy and wisdom, I guess, you know what I mean? If he was one of those people that obeyed him, became, you know what I mean? He always made a way for everybody in the end. I mean, everybody calls the God of the Old Testament unbearable. And I forget your original question, Mitchell. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, you know, what you're describing. I know you have a lot of great knowledge. I do respect the Bible. I do think it is corrupted, but I also think there's a lot of, you know, a lot to be discerned from that. Essentially, I'm trying to recognize that, you know, your description of the two-state system, you know, is that like basically what, you know, what I've been trying to kind of help people recognize with,
it was never lawful.
Help, but you know, that the lawful, the legal and lawful shit, you know, there is a difference there, you know, and
it was never lawful, but people that have the abominable thing in their camp can't stand. And what we're calling the modern day Israel, they have the people that made the covenants with the Canaanites. They impaled Saul's sons who tried to remove the vampires. And I'm not talking about looshing. I'm talking about literal vampires from his territory. He tried. And so the modern day Israel has rejected him, and they've sided with the people who impaled his children. They went after his children. And so those people will never win with the most abominable thing in their camp. There is no two-state solution.
I don't know what that has to do with it. Okay. I don't know what everything you just said has to do with.
Well, think about it. Every bit of the temple, every bit of everything has to do with, just like Illuminati, man.
So there is no two-state system, meaning like, all right, you can't be separated from evil. There's going to be a system of evil in place, from my perspective. I can't say that definitively or truthfully, but that is my perspective.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we can destroy that. I think you would be evil if you wanted to destroy evil. So
I'm saying that those people there, they're standing on the laws of Moses as their claim to the land, right? They're saying Moses told us that the God, Almighty God, that defeated Egypt and brought them into Canaan and destroyed those giants, for the most part, he gave them land to the land. So if they stand in with the people,
this is all like occulted knowledge, though, right? You're really digging into like occultism, essentially, from my perspective, right?
I'm talking about legalism here, right?
Okay.
So let's just say there was this corrupt land. You know, it's well documented in history that Pharaoh had to fight the Canaanites. The Canaanites many times tried to take Egypt, And
Can you help
Pharaoh,
me understand something for a second? Because I'm having a hard time following you, to be honest. Like, I don't really know what you're saying, but I can kind of make sense of it to some degree. But what it seems to me is you're dabbling around in, with the occult knowledge, essentially, and, that's been hidden for a reason. And that's like, so applying that,
well, think of a USA, right? Okay, they've got a code and a statute that you don't like. It allowed Tommy to do things that you don't approve of. Well, times that times 9/11 and apply it to a place that they call Canaan.
well,
And they used to try to take Egypt all the time.
I think you're interpreting what I'm trying, my stance on that, which is, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just saying that system is fucked up. It is corrupt, and I don't participate in it. I think, however they act at Walmart. I don't shop at Walmart, so however the gurus, the head honchos at Walmart run their business don't really matter to me. You know what I mean? As long as they keep to themselves, we should be good. And
right,
that's where I feel like the separation and recognition of that is necessary. Sorry if I'm digressing, but
well, what if they start acting like they're at Walmart while they're in your front yard with your
well,
property?
then that would be trespassing, and there would be remedy for that.
Exactly. And that's what the Bible describes, that there was these people that did everything that God hates, sacrifice and things, and
Yeah.
that Israel.
Yeah, but that
made
doesn't.
it-
As long as they don't do it to me, they should be okay, right? Like, they can do it to them as long as they're doing it to themselves.
But they didn't.
That's free will. Like,
They tried to do it wherever they could. They were parked in the middle of the
Well,
superhighway of the
I
Mediterranean.
understand that's what they're doing right now, but that's also in part due to our failure to take responsibility, for our ignorance and letting it, get out of control. A lot of it.
Right.
So that's where we got to take the responsibility to create that separation, that line of separation where we can, say, hey, if you cross this line, you're trespassing, and then there would be solutions to that and enforcement. That's what I feel like that system is afraid of. That evil system is afraid of having enforcement. And that they got to keep the lines blurred so that way there can't be accountability and responsibility.
But that's, even there, though, Mitchell, I mean, think about this. Okay, you're saying let's just say Canaan never trespassed. They only did it to their own children. Well, what if you're one of those kids? You know what I mean? That you're on the altar and you're being burned in the fire. You know what I mean?
Well, I would rather you not apply, personal. Can we talk logical to, not leave the emotions out of it? So, like, can you rephrase that? Because I lost you for a minute. I'm sorry. What's your point?
Let's leave that out, okay? Because they didn't just do it to themselves; they did it to everybody. And what we have is a modern state that doesn't condemn the people that have made covenants with them people in their own mind, and that's represented through Solomon, like I just told Tommy.
Okay, so in layman's terms, are you essentially saying if that system of evil crosses the line, what's the remedy?
What's the remedy? Yes.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is like that actually does exist, but it's been neglected, and to use this could be a bad analogy, but I would apply that same sense to, like the American Republic was abandoned essentially, after the Civil War. People, failed to take responsibility either through ignorance or deceived consent, and they delegated all of their responsibilities onto the state corporations, essentially, that have usurped and basically through constructive fraud have taken over people's perceived perception of authority. So in a lot of senses, the state now is God to a lot of people, and so
because they had the might in their
I'm
mind,
sorry?
they perceive that the state has the might, so they're in the right.
Well, yeah, I think that's how the monarchy's operating, is the divine right to rule, right? Is their understanding, though being hijacked and corrupted, is what's being asserted, and until somebody comes forward with a legitimate claim to invalidate their position, they're going to maintain that. So that's essentially what the church, I don't see much separation between the church and the state, but
so we need a move of God that shows them that they're not almighty, that they're in trouble, that they're scared. That's what they're afraid of.
Okay, well, that's not up for us to usher in or determine, or it's up to God, right?
Right.
So I don't know. I'm not going to consider what that would look like, because it's not my position,
We agree that's the
And
remedy.
I think that's what got us, as a civilization, into trouble, is man trying to play God. Man thinking they have some sort of authority.
Absolutely, but that's the remedy, that they're the ones that need to be panicked, that they're not, almighty no more.
I don't agree with that.
I don't know how you come to that.
All right. Well, to me, that makes you an enemy of the state.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, that's a bad position to be.
Well, because they think they're almighty now, but what happens when they're not in the right? They're not almighty.
And that's where I think the equity really comes into play. Is if there's wrongdoing, then you have claim. You can make a claim for that wrongdoing, get remedy to it and move forward. Instead of, looping through this, complaining, essentially.
I'm going to go ahead and tell my story again, I guess, because you asked me if I ever experienced it. In 2014, I was in Jerusalem. I'd just been interrogated again.
I've heard this.
And Isaiah 4 verse 1 changed from 6 women to 7 right before my eyes. And I knew who Almighty was. And ever since then, they don't want this talked about. And if they do, they want us to believe that they can do it. They can do it with their D-Wave computers. They can do it with CERN.
And it's beyond my comprehension. I'm not trying to discredit your experience, and I'm sorry, but I can't relate to that. You're saying, a Bible verse changed right before your eyes?
That's right.
Okay,
well, I think part of the story is interesting because you said you were actually in Jerusalem.
I was in Jerusalem, brother.
I think it is a very interesting story as a whole, for sure.
I think I'm even more intrigued to just know what led you to go to Jerusalem, or how you even ended up there in the first place.
I was there for the Feast of Tabernacles, and I was staying at the new Swedish hostel there in David Street in the old city, and it was smack dab in the middle of the Feast of Tabernacles. And a guy in the hostel that had told me he was having an affair on his wife had confided in me that he was sleeping with this Filipino woman that we had seen earlier at this dinner. And I didn't know what to tell him. I said, you know what the laws of Moses say? I told him to tell his wife. And
well, I think they say a little more than that. Should he be stoned to death?
Well, no, actually, in the laws of Moses, you could have more than one wife. You know what I mean? But this wasn't how it
No,
was
but
done.
that wasn't his wife. He was sleeping with this woman.
Adultery is always defined as a married woman sleeping with someone who's not her husband. That's the fallacy there. So
Wait. Say that again.
Adultery's always been defined in the laws of Moses as a married woman who is sleeping with someone she's not married to. So a man could have a concubine or a second wife. That was lawful. But a woman, and I know it sounds unfair and all this other stuff.
So men were never accused of adultery?
They could be. They could be accused of adultery, but they had to sleep with somebody else's wife.
Right. So this Filipino woman, she's somebody else's wife. Is that?
No, she wasn't nobody's wife.
She wasn't nobody's wife. Okay.
She wasn't nobody's wife.
So she was
said,
just gay.
Did you see that Filipino woman in the blue dress earlier tonight? And I said, yeah, I seen her. And he said, I'm having an affair with her.
Yeah, because that is you're correct. If you sleep with somebody's wife, or if you're married, you cheat on your wife. Yeah, of course, yes, the parties involved have to be married first. But if you don't, then it's just considered a
concubine or
fornication.
Fornication, exactly.
Yeah, unlawful fornication, but it's not exactly adultery. Yeah, adultery. You have to be married. That's right.
Adultery was always defined as messing with some guy's wife. And,
right, but I'm a little unclear on why that would be on the female only. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a man's world. You know what I mean? And I've said this to everybody that's read the Torah. It's written to men. It's not written to women. It's always about what you should do concerning your family and all that. So
well. All right. So you were telling us, you were telling us about how you had gotten to Israel and how you were in Israel, and this person is cheating on their wife. Okay, yeah. So go on from there. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And let me preface this. This is the second time I'd been to Israel. In 2007, I thought I was going to just witness to them and tell them that Christ never told them not to keep the law, that it was all, Paul and stuff. And I got disillusioned, and I decided, you know what, I'm going home. And I got accused of throwing a bomb in the Ben Gurion airport, and I was arrested. I was interrogated. Long story short, of course, I didn't do it.
Whoa. And, what the fuck? I mean, they are pretty yeah, I mean, I don't know if you should have mentioned that on Muhammad's old YouTube show there, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's some spicy material there.
I didn't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I didn't plant a bomb.
Definitely don't support.
I was profiled, and I don't see how. I look like a big white guy.
Yeah,
you know
you're
what I'm
just
saying?
on some guy named Muhammad's show, and we talk about Ted Kaczynski on this show. And you're talking about fucking blowing up the airport. Nope, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're talking
no
about
such
a
thing.
spoiled plot here that,
They asked me like
John Thomas had nothing to do with here.
I had nothing to do with it, and there was no bomb. You know what I mean? What they thought was a bomb, I picked it out of the trash for them and everything. They scanned it. It wasn't a bomb, of course. And
what was it?
It was like a wind-up flashlight, man. And you know those flashlights that you can set there and
somebody threw that in the garbage at the airport. Oh, you threw it in the garbage at the airport.
At the outside of the airport, because I was thinking I'm going back on the flight.
Shit.
And I was going to be like a backpacker. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was
So
going to
you just
walk to
threw
the.
this shit away outside, and they thought
Yes,
that you had planted a bomb outside the
planted a
airport.
bomb.
Son of a bitch. So
Right.
you said this was a flashlight or some shit?
It
Holy
was a
son of a bitch.
multi-tool. It was a multi-tool that had like a compass
And
but
your
what it,
thought was you can't possibly take this shit on the flight with you.
no, it also had a knife. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, okay. So you were like, okay, let me dispose of this here, and they're like, well,
Yes.
damn, and that lets you know, like, there's no way they're gonna send 50 bombs up their ass and they didn't know about it. There's no way the intelligence. I mean, this dude threw a flashlight away at the motherfucking airport, and they held him up for. So you better believe they're watching everything that goes on there.
Exactly, man.
what's
That's what I
crazy.
keep telling everybody.
Yeah.
So in 2014, even though I was proven, not a terrorist, they knew I was coming, man. When I got off this plane in 2014, they said, Mr. Thomas, come with us. And I had to go through the whole rigmarole again as to why I was there. So as far as Palestinians having an 8-hour head start to do whatever they wanted, John Thomas had no head start. You know what I mean? 7 years is how long they had to know. I mean, still had me on file. So I don't buy that bullshit. And I had all my shit paid up, my hostel, all of it. And I just told them I was here to feast for the Feast of Tabernacles. I tried to put all that shit behind me. I had no idea this shit was going to happen. And anyways, Shlomo was the guy's name. He was from Detroit. Stephen was his American name. And he told me, I said, man, just tell your wife, and he said, I can't do that. I said, well, man, you came to Israel to be a proper Jew. You know what I mean? You live by the laws of Moses. I know he was like a zealot like me. We had talked for almost a week. I mean, we argued and argued and argued over the Bible. And he said, yeah, I can't do that. And I said, well, you know what Isaiah says? And he said, what? And I quoted to him Isaiah 4, verse 1. And he said, I never heard it. And he said, I never heard that in my whole life. And I said, yeah, it's in there. And he said, yeah, okay. So I went, got my Bible, because, I wasn't going to be stood up like this. I know what it said. And it was fine, man. It still said 6 women. And I walked over to Shlomo and I pointed to the verse, and I'm looking at it myself, and it says 7. And everybody says, John, man, maybe you misremembered. I know what the Most High done. And I know where I was, who I was trying to serve, and all that shit. It wasn't CERN. You know what I mean? It wasn't D-Wave computers. I know who did the shit. So I know who's almighty. And ever since then, I told my brother when I got back that the shit happened. He thought I was, high again. But actually, everybody started saying everything's changing. You know what I mean? They're calling it Mandela effects and stuff. And I did find residue for that.
Well, I would love to know, next time you're on here, and thank you so much for joining these sessions here with me, John Thomas. And I'll let everybody get in some closing thoughts here in a second here. But yeah, bless you guys for being here. I'm at 9 hours here, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this off. It's 4:18 a.m., almost 4:20 on a Saturday night, and we got 39 people in attendance. Thank you guys for being here in the chat. And if you're just joining us, we had lots of very fascinating discussions here. We had first Neurojack join us for a session on Christianity and talking about the origins there. And then we had a very interesting guest appearance by Denise Mathieu. She came in and talked about Mormonism, all the conspiracies linked to that. We had many people in the chat taking interest of those queries and fascinations. Then we had a fight between Aluma Tommy and several of the panelists, which then turned into a between me and Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth on different themes and issues. And also we had Mitchell and JG go at it, but they seem pretty calm right now, chilling out here on the panel. But yeah, bless you guys all for being here. And yeah, I'll let you guys go up. And I learned this from Paul Enslaved, because he's like, like before he ends his show, he lets everybody have like a closing thought or whatever. And I was like, hey, that's pretty good, so I sometimes learn by watching everybody else's shows, so shout out to Paul Enslaved. He did say he liked being on my broadcast, so yeah, I like that he said that about me. I appreciate the love there from him, or from anybody else that's willing to give. As you know, the Machine Lives, we're not part of any internet groups or organizations, so to speak, around the interwebs, but we did start this channel a very long time ago with me giving information and lectures, directing videos, and my baby brother editing the videos and putting them together. And hopefully he'll be contributing as much as he wants, but he goes through his little emotional hormonal phases. He's like 16 years old, and he has to he is a 16-year-old that's dealing with as many internet trolls as I'm dealing with. So yeah, bless that little guy, for sticking by me, even though I give him a hard time sometimes. But I don't even know if he'll hear this. He never watches my fucking live streams. But yeah, man, bless you guys for being out here. Please pray for me and my wife. We're going through a rough time. She's stuck in Ohio on probation. We're trying to get the probation transferred over here, so we're still in separation between us, and it's causing tons of rough, emotional struggles. And obviously, she went to her sister's house. She had some emotional problems, health issues as well, epilepsy, and but sometimes we have our ups and downs, but I pray that everything works out with me and my wife. But yeah, bless you guys, man, for being out here. And yeah, JG, you got any closing thoughts out here, man? JG might be, might be either asleep or, I actually don't know. Sometimes he be falling asleep out here. I don't even know what happened to JG. But yeah, Mitchell, you out here?
Yeah, I'm here, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Closing thoughts. I appreciate you having me up, man.
For sure.
I don't have anything real clever to end it on, but
hell yeah.
Yeah, I think the Brehon Law stuff is interesting. I'd love to do a deep dive on some of that. With you someday.
Yeah, you're welcome to explore that with me out here, man. I could give you the floor. You're welcome to present your findings on it as well. You set up a presentation, PowerPoint. You could share the screen out here. It's as much your show as it is mine, man. I thank you for being here for sure, dude. But yeah, man, consider that. Consider putting something together for us.
Okay, for sure. I'll work on that. And yeah, thanks for that opportunity. And
for sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, man.
Look forward to the next time, man. Peace.
Oh yeah, peace, Mitchell, man. Thanks for being here, and thank you for being here, JG. If you're listening to this later, man, bless you, man. John Thomas, well, what's up, man? I definitely want to know more about your time in Israel. So definitely, we'll talk about that next time. I see you. What was it like, being up there? I definitely want to hear more about that. But yeah, bless you, man. Give us our, your closing thoughts. I know you got something for the audience here. Yeah, bless you, man.
I just want to say that the Almighty's using His power, and I've been trying to tell everybody that I have a weird feeling that these things that they're calling Mandela effects are going to go back to the way that they used to be, and nobody's ever agreed with that. But I think it lines up with the laws of Moses. so I don't have to fight for myself and say, oh, no, this is the way it used to be. My God's going to speak for me, and we're going to see who's almighty soon. So it's, you know, it's either I'm a fool, I'm crazy, I'm weird, you know what I mean? That I think that there's a higher law, a higher God that they're scared of. I want to call it the Nebuchadnezzar effect, because we heard that this is exactly the same thing that happened to Nebuchadnezzar, that God took his mind from him. And in the end, that is the ultimate power. If God can completely, you know, take you who you think you are from you, well, then there's no power higher than that. So I wish they'd repent, but I don't know about them. I'll leave it there, brother.
Thank you so much, John Thomas. Powerful stuff out there, you know, in the end. And I also thank you showing up on time here for us to discuss the Bible. You know, many competent, you know, people that are reaching out here on the Machine Lives. You know, the Wizard, you know, definitely an avid reader of the Bible. John Thomas as well. You know, there's a lot of people showed up. You know, we had Joseph Swaden here, Father Joseph Swaden here last time, you know, explaining some of the Christian teachings and the message. Of course, we have tons of powerful individuals who follow the Christian teaching in the chat. Even though we're not Christian ourselves, you know, I do say rest in peace to my best friend, Mark Sumter, who died on Christmas Eve, you know, a couple of years back, survived by his young son. You know, bless him. And, you know, thank you so much for being one of the greatest friends I've ever had to debate these issues with. I know that, you know, you're still with us, with your family and everything, man. You know, he was a beautiful Pentecostal preacher that preached here in Ypsilanti near my house. And yeah, I miss him dearly. Definitely one of my best friends, you know. And yeah, I'll just close off the show right there, man. Thank you guys for being out here with me on the Machine Lives. And yeah, bless you guys. And you know, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine, you know, on the machine that's lying to you right now. So yeah, man, thank you guys, man. Peace from me and the brother John Thomas. And yeah, man, you know, definitely gonna be bringing it to you next time. The same topics next time. You know, we're still going through Bible history, and we'll have a panel if anybody wants to join and talk about these things. See you next time, brother Thomas. You have a peaceful day now, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if I don't talk to you again today on any of the panels, you know, as may happen, you know, but bless you, brother, man. Yeah, thank you.
You too, bro.
Okay,
Have
guys.
a good
Yeah,
night.
thank you guys. Signing off out here, man. Bless, man. I'm gonna hang out here, listen to some music with you guys. But yeah, man, thank you for being out here with me. Get this going. Some of this horror core. Yes.
Rapping, I waste a breath. My weapons are laughing texts. Trolls ready to laugh at your every step. Tears will make tears. The air is sinister out here. Make you wet. Chill. This is the dragon's lair. Don't get flamed like smoldering breath. This is Dracula's deadly stare. My fangs are hollow tips. I'm truly a rare breed. Nobody can rhyme like me. I'm unique. In an age that lacks originality, I'm a sage that lacks patience or mercy. Marcus Aurelius ain't got shit on me. I should be strategizing with kings and queens, not helping peasants shovel shit for a 9-to-5 living. I leave eyes wide, pick my dick out and leave pissing. These rappers is not worth the spit. On their corpse I be emitting odd rhyme weaving. God rhymes when I spit. You can hear Allah breathing. You can hear fraud God's willing, I should keep my rhymes away from these new kids, lest I get canceled for one waving, stargazing, bar breaking, rapper blading. Laughter crept in. Everybody these days is a psychologist except me. I'm psychopathic. Take my dick out. I want a psychologist, bitch, to analyze this, vandalize your web, sanitize you with my clip. Sacrosanct eyes on the blick. Y'all don't understand anything I just spit. I'm probably one of the best, but y'all dumb motherfuckers is brain dead. Maybe I should start rapping like them. Who? The chicks that look like dudes or the dudes that look like chicks. Gender pronouns is the new trend. Austin, where your bitches lips on my dick. Yes, to you I'm not making no sense, cause I'm living in post-apocalyptic Tristram, bitch. Folks awkward these days and will communicate with me cause of my ways. I'm a lunatic, stay away. I'm part of a new movement. The darkness, the rhymes are a 10. A little bit harsh, but you'll get used to this full clip. You'll get to know who's who and when. Just wait a little, sis. Just wait and bake, play with the fiddler. Chris Benoit, the rap Canadian crippler. After this, it's like I'm with the kids. They'll never. This is just ripping my crazy ass crap. This is crap. No, it's good. I'm in the wrong hood, so I keep a bill to touch up my good. That's the good shit that is wrong on the bush. Stitches are bitches and they never try bitches. That's the way the dishes are taking the fishes out of the bitches. Buried in the ditches.
Freaks, extracts from a wax which levitate of extractions, sniffing sacrament for holistic practice. In the night sky, my eyes are the moon. Fuck your future, I'll put a gun to a psychic in tune. I float high up in the daylight and hide in the blue. My head like a nitrous balloon. I came back from Cali asleep. Out the beneath, Father Earth, my wing feathers a salvia leaf. Writing constant journals in a county of freaks. Itchy cannibal, just Sagawa and me. I don't rock hats, the front or back. Punish me for stealing an Afghan. I often give myself that. I get no true credit, in fact. I cut someone's arm off and pat myself on the back. Acid eater, human with plastic features. At masses, practices, Santeria. Suing Amanita, Pantheria. Under jungle hexes, wrestle serpents and catch the fever.
As I pondered the thought of evolving as an artist, I was inside of my office meditating in the darkness. An uncomfortable pounding was hitting in my chest. When the patient walked in, I was sitting at my desk. As my thought reached this height, the room became bright. Then I stood up and slapped him for turning on the light. Then I told him to be seated as he started to explain how the negative influences had targeted his brain.
The ratchetness defeated my ability to fight it. I know that it's atrocious, but somehow I've grown to like it.
In 1 minute, I deciphered the symptoms. Shut up and listen. You've been poisoned and conditioned through audio repetition in media, false religions, and visual exhibitions. The medicine to the sickness requires no prescription. I opened up a cabinet, a container was revealed. Then I told him to be still, lay back, and take this pill.
What are you trying to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. I'm going to deprogram you.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to deprogram you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to deprogram you.
No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you.
You'll thank me when I'm through. Just let me deprogram you.
It was obvious his mind was rejecting because he was choking. 3 seconds after he took it, his body started convulsing. I've been doing this for years. I'm trained. I'm not a novice, so I recognized quickly an exorcism was in progress. The process wasn't clean. He was harder to redeem. This was one of the most extreme cases I'd ever seen. I expect a little resistance, but never a rejecter. Hooked his brain up to this thing that showed his thoughts on a projector screen. Every idea and dream he ever dreamed. Told my secretary Jean to bring me a nectarine. As I ate it, I sit back and let the method take its course. It rewound back, eventually landing at the source. When the needle spiked hard, I got anxious. I saw how the
brain switch. What are you trying to do? I'm going to deprogram you. What are you going to do? I'm going to deprogram you. No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you. You'll thank me when I'm through. I'm going to deprogram you. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to deprogram you. What are you going to do? I'm going to deprogram you. No, just let me go. I can't stand you, Dr. Damn you. You'll thank me when I'm through. Just let me deprogram you. My maintenance coordinator, power the generator. Then I placed him in the great situational simulator. Feel this conscious with both beneficial and nonsense. Feature good and evil and monitored his responses. With weaker content, his vessel paraded about anything positive. He regurgitated it out. I leaned over the table. The screen, don't let it break you. This fake music was specially designed to overtake you. The superficial nature of this garbage I reveal. It's an audio mirage. This stuff is not even real. It's only a spell they sent to keep your true potential in the basement. The myth is strategic radio placement. I thought it would get better, but then I saw no chances. He started yelling, turn up, and doing funny dances. He seemed to be getting worse than he was when he came in. I hollered for my intern to come help me restrain him. He would die if I couldn't stop the ignorance from reigning. The clock was ticking down, only 2 minutes remaining. To save him, I was racing, but he gave no indication. My track record's impeccable, I've never lost a patient. So failure I never knew. Each second the pressure grew. Came to the conclusion there was only one thing left to do. He's nearly a vegetable, I have to handle this directly. Laid on the table next to him, told my intern to connect me and effectively inject more intellect till he was stable. Similar to car batteries connected with jumper cables. But if it didn't work, I would lose all my brain fluid. My intern please don't. I said shut up and do it. When he plugged me in to try it, sparks flew from the wires. The lights were flicking on and off. The room was on fire and purple. Communication after that was non-verbal. The screen said total completion of transferal. The course that ran thorough, but something was still concerning. In silence, both of us would lay motionless on the gurney. The patient's eyes open as the sun beamed through the window. My team started removing the cords from my temples. He raised up and said he was healed. The method's proven. They waited for me to respond. Still, I wasn't moving. They entertained the thought that I had let my tactics break me. They did everything in their power to resuscitate me. One of them read the Bible as I laid there idle, and multiple devices were used to check the vitals. They shocked me, medicated me, but still wasn't recovering. They worked to bring me back a whole hour, but still nothing. They're grateful for my sacrifice and all of my devotion. They drove me 700 miles and placed me in the ocean. I floated out to sea as they cried and started grieving. They stayed the entire evening, said some words before leaving. They traveled home mourning the demise of the doctor. Returned to the facility to empty out their lockers. They came back to the building, walked inside and nearly lost it. Looked down the hall and saw me watching TV in my office, drinking a cup of coffee, relaxed, trying to chill. As the patient tried to hug me, I just handed him the bill. Everyone was like, we thought you had suffered sure disaster. I said, yes, I know, that's why you're the students and I'm the master. Now get back to work.
Okay, let's take it from here. You may ask who I am. I am the magic present. I am present. I present myself. Saint Germain. Father Christmas reindeer. Rain for the King Scratch Perry. Rain for the league, rain for you King. King of kings and Lord of lords, conquering a lion. Other Shabbat, they are elect of God. A light of himself and elect of himself. They are the rightful ruler. He said to Professor, play the jungle drum. I'll hit you with the sun. I'll beat you with me drum. Hit you with me tongue. I hit you in the head and change you from being a rum head. I make you take a college split. I make your wood get stiff. I make you find a sexy cunt. You cannot find yourself in the front. I said now to the heads of government, to the council of wrongdoers, the queen councillors, and the lords, and the house, and the parliament. I am Paul Bogle, I don't lament. I hit devils with cement. I hit government with shit. From Jupiter toilet pit. Come on, this is my new song. From the wall of Hong Kong, taking over Japan. taking over Tokyo because I want it Tokyo. Kokian, a Japanese bank, and then Japanese skanks into the Japanese ranks, Japanese computers, Japanese machines, and Japanese instruments, and Japanese yen, in Japanese friends, Japanese and Japanese fans, Japanese Atari. Said to Amstrad, I am not mad, I am only bad, dreader than dread, tougher than lead, rougher than rough and tougher than tough, rougher than rough cut, tough and tougher than tough gun. Wickeder than island, wickeder than Jambo, and wickeder than Mango, and wickeder than Trojan. I said to Trojan, I am the Bojan. I said to Trojan, go down Trojan. I said to Marshall Rod, I am God. I got music rod, I represent God. I got the words, I got the song when I really clown. Sit up on the throne, then I said to Bone Skull Cave. I am the captain in Skull Cave. Believe me, later not to sound, and I walk in Moses' grave. I said to Moses, let me run and straight it across the Red Sea. And kept to Cado River, not the thing but two from the poo-poo. Play the Congo drum, and let me hear the jungle drum. And then I wrap you up with me tongue. The burning sun, Skaham Farage. Say the Elohim Eloha, Adonai, Abacadabra, great ball of fire. Catch me if you can, I'm out with Delta. I am African Obeah man. Yes, I take over Hanover in Germany. Then I say to the German marks, I am Europa Park, I am King Neptune in the park. What in the park with me, angel in the park. I said to the coat of arms in Europa Park, Shazam. Let me hear the jungle drum, Shazam. Let me hear the jungle drum, Shazam. And let me hear the cymbal, Shazam. I said, I am Hannibal. I call to the animals and I call to the jungle. I call to lights and I call to the night. Said, I am the magic present. And I am the omnipotent. I said the call to the seven magnificent stars. Marcus, God, is Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. Neptune, Aquarius, and Olympus. Here come Apollo spaceship. Boy Palmer, boy Honey Palmer, boy Medusa, boy Confusers, boy Users. I said the power newsmonger. Boy Bank of England. I come back with me dandan and me bandland. I said to Satan, be still and know that I am he. Be still and know that I am Lee. Be still and know that I'm Scratch. And be still and know that I am Perry. I make you merry. This is the holy chant, jump and prance. It's a Japanese scam. Japanese bank, Japanese yen. Pound, shilling and pence look dead as it's 10 to 1. Cheers from Jamaica. 10 English pound, I want Jamaican dollar. And 10 sterling for one Jamaican dollars, and 10 Swiss francs for one Jamaican dollars, 10 Dutch marks for one Jamaican dollars, and 10 German marks for one Jamaican dollars, and 10 guilders for one Jamaican dollars. Jungle, jungle, hit the jungle drum, and let me sing to you with me jungle tongue. And say to you, I'm from the jungle soul. He says, Kahampara, cold sweat, I am hot. Fire in the London, coming, I am hot. I say to Satan, you're a rat bat. Again, I shoot you in your bat. Satan, I say, you are a rat bat. Satan, you are a rat bat. I'm gonna cut you off and cut out your bat. Say to tat sat, hum, bum, 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 bum. It's a jungle drum. I say to Wamba, open skull cave. Phantom, come out of the grave. Out of the grave.
Your mama.
It's been a really long time. I gotta let you know that you're really on my mind. Maybe I've got to let you live. It's been a really long time. I gotta let you know that you're really on my mind. Maybe I've got to let you live. It's like a daydream in a cloud of smoke. I find it hard to breathe and start to choke. I got to liberate myself. I've gotta set myself free. I've never made a choice as hard as this. They said ignorance is always bliss. I find this habit so hard to kick, but I need to find myself again. It's been a really long time. I gotta let you know that you're really on my mind. Maybe I've got to let you live. It's been a really long time. I gotta let you know that you're really on my mind. Maybe I've got to let you live. Sold the future to the past. Meanwhile life moves so fast. I got no time to lose my friends. Hanging by a thread as we're walking on thin ice. I ask myself why the sacrifice. Appreciate the colors again, but the magic never ends.